Warring states period. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the heaven-defying abstract mission system. Lu Cheng shivered and stared blankly at the delicate, pretty face reflected in the water. Ripples spread out where the tossed pebble skimmed across the surface layer after layer of tiny waves surging outward. The system's voice echoed in his mind for a long time, especially harsh to his ears. In disbelief, he touched his own face. It was smooth, soft, and fine-skinned. Lustrous black hair cascaded down to his waist, and the small, slender figure had fair skin wrapped in a wide black belted robe, cold in bearing, yet strangely pitiable. Did I transmigrate and become Uchiha Madara? Lu Cheng fell onto the ground with a thud. When he looked back, he saw a dazed boy with a bowl cut who raised a thumb at him. The boy's white, gleaming teeth shone brilliantly under the sun like warm sunlight in the depths of a cold October winter. There was no doubt. The youth standing in the shade of the tree was Senju Hashirama. It seems I've transmigrated into the world of Naruto. Lu Cheng, or rather Uchiha Madara, murmured to himself, then suddenly noticed something extremely wrong. Why does it feel like something is missing? What is it that's missing? Uchiha Madara fell silent for a moment, then, with trembling hands, slipped them under the robe, wanting to confirm one thing. Oh! A sharp, girlish scream rang out by the stream. Madara, why are you touching your crotch? Senju Hashirama scratched his head in puzzlement. Looking at the utterly dejected, crushed Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama suddenly understood and pointed at her. I get it. You're still not convinced about losing to me last time and want to compete with me again, right? Compete at what? Uchiha Madara was on the verge of tears. He had been just an ordinary 18-year-old adult male, untouched by runaway trucks or sudden death. He had simply gone to sleep only to inexplicably transmigrate into the Naruto world, where human lives were as cheap as grass, and had even been turned into a girl. Although he liked watching Naruto, that did not mean he wanted to be thrown into Naruto himself. Ding, system mission issued. A voice suddenly rang in her ears, and Uchiha Madara instinctively froze. System. Ding, the host is requested to compete with Senju Hashirama to see whose P reaches farther. Mission reward: Yang Chakra Mastery of 5 Elemental Ninjutsu. Mission failure penalty: the damned Uchiha brat will be thoroughly tormented. At first Miss Ban was delighted, then she suddenly came to her senses. System, how about you take a careful look at the mission you've just issued? You want me to compete right now with Senju Hashirama on whose P goes farther? Uchiha Madara's small face went pale as she cursed through gritted teeth, though with that adorable appearance the intimidation fell completely flat. Madara, if you don't want to compete, then forget it. I know last time was a heavy blow to your confidence. Hashirama covered his mouth and snickered, speaking in a mockingly sing-song tone. Fine, I'll compete. Who's afraid of you? Uchiha Madara steeled herself. It was just a contest of who could pee farther. Recalling how once you had supposedly unleashed 3,000 zhong in a single stream, like the Milky Way pouring from the ninth heaven. On a steep cliff beside a swiftly flowing clear stream, Madara fumbled awkwardly with her belt. A parabolic arc splashed against the water's surface, ripples spreading, while Senju Hashirama looked over at his good friend in puzzlement. Madara, why aren't you peeing? I. The beautiful Miss Ban's face flushed scarlet, so red it seemed water might drip from it. I am. Ding, congratulations on completing the mission. Reward has been issued. My social life is dead. My gloomy life is completely ruined. Uchiha Madara covered her face, overwhelmed with shame. A faint trickle slid down along her thighs into the stream, pattering softly. Senju Hashirama looked on in mild surprise. Madara, where did your thing go? Huh. I used to have one. Uchiha Madara's mind went blank. Her CPU had fried. Before the host transmigrated, Uchiha Madara had always existed in this world as a male, the system explained. Then why has he turned into a woman? Madara howled inwardly. Ding, unknown. If you don't know, what kind of answer is that? Uchiha Madara forced herself to calm down. At the same time, the system's rewards had already been delivered. Countless examples of basic ninjutsu were integrated into Uchiha Madara's muscle memory. It felt as if she had already performed them countless times and could now use them with effortless ease. Her thoughts returned to reality. Seeing Senju Hashirama staring fixedly at her, Madara felt as if her toes could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment from the ground. What are you staring at? You think you're so great or something? The black-haired girl snapped in a delicate but angry voice. Sorry. The thick-skinned Senju Hashirama finally came back to himself and hurriedly apologized. But Madara, your eyes. At Hashirama's reminder, Uchiha Madara looked down at the river. In the reflection on the water's surface, a petite black-haired girl appeared disheveled, and a pair of scarlet blood-like pupils spun with single tomo. The Sharingan. It possessed powerful abilities of observation, copying, and hypnosis. Its bearer had insight far beyond ordinary people, able to perceive the flow of chakra caste and see through illusions and copy taijutsu and ninjutsu that did not involve bloodline limits. It was the unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, and to have awakened the Sharingan over something like this was rare, even in the clan's history. Yet from another angle, it also showed how astonishing Uchiha Madara's talent was, far surpassing a certain second brother who awakened his single tomo in anger. Miss Ban's mind raced, her 250 IQ brain working at full capacity, and finally arrived at a conclusion: she was simply born this way. Hashirama, you know this, right? Our Uchiha clan's ocular techniques are extremely formidable, Madara explained, sweating profusely. In truth, I've been lying to you all this time. You were caught in my eye technique and mistakenly believed I was a man. So that's how it is. Hashirama rubbed the back of his head, looking as if he finally understood. But why would you disguise yourself as a boy? He asked in confusion. This. Madara was momentarily at a loss for words. I understand. Madara is afraid I discriminate against you because you're a woman, right? Don't worry, I would never think that way. We're friends. Senju Hashirama patted his chest in assurance. Uchiha Madara was stunned for a heartbeat, then hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes, that's exactly it. Just like we imagined it, Senju Hashirama said, tossing out a pebble. The stone splashed on the water's surface, sending out ripples that shimmered with light. Senju Hashirama spoke with solemn seriousness. We're going to create an era of peace without strife, where every child can go to school, every commoner is spared from war, and no wife has to wait in agony for a husband who never returns. A new era. Senju Hashirama's amber eyes shone with pure sincerity, like a small flame. When the time comes, and we build a village, you'll be the one to lead everyone as the village head. Wind whispered through the treetops. Time seemed to stand still as a single leaf drifted slowly down. Then, let's call the village Konoha. Hidden leaf, she said. The word slipped from Madara's lips before she could think. Senju Hashirama wore a pure, innocent smile and raised a thumb. Konoha it is. At the Senju compound. Hashirama, I heard you've been getting very close to a member of the Uchiha lately. During a family meeting, Senju Fujian, dressed in casual clothes, sat on the tatami, his gaze shifting towards Senju Hashirama. Yes, father. Senju Hashirama did not deny it. The white-haired Senju Tobarama cast a sidelong glance at his elder brother. He had long noticed that his brother had been absent-minded these past few days, often dazing off, even during meals. So it turns out he has been bewitched by those evil Uchiha. Yes, anything involving Uchiha is the worst. Hashirama, as members of the Senju clan, we have been in opposition to the Uchiha clan for generations. Senju Fujian looked at this son of his and sighed helplessly. This child was good in every way except that his heart was far too soft. So I hope you can put the interests of the clan above all else. This meaningless friendship ought to come to an end. Father, can we not put aside our estrangement with the Uchiha clan and work together? Senju Hashirama, unwilling to yield, placed his hands firmly on his knees. Hashirama, you are far too naive. Senju Fujian pulled a death list from his robe and threw it out. On it the name of his younger brother stood out clearly. Senju Banjiang. Banjiang is dead. After a long silence, Hashirama slowly loosened his grip. War is this cruel. Either the enemy kills us or we kill the enemy. To build an era without war has never been an easy task. It requires an unimaginably arduous process. The next time you meet him, you will kill him with your own hands. Senju Fujian rose to his feet and walked out of the room, followed by the sound of the wooden sliding door closing. Tobarama watched his elder brother, who for once did not lose control, and let out a sigh as well. Last time, when Weijian died, his brother had been beaten for talking back. He could only hope his brother had learned his lesson. Elsewhere, Madara followed her memories along the path back to the Uchiha compound, walking alone through the forest. Suddenly a sound rang out in the distance, and a kunai shot straight toward Madara's face. Yet in the path revealed by her awakened Sharingan, that kunai seemed to be moving at half speed. Almost out of muscle memory, the petite girl bent backward to evade the kunai, her hands forming seals as she spat a palm-sized fireball from her mouth. Fire-style great fireball technique. It's a little brat from the Uchiha clan, catch her. Several shinobi emerged from the concealed bushes. The fireball exploded behind them, leaving a swath of charred blackness. A brat this age won't have much chakra. Try to take her alive and wait until she's exhausted. A cold mechanical voice echoed in Madara's mind. Ding, the system has issued a mission. Kill the 4 rogue shinobi attacking the host. Mission reward: Uchiha War Fan, mid-level Chunin Chakra Reserves. Mission penalty: this hateful Uchiha brat will be thoroughly tormented. Kill them. Understood. Uchiha Madara's gaze turned icy, the scarlet tomo in her pupils spinning as her hands flashed through a sequence of seals. Earth-style earth flow wall. A dog-headed earthen wall rose up, blocking the enemy shinobi's line of sight. In the next instant, the black-haired girl appeared behind one of them. Careful, Murata. Wind-style great breakthrough. The girl's rosy lips parted as she exhaled. A sweeping gale sent the supporting shinobi flying. Uchiha Madara used taijutsu to knock down the shinobi named Murata. After a brief hesitation, she still brought her blade down. The screams ceased and scalding blood splashed across Madara's small face, making her look like some vengeful demon. Kill her. Don't hold back. The leading shinobi felt a drop of cold sweat slide down his forehead. They had only wanted to pick off an easy target and take her back for a bounty, but had instead kicked an iron wall. Illusion art technique of Nariku's descent. One of the rogue shinobi cast a genjutsu that struck Madara's eyes directly. Her entire body trembled as though she had been bound to the spot. Great die. Seeing this, that shinobi exulted, raising his katana to strike down at Madara. The instant the deadly blade tip neared the top of her head, the shinobi sensed that something was off. No, it's a substitution technique. The unmoving Uchiha Madara before him turned into a wooden log, while the real Madara had already leapt onto the branch above his head. Her hands once again moved rapidly through seals, and a roaring fireball engulfed the shinobi, burning him into charred coal. You knew I was Uchiha, yet you still dared to use genjutsu on me. Uchiha Madara hefted a katana nearly 2/3 her height, and drove it into the chest of another shinobi beside her. In the end, only the leading shinobi remained. Madara's crimson pupils widened slightly as she stared. Several kunai were hurled at Uchiha Madara, but she slipped past them with effortless grace. Water-style water colliding wave. The leading shinobi spewed forth a surging wave, the immense water pressure scouring the roots of a great tree, slicing it in half, and sending the trunk crashing down onto the path between them. Using the fallen tree as cover, he hurriedly retreated. Behind him, Uchiha Madara's figure grew smaller, and joy flickered in the leader's heart. Yet within just a few breaths his head was severed and blood spurted like a fountain. Before the Sharingan, you have nowhere to run. Uchiha Madara muttered a somewhat Chinibyo line, perhaps under the influence of her original self. From Uchiha Madara's perspective, that leader's ninjutsu and attempted escape had been nothing more than him foolishly standing there motionless. For from the instant he locked eyes with Uchiha Madara, he had already fallen into the layered illusions of the Sharingan. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward has been issued. An information panel popped up before Uchiha Madara's eyes. A long-handled war fan appeared in her right hand, its end connected to a scythe bound with chains. Forged from the branches of the divine tree, this weapon's fan could absorb chakra and convert it into wind-natured power. In later generations, Madara would carry it constantly, most famous for the devastating Uchiha milkshake it produced. Uchiha Madara gripped the war fan with both hands. It was as heavy as iron. Gathering chakra, she gave it a powerful swing. The resulting gale, no weaker than the winds raised by Temari's fan, snapped several large trees in two. The effect was impressive, though the drawback was its severe chakra consumption. How am I supposed to take something this big back with me? Uchiha Madara eyed the war fan and sighed, both as tall as she was, and weighed them in her hands. Perhaps because she had become a girl, she felt as though she had shrunk a little. The host may store items rewarded by the system back into the system space by silently reciting store. Following the system's instructions, Uchiha Madara tried it, and sure enough, the war fan vanished without a trace. After walking a stretch of road, Uchiha Madara returned to the clan compound. Little girl, are you all right? Several patrolling Uchiha noticed that she was covered in blood and approached anxiously to check on her. Though the Uchiha clan was ruthless toward their enemies, they were friendly, even protective, when dealing with their own, except for those few who lost themselves after awakening the Mangekyo. There were those who, after losing a beloved comrade like Toko, spiraled into obsession, those like Itachi who loved only his younger brother to the point of madness, and those like Madara whose heart turned wholly toward the moon and illusion. Among all who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, the only one who could be called even remotely normal was Shursui. Thank you for your concern, but this is all the enemy's blood. I'm fine. Is that so? War truly is cruel, a scruffy bearded Uchiha uncle sighed. To think even children this young must go to the battlefield. Watching Uchiha Madara's figure grow more distant, one of the Uchiha spoke quietly. Didn't that little girl just now look a bit like the clan head? Haha, maybe she's the clan head's illegitimate daughter, the Uchiha uncle chuckled, wiping his nose before continuing his patrol. Uchiha Madara strode deep into the clan compound and arrived at his residence. A delicate young boy knelt quietly on the tatami mat, his gaze uneasy and hesitant. Seated opposite him was a man clad in a dark gray long robe. His back bore the Uchiha crest, and his weathered face unmistakably marked him as the patriarch. The boy was Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna. The man was their father, Uchiha Taijima. Madara, you've returned. Taijima swept his eyes over Madara's bloodstained form, sensing something amiss, then glanced again. Why did her hands seem smaller? Her skin paler, her cheeks softer and more youthful. And she had even let down the clan's signature hairstyle. Go bathe and change your clothes. Taijima shook his head, chiding himself for growing old. Brother, you're finally home. Izuna beamed upon seeing his elder sibling and rushed forward to embrace him. Indeed, the Uchiha clan seemed universally devoted to elder brothers. Madara gently ruffled Izuna's hair before turning to take a shower. Her wide form-fitting robe slipped away and warm water enveloped her slender frame like tender hands. Gazing at her own body, she flushed deeply. After 18 years of solitude, this was her first glimpse of a girl's body, and astonishingly, it was her own. Delicate streams traced her fair skin, drawing an involuntary soft sigh from her lips. Realizing her lapse, she clapped a hand over her mouth, her face burning crimson. After lingering longer than necessary, Madara donned fresh attire and tied back her damp flowing hair. Her naturally voluminous locks sprang outward once more. This hairstyle, seemingly unchangeable, gave the impression of stiffened hairspray. When Taijima saw her emerge, his pupils contracted sharply, and he exclaimed, breathless with emotion. Madara, you've awakened your Sharingan. Truly you are the prodigy our Uchiha clan has long awaited. But why is your face so flushed? To awaken the Sharingan at 11 was extraordinary, even by Uchiha lineage standards, and Taijima could scarcely contain his exhilaration. Ahem, not much to speak of, Madara replied, flustered. Only after she sat down did Taijima notice the subtle yet unsettling shift in her appearance. Though his son was undeniably handsome, this refinement bordered on effeminacy. Brother, why do you look so much like a girl? Izuna blinked his large eyes curiously. Father, I am in truth a girl now. Amid Taijima's and Izuna's stunned silence, Madara calmly unveiled the fabricated explanation she had prepared. Today I was ambushed by a group of Senju shinobi. Fleeing, I took refuge in a mountain cave. and drank from a mysterious spring. Thereafter I transformed like this. She deftly cast blame upon the Senju, a long-standing enmity that could easily absorb one more grievance. Yet Taijima slammed his palm onto the table and rose abruptly. The accursed Senju have gone too far, daring to assault our Uchiha heir. At dawn tomorrow we march to war. They shall learn the price of their arrogance. Madara froze startled. Panic flickered across her face as she stammered, "Father, actually, enough. My decision stands." Taijima declared with solemn resolve. Though he claimed outrage on Madara's behalf, he, and indeed the entire Uchiha clan, had long resented the Senju. Now with justification at hand, he would sharpen his clan's blades anew. "Tell me, Madara," Taijima said, regaining composure, his tone grave. "I hear you've grown unusually close to a young Senju boy. You must remember who you are. Though you now bear a maiden's form, your talent remains unparalleled. I believe you may still serve as our heir." Sighing softly, Taijima shifted into the voice of a father. "You are my child, Madara, my greatest hope." Ding. System mission activated. To secure your authority and prestige within the Uchiha clan, make your debut on the battlefield. Slay 10 or more enemy shinobi. Let them feel the crushing supremacy of an Uchiha prodigy. Mission reward: Sage Mode Chidori. Mission failure penalty: none. Madara's eyes gleamed as the notification shimmered into view. Both rewards were exceptional, the Sage Mode and the rank technique Chidori. Foremost among them was Sage Mode. Sage Mode fused natural energy with one's chakra to create Senjutsu chakra, elevating ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu to transcendent levels, a comprehensive, all-encompassing enhancement. Naruto, Jiraiya, and even Kabuto had mastered Sage Mode. Kabuto in particular refined it to perfection, shedding his serpentine flesh to ascend as a dragon. System: what lineage of Sage Mode do you provide? For Sage Modes varied across the 3 great Sage realms, each conferring distinct advantages. Ding. Response: the system grants a Sage Mode akin to Hashirama's, one forged through innate absorption of natural energy. Truly formidable. Madara knew full well how extraordinary Hashirama's Sage Mode was. Its inexhaustible Senjutsu chakra, amplified by his Senju physiology, rendered him near perpetual, like an ultimate version of Yamato capable of infinite construction. Madara. Taijima's voice snapped her from her reverie. She lowered her gaze and murmured, "Understood. That is the mindset of our heir, my son, my daughter." Taijima nodded, satisfied, and departed. Truth be told, he harbored quiet doubts about Madara's closeness to the Senju. As clan head, his duty was to safeguard the entire village and guide Madara toward leadership of the Uchiha. Yet should she betray the clan, he would not hesitate to uphold justice, even at the cost of kinship. To Taijima, the survival of the Uchiha clan outweighed all else. "Onisama." Madara had barely exhaled when a syrupy, affectionate voice called out. Izuna blinked, eyes alight with wonder. How extraordinary that in mere moments his brother had become his sister. Did this mean he now possessed both an elder brother and an elder sister? Regardless, to Izuna, Madara remained his most beloved sibling. "Sister, train with me in ninjutsu." Izuna pleaded, brimming with enthusiasm. Very well, Madara agreed. She too wished to test the limits of her power. Minutes later, Izuna lay sprawled unconscious while the black-haired girl stood effortlessly at ease. "Sister is so strong," he whispered, dazed and awestruck. "This victory came far too easily. I hardly exerted myself, and yet Izuna fell. Even among the Uchiha, he was a prodigy." Ding. Host may open the system interface to review attributes. Open. Host: Uchiha Madara. Gender: female. Age: 11. Chakra affinities: wind, fire, earth, water, lightning, yang, yin. Lineage: reincarnation of Indra. Dojutsu: Sharingan. Ninjutsu: body replacement technique, great fireball technique, fire phoenix flower technique, earth flow wall technique, etc. Equipment: Uchiha war fan. Overall rank: special jonin. Madara. Uchiha's current strength already ranks among the elite within the Uchiha clan. Only her father Taijima Uchiha and Hashirama Senju's father Butsuma Senju stand above her as seasoned jonin. Closing the system interface, Madara Uchiha crouched low and gently tapped her fingertip against Izuna's forehead. "My foolish little brother. If you feel weak, then train relentlessly until the day you surpass me." Hearing Madara's words, Izuna Uchiha regained his resolve and nodded earnestly. "I will work harder than ever, Onisama." With that, Izuna seized a shuriken and hurried off to practice. Madara sat cross-legged upon the tatami mat, deep in contemplation over her next move. The current era is the Warring States period. Centuries after the Sage of the Six Paths founded the first shinobi order. The 5 great nations are locked in ceaseless conflict. Most shinobi do not live past 30, making this the darkest, most turbulent age imaginable. Only with the emergence of Madara and Hashirama, whose alliance birthed the Hidden Leaf Village, did the endless warfare begin to subside. She had transmigrated into Madara Uchiha herself, 11 years old now. In just a few years' time, when she assumes leadership of the clan, Izuna would be slain by Tobirama, but with her present awareness, such a tragedy would never come to pass. Madara sighed, only to be suddenly swarmed by a flurry of Uchiha aunts and elder sisters. Izuna, in his usual boastful chatter, had accidentally revealed how drastically their young heir had changed. "Is that really Madara? She's become so adorable. Such beauty. The clan leader's child is truly exquisite. I simply must." Hours later, Madara emerged breathless and disheveled from the crowd, having escaped using the substitution technique. She now wore an opulent kimono, her long black hair slightly frizzled from the commotion framed a delicate fair-skinned face. Less that of a battlefield shinobi, more that of a noble princess of the land of fire. Bare feet clad in wooden geta, Madara found a secluded spot to sit, when from afar a solitary crow stirred her instinctive wariness. Shink! A high-speed kunai guided by her crimson Sharingan struck true, piercing the scroll bound to the crow's leg. Startled, the bird let out a hoarse cry and flapped its obsidian wings into the hushed treetops. Madara approached and retrieved the scroll. A single line was inscribed upon it: Madara, father prepares to attack the Uchiha. Protect yourself. Hashirama Senju. Madara frowned. So the clan heads of both the Senju and Uchiha had converged upon the same decision, without consultation. And Hashirama, that fool. If discovered, he'd surely be branded a traitor. At the thought of his guileless face, a strange knot tightened in her chest. Perhaps having become a girl, her emotions had grown unexpectedly tender. Protect yourself? Did she truly need that bumbling fool's reminder? No, her weakness was the root of this predicament. A future loomed ahead, fraught with perilous adversaries: Black Zetsu, the Otsutsuki clan, and countless others. For now, only one path mattered: forging greater strength. She possessed all 7 chakra natures, capable of mastering every ninjutsu except those of yin-yang release. Only proficiency remained to be attained. Her chakra reserves were prodigious, otherwise she could never have battled Hashirama for 300 exchanges at the Valley of the End, locked in combat for a full day and night. Through rigorous testing, she confirmed her current reserves could sustain 3 consecutive casts of the Grand Fire Annihilation, each with a 10-meter radius. When she looked up again, night had fallen. Lanterns flickered across the Uchiha compound like scattered stars. Unable to sleep alone, Izuna slipped in to share Madara's futon. Onisama, if the Hashirama I know and I fell into a river, whom would you save? Onisama, who do you prefer more, me or that Hashirama? Izuna persisted, voice softening with each repetition. Madara turned her head, stroked Izuna's hair with quiet affection, and smiled. Go to sleep. As the saying goes, no bond among shinobi runs deeper than that between Uchiha brothers. Having lost so many siblings, the original Madara had doted on Izuna almost obsessively, so whether moved by empathy or duty to her predecessor, she would never allow Izuna to die. When Madara stirred awake again, dawn's pale light had begun to bleed across the sky. Young heir, Uchiha messenger announced the clan head requests your presence in the council chamber after you've washed and dressed. Understood. She donned her shinobi attire, bound her long hair tightly, and stood, radiating fierce, unyielding grace. Her deep red, armored underlayer shimmered like molten lava, rich as a blooming crimson rose. Upon entering the council chamber, Madara found several Uchiha elders already assembled, and her father Taijima Uchiha waiting patiently. Madara, take your seat, he said, eyes scanning her intently. The meeting swiftly turned to the proposed campaign against the Senju clan, dividing the elders into 2 factions: the aggressive and the cautious. The aggressive faction advocated open war. The cautious faction ironically deemed them too timid, and instead urged burning the Senju ancestral compound to the ground. Consensus formed instantly. The Uchiha swiftly drafted their battle plan. Madara, you will lead the 3rd unit, striking the enemy's southeastern flank. After a lengthy exposition, Taijima finally addressed the deployment of his own children. Though he held the title of clan head in this brutal warring state's era, securing authority demanded sacrifice. Even the heir bore the same burden as any common shinobi to fight and perhaps die on the front lines. I trust you won't disappoint me, Madara. Wait. Madara, silent until now, spoke her first words of the meeting. Do you object? Taijima's brow furrowed. A solo assault suffices. I require no squad. Others would only hinder me. The raven-haired girl remained seated, gaze calm and unwavering. Her declaration stunned the elders. Madara, you are indeed our clan's prodigy, but to claim victory alone, that reeks of arrogance. Elder Yueliang voiced the sentiment. You need only watch, Madara replied, rising. She had no intention of exposing her secrets, and besides, she needed to find Hashirama. Well said. Truly the spirit of youth, bold and fearless. An elder aligned with Taijima clapped warmly, flattering the young heir. He calculated once Madara ascended to clan leadership, his loyalty would place him firmly at the center of power. As the meeting adjourned, Izuna stood waiting outside. Onisama, I'm going to war. I came to say goodbye. Izuna waved. A slight figure, the shortest in his unit, at only 8 years old. Madara nodded once, then channeled chakra to her hands and feet, and leapt gracefully onto the treetops. The Uchiha launched their offensive against the Senju. Coincidentally, the Senju were already advancing toward Uchiha territory. This fated convergence would unfold beside the very stream where Madara and Hashirama once played as children. The ninja army of the 1,000 Hands walked along the stream, led by the clan leader Senju Hashirama. Hashirama, lost in thought, followed the group, kicking stones into the water and causing splashes. Yesterday, he secretly sent a message to Uchiha Madara without his father knowing, but it was still discovered by Tobirama. The reason was that he used Tobirama's crow. How could anyone distinguish clearly when all crows are black? Hashirama felt like crying without tears. Brother, if you don't cut ties with that Uchiha, I will tell father about this. A certain white-haired handsome boy said this. Fortunately, Tobirama, being his own brother, did not inform their father. Though the Uchiha appear glamorous, their hearts are easily twisted and dark. Tobirama lectured and Hashirama sighed in frustration. He hoped that Madara would be cautious and take care of himself after receiving his warning. Regarding his good brother suddenly turning into a girl, Hashirama felt a stir within, but not much more. In his eyes, Madara remained a proud and cold-faced sea urchin, only now transformed into a long, straight-haired girl. As Senju, Hashirama pondered while walking, noises came from ahead. It's the Uchiha. It's the Senju. You Uchiha Taijima playing the surprise attack game. Old fool Hashirama, you're not much better off. The two clan leaders locked eyes and began to clash with swords. Following that, members of the Senju clan and Uchiha clan also began to fight, the sounds of clashing swords and ninjutsu being unleashed. One moment the area was calm, the next the stream had turned into a battlefield. Blood stained the clear waters, and Hashirama gripped his shuriken, tightly fending off two Uchiha ninjas charging at him. A Senju member formed hand seals with both hands, breathing fire from his mouth. Fire-style great fireball technique. The massive fireball roared, and in the lush forest, Uchiha Madara quickly took out his Uchiha fan. Uchiha rebound. The moment the fireball touched the fan, it triggered the defense, being absorbed by the fan's surface and then sent back with the wind chakra's enhancement. A whirlwind of fire rose, incinerating the nearby ninjas. Madara's petite figure darted between the towering trees, faced with a dozen Senju ninjas. This little girl is the Uchiha's young clan leader. Why is she a girl? Who cares? Kill her. Ducking to avoid a kunai, Madara activated her Sharingan, making everything before her exceedingly clear, even the fine hairs on the opposing ninjas. 17 people, that should be enough. Uchiha Madara quickly observed, estimating the chakra levels. There were 10 Jinin, 6 Chunin, and 1 special Jonin on the opposing side. This lineup could be described as exceptionally luxurious, a crack team. The way the opposing side looked suggested they had been waiting for her for some time. But how did the Senju clan know her route? There's a mole, Madara thought immediately. Her hands danced like frantic butterflies, and the swirling flames began to spread. The great fire extinguishment ignited a blazing fire which was extinguished by the opposing ninjas using water style. Under the serene sunlight, the slaughter began. With the dynamic enhancement of her Sharingan and her agility, Uchiha Madara appeared like a ghost behind a Senju ninja, her scythe piercing through. It struck the face of the ninja behind her. First one. A stone wall blocked the enemy's explosive tags and kunai, and Madara swiftly dealt with her foe. In the fierce battlefield, the black-haired girl in red armor resembled a rose blooming amidst carnage as her scythe and shuriken claimed life after life. As the iron fan flapped, thunder and lightning mixed with the wind created a sharp, explosive sound in the air, forming a long lightning chain. Lightning serpent. This was a technique Madara developed while training yesterday, requiring wind, water, and lightning chakra forming a shape like a twisting long snake. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The task reward has been issued. A peculiar energy surged from the heavens and earth into Madara's body, with several crimson runes spreading across her beautiful face. Sage mode activate. It was an exceedingly peculiar feeling. She could perceive every flower, grass, tree, and the slightest movement of the wind with utmost clarity. Both her reaction speed and chakra volume had doubled. No wonder Naruto, returning from training at Myaboka Mountain, could contend with the Six Paths pain at a super shadow level. He'll take care of all of you. Madara wiped the blood from her scythe, her eyes crimson as blood. The scream of Chidori echoed through the sky as the cold Uchiha girl seized the special Jonin of the Senju clan with one hand. Do you want to dance too? Fear spread in the eyes of the special Jonin. He had thought it would be a simple task, but unexpectedly the opponent's strength was terrifying. The shuriken pierced through his neck, blood gushing forth. The ninja squad of 17 was entirely wiped out. Madara wiped the blood from her face and rushed towards the designated location. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan were locked in fierce combat, with corpses lying on the ground. Taijima and Hashirama were still entangled, while Tobirama and Izuna were competing in swordsmanship. Old fool die. Taijima swung down his blade, aiming for Tobirama with his kunai, while Hashirama targeted Izuna. Their plan was simple. If the opponent intended to protect their son, they would inevitably expose a flaw. Just as the kunai was about to hit Tobirama and Izuna, 2 stones flew and knocked away the kunai. Hashirama gripped the stones while across the river stood Madara. Madara, your timing is perfect. Kill the Sun-just young clan leader. That old man won't ignore it. Hashirama, do you remember what I told you? Senju Hashirama clenched his fists, his ninja attire billowing in the fierce wind. Madara, didn't anyone tell you that this watermelon head looks ugly in a ninja outfit? Uchiha Madara said blandly. Edge. Really? No way. Senju Hashirama scratched his head. Super ugly. The girl said expressionlessly, stretching out the syllable. Change your hairstyle. Madara, looking at the boy with foolishness written all over his face, offered a kind reminder. No matter what, let's duel. Hashirama's face was filled with determination, even though he was thinking about how to let Madara go later. Ding! The system has issued a task. To prove your strength, please defeat the future god of ninja, Senju Hashirama. Task completion, reward 1 chakra card. Task failure, penalty 1 week of mandatory cat-eared maid outfit. What kind of ridiculous punishment is that? Madara complained. In the blink of an eye, she threw out a shuriken, and Hashirama, startled, grabbed his long sword to block. Clang! Metal clash, sparks flying. The two darted through the forest. Martial Arts Essence Super Fire Release Illusionary Slash. Giant Shuriken 2-stage descent technique. At the edge of a rock bridge slanted at 45 degrees, Hashirama Senju formed hand seals and delivered a swift kick toward Madara while simultaneously unleashing a fire release, hurling multiple shuriken in the same instant. Madara, with a single tomo active in his Sharingan, seized a tree trunk to evade the fire and shuriken, then leapt high, wrapping his legs around Hashirama's neck before landing atop his head. His shuriken hovered inches from Hashirama's throat as he declared, "You've lost." And Madara, how did you grow so strong? Hashirama grimaced, gripping Madara's slender calf before flinging him away. Naturally, Madara smiled, triumphantly landing lightly on the ground. A surge of chakra flooded Madara's body, warm, invigorating currents unblocking meridians and fortifying sinews. Though Kakashi was famously known for his depleted chakra reserves, even he, as an elite jonin, possessed a formidable chakra capacity. As Madara absorbed the sensation of this transformation, Hashirama suddenly cried out urgently, "Watch out!" An explosive tags detonated with a thunderous roar. A searing wave struck Madara's face, and in that instant she felt herself swept into an embrace. A kunai hurled with pinpoint precision pierced the assailant's throat, blood blooming in crimson arcs. Light and shadow fractured before Madara's eyes. All that remained in focus was Hashirama's resolute, sweat-drenched visage contorted by pain. Their faces hovered mere inches apart, his heated breath brushed her pale cheek, and a bead of sweat slid from Hashirama's brow, dampening her dark tresses. "Cool, yet burning. And are you all right, Madara?" Hashirama offered a gentle smile. And Madara stared stunned, her heart ablaze, twin tomo swirling vividly within her crimson irises. "You, get off me," Madara whispered, her voice trembling, cheeks flushed deep red. "I was a man in my past life. Why do I feel like this?" To awaken twin tomo over something so trivial, absurd. She nearly gagged. And beneath Hashirama's weight, the petite black-haired girl, her hair a tousled, spiky crown, curled inward like a startled kitten. My apologies." And Hashirama rose from atop Madara. His back bore charred, tattered fabric, flesh and muscle blackened and blistered by flame. Urgency flashed across Madara's gaze as she gripped Hashirama's shoulders. "I'll take you for treatment." And he shook his head. "No need, it'll heal soon." "Huh, really?" And under Madara's watchful gaze, Hashirama's wounds regenerated, raw tender flesh blooming, rapidly mended by a serene restorative energy. "This is wood release." Madara instantly recognized the chakra signature. In wood release, a unique Kekkei Genkai virtually synonymous with Hashirama himself. In the Warring States era, he alone wielded this bloodline limit. It was wood release that enabled him to subdue the Nine Tails and overpower Susano'o. And later Konoha attempted to replicate this lineage using Hashirama's cells, enlisting Orochimaru, and succeeded, albeit only in producing Yamato, a flawed, incomplete imitation. All other test subjects perished. And such was the sheer dominance of wood release. And for hours the Uchiha and Senju clans had clashed, neither yielding, both suffering grievous losses. Has Madara still not returned? Tobirama watched the sky dim. And both sides were spent, exhausted, their stamina drained. Even Tobirama, his Sharingan perpetually active, felt his blood sugar plummet. "Old fool, your luck holds today. I forgot to bring in my laundry line. Consider yourself spared." With that, Uchiha Tobirama cursed under his breath and withdrew with his clan. Seeing this, Hashirama's father Butsuma chose not to pursue. Their own losses were severe. His warriors lacked the will to continue fighting. And Tobirama sheathed his long blade, his spiky white hair bristled as he scanned the dust for his elder brother. A crow cawed softly, tilting its crimson eye toward Tobirama, guiding him. And Fugaku, who had begun to depart, paused upon seeing Tobirama's movement. Then, once the Uchiha clan had fully withdrawn, slipped silently after him. No one could have imagined that the two clans' most revered heirs, the pride of the Uchiha and Senju, now sat side by side beside a crackling campfire roasting fish. And delicious. "Madara, you're a true master of grilled fish." Hashirama raised a thumb, skewering a fish on a wooden stick with his right hand. "And humph." "Naturally," Madara replied, turning her head away with practiced aloofness. "This childish game ends now, brother." Tobirama's voice emerged coldly from the shadows. "And I told you repeatedly, avoid close ties with the Uchiha, especially with their heir." And Hashirama blinked, astonished that Tobirama had found them here. "Onaizen, why are you still consorting with that Senju?" Fugaku stepped forth from the darkness, no longer concealing himself. The air thickened, the fire flickered, casting wavering light and shifting shadows. And Tobirama's gaze swept over Madara, surprise fleeting across his features. "In a beauty who brings ruin. Brother remains too naive, especially where the Uchiha are concerned. Thankfully I am here, to shield him from deception. And, shall we speak calmly?" Hashirama, sensing the rising tension, ventured carefully. 3 minutes later, 4 figures sat rigidly around the fire. "In an alliance. Founding a village. It's simply impossible." And Tobirama dismissed Hashirama's vision of peace with a single decisive stroke. Setting aside the Senju Uchiha feud, uniting even a handful of other clans would prove arduous. The Hyuga Akimichi and Nara are no easy allies. Then why should they agree to join you? Madara took a bite of roasted fish, her Sharingan igniting, twin tomo swirling beneath the full moon's silver glow. Subjugate them, compel obedience through strength, and force them into the village first, then bind their interests through marriage alliances. Firelight danced across her calm expression. Once bound, they'll find no path of retreat. Tobarama considered the proposal in silence. The strategy holds merit, though our current strength makes it untenable for now. We can wait, Hashirama interjected eagerly. Madara and I are both heirs. Barring unforeseen calamity, we shall become clan heads. Then together we'll forge cooperation and build a peaceful village. True peace demands strict, binding rules to govern shinobi conduct. Tobarama added, and naturally the village's leadership must reside with the Senju. Hashirama's smile froze. He had just promised Madara she would be Hokage once the village stood. Fool. The leadership belongs to the Uchiha. Fugaku retorted instantly, the air crackling with hostility. Let merit decide. Democratic vote, open nomination, any fair method suffices. Madara spoke calmly. Before Tobarama could reply, Hashirama gently pressed down on his younger brother's head, silencing him. I think it's quite good indeed. By the way, what is the name of the village? Izumi asked. Konoha. Suddenly the system's voice rang in Madara's ear. The system issues a task. Main task: pacify the warring states within 7 years and establish Konoha Hidden Village. Task completion reward: Eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, Perfect Sage Body. Task failure penalty: none. The system issues a task. Main task: subjugate 9-tailed beasts within 4 years. Task completion reward: perfect Jinchuriki form. Task failure reward: none. A series of urgent reminders rang in Madara's ears as she opened the system panel. Displayed were the 2 tasks just mentioned by the system. Among the rewards, what caught Uchiha Madara's attention was the Eternal Mangekyo. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is a dojutsu that can only be activated by transplanting another's Mangekyo Sharingan. The eyes of the Eternal Mangekyo holder will not suffer from blindness, and it also minimizes the impact on the user's body. In the original story, Madara activated the Eternal Mangekyo after acquiring his brother's Mangekyo. It is known that excessive use of the Sharingan leads to a decline in eye power, or even blindness, even for the powerful Mangekyo. Thus, every Sharingan user tries to use it as little as possible. After all, not every Uchiha is like Sasuke, who squandered his own eyes and could easily transplant his brother's eyes. However, having the Eternal Mangekyo changes everything. It allows for the ability to use the Mangekyo at will. Nevertheless, the tasks given by the system are quite severe: establish Konoha Hidden Village within 7 years, and then pacify the warring states. In the original story, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama established Konoha Hidden Village around the age of 30, whereas the current Madara must establish it before turning 18. Taking a deep breath, no matter what, Madara was determined to obtain the Eternal Mangekyo. Even the goddess Amaterasu would be of no use. The night had deepened, the bonfire gradually extinguished, and the group agreed on a meeting place for the next time before preparing to head back. If they didn't return soon, the Senju and Uchiha clans would surely go into a frenzy. Just as Uchiha Madara was about to turn and leave, she caught sight of a hole in Hashirama's clothing and hesitated for a moment before calling out to him. Wait, Hashirama. Hashirama turned around, and Madara had already thrown her outer garment onto his face. When we meet next time, return my clothes. I didn't care about you, I just didn't want this dirty outfit anymore. Without giving Hashirama a chance to respond, Madara turned with her brother and vanished into the darkness, leaving behind the warmth and faint fragrance of the garment. Although there were some bloodstains that were rather unsettling, Senju Hashirama still carefully donned it. Tobarama watched his elder brother, who had a slight smile on his lips, and sighed. The beautiful Uchiha is indeed the most wicked. The bonfire on the lawn finally extinguished. Morning dew gathered on the tips of the green grass, dripping onto the dark charcoal. Uchiha's residence. A black humanoid emerged from the ground, its yellow eyes revealing curiosity. The surrounding Uchihas were easily bypassed as it leaped onto the roof of a wooden house. Is the pure Senjutsu chakra emanating from the reincarnation of Indra? If Madara were here, she would recognize this entity at once. Kurizetsu. The natural energy emanating in the air was keenly sensed by Kurizetsu. This pure Senjutsu chakra had also been felt on the toads, slugs, and snakes of the Yuhi and the 3 holy places. The warm sunlight filtered in from outside the courtyard, casting a large shadow under the treetops. Madara sat on the ground, crimson runes appearing on her fair face as the Senjutsu chakra in the air gradually gathered into her body. When she opened her eyes again, her aura suddenly dissipated. Sister, practice with me. Izumi ran in from outside the door. Okay. Madara stood up, casting a suspicious glance outside the door. Several hundred meters away, Kurizetsu was watching with wide eyes. After training with Izumi for a while, she received a message from the messenger crow. It was from her father, Uchiha Taijima. It was merely to summon her to a meeting and to solidify her position as the junior clan leader. In the conference room, as soon as Madara entered, she saw Taijima's face radiant like a chrysanthemum. "Oh, Madara, you're here." The lights illuminated the room, and several Uchiha elders sat on the floor as Uchiha Taijima invited Madara to sit beside him. "These are all our people, so let's speak freely. Madara, your achievements in this war are evident. Now the clan's reputation regarding you has become quite favorable. Moreover, with your status, it is only a matter of time before you become the next clan leader." Taijima quickly explained, implying that the elders here were all in her camp looking out for each other. In the Warring States period, sons had the right to inherit the family, while daughters were seen as property to entice others. However, all of this was based on the premise of lacking strength, and the abilities Madara demonstrated in this war had already silenced most of the Uchihas. She completely annihilated an elite Senju squad without sustaining any injuries, and due to her appearance and strength, she subtly earned the title of Battlefield Rose. By the way, father, during this mission, I was ambushed. The other party was clearly prepared and had been waiting for me for a long time. Madara said to Uchiha Taijima. What do you mean? Taijima's expression grew serious. There is a traitor within our clan, or rather someone is lurking among us Uchihas. I will investigate this matter. Madara, you should rest for now. Korezetsu, eavesdropping, lay flat on the roof, closely observing every move inside the room. Until a shadow loomed over it, Uchiha Madara suddenly appeared in front of it. Looking at the dark mass in front of her, Madara felt slightly surprised. Isn't this the first great filial son of Naruto, Korezetsu? It is well known that Naruto is also called the tale of Korezetsu saving his mother. Having lain low for many years, toiling everywhere, inciting Uchiha Madara to awaken the infinite Tsukuyomi and orchestrating all sorts of schemes just for his naive mother Kaguya. In the end, Kaguya turned out to be a rookie, and just minutes after emerging she was sealed away again. Thus a millennium of plans were ruined. However, what Madara cared about was not this, but whether this guy would later confide in her. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Before Korezetsu could say anything, Madara had already formed hand seals and unleashed a fireball. The roaring heat wave swept past Korezetsu, which immediately dove into the ground. Although Korezetsu possesses infinite lifespan, it is a defective creation born from Kaguya, and its original strength is quite weak. However, it possesses yin-yang release and cannot be killed by ordinary ninjutsu. Don't rush to attack me. We can talk. Heijue emerged from the ground, trying to persuade Ban. Uchiha Ban crossed his arms, his cold and beautiful face revealing no emotions. Seeing Ban willing to converse, Heijue quickly said, you must be well aware of the Mangekyo Sharingan as a member of the Uchiha, right? The girl narrowed her eyes, the dark tomo spinning in her crimson gaze. So what? I can teach you how to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, and then you tell me the secret of your sage body. How does that sound? Isn't it a fair deal? How can you help me obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan? Heijue was quite curious as to why this generation of Indra suddenly possessed a sage body. He had been keeping an eye on the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. If they learned to summon and went to cultivate in the 3 sacred lands, he wouldn't possibly be unaware of it. It's simple. You just need to personally kill or witness the death of someone very close to you. Heijue was speaking the truth. In the story, Itachi awakened the Mangekyo by witnessing Shizui's death. Obito awakened his Mangekyo after witnessing the death of Rin during the battle at the bridge of heaven and earth. Ban paused for a moment, pondering who was the closest person to her in this world. Now can you tell me your secret? Heijue asked. It's fine to tell you. I was attacked by the Senju, and while fleeing I drank from a spring at a pond, and when I woke up I had become like this. Ban was weaving lies without a blush or a racing heart. After drinking from the spring, I obtained the sage body you mentioned. Heijue fell into thought, wondering if it could be a place that produces large amounts of natural energy. The other day he had seen the reincarnation of Indra as a male, and now suddenly it had become a female. Perhaps it was also influenced by sage chakra. I felt something spying on me for a long time. Is it you? Ban looked at Heijue, contemplating how to deal with him. Although Heijue was skilled at betrayal, his intelligence-gathering abilities were top-notch and could be utilized. Because of the special chakra you possess, I have been observing you. I mean no harm. Heijue said, I'm not curious about what you want to do, nor do I wish to know your ulterior motives. However, if possible, we can cooperate. Ban replied, you can freely burrow into the ground, right? How about you work for me to gather intelligence? Heijue pretended to hesitate. Do you know about infinite Tsukuyomi? As soon as these words were spoken, Heijue feigned excitement, but internally, he was only momentarily stirred, soon overwhelmed by deep confusion. What is infinite Tsukuyomi? Heijue feigned ignorance. Ban bit her lip to suppress a laugh, looking at Heijue, who seemed to be performing, and said with a face full of longing. I secretly infiltrated our family shrine, and saw it on the stone tablet that has been passed down through the Uchiha. By activating infinite Tsukuyomi, one can create a world without war, without isolation, where people live in harmony. As Uchiha Ban spoke, Heijue was stunned. I never expected you to be so great. Heijue continued to flatter her. But I heard that activating infinite Tsukuyomi requires the Rinnegan, and obtaining the Rinnegan necessitates the Mangekyo. That's not a big issue. You can kill other Uchihas and force them to awaken their Mangekyo. At that point I can assist you in transplanting their eyes. Heijue calmly presented this bloody method. Isn't that a bit too much? The girl with black hair showed a hesitant expression, and Heijue quickly added. This is all for a beautiful future. Necessary sacrifices are required. I believe those people would gladly dedicate themselves to a great plan. You make a valid point. Then it'll trouble you to assist me. Nice to meet you. I am Uchiha Ban. Lord Ban, I am Ju. Heijue said, falling into deep thought. Wasn't the stone tablet only viewable by those with the eternal Mangekyo? But then why did Ban know about infinite Tsukuyomi? Heijue found it hard to suppress the doubts in his heart, concluding that it was due to Ban's identity, as Indra and Ban had unexpectedly activated Sage Mode. For a brief moment, he believed Ban's words, but then he felt that her speech had too many flaws. He He needed to investigate this matter further, and he buried his doubts deep inside. Ju, please help me investigate the Uchiha and Akimichi families. To activate infinite Tsukuyomi, I must first expand my power, then control the Senju clan and obtain the Rinnegan. Ban said in a serious tone, preparing to target the weaker families, first taking them out one by one. Lord Ban, I truly admire your great vision. Heijue praised on the surface. Internally, he remained unaffected. After living for thousands of years, he couldn't simply believe what others said. If he did, he might as well find some tofu to smash his head against. However, Heijue decided to help Ban with her tasks first. Regardless of what motives she held, his fundamental goal was to resurrect his mother. Utilize those he could, eliminate those he couldn't. Heijue wasn't concerned about anything else. Being careful and prudent was his rule for survival. The focus returned to Ban. From the moment Uchiha Ban met Heijue, a system task was triggered. Ding, the system issues a task. Deceive the filial piety of Heijue to serve you. Task completion, reward monstrous strength. Task failure, penalty none. As long as he could deceive him for even a moment, Ban's goal would be achieved. Regardless of how Heijue planned afterward, Ban was indifferent. No matter what, now that he knew about infinite Tsukuyomi, the other party was already aware, so it was impossible to eliminate him directly. At the moment the reward arrived, powerful strength surged into Ban's body. At this time, this petite body could crack the earth with just one punch. The monstrous strength, similar to the 5th Hokage Tsunade, greatly enhanced Uchiha Ban's physical power. Although it hadn't reached the level of being able to shatter Susano'o, it also compensated for some of the shortcomings Ban faced in close combat, due to her becoming a girl. Ban opened the system panel and glanced at it. Host Uchiha Ban. Bloodline Limit Sharingan. Ninjutsu Monstrous Strength Shadow Clone Technique Substitution Technique Fireball Technique Phoenix Fire Technique Earth Wall Technique. Special Form Sage Mode. Ninja Tools Uchiha Fan. Comprehensive Evaluation Elite Jonin. Elite Jonin during the Warring States period were considered among the best. The clan leaders of various families typically held this level of power. At 11 years old, as an elite Jonin, Ban estimated that her current combat capability must be stronger than Kakashi, without Kimui, though still significantly weaker than the usual Sannin. By the way, does monstrous strength lead to a better figure? Ban muttered, her chest wrapped in clothing slightly rising and falling, resembling a small hill. It's really troublesome. Since becoming a woman, Ban had encountered numerous troubles, especially regarding her temperament. She felt she was becoming increasingly sensitive and emotional, which might be due to her Uchiha physique. I should go find Hashirama. Is Tobirama not coming? Deep within the silent forest, Madara and Hashirama sat facing each other, only the two of them utterly alone. Fugaku had been summoned by their father for a mission, so he couldn't attend. Tobirama is undergoing a ninjutsu proficiency assessment. He simply has no time to come. Hashirama explained. Thus only the two of them remained here now. Ding, system mission assigned. As Madara Uchiha, the unrivaled sovereign of heaven and earth, you must not allow this atmosphere to grow cold. The host is instructed to verbally tease Hashirama Senju, evoking cherished memories of their shared past. Mission completion, reward 1 chakra card. Mission failure, penalty, a 1-week vacuum made challenge. Vacuum made. Teasing. What kind of absurd mission is this? The moment the system notification appeared, Madara inwardly cursed the system 1,000 times. By the way, Madara, about that garment you gave me last time. Hashirama, noticing Madara's twitching lips and darkened gaze, suddenly remembered. He pulled a folded garment from his chest pouch, neatly pressed, its bloodstains meticulously washed away. A deep blue kimono, soft and supple, hung with a pale purple silk sash. Humph. Thank you, Madara muttered coldly as he accepted it. Hashirama was utterly bewildered. Why had Madara suddenly grown so irate? System, what exactly qualifies as teasing? Ding. Response to host. Teasing may be verbal or physical. Verbal examples include addressing him as master. Are you joking? I used to be male. I can't possibly do something like that. Response to host. The past is the past. The present is the present. Do not conflate them. Taking a deep breath, Madara launched into a blistering verbal assault. Ding, how adorable. Ding. Host must formulate teasing speech for Hashirama Senju within 60 seconds. What the hell? Do you think I'm rushing to reincarnate? Madara silently seethed, then shifted his gaze toward Hashirama. Fine, I'll just use a jutsu on him and erase his memory afterward. The raven-haired girl abruptly rose, then just as abruptly sat back down. Hashirama. What's wrong? Madara's sudden cry startled Hashirama. Brother Hashirama. Madara pitched his voice unnaturally high, uttering words thick with saccharine cloyingness. Madara, are you all right? Hashirama's scalp prickled, he stared tongue-tied. Before Hashirama could finish speaking, Black Tomo spun within Madara's Sharingan, and Jinjutsu seized his mind. Ding, warning, use of Jinjutsu constitutes cheating and invalidates the mission. Impossible, this is utterly impossible. Defeated, Madara released the Jinjutsu. Hashirama blinked back to awareness, scratching his head in confusion. He watched Madara, lips bitten, cheeks flushed crimson, with cautious concern. Could you repeat what you just said? I mean, Hashirama, I've liked you for a long time. You knew that, didn't you? Yes, that's exactly how it is. So, you like me too, don't you? And I'm not unattractive, am I? Madara forced each word out, gritting his teeth against profound discomfort. Ah. A blush bloomed across Hashirama's face. The spiky-haired youth stammered incoherently. Ding, mission completed. Reward granted. Idiot Hashirama, get lost. Madara kicked off his wooden sandals and planted his bare, delicate foot squarely against Hashirama's face. Drifting leaves spiraled downward, drunken butterflies, settling softly upon the forest floor. Hashirama watched Madara sulking alone and sighed deeply. Madara, if you're burdened by some unspeakable hardship, I'm here to help. Who needs your help, you airhead fool? Madara didn't understand why he felt inexplicably furious. Perhaps it stemmed from being transformed into a girl. Airhead, huh? Huh. Hashirama scratched the back of his head laughing, but then his expression dimmed only to brighten again moments later. Fine, I'll forgive you this time. Madara turned his head away haughty and aloof. After all, in my eyes you alone are my truest friend. So that's how it is. Hashirama clenched his fists, eyes alight with triumphant joy. Of course, that doesn't mean I fully accept you yet. You're simply the most exceptional among all who walk this world. I'll work even harder. Hashirama, tell me honestly, what do you truly think of me? Madara asked. Well, to me Madara is kind-hearted, genuinely endearing, and above all my dearest friend. Hashirama spoke with unwavering sincerity, his gaze clear and earnest. Is that so? A subtle quiet smile curved Madara's lips. Not bad at all. Though Madara, you can't possibly relieve yourself if anyone stands behind you. Madara's mouth drooped, he exhaled heavily, shoulders slumping. Ugh, just die already. Madara delivered a sharp kick to Hashirama's face. Meanwhile, within the Shimura compound, Black Zetsu slipped in, silent, unseen. This inky figure glided effortlessly past layered patrols. A drunken shinobi boasting loudly collapsed onto his table with a clatter. Moonlight fell softly, pale serene, as though frost had dusted the earth. Black Zetsu ensnared a beautiful woman with shadow-binding technique, dragging her into a narrow alley. Moments later, disguised as an ordinary civilian, he emerged from the darkness. Hey there, Miss Reiko, long time no see. A passing shinobi greeted Black Zetsu warmly. Black Zetsu smiled faintly and swept a strand of hair behind his ear. I never expected to run into you here. Truly, it's been far too long. Black Zetsu swayed forward, ample curves pressing against the shinobi's chest, breath warm and fragrant. The shinobi instantly lost all sense of direction, his hands sliding instinctively to cradle the supple curve of her hips. Shall we go somewhere quieter and catch up properly? Black Zetsu leaned close, biting gently at the shinobi's ear, tongue tracing slow, seductive circles. Minutes later, the shinobi walked out, expressionless, vacant. Black Zetsu swiftly absorbed his memories and strode toward the security division. Male. Name Shimura Hokage. Rank Squad Captain, Security Division. Hokage, weren't you off duty today? Did you forget something here? Inside the security office, Shimura Ken looked up puzzled as the blank-faced Hokage entered. Yes, I did leave something behind. Shimura Hokage offered a grotesque smile. Beneath the pitch-black night, a kunai expanded rapidly before Shimura Ken's widening eyes. The wolf bared its fangs. Tonight would be sleepless. Uchiha Madara's delicate body shivered slightly as he turned around, his crimson eyes gleaming with murderous intent, chakra surging around his Sharingan. I dislike having others behind me, Kurizetsu. Kurizetsu emerged from the ground and spoke. Lord Madara, I have gathered the intelligence you requested. So soon? Madara was taken aback. The Shimura clan consists of 586 people, including 97 ninjas, with 8 at the Jonin level. The Akimichi clan has 700 civilians, 153 ninjas, and 1 elite Jonin. Madara was slightly surprised, acknowledging Kurizetsu's prowess as the top intelligence agent of the Hokage, managing to uncover the details of both the Shimura and Akimichi clans in just one night. Among these two clans, it was evident that the Akimichi clan was stronger while the Shimura clan was comparatively weaker. Therefore, Madara was more interested in the Akimichi clan, especially their expansion technique. It allows one to enlarge a part or all of their body, greatly enhancing physical strength. However, to demonstrate his might, he would first target the Shimura clan. He would let them witness the fearsome reputation of Uchiha Madara. Kurizetsu, you may withdraw for now, I will contact you if needed. If I find you stalking me again, I will kill you. Madara said lightly, not wanting to be spied on 24 hours a day. Kurizetsu's abilities were far too useful, whether it was yin-yang release or burrowing underground, or even the spore clones, each more repulsive than the last. Kurizetsu smirked sinisterly and sank back underground. It did not take Madara's threat to heart, as no one in the current ninja world could capture it unless it chose to be caught. Ding, the system has issued a mission. To promote the future reputation of the Shura in the ninja world, please make the Shimura and Akimichi clans submit to Uchiha within 3 days. Completion reward: Mangekyo Sharingan. Failure reward: 3 days of enforced cattail plugin. Mangekyo. That suits me perfectly. She was already accustomed to the severity of such punishments. Madara donned a black Uchiha uniform. Her delicate and beautiful face was cold, the crimson tomo swirling as she carried a large fan and a scythe on her back. She stepped out of the Uchiha stronghold, her figure vanishing at the end of the road. Lord Sato, the Senju clan, sent us an invitation a few days ago, hoping to ally against the Uchiha clan. In the office of the Shimura clan's leader, Shimura Sato sat on his office chair, handling affairs. As the leader of the Shimura clan, he had many matters to deal with every day. Is that so? What conditions did they offer? Shimura Sato took a puff from his pipe, smoke swirling around as he revealed his yellowed teeth and smiled. They proposed a 10 profit share after dividing the Uchiha. They really are dreamers, deciding on a profit share before the battle even begins. Let's wait for Uchiha's reaction. I've heard they recently suffered a heavy defeat. They must be eager to gather various clans to protect their interests, right? Shimura Sato pondered over the information from his subordinates, resting his chin on his hand. Until a loud noise came from outside, he curiously moved to investigate. What is that noise? The next moment, the office door was kicked open, shattering the window glass. Who dares to intrude into the leader's office? A guard raised his katana, warning cautiously. A cold girl in a pitch-black cloak with long hair flowing walked in, wielding a fan, and a scythe, the Uchiha ping-pong logo prominently displayed on her back. Are you an Uchiha? Shimura Sato sat up, squinting his eyes with the pipe in his mouth. I am Uchiha Madara, and before you there are two options. 1. Submit. 2. Die. Facing this uninvited guest, Shimura Sato showed a hint of surprise. The young clan leader of the Uchiha clan, perhaps you should go find your elder. If Taijima is willing to cooperate, everyone will be quite pleased. Don't you think so, kid? Madara's gaze was sharp, the tomo in her eyes spinning. You seem to have misunderstood something. What I mean is either kneel and submit to the Uchiha, or die. So there's nothing to discuss then. Shimura Fujino, with a pipe in his mouth, slowly moved his hand towards under the table. Madara remained motionless, simply watching him quietly. All right. Shimura Sato suddenly pulled out a ninja scroll inscribed with runes. Wind release, vacuum wave. A pale green wind blade emerged from the scroll, aiming towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha repel. Madara bent down, raising her fan. The incoming vacuum wave was absorbed by the fan's surface, and moments later, a violent gale was sent back with overwhelming force. The entire office was left in ruins, and the guards under Shimura were knocked unconscious by Madara's fan. What? This kid is so strong. Shimura Sato formed hand seals to perform the body replacement technique, the fierce wind coalescing into wind blades. Riding the gale expelled by Uchiha's fan, Uchiha Madara kicked the scythe towards Shimura Sato, performing hand seals with one hand at her lips. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The fire element chakra, upon contact with the wind element chakra, multiplied in power several times, transforming into a raging fire hurricane. Shimura Sato was caught by the scythe on one hand, the swirling flames scorching him, causing him to scream in agony. Is this all you've got, you insect? Madara walked before the fallen Shimura Sato, looking down at him. Damn, you don't look down on me. As Shimura Sato attempted to resist, Madara stomped on one of his hands, crushing it to dust. Ah! The screams echoed, alarming the patrolling guards. She had entered using the concealment technique originally, not wanting to create too much noise, but now it seemed unnecessary to hide. Crimson runes crawled up her cheeks, Madara resembling a shrine maiden, pure and sacred. Holding the scythe, she also looked like a reaper from hell. Sage mode activate. A massive fire dragon roared above the Shimura clan's stronghold as Madara stood on Shimura Sato's head. Beneath her were dozens of ninjas, including several jonin and shunin. You all come at me together. The girl bloomed like a rose on the battlefield, dancing amidst the slaughter. Ding, congratulations, host, mission progress is half complete. Inside the Uchiha stronghold, Taijima was peeling an orange when he saw his subordinate rushing to report. Lord Taijima, something big has happened. Why the panic? This is no way to behave. Uchiha Taijima casually tore off a piece of orange, speaking with a calm expression. Speak, what is the matter? What? Madara took down the Shimura clan by herself, and the Shimura clan voluntarily submitted to the Uchiha. Uchiha Taijima's eyes widened in shock. The orange he held dropped to the ground. Haha, truly a blessing from the heavens for the Uchiha. She is undoubtedly my daughter, haha. The scorching sun hung low over the Senju compound. What? You say the Shimura clan has voluntarily sworn fealty to the Uchiha? Hashirama Senju slammed his palm onto the table, shock rippling across his face. Only days earlier, he himself had extended an olive branch to the Shimura, inviting them to align with the Senju. Yet the Shimura had done the opposite. They had thrown their lot in with the Uchiha. Was this not a brazen provocation against the Senju clan head? Much of this stems from Uchiha Madara. A subordinate spoke quietly. Uchiha Madara, the young heir of the Uchiha. Hashirama's brow furrowed deeply. He could not fathom how Madara was connected to the Shimura's submission. Rumor holds that the Shimura surrendered after Madara stormed their ancestral compound and slaughtered dozens of shinobi in a single strike. Is Madara truly so formidable? Hashirama struggled to believe his ears. He had met Madara before, and in his eyes the boy was merely a mid-rank shinobi, no more than a peer to his own son Hashirama's younger brother Tobirama. And yet within mere days had Madara truly shattered the entire Shimura clan alone. Indeed, she even awakened two Tomo in her Sharingan. Hashirama fell silent, then murmured, voice heavy with foreboding, a genius such as this has emerged from the Uchiha. She will become a grave threat. She must not be allowed to live. But it is said young Hashirama Senju is close to Uchiha Madara. Could that complicate matters? All friendship dissolves before the altar of clan interest. Is Hashirama a child? Are you too a child? Clearly word of Madara's solo incursion into the Shimura compound had already spread like wildfire among the great clans. At 11 years old, Uchiha Madara, the prodigy of the Uchiha, had become a name whispered in awe and dread across every noble house. Beneath a pitch-black sky, tonight's moon glowed with an eerie blood-red hue, ominous and chilling. Under the watchful gaze of the goddess Ino, Uchiha Madara stood crouched upon a thick tree branch clad entirely in black. Below her stretched the entire compound of the Akimichi clan. Faint lanterns flickered dimly in the deep shadows. The villagers slept soundly, cradled in peaceful dreams, utterly unaware of the peril descending upon them. Thud! Like a silent lithe cat, Madara dropped from the branch. The gatekeeper, drowsy from drink, blinked groggily as the slender girl approached, straining to focus his bleary eyes. "Hey there, little one. Lost your way?" "Yes. Could you tell me where the clan head resides?" "I am his daughter." "HM." The gatekeeper scratched his head, his round belly jiggling slightly as doubt crossed his face. "I don't recall the clan head having a daughter." Madara's Tsutomo Sharingan flared open, crimson irises blazing with hypnotic intensity, and in an instant the gatekeeper fell under her Jinjutsu. "Now he does." Under the spell's command, the gatekeeper revealed the location of Akimichi clan head Akimichi Dinsho. "Ah, I see. Sweet dreams." With those words, Madara took the gatekeeper's key. As the Jinjutsu dissolved, the man slumped forward, forehead striking the table with a dull thud, plunged instantly into deep, oblivious slumber. Using the key, Madara slipped effortlessly through the gate and entered Dinsho's residence. Inside, candlelight cast a cool, ghostly glow. A plump woman sat cradling an infant at her breast. Beside her, a broad-shouldered man with spiky brown hair sat cross-legged on the tatami like a bear, undoubtedly Akimichi Dinsho clan head of the Akimichi. Gazing tenderly at his suckling child, the burly man's eyes softened with unexpected warmth. Slowly, silently, Madara slid open the wooden door, her hand gripping a cold, gleaming kusarigama. She stepped inside, her delicate features bathed in firelight. Her Sharingan alone declared her identity beyond doubt. "You are." Dinsho's eyes widened in horror. "Keep your voice down. You'll wake the child," murmured the raven-haired girl, her crimson eyes lowered as she raised the Uchiha war fan. "Wait, we can speak calmly." With his wife and child right beside him, Dinsho dared not activate his expansion technique. "I have no intention of debating reason with men like you. You do not merit the waste of my breath. Fight me outside." Dinsho gently calmed his wife, then followed Madara out of the house, his expression grim, his steps heavy, until they stood beneath the open night sky, far beyond the clan compound. "Come then. If you lose, swear fealty to the Uchiha." Madara lifted her war fan. Dinsho answered without hesitation, activating his expansion technique. His body swelled to colossal proportions, towering like a living mountain. Localized expansion. Roaring, he clenched his fist, its size multiplying again, before driving it down toward Madara with earth-shattering force. The wind of the blow whipped Madara's long hair wildly about her. With one hand, she formed a seal, and a piercing shriek split the air as lightning coalesced into her palm. The Chidori erupted like a nocturnal assassin, striking Dinsho with devastating impact. Yet his sheer mass blunted its force. Madara blocked the blow with her war fan and did not budge an inch. This was raw, monstrous strength. Impossible. Dinsho staggered back, stunned by the overwhelming power surging from the slender girl before him. Meet tank. Super expansion. Realizing brute force would not prevail, Dinsho's face hardened. He unleashed his ultimate technique without delay. His body spun violently, transforming into a colossal roaring sphere that barreled toward Madara. The ground cracked and sank beneath its crushing weight, but Madara remained utterly still, unflinching. Yumi Chiniyuan. Her fingertips touched crimson markings blooming across her skin as Sage Mode surged to full power. Fire released dragon flame roar. Vast chakra tore from her body, coalescing into 4 searing dragons, each exhaling waves of blistering heat. They charged from all 4 directions, up, down, left, right, and in an instant engulfed Dinsho in an inferno of roaring flame. Truly worthy of its rank as an A-rank jutsu, the dragon flame roar was fearsome beyond measure. Even as an elite jonin wielding super expansion, Dinsho plummeted from the sky, his body charred and broken, his defeat absolute. "You have lost." Madara's Tomo spun slowly, her Sharingan seizing control of Dinsho's mind. She trusted no one's word alone. Direct mental domination via the Sharingan was far more efficient. Just as Uchiha Obito had once controlled the 4th Mizuki Jigura with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Under her coercion, the Shimura clan had likewise appointed a new head, and Madara had immediately subjugated him with her Sharingan. In this world, only 2 souls earned her trust, her younger brother Izuna and Hashirama Senju. No one, not a single soul, was permitted to stand behind her while she relieved herself. Not one. Ding. Mission complete. Reward granted. The system's chime had barely faded when Madara felt a sudden searing agony pierce her eyes. A torrent of corrosive emotions flooded her consciousness, and a single line of blood traced down her cheek. In a daze, Hashirama Senju's figure appeared before Madara's eyes. "We shall build a beautiful era, one without war or suffering, where children may attend school." Within his crimson eyes, 2 spinning Tomo gradually evolved into 3, then slowly coalesced into the distinct kaleidoscopic pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. "Hashirama." Madara leaned weakly against the tree trunk. After a brief pause to recover, Madara opened his eyes once more. At last she understood why Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyo often descended into madness. Awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan demanded an intense emotional shock, so profound it triggered neurochemical surges in the brain, catalyzing the eye's transformation. Yet this process carried grave peril. It could easily shatter one's sanity, reducing the wielder to a raving lunatic or a broken mind. No wonder Tobirama would later harbor such deep suspicion toward the Uchiha. Their inherent instability was simply too great. After all, no one wishes to fall asleep only to wake up stabbed without warning. Fortunately, she was Madara Uchiha. Precognition and Amaterasu seemed rather useless. The moment her Mangekyo ignited, Madara instantly perceived the nature of her two unique abilities. Thus it was no mystery why the original Madara never employed these powers. They were utterly redundant for one who already possessed the eternal Mangekyo and later, even the Rinnegan. It was far more satisfying to summon dozens of wood clones and unleash 25 Susano'o at once. Madara's left Mangekyo granted her the power to briefly glimpse the future. Her right Mangekyo manifested Amaterasu, a black flame said to consume all things. Yet despite its legendary reputation, its battlefield efficacy proved profoundly underwhelming, achieving not a single confirmed kill throughout the entire chronicle. Thus, while Amaterasu offered modest enhancement in her current state, it would soon become flavorless, neither worth discarding nor truly worth keeping, once she attained the eternal Mangekyo. As for precognition, it held little practical value for Madara, who commanded the colossal armored Susano'o. Against foes stronger than herself it might prove decisive, but against weaker ones none could even breach her defense, rendering foresight irrelevant. Compared to these two abilities, Susano'o held infinitely greater significance for Madara. Suddenly seized by a desire to make a grand impression, she casually dispelled Chojuro Dingjing's Jinjutsu. What just happened? Chojuro Dingjing stared blankly, until his gaze fell upon Madara Uchiha, jolting his memory back to the midst of battle. You? Cradling her gently heaving chest, Madara extended a single finger toward Chojuro Dingjing. Have you ever witnessed the power of a god? As her Mangekyo spun, deep blue chakra surged from the tall raven-haired girl. A colossal skeletal figure rose behind her, vast enough to fully enshroud her form, its four slender arms outstretched with terrifying grace. This was Susano'o, the ultimate power sealed within the Mangekyo Sharingan, a peerless ocular technique embodying absolute offense and defense alike. The power of a god. Yet with only newly awakened Mangekyo, Madara could manifest only the first stage, the skeletal Susano'o, a refined evolution beyond the basic bone frame variant. Ordinary Mangekyo users rarely advanced beyond the Tengu-stage Susano'o. Attaining the complete body Susano'o required mastery of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Hence Madara's relentless pursuit of the eternal Mangekyo. The Chojuro clan pledges fealty to the Uchiha clan. Having beheld this despair-inducing power, Chojuro Dingjing abandoned resistance as futile and was promptly resubjugated by Madara's will. She placed no faith in hearsay alone. Madara deactivated her Mangekyo, and the Susano'o dissolved into mist. In that moment, she finally grasped Sasuke's obsession. No wonder the original Sasuke insisted on striking dramatic poses even mid-beating, because doing so truly felt exhilarating. Especially when uttering lines steeped in adolescent grandeur. A delicious blend of mortification and electric thrill. Dawn's light began to seep across the horizon. Within the Uchiha compound, Taijima Uchiha sat cross-legged in deep meditation, immersed in quiet cultivation. Lord Taijima, urgent news. A subordinate rushed in, breathless. Rushing about like this? What kind of decorum is this, eh? Taijima Uchiha exhaled deeply, withdrawing from meditation with serene composure. Our young clan head. She has single-handedly overthrown the entire Chojuro clan. They now come to our compound to swear fealty. Huh. The ancestors have blessed the Uchiha with a daughter of transcendent genius. Ha ha ha. The Senju are doomed. Ha ha ha. Taijima Uchiha roared with laughter. Uncontrollable, breathless, bordering on delirium. Lord Taijima, are you unwell? Within the Senju compound, Hashirama struggled fiercely against Tobirama in close quarters combat, the sharp clang of steel ringing ceaselessly. With Madara absent these past days, Hashirama had no choice but to train alongside Tobirama at home. Life without Madara quite simply was unbearably dull. Suddenly a Senju clansman entered and whispered urgently to Tobirama. Madara defeated them alone. Tobirama's voice trembled with disbelief. Hashirama approached and asked, Tobirama, what did he say? Tobirama paused, then repeated the messenger's words with quiet gravity. If Madara is truly this strong, then I must train harder, lest I fall too far behind. Hashirama clenched his fists and plunged deeper into rigorous practice. Meanwhile, the center of all attention, Madara, sat barefoot upon her tatami mat, her delicate feet curled playfully beneath her clad in wooden geta sandals. Since her transformation into a girl, many elder Uchiha women had lovingly sewn her numerous garments. Guided by the principle of wearing what's given lest it go to waste, Madara donned a soft blue kimono loosely tied with effortless elegance. Yet traditional kimonos lacked undergarments, so Madara discreetly added one, seeking the gentle guidance of a wise, mature Uchiha elder sister. Women truly are troublesome, Madara muttered, then activated her system interface. Host Madara Uchiha. Bloodline limit Mangekyo Sharingan. Ninjutsu Superhuman Strength Dragon Flame, Dance Water Dragon Bullet. Special Form Sage Mode. Ninja Tool, Uchiha War Fan. Overall Assessment Cage Level. Progression Scale Jinin Shunin Special Jonin Jonin Elite Jonin Kage Strong Kage Kage. Peak Super Kage Rikudo, Otsutsuki Rikudo. Madara's current strength had reached cage level. With Susano'o and Sage Mode active, she could rival the legendary Sage Jiraiya. In this Warring States era before any other Master of Wood release emerged, none could stand before Madara Uchiha. Her next step meet with Hashirama. She had not seen Hashirama in 3 days, having vanished without explanation. That fool must be heartbroken, Madara murmured, a faint involuntary smile curving her lips. Meanwhile, Hashirama trained relentlessly, until without warning a tender green sprout unfurled in his palm, stretching skyward into a long supple vine. With Uchiha Madara's current strength, infiltrating the Senju base without making a sound is not a difficult task. As soon as Madara stepped into the depths of the Senju base, he saw Hashirama forming hand seals, and a small tree sprouted from the ground wrapping around a training dummy. Wood release. Madara was taken aback, not expecting Hashirama to be able to actively use wood release already. Should I take a bite out of him? A thought suddenly occurred to Madara. In the world of Naruto, Hashirama's cells are indeed valuable. No matter how weak you were before, if you can endure Hashirama's cells, your healing abilities could be significantly enhanced. They are truly a divine artifact. The miraculous nature of Hashirama's cells mainly stems from 2 reasons, one being his reincarnation as a Shura, and the other being the inherent vitality of wood release. If the Indra reincarnation with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan were to consume them, it could merge and produce the power of the 6 paths leading to the creation of the Rinnegan. In the original story, Madara secretly bit Hashirama's flesh during the battle at the Valley of the End, and then used Izanagi to feign death. In the end, he awakened the Rinnegan in his twilight years. Ding, the system has issued a mission. Such a great opportunity lies before you. Please bite Senju Hashirama, and the system will automatically extract Hashirama cells for you. Mission completion. Reward Hashirama cells with no side effects. Mission failure penalty none. Although Senju Hashirama has not yet awakened Sage techniques, thus lacking Sage chakra, the effects of Hashirama cells are still quite potent. Uchiha Madara held his breath and softened his footsteps like a sneaky little kitten. He grabbed Hashirama's shoulder, startling him into turning his head around. Madara! Hashirama exclaimed in surprise. The girl's hair fell softly, and beneath her white forehead were a pair of hazy eyes carrying a shallow smile. Madara leaned closer to his ear, her delicate tongue licking his skin before gently biting down. A tingling sensation radiated from his neck as her sharp canines pierced a vein, causing Hashirama to instinctively hold onto Madara's head. Ma! The long-haired girl struggled slightly. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The mission reward has been granted. Madara released her grip on Hashirama and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. To her surprise, Hashirama's blood did not taste metallic, but rather had a faint salty flavor accompanied by a delicate aroma. A peculiar sensation flowed within Madara as Hashirama's cells continuously merged with her body. Madara, are you being too reckless? Why did you bite me? That hurts. Hashirama grimaced. Do you need me to blow on it? Madara tilted her head. Hashirama's face lit up with joy as he excitedly said, really? Of course. Under Hashirama's gaze, Madara tossed her hair aside, kicked off her wooden sandals, and gave him a playful kick in the face. Are you daydreaming, silly Hashirama? After a moment, the two sat facing each other on a tatami mat, Hashirama rubbing his nose with a face full of tears. Don't think I'll comfort you, you fool. Madara mumbled softly. By the way, Hashirama, I heard you actually defeated the Akimichi and Shimura clans. Just a bunch of pebbles easily crushed. Madara lifted her head proudly like a little tiger. Awesome, this brings us one step closer to our goal. MHM. Outside the window, shadows danced as time passed. A white-haired hedgehog peeked from the grass, stealthily observing the happenings inside the room. He had been lurking for a long time. His brother was talking to the beautiful Uchiha, and such an open affair was truly shameful. But how did she get into the Senju base? Perhaps I should observe a little longer. Tobirama used a branch to cover his face. But speaking of which, if we conquer other clans directly by force, won't they be very resistant? Haven't I already told you? First let them join, then we can discuss long-term plans. Madara said Hashirama is just too indecisive. Clearly possessing unparalleled strength and controlling 9-tailed beasts, even after the formation of Konoha, he still had to distribute the tailed beasts to the ninja villages of the great nations. While Hashirama was alive, no one dared to move, but once he died, other ninja villages began to harbor ulterior motives, igniting the First Shinobi World War. Kin and Jin stole the 6 Paths ninja tools and killed Tobirama and the second Raikage. But Hashirama. Madara glared at Hashirama, who sulked and stopped talking. After sitting for a while, Madara tightened her belt and stood up. Let's go, accompany me for a stroll. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara sneaked out of the Senju clan's territory, with Senju Tobirama trailing behind. Really, huh? Hashirama recounted how his father scolded him harshly because of Madara giving him a serious lecture. Madara showed a surprised expression, picturing Senju Hashirama's father's wrinkled old face and the boy with a watermelon head receiving a scolding, bursting into laughter like a silver bell. The girl dressed in a kimono squinted her beautiful black eyes, her black hair cascading down to her waist. Every smile and frown of hers inadvertently tugged at the heartstrings, and most importantly, she was at Sundara. Sundara never goes out of style. Hashirama's heart raced a few beats faster. In this era of the Warring States where the average life expectancy was just over 30, many ninjas got married at the age of 14 or 15. This also led to the early maturity of Warring States ninjas with a sense of love developing as early as 8 or 9 years old. Madara and Hashirama were of similar age, both being 11. Speaking of which, what would be the best way for the Senju clan to collaborate with the Uchiha? A marriage alliance. As for the partners in the alliance, if the future clan leaders of both clans could marry, it would surely strengthen their relationship. The more Hashirama thought about it, the more off track he became, quickly shaking his head to dispel such thoughts. They arrived at the small stream where they first met, and Madara picked up a stone and threw it into the water. The stone flew out quickly, striking the water's surface, sending ripples that glided all the way to the opposite riverbank. Look, I can throw it to the other side now. Hashirama chuckled, picked up a stone, and threw it at the water's surface. The whirlpool of ripples, the herring leaping laughter filled the air, while Tobirama peered from the grass, with vacant eyes popping a military ration pill. Looks like I want need to eat dinner tonight. Madara tossed a stone that flew over the riverbank and straight into the forest on the other side. Did I throw too hard? The next moment the ground began to tremble. 9 crimson tails emerged from the lush green trees, roaring furiously with a deafening growl. The scent of hatred permeated the air as 9 colossal tails erupted from beneath the ground. The massive creature unfurled its body, revealing the elongated fox with sharp fangs and claws exhaling a noxious breath. Ban never expected that casually throwing a stone would lead him to the 9 tails, a clear stroke of unexpected fortune. The 9 tails raised its 100-meter-tall body, gazing down at the few humans who dared to offend it. Ban, should we run? Hashirama whispered to Ban, his eyes fixed on the 9 tails' lantern-like gaze. What is there to fear? It's just a little fox, merely an unstable creature lacking wisdom. Ding, system task initiated. A mere grain of sand cannot compare to the host's capabilities. Please capture the 9 tails and demonstrate your strength. Task completion rewards sealing technique, diamond lock. Task failure penalty increase in bodily sensitivity by 100 times. Humans are truly arrogant. The 9 tails was provoked by this challenging human and swiped a claw down at the 2. A tremendous tremor shook the ground as the 9 tails strike sent dust flying. Just when it thought these 2 humans had perished, an immense force overturned its palm, and in the shocked gaze of the 9 tails, an incredibly familiar aura began to linger within its perception. As the smoke cleared, a skeletal figure shrouded in deep blue chakra resisted the 9 tails' assault. Ban slightly raised her hand, revealing her Sharingan. A pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened wide, 3 tomo coalescing into a kaleidoscope, releasing black flames that enveloped the 9 tails. This is the power of Indra, the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The intense burning caused the 9 tails immense pain. Without time to think, it hurriedly released red chakra to counter Amaterasu. Amaterasu burned the chakra, and the 9 tails decisively separated its chakra, looking at the petite girl with fear. 9 tails, I give you a chance to submit, or I can control you directly with my Sharingan. Impossible. The 9 tails resolutely declared, a terrifying energy beginning to gather in its mouth, brewing a powerful tailed beast ball. You don't drink when offered, but you'll drink when punished. Ban opened her kaleidoscope Sharingan, instantly controlling the 9 tails, directing the tailed beast ball to be released in another direction. The pitch-black tailed beast ball, upon touching the ground, stirred up a tremendous tempest, raising a mushroom cloud in the distance. Although the 9 tails possessed immense power, its resistance to the Sharingan, particularly the kaleidoscope Sharingan, was exceedingly weak. During the 9 tails rampage, it was controlled by Uchiha Obito, using the Sharingan, wreaking havoc in Konoha village. As a result, it was sealed by the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, using sealing techniques, commencing a long imprisonment. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards have been granted. Due to the illusion's control, Uchiha Ban easily completed the task. The usage method of the Uzumaki clan's secret technique, sealing technique, diamond lock, was transmitted into her mind. The power of this technique depends on the amount of chakra. The more chakra available, the better the sealing effect. In the original story, it was used by Uzumaki Kushina to seal and suppress the 9 tails. However, this technique seemed of little use to Ban, as she possessed the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Next, it's time to deal with the 9 tails. The 9 tails, now under the control of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, lay on the ground, its eyes transformed with the kaleidoscope emblem. Ban contemplated sealing the 9 tails within herself, perhaps becoming the 9 tails Jinchuriki. However, aside from the risks of sealing the 9 tails within her, even if she could harness the 9 tails' power, it would not allow her to become a perfect Jinchuriki like Naruto. Moreover, the system had previously issued her a task indicating that capturing all 9-tailed beasts would reward her with the perfect Jinchuriki form. Thus, there was no need to rush, as she would wait until she collected all 9-tailed beasts. Ban performed the sealing technique diamond lock, and 6 golden chains rose from the ground, wrapping around the 9 tails layer by layer. She decided to seal the 9 tails within Hashirama. After all, Hashiramas would release, could also restrain the 9 tails. Furthermore, according to Ashura's reincarnation personality, Hashirama might even become the perfect 9 tails Jinchuriki and enlighten the 9 tails into a Ryan mode. There are many powerful beings in future generations, but the truly threatening ones are the Otsutsuki, those outsiders. Each of them possesses strength at the level of the six paths. Fighting alone would undoubtedly be difficult. Hashirama, I'm giving you a small gift, Ban said with a sly smile, pushing the nine tails into Hashirama's chest. Oh wait. Before Hashirama could react, Ban released her control over the nine tails. The nine tails, regaining its senses, realized it had been sealed and began to struggle furiously, its vast chakra becoming restless. Chakra from the nine tails began to manifest an outer cloak around Hashirama, the furious crimson power, like blood, attempting to break free. Seeing this, Ban immediately increased her chakra output, binding several more golden chains to the nine tails' form. Countless towering trees began to grow within Hashirama's mind, transforming into a colossal cage that restrained the nine tails. Human, I will eventually. The nine tails' words were cut short as its chakra was suppressed. Fox, you are truly noisy. The golden locks formed a formation completely sealing the nine tails within Senju Hashirama's body. You really went too far, Ban. Cold sweat began to bead on Hashirama's forehead, his heart still racing. It's just a little fox, why are you scared? I am scared. Hashirama nodded, saying, I'm afraid that if it goes berserk it will hurt you. Ban was momentarily taken aback, a blush creeping across her cheeks. TCH, you talk too much nonsense. The long-haired girl spat. Uchiha Ban, remember you were male in your past life. You must not fall for this. In the distance, Senju Tobarama hid behind a large rock, trembling as he swallowed a soldier's food pill. The scenes he witnessed earlier were simply too thrilling. The enormous demon fox, Susano'o, the golden chains. All of it happened within just a few minutes. While he had some doubts about Uchiha Ban being able to take down two clans before, now Tobarama was completely convinced of his capabilities. However, the intense emotional fluctuations when Ban opened her eyes did not escape Tobarama's notice, solidifying his belief in the instability of the Uchiha. Evil Uchiha, watch as I thoroughly research you. Ban and Hashirama were standing by the river when a corpse floated down from upstream. This is a ninja from the Uzumaki clan. Hashirama approached to grab the corpse, turning it over. The symbols on the back and the distinctive red hair confirmed its identity. The wounds were still seeping blood, indicating the person had died not long ago. This also suggested that there were people fighting nearby, but the name Uzumaki startled Ban for a moment. In the original work, the Uzumaki clan were descendants of Ashura and were also distant relatives of the Senju clan, with family members skilled in sealing techniques. The Uzumaki clan is characterized by their large chakra reserves and strong vitality, making them a very unique clan. Uzumaki Karen is like a mobile charger. If she gets injured and runs out of chakra, Sasuke can just take a few sips from her and instantly regain his combat power. It was precisely because of Uzumaki Karen that Sasuke managed to survive so many times. The protagonist's mother, Uzumaki Kushina, also belonged to the Uzumaki clan. As the protagonist, Naruto could perform the shadow clone technique at such a young age thanks to the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Let's go take a look, Ban said, a hint of interest in his eyes. The firelight illuminated the large tree and also her profile, as she was the young lady of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Ketsuki never expected that her first mission would encounter an enemy at the level of a jonin. Her team captain, who was also her mentor, was killed instantly. She barely had time to react when a hot, fresh head rolled to her feet. The other team members bought her time, allowing her to escape. However, in her panic, she twisted her ankle on a tree branch and was now caught by the pursuing jonin. The little girl is rather cute, and to think she's the young lady of the Uzumaki clan. It seems I can have some fun with her and later exchange her for a bounty with other clans. The jonin was a wandering ninja relying on completing bounties from various clans to earn a living. This time he never expected to strike it rich by capturing such a big fish. You don't come any closer. Uzumaki Ketsuki was frightened to see the scruffy jonin who hadn't bathed in over 10 days and reeked of body odor. Mom, I won't run around anymore. Please, someone save me. Anyone will do. Uzumaki Ketsuki prayed frantically, in her heart more devout than any Christian. Just as the wandering jonin reached out his filthy hand, his head suddenly vanished, blood gushing forth. Oh! Uzumaki Ketsuki screamed in terror at the horrifying scene, her face pale. Shut up, you're too loud. Uchiha Ban pulled back his side, blood dripping slowly, his expression cold and indifferent. Seeing the eerie Uchiha Ban, Uzumaki Ketsuki instinctively covered her mouth, staring up at her with tear-filled big eyes, looking pitiful. Ban, we should be a bit gentler, Hashirama reminded, then smiled at Uzumaki Ketsuki. Are you alright? You are from the Uzumaki clan, right? Yes. Thank you for saving me. Uzumaki Ketsuki looked at Hashirama's watermelon head, appearing somewhat dazed and very easy to deceive, quickly feigning pity and reaching out to grab Hashirama's sleeve. If you touch him, I will chop off a finger of yours, Ban said coldly, pulling Uzumaki Ketsuki briefly into an illusion. Upon hearing this, Ketsuki instinctively pulled her hand back. Hashirama wanted to help her since he noticed her ankle was injured, but she repeatedly refused. Excuse me, which clan do you belong to? Uzumaki Ketsuki leaned against the tree, her fingers tangled in her fiery red hair, curiously inquiring. I am from the Senju clan, and she is from the Uchiha clan. Why did you say that, you foolish Hashirama? We only need her to answer our questions. Ban spoke with dissatisfaction. Uzumaki Ketsuki was startled. Was it not said that the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan were sworn enemies, always ready to fight upon sight? Why were these two getting along so well? Listen, you just need to obediently answer our questions. Uchiha Ban walked in front of Uzumaki Ketsuki. Though their heights were similar, Ban's presence was clearly stronger. Uzumaki Ketsuki nodded like a chick pecking rice. Tell me your identity and what happened just now. My name is Uzumaki Ketsuki, the young lady of the Uzumaki clan. We were attacked by that ninja during our mission, and I was the only one left alive from the entire team. I see, understood. Uchiha Ban activated his Sharingan, using a Genjutsu, to control Uzumaki Ketsuki. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. He could use Uzumaki Ketsuki to learn about the internal affairs of the Uzumaki clan. It is known that the Uzumaki clan in the Land of Whirlpools is exceptionally powerful and is extremely skilled in sealing techniques. If Uchiha Ban were to charge in like he did against the Senju and Akimichi, without understanding the enemy's strength, he might end up trapped for 10 or 8 years. Now the young lady of the Uzumaki clan had been delivered to him like a clean little rabbit. How could he not take advantage of this opportunity? The main issue was that Black Zetsu had been missing for several days. Currently, the Akimichi and Senju have submitted to Uchiha, while the remaining clans in the Land of Fire are Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Yui, Uzumaki, and Ketsuki. Among them, the two clans that Ban was most concerned about were Hyuga and Uzumaki. This is because both clans are quite unique. One has Byakugan, and the other is a mobile chakra reservoir. Ban aimed to be as kind as possible to win over the families in the Land of Fire, but the greatest trouble would come from these two clans. Ban bit down on Uzumaki Ketsuki's neck. He was curious about just how large the chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan truly were, but in the next second his mouth was brutally filled. A vast amount of chakra gushed from the wound, flooding into Uchiha Ban's mouth. No wonder Uzumaki Naruto could use the shadow clone technique without batting an eye. The amount of chakra was indeed frightening, with just a mouthful of blood able to replenish 3 cards of chakra. The overwhelming comfort caused Uchiha Ban to instinctively release his control with the Sharingan, and Uzumaki Ketsuki woke up in confusion, feeling a sharp pain in her neck. Their eyes met. Ban was biting her neck, his crimson eyes tracing the black patterns of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Did she feel touched? Not at all. She didn't dare to move. Uzumaki Ketsuki's eyelids stiffened and countless wild horses raced through her mind. She had just come out to complete a mission only to encounter a Jonin and lose her entire team. Unexpectedly saved, she initially thought she had encountered an angel only to find herself in another den of demons. Father Akira, Dad, I won't go out again. Uzumaki Ketsuki was on the verge of tears. Ban, can you please let me go? Uzumaki Ketsuki looked at the speaking Hashirama, feeling like she had found her savior, nearly bursting into tears. Although this guy looks silly, he seems to be quite nice. Oh, Ban released Uzumaki Ketsuki. The Uzumaki clan is quite useful and can provide great help before she reaches the sage level. Ban was contemplating whether to raise a few Uzumaki to use as mobile chargers after subduing the Uzumaki clan. For now, having Uzumaki Ketsuki was just fine. The girl with long black hair revealed a smile. This was the first time Uzumaki Ketsuki saw Uchiha Ban smile, but the smile was so malicious that she felt like a little lamb entering a wolf's den. At this moment, Uzumaki Ketsuki felt very bad. She had just escaped the wolf den and had now fallen into the tiger's lair. Her hands were sealed by the golden chains shot from Uchiha Madara's fingertips, leaving her with no chance of escape. Isn't this the secret technique of our Uzumaki clan, the Diamond Lock? How do you know about it? Uzumaki Ketsuki asked in surprise. Good question, but I can't be bothered to tell you. Madara glanced at Uzumaki Ketsuki. So where are you taking me next? Of course we're letting you go. Are we going to keep you for dinner? Oh, what? Uzumaki Ketsuki exclaimed, unable to believe her ears. Don't want to leave? That's fine too. No, I won't stay. Uzumaki Ketsuki quickly shook her head. You come here, Madara said. Uzumaki Ketsuki walked over in confusion and was grabbed by the chin, forcing her to swallow something extremely unpalatable. Cough, what did you make me eat? Uzumaki Ketsuki coughed a few times, falling to the ground. Control your medication, or once you spill any information about us you will explode, Madara said expressionlessly. Uzumaki Ketsuki's face turned pale in an instant, her mouth trembling. Of course this was just Madara trying to scare her. He only fed her a military grain pill. By the way, has this red-haired girl never eaten a military grain pill? Why is she so scared? So remember to keep it a secret, okay? Sniffle. Uzumaki Ketsuki nodded with tears in her eyes. Although Madara had already used Genjutsu on her once she stepped into the Uzumaki clan's territory, everything she saw would be remembered and reported back to Uchiha Madara. After all, a useless young lady like her, Madara didn't believe she would have any special knowledge about the clan's affairs. Even if he controlled her with the Sharingan, now he wouldn't extract much information. Uchiha Madara released Uzumaki Ketsuki, indicating that she could leave. However, Uzumaki Ketsuki stood there hesitantly, not moving her feet. Will you let me go or not? If I walk alone, won't I encounter any danger? Uzumaki Ketsuki murmured softly. Aren't you a ninja? I'm weak. Uchiha Madara formed a hand seal, and with a bang a shadow clone appeared. She will escort you. Watching Uzumaki Ketsuki flee in a panic with the shadow clone, Madara turned his gaze to the nearby bushes. Perverted stalker Senju Tobarama, you've been watching for so long, isn't it time to stop? Tobarama. Hashirama was surprised, not expecting to hear his brother's name, and then saw a white-haired hedgehog with grass on its head emerge from the bushes. Senju Tobarama did not expect Madara's perception ability to be so strong. It seemed he had been discovered all along. Ah, big brother, good noon. The sun shone brightly as Tobarama popped his head out. Uchiha Madara, I had my doubts about your earlier claim of establishing a ninja village, but since you truly possess this capability, I, Senju Tobarama, will fully support you. And I am not a perverted stalker, Senju Tobarama said solemnly, seeing his brother communicating with him through hand signs. How did you come here? Hashirama gestured. Big brother, you can't be deceived by the beautiful Uchiha. Tobarama gestured. Hey, even though I can't understand, I can see you, Madara said after a moment of silence. The air briefly froze until Izuna fell from the tree, finally ending this farce. Moi. Onizen. Uchiha Madara had not noticed that Izuna was also present. He had focused all his attention on Tobarama. Each of them was a master at peeping into women's baths. This lecherous peeping skill could rival Jiraiya, the hero of the intimate paradise. Father is looking for you, so he sent me to find you, Izuna said. A good reason, as she had been up to some big things these past few days. Madara could already imagine Uchiha Taijima laughing heartily, saying, my daughter Uchiha Madara has the potential of an emperor. Then I'll see you next time, Hashirama. Madara said a word and left with Izuna. Fox, you're making me very troubled, Hashirama suddenly muttered to himself. Big brother, who are you talking to? Tobarama frowned, asking somewhat baffled. I have a big fox in my head. Hashirama rubbed his temples in frustration. When Madara and Izuna returned to the Uchiha's residence, they found Uchiha Taijima already sitting inside. Madara, Izuna, you're back. Upon seeing Madara and Izuna's arrival, Uchiha Taijima's old face was as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. Madara, considering your achievements, the elders of the clan unanimously decided to have you serve as the next clan leader when you turn 16. Father, aren't you still alive? Uchiha Madara asked, as typically a junior clan leader would only take over after the death of the current leader. You have more ability to lead the Uchiha towards prosperity than I do, so I voluntarily stepped down, Uchiha Taijima explained. No, I'm not interested. I'll let Izuna take this position instead, Madara said lightly, as she had no interest in the position of clan leader. It was exhausting and troublesome, and she still had the task of capturing tailed beasts and establishing Konoha. If she were to take on the role of clan leader, it would only delay her progress. Then you can be a nominal clan leader, and he'll handle the clan's matters. After Izuna comes of age, I'll hand it over to her. How about that? Seeing that Madara was unwilling to be the clan leader, Uchiha Taijima did not push further, but simply changed his approach. All right, I've heard you've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara. Without further ado, Uchiha Madara activated her Mangekyo Sharingan. The crimson eyes and the pitch-black patterns were known as the strongest celestial eye that sees through the three realms, Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara, you are one of the few in our Uchiha clan to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, and it is time to show you some things. Uchiha Taijima said with a look of satisfaction, letting Izuna go out first, and then led Madara through a narrow passage to a secret chamber. A stone tablet was placed in the secret chamber, and besides that there was nothing else. This is the stone tablet left behind by our Uchiha ancestors. The content on it is the ultimate secret of the Sharingan. Unfortunately, my ocular power is insufficient. Only by possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan can one view the contents left on the tablet. Madara swept her Sharingan over the stone tablet. This was a version altered by Kaguya, containing the false dream of opening the infinite Tsukuyami and creating a peaceful and beautiful world. Only someone as purely naive as Madara would believe the content on the tablet. What did it say? Actually, it's nothing much. It mentioned that the Kaleidoscope Sharingan can evolve into the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and if a member of the Uchiha clan with the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan combines with the Senju clan, they could possess powers akin to those of the Sage of Six Paths. That absolutely won't do. The Uchiha clan cannot marry into the Senju clan, Uchiha Taijima remarked. It seems Uchiha Taijima might have misunderstood something. What I meant by combining is to transplant each other's cells, Uchiha Madara sighed. I meant the same. The cells of the Senju clan are quite troublesome. They would lower the intelligence of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Taijima blushed, realizing he had misinterpreted. But powers akin to those of the Sage of Six Paths. That's truly incredible. Madara, how can one obtain the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan? It requires someone with a blood relation who has also awakened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and then transplanting their Sharingan gives a chance to awaken the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Is that so? Uchiha Taijima fell silent for a moment, sighed, and said, it's a pity I can't awaken the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, otherwise I would give you mine. Madara and Uchiha Taijima exited the Uchiha secret room. Taijima mumbled a few more words before leaving. After pondering, Uchiha Madara decided to stroll around the clan. Madara tied her hair up, inserted a silver hairpin, changed into a simple light blue kimono, and walked towards the clan in her wooden sandals. However, she had heard that her recent reputation in the clan was quite popular. Just how popular? Even 3-year-old Uchiha toddlers knew about it. The Uchiha Princess, the Battlefield Rose were among her titles. It was truly baffling how these people thought. Clearly the titles of the Shura of the ninja world and the God of Ninjas would suit her much better. Hey, is that the Princess Miss Madara? As Madara walked along the road in the clan buying a skewer of dango, a large crowd rushed towards her. "Princess, please give me an autograph. I'm your fan, Miss Madara." Seeing the situation, Madara hurriedly slipped away. It was no wonder Taijima wanted her to be the clan leader. With her striking looks, great reputation, and formidable strength, Uchiha Madara, leading the Uchiha clan, was extremely popular. Holding her chest, Madara hid into a bathhouse while outside Uchiha clan members rushed by like crazed fans. The bathhouse was filled with steam, and a kind old woman approached observing Madara. "You must be the young clan leader, right? Are you here to enjoy the hot springs?" "I suppose so," Madara replied. Looking at the Uchiha members outside the curtain, she thought it might be better to stay and enjoy a hot spring for now since she couldn't leave just yet. "Please follow me." The old woman guided Madara into the women's bath. "I've prepared a private room for you. How does that sound?" "Thank you." Madara didn't refuse the old woman's kindness as she preferred to bathe alone. After receiving her token, she lifted the curtain and stepped inside where the warm steam enveloped her. Madara removed her kimono, loosening the constraints around her chest, feeling a significant sense of ease. "With this size, I must have a B cup, right?" Madara murmured, poking at herself, a wave of tingling sensation spreading throughout her body. "Oh no, too sensitive." Madara quickly withdrew her hand. The young girl submerged herself in the hot spring, the warm water enveloping her soft skin. She fully immersed herself in the steamy pool, with only her cute little head peeking above the water's surface. Madara relaxed her tense body and emptied her thoughts. Currently, her two main tasks, establishing Konoha village, were still far from completion. She planned to focus on capturing tailed beasts for now. However, capturing tailed beasts was not a simple matter. It wasn't that she couldn't defeat them, but they were hard to come by. Madara's ability to capture the nine tails was purely due to luck. She had merely thrown a stone and accidentally summoned the nine tails. The nine-tailed beasts were scattered across the corners of the 5 great nations: fire, lightning, wind, earth, and water. Finding a few in the vast ninja world was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, especially since she only had 4 years. The more she thought about it, the more troublesome it became. Madara submerged her entire head underwater, producing a few bubbles as she swam. After spending half an hour underwater, she felt dizzy, her skin turning rosy due to the blood flow, with a flush spreading across her fair face. Wrapping her petite body in a towel, she wiped her delicate skin with her bare feet. It must be said that taking a bath truly elevates one's mood. After a soak in the hot springs, it felt as if all the tension in her body dissipated along with the warm waters, and she became relaxed. Ding! The system has issued a task. As Uchiha Madara, how can she be perplexed about capturing tailed beasts? The 2 tails will appear in the central mountain range of the Land of Lightning in 4 days. Please proceed with the capture. Of course, as a strong individual, please defeat the 2 tails without using Genjutsu. Task completion, reward the location of the next tailed beast. Task failure, penalty, become a toy. The system's task came at just the right time as Madara was struggling with finding tailed beasts. Not using Genjutsu means not using the power of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan to directly control the tailed beasts. While such tailed beasts might be a bit tricky for Madara, it was merely a minor challenge. With the power of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, victory was certainly expected. However, if she were to head to the Land of Lightning, she needed to hurry. The mountain roads there were numerous, and traveling would consume considerable time. The Land of Lightning, known for its towering peaks and thunderous roars, was aptly named. The rivers in the central mountain range created a winding coastline at their mouths, and the country had many hot spring areas. The Land of Lightning has many hot springs, right? Madara changed into her binding clothes, fastening her kimono. She felt like she was falling in love with hot springs. After leaving the bathhouse, Uchiha Madara borrowed a crow from Izuna and wrote a letter to Hashirama. The content was mostly about her going to the Land of Lightning for a mission, so not to worry. I need to find a summoning beast when I have time, or it will be too troublesome. Madara often thought of the toads of Myaboku Mountain like Gamabunta and Fukusiku as good choices, as they had decent combat abilities. However, according to the current timeline, they were probably still small toads. The crows were also a good summoning option as the cost of signing a contract was low and practical. Angry thunder roared like the sound of pine waves as the mountains, shrouded in clouds and mist, resembled the undulating spine of a colossal dragon, with faint flashes of lightning piercing through the dense corporeal gray fog. Speaking of which, the 8-tailed ox demon is also in the Land of Thunder. We might have a chance to subdue it together. Miss Ban, with her black hair braided into a twist, took a bite of a multicolored rice ball. She spent 2 days traveling, and in just 2 days the 2-tailed cat would appear nearby. The 2-tailed cat demon is a creature covered in blue chakra flames, having signed a contract with the later Tyu Wood Man, becoming the perfect Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, she encountered the immortal duo. Are you staying here, miss? A young waitress with golden hair and twin ponytails approached enthusiastically. Ban spent 100 Ryo to book 2 nights accommodation. The waitress looked her over and said, "You're not from the Land of Thunder, are you?" Ban glanced over in surprise, and the golden-haired waitress quickly smiled and explained. "I noticed you have shurikens at your waist, so you should be a ninja. However, you don't have the shoulder markings of our Land of Thunder, so it's highly likely you're not a ninja from our land." "You are very observant." Ben did not expect the other party to deduce so much. "Thank you for the compliment. I just pay attention to the things around me." The golden-haired waitress smiled, handing over a set of keys. "This is your room number 11. Please take good care of it." Thank you. Ban accepted the keys. Compared to the fiercely contested Land of Fire, the Land of Thunder seemed relatively peaceful, possibly due to its geography. To be honest, the fiercest battles among the 5 great nations occur in the Land of Fire. Uniting the other 4 countries makes it much easier, though the overall strength of the Land of Fire is also the strongest. Ban sat on the edge of the bed, placing her belongings down: a few kunai and shurikens, dozens of explosive tags, and several thousand ryo. She kicked off her wooden sandals. The mist outside was thick. A faint rustling sound came from the outer door as Ban bit into the last rice ball. Ding, the system has issued a mission. As a foreigner, you have not heard of the battlefield Rose. Let them witness the slaughtering symphony of Uchiha Ban. Mission completion, reward, lightning release. Herein 1 chakra card. Mission failure penalty: that damn Uchiha brat will be properly disciplined. I just wanted to complete a simple task. It seems trouble finds me wherever I go. Ban casually tossed away the bamboo skewer. Several kunai with explosive tags pierced through the door, and an explosion erupted before her eyes. Outside, a black-haired man. Behind him was the golden-haired waitress Ban had encountered earlier. The inn erupted in smoke and flames as civilians screamed and fled, and Ban's figure emerged as the smoke cleared. Susano'o blocked the massive explosion as her gaze remained indifferent, the kaleidoscope spinning. I never expected to encounter you here. My luck is simply too good. The black-haired man wore an excited expression, clad in a white long robe, his body powerful and agile, holding a katana in hand. Stop talking nonsense, capture her. The golden-haired waitress threw several shurikens at Ban. Summoning technique, rhino. The man bit his fingertip, slapped his palm on the ground, and a black symbol appeared. A massive rhino charged at Ban with overwhelming force. Be careful of her eyes. While I want be controlled, it doesn't mean you want be. The golden-haired waitress reminded, her eyes turning blood red. Ban curiously looked at the waitress' eyes, which were black with blood red scara. Blood dragon eye. No wonder she is so confident against me. Ban drew her Uchiha fan and sighed, leaping onto the back of the rhino, effortlessly slicing it into pieces with just a few strikes. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Without hand seals, a roaring fire dragon erupted from Uchiha Ban's mouth, evaporating the mist and igniting the muddy, damp ground with raging flames. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The black-haired man reacted swiftly, his hands forming seals quickly. The fire dragon collided with the water dragon, creating a burst of white mist that obscured their vision. In the next moment, Ban's chidori pierced through the black-haired man's chest. Amaterasu. A tear of blood flowed from the corner of Ban's eye as the black-haired man was reduced to ashes. Seize the opportunity. The golden-haired waitress saw Uchiha Ban's ocular power weaken and hurriedly cast an illusion. With your ocular power depleted, your resistance to illusions must have weakened. Although you are strong, it's a pity you encountered me. You aren't the only one with special eyes, Uchiha brat. Seeing Uchiha Ban struggle slightly before falling still, the golden-haired waitress revealed a smug smile. She took out a shuriken and walked step by step to Uchiha Ban, lifting her chin. You are quite beautiful, but unfortunately your fate is bad. You encountered me. The golden-haired waitress used the shuriken to sever Ban's wrist and ankle, disabling her ability to resist. Now I can take you back and report. Just as the golden-haired waitress was about to take Ban back, the black-haired girl suddenly opened her eyes, transforming into a wooden stump. Shadow clone technique. The golden-haired waitress was stunned as Ban pierced through her chest. The surrounding scene quickly faded before the waitress' horrified gaze, and they found themselves back at the inn, which had been destroyed by explosive tags. It turned out that from the very beginning, everything the waitress imagined was Ban's illusion. When did this happen? When we first met, you glanced at me. Ban replied kindly. How could that be possible? The waitress' unwillingness was burned away by the flames. You can't even dance, how ugly. Ban retracted her hand, and the system's reminder followed. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The reward has been issued. Uchiha Madara tore down a wanted poster from the wall, clearly stating her identity. Uchiha Madara, the junior clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Capture alive, bounty 5 million yen, dead bounty 2 million yen. Issuer of the wanted notice, Land of Fire UI clan. I didn't expect I was worth so much, or perhaps I should sell myself. Uchiha pondered, stroking her chin. As the junior clan leader of the Uchiha, it said she was wealthy, being part of the strongest clan. However, the Uchiha clan had been in constant warfare, depleting their resources, and there wasn't much left for her to squander. Her gaze lingered on the words UI for a moment before the wanted poster turned to ash. Madara had been in the Land of Lightning for 2 days, and the system had issued a map of the movement route of the Two Tails with the red marker indicating its location on the pure white map. However, the Two Tails was currently moving quickly, seemingly being pursued by someone. The super powerful blue cat is considered one of the weaker tailed beasts, but it is still a tailed beast. If the opponent is not of the level of a shadow, it cannot flee in panic. Uchiha Madara took out her scythe and blended into the mist of the Land of Lightning. On the steep slope, a petite figure dodged the incoming fire release. A purple-haired girl was enveloped in a blue eerie chakra cloak, displaying a half-tailed beast transformation as she opened her mouth to spit out a fireball. Mousetail ball. The fireball exploded, transforming into several small blue fireballs. Her name is Zero, with the two tails sealed within her, an accidental Jinchuriki. If one were to insist, she was indeed saved by the Two Tails, which is known to be one of the more benevolent tailed beasts towards humans. Therefore, when the two tails was sealed within her, it did not erupt in anger and used chakra to turn her into an unconscious rampaging form. Coincidentally, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning wanted to capture the two tails and dispatched numerous ninjas. For her safety, the two tails lent its power to zero. One must know that a tailed beast in its original form is weaker than in Jinchuriki form, of course, if there is mutual understanding between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast. In the tumultuous escape, several shuriken with explosive tags struck Zero, and the resulting firelight was suppressed by the successive fire release attacks. Zero fell to the ground covered in wounds with burn marks all over her body. A furious chakra erupted, forming a large cat-shaped chakra entity that roared and stood up, forming a massive tailed beast ball in its mouth, fully transformed into a tailed beast, its terrifying power fully manifested at that moment. Be careful, don't get hit. Several jounin coordinated in an orderly manner, dodging the incoming tailed beast balls, while a small hill behind them was blasted to dust. Form the formation, a bearded ninja shouted as three ninjas jumped to the east, west, and south directions, while the remaining two performed sealing techniques to control the movements of the two tails. Sealing technique. Ten Shin Si Mao In. The five seals were formed in an instant. A transparent flame rectangular barrier opened, confining the two tails within a space. Inside the formation, due to the barrier, the chakra of the two tails was greatly suppressed, and the chakra that was burning on its body weakened. The two tails was both frightened and angry, raising its paw to swipe at the ninjas of the Land of Lightning. The sealing technique bound it, and it was unable to break free. It angrily lowered its body, brewing a massive tailed beast ball in its mouth. The successive tailed beast balls were all blocked by the four purple flames formation. Humans. The two tails was furious but helpless. Seeing this, the ninjas of the Land of Lightning formed seals to use sealing techniques, only to have their heads chopped off by a scythe. Edge. The headless ninja's companion was momentarily dazed before being devoured by a fire dragon. Finally found you. A black-haired girl emerged from the mist, wielding a scythe and carrying a fan. Who dares to disturb the orders of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning? Madara, uninterested, formed seals with her hands, and a fire dragon soared into the sky. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. The fire release shot towards the clouds, rapidly increasing the temperature of the surrounding air, creating upward air currents, which in turn generated cumulonimbus clouds, ultimately producing lightning. The thunder roared and howled. Madara activated her 3-Demo Sharingan and unleashed lightning release Kirin. As the pinnacle of lightning ninjutsu, although it consumes less chakra, it can easily cause collateral damage if one does not possess the Sharingan. The blue lightning coalesced into Kirin, descending from the sky and engulfing many ninjas in its electric fury. Lightning release Lightning Serpent. Madara unleashed the lightning serpent, guiding Kirin through the ninjas of the Land of Lightning, causing considerable injuries. When the lightning dissipated, there was no one left standing except for Uchiha Madara. The petite girl stood on a stone, her Sharingan forming a kaleidoscope pattern as she looked down at the two tails trapped by the four purple flames formation. Capture the little kitty, task completed 1/9. Madara jumped down from the high rock, her hair wildly dancing in the wind. Amaterasu's flames burned a large hole in the ceiling formation, and the girl fell straight down. Boom. The fist of Susano'o smashed down onto the head of the two tails, the immense force driving it into the ground. The already unstable chakra cloak dissipated, and the two tails' body became ethereal, transforming back into Zero. Yobi, submit, or dot. Madara lifted Zero with one hand, her black hair blowing wildly, exuding dominance. Human, you are dreaming. Yobi roared. Madara applied slight pressure with her fingertips, snapping Zero's neck. The Jinchuriki died, and the tailed beast was freed. Yobi burst forth from Zero's body, its rage reaching a boiling point. It had once believed in the Sage of Six Paths' words about coexisting peacefully with humans, but the events of the past 1,000 years had long led Yobi to harbor resentment towards humanity. The terrifying tailed beast ball coalesced with Madara's Susano'o's hands, pinning its body, squeezing its mouth shut. The tailed beast ball exploded in Yobi's mouth, letting out a mournful cry. Then the descending Kirin completely stripped away her ability to resist. Golden chains erupted from behind Madara, and the Vajra chains of the Uzumaki clan sealed the terrifying tailed beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task rewards have been issued. 3 Tails Yogo appears in the Land of Water. Is that the big turtle Yogo? I thought it would be the 8 Tails. Madara had originally intended to capture the 8 Tails, but couldn't find it at the moment. I shouldn't have killed her, now there's no place to put the 2 Tails. Madara used his Mangekyo Sharingan to subdue Madatabi, the 2 Tails. Her immense chakra condensed inward, and the colossal tailed beast instantly shrank in size. A tailed beast is, after all, nothing more than a concentrated mass of chakra. Madatabi now resembled a weasel in stature, perching lightly upon Madara's shoulder. After careful deliberation, Madara resolved to return first to the Land of Fire. Some clans were indeed restless. She had barely emerged into the world for a few days before being targeted for assassination. This in turn implied that traitors within the Uchiha clan possessed remarkably timely intelligence. Drawing from Madara's memories, several suspects came to mind, but certainty remained elusive. For now, restoring order within the Uchiha clan in the Land of Fire was paramount, though only then could he intimidate those clans plotting mischief. Otherwise, one day while he hunted tailed beasts, his own home might be raided, and that would be most inconvenient. It took 3 days for Madara to re-enter the Land of Fire. Curiously, he encountered a familiar face. A shinobi clad in a gray hood, his expression impassive with emerald green eyes, Kakuzu. Sensing the gaze upon him, Kakuzu instinctively tensed. As a seasoned shinobi, he spent much of his time haunting black markets, hunting bounties for profit. Though affiliated with a powerful organization, he bore no shame in earning money. His passions were few ancient texts, wealth, and monkfish liver. His eyes flicked toward the figure who had just observed him, and he froze. Did I just see a 5 million pair of long legs? Kakuzu rubbed his eyes, then pulled a crumpled bounty poster from his pocket. The description read: black hair, female, refined features, approximately 167 centimeters tall, aloof demeanor, wearing garments bearing the Uchiha fan emblem. Kakuzu cross-checked each detail against the petite figure standing nearby. Black hair, yes. Fan emblem on clothing, yes. A walking 5 million yen. Kakuzu murmured softly. He prepared to follow her silently, when suddenly a kunai halted midair before him. His pupils contracted sharply as he leapt backward. He formed hand seals, releasing a dense mist, and hurled 2 kunai. Remarkably swift reflexes. This must be Jinjutsu, he muttered, sweat beading on his brow as he engaged Madara in combat. Yet in Madara's perception, Kakuzu merely stood foolishly holding a wanted poster. Madara swept past him effortlessly. At this stage, Kakuzu barely ranked at the pinnacle of elite jonin, far from the legendary shinobi who would one day stand against Hashirama Senju. At the Uchiha compound, dusk had swallowed the sky. The slanting sun sank into encroaching darkness. Madara knelt before the dining table, flanked by Izuna Uchiha and Taijima Uchiha. According to Madara's memories, their mother had died when they were very young, leaving both brothers with only hazy, indistinct recollections of her. Madara, your 12th birthday approaches in 2 days, does it not? Taijima suddenly asked. Madara visibly stiffened. She hadn't even recalled her own birthday, let alone expected the perpetually overburdened clan head to remember it. December 24th. I remember it clearly, Taijima said wistfully. Even now, I vividly recall your mother's radiant joy the moment you were born. I believed I could protect her for all my life. Yet she departed far too soon. Madara, every person cherishes something they cannot relinquish. But one who refuses to let go can never grow stronger. Forgive me, Madara. Taijima closed his eyes. A violent tremor racked his body. His arm darkened as though corroded by some unseen force. Several kunai pierced through the window. Before Izuna could comprehend what was happening, Madara raised her war fan, clanging metallic impacts resounding as the blade struck its surface. Brother, father, this. Begin, Taijima said, reopening his eyes, now blazing with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara spoke not a word. A roaring fire tornado erupted, shrieking as it obliterated everything in its path. She seized Izuna and withdrew from the house. Outside, numerous Uchiha shinobi had lain in ambush for hours. Scorching explosive tags seared her arms, leaving raw, burning wounds. She tasted the blood welling from her wounds, iron-rich metallic. Her black irises blazed crimson, and the intricate patterns of the Mangekyo Sharingan gradually coalesced. Uchiha were inherently perceptive. When an Uchiha lost someone dear or suffered profound despair, their minds surged with unique chakra, channeling into the optic nerves and transforming the eyes. Thus emerged the eyes that mirror the soul of the Sharingan. Madara did not know whether she herself harbored any genuine emotion toward Taijima, but the original Madara certainly had. Ding, Night of Rebellion. The struggle for power and dominion. Complete the purge mission. Reward upon completion: Kimui, the Mangekyo ability. Penalty for failure: death. A barrage of kunai detonated the instant they struck the ground, and a colossal half-bodied Susano'o, Utsushi no Tengu, rose from the earth. Madara's ocular power surged further. Her 4-stage Susano'o gripped 4 towering swords radiating divine majesty, as if a god had descended upon the night. Wind release: vacuum waved. Taijima formed hand seals. An impossibly vast vacuum wave sliced toward Izuna. Madara commanded her Susano'o to intercept, yet one of its arms shattered instantly upon impact. Normally, vacuum wave, a brank technique, could never unleash such devastating force. The sole explanation lay in Taijima's eyes. His relentless pursuit of strength and victory, coupled with his position as Uchiha clan, had stripped away his outward composure, revealing an insatiable hunger for power and dominion. His left eye possessed a singular ability: technique amplification, enhancing jutsu to preternatural levels. Simple, brutal, utterly effective. Yasaka no Magatama. A torrent of Magatama spiraled wildly, only to be blocked by Taijima's earth flow wall. Though Madara's ocular power had soared, sustaining the Utsushi no Tengu form of Susano'o taxed her severely. Her vision blurred, blood trickled from the corners of her eyes, staining the cuffs of her sleeves. No choice but to end this swiftly. She bit her tongue, unleashing a vast expanse of Amaterasu. Black flames swirled above the Uchiha compound, plunging the entire settlement into chaos. Intruder, we're under attack. Madara activated Sage Mode, black chakra markings spreading across her Susano'o. Amaterasu clung to its sword blades. With a single sweeping strike, the earth fractured. Taijima's hand ignited with black flame. He severed it without hesitation. A violet Susano'o erupted from Taijima's body, and the two titanic constructs clashed violently. I have won. Amidst the ruins of what had once been home, Madara stood panting before Taijima. Her left eye nearly blinded, her body crisscrossed with fine bleeding lacerations. In the end, you prevailed, Madara, Taijima whispered, lying motionless on the ground. When I die, take my eyes. That is my final request, as your father. Madara retrieved a katana and drove it deep into Taijima's chest. As his gaze dimmed into lifelessness, Madara turned, surveying the devastation of the Uchiha compound, only to see Izuna rushing forward, frantic to speak. A sharp ringing filled her ears. She heard nothing he said. In the next instant, a blade pierced her abdomen. Cough, cough. She spat a mouthful of blood. Behind her, Taijima stood upright, his Mangekyo Sharingan closed. He had invoked the Uchiha's ultimate ocular technique, Izanagi. Ben, you are still too young. From a distance, Izuna saw his brother being stabbed with 3 tomos spinning in his eyes. Fire release Phoenix fire technique, several shurikens engulfed in flames shot towards Taijima, blocked by Susano'o. Ban spat out a mouthful of blood as a blue chakra appeared in the distance, a massive-tailed beast ball condensing into a straight line, flying towards the Uchiha encampment. Using the last of her strength, she controlled the tailed beast ball again, overwhelming Ban and Taijima in its wake. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the reward. The task reward has been issued. One of Ban's eyes transformed into the form of the kaleidoscope, with Izanagi having already sealed the curse of immortality. Her left eye, symbolizing Amaterasu, slowly closed, while her right eye stored 2 ocular techniques, premonition and shinjutsu. At this moment, Ban finally understood the true power of premonition. Within a specified time, being able to foresee one's own death is the most potent sensory ninjutsu. However, the ability to foresee must be activated actively, and the side effects are immense, which is why Ban had refrained from using the premonition ability. One, it was unnecessary. 2, it consumed too much chakra. Who would have thought that Ban, as a member of the Otsutsuki, could be stabbed in the heart, while certain of victory, activating infinite Tsukuyomi? Ban merely wished to test the premonition ability, only to witness her own death at the hands of Uchiha Taijima. Amid the ruins, Uchiha Taijima and the ambushers lay dead, along with the cursed kaleidoscope Sharingan. And the power of his right eye would forever remain unknown to anyone. Ban was supported by Izuna, surrounded by Uchiha clan members who had rushed to the scene. Uchiha Taijima has such a cruel heart, he would even go so far as to harm his own children, and he also issued a bounty on them to expose the news to the Senju clan. The elder opposing Uchiha Taijima quickly began to take sides. Indeed, truly cold-blooded. He even leaked the news to the Senju clan, a true traitor of our Uchiha clan. Here we propose Uchiha Ban to become the new clan leader. Finally, the elder who had sided with them completed his alignment, and the vast majority of the Uchiha clan members agreed to recognize Uchiha Ban as the new clan leader. The sky was still dark, the food on the table was still warm, and blood splattered on the ground as Uchiha Ban fainted. When she opened her eyes again, her tattered clothes had been replaced with a clean white kimono adorned with pink cherry blossoms and purple ribbons like silk. A faint floral scent wafted in from outside the window. Beside her stood a Uchiha elder skilled in medical ninjutsu. Clan leader Ban, you're awake. Ban turned to the side, covering her right eye with her hand, her vision enveloped in darkness. Her left eye had gone blind from using Izanagi. But this was not a major issue. Once the main quest was completed, she could obtain the eternal kaleidoscope. If all else failed, she could always transplant an eye, since the Uchiha clan Sharingan could be used anytime. Is Izuna okay? Ban opened one eye and asked. Rest assured, clan leader, your brother is safe. He just sustained minor injuries. Thank you very much. Ban closed her eyes, waiting for the Uchiha elder to leave, then opened her eyes again. She attempted to contact the Two Tails. Fortunately, the control of the kaleidoscope hadn't broken, so the beast did not run wild. It's time to settle accounts with the Yui clan. The girl was bound in bandages, and beneath the pure white wrappings were horrifying burn scars with a fresh red scar across her abdomen. Had it not been for Izanagi, she might have joined Uchiha Taijima in the afterlife to meet Izanami. Thankfully, with Hashirama's cells, her scars would gradually heal, and in about half a month there would be no trace left. Uchiha Ban quietly left the medical department, purchasing a white spiral mask. She had become too famous. Even walking down the street, she could be recognized, constantly attracting unnecessary trouble. So wearing a mask for concealment would be much more convenient. The Yui clan's encampment was located in the southeast direction of the Uchiha, and the relationship between the two clans was relatively friendly, thus, they were situated close to each other. But now it seemed that this so-called friendly relationship had vanished with Taijima's death. What should not exist should disappear. Ban donned the mask, replacing her kimono with the signature Uchiha long robe. Two ribbons fluttered by her ears, resembling swimming dragons, as Ban stood high, surveying the Yui clan, with the Two Tails perched on her shoulder, the fierce wind swirling around. Ding, the system has issued a task. Uchiha Ban, the name of the god, make the Yui clan submit by any means necessary. Task completion reward would release. Task failure penalty, increase body sensitivity by 1,000 times. Under Ban's control, the Two Tails grew larger, its massive body lowering as the tailed beast ball began to charge. The tailed beast ball condensed from 28 yin-yang energy, merged into a mass of black superdense matter. The terrifying tailed beast ball shot from the mouth of the Two Tails, directly flying towards the Yui clan's encampment. The guards outside the Yui clan's encampment were dozing off when they suddenly saw a massive-tailed beast ball descending from the sky, instantly scaring them into a panic before vanishing into thin air. The tailed beast ball shaking the ground exploded, sending shockwaves that devastated all structures in its path. This was a rare, fully charged tailed beast ball from the Two Tails with vast amounts of yin-yang energy, mixed obliterating everything to atomic form. Ban stepped onto the back of the Two Tails, leaping before the Yui clan's encampment. "Who are you?" A jonin in the ruins shouted, angrily brandishing a shuriken. "I am Uchiha Ban." Ban stood atop the Two Tails carrying a fan and a scythe on her back. She drew the fan and waved it, summoning a tornado of chakra infused with wind, fire, and lightning. The jonin was crushed into mush under the weight of the Two Tails as Ban landed on the ground. Cries and pleas for help filled the air as flames collapsed the buildings. The bewildered children of the Yui clan cried, staring blankly at the unfolding events until Uchiha Ban approached them. Ban lifted her fan, then lowered it, walking past the children. "Uchiha Ban, are you Uchiha declaring war on the Yui clan?" The clan leader of the Yui clan finally arrived, but before his boisterous words could finish, his vision was consumed by a fire dragon. The towering Susano'o unfolded 4 long swords, and the Yasukani no Magatama leveling the entire Yui clan's encampment. This process took merely 10 minutes. Uchiha Ban stood atop a collapsed building, speaking with an absolute godlike pressure. "You have one choice: submit or die." The members of the Yui clan knelt repeatedly, while some fought desperately, only to be pierced through by a sword from Susano'o. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. At the moment the system reward was issued, Uchiha Obito felt a peculiar power surge within him, a tingling sensation enveloping his entire body as the burns on his skin began to rapidly fade. This was the vitality of the flourishing would release. Now Uchiha Obito possessed both of Senju Hashirama's great advantages, the Sage Body and would release. She glanced at the system panel. Host Uchiha Obito. Bloodline Limit Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui Precognition would release. Ninjutsu Super Strength Dragon Flame Song Technique Water Dragon Bullet. Special Form Sage Mode Two Tails Chakra. Ninja Tools Uchiha Fan. Comprehensive Evaluation Strong Shadow. Obito now surpassed the legendary Sannin and stood under the heavenly path. In the Warring States period, it would be hard to claim invincibility, but she was among the top-tier powerhouses. Now, unless the Sage of Six Paths appeared, Miss Obito had nothing to fear. With the internal conflict settling down, the schedule for capturing the tailed beasts needed to accelerate. Uchiha Obito was recommended as the clan leader, but she chose to pass the heavy responsibility of reviving the Uchiha clan to her dear Udo. Thus, the lovely Obito fled the Uchiha household overnight, carrying a string of 5-colored dumplings. Before leaving, she decided to check on the situation of the Nine Tails with Hashirama. Inside the Senju headquarters, Tobirama entered the room where Senju Hashirama was practicing. His body was enveloped in a faint crimson chakra, the very cloak of the Nine Tails chakra. In just a few days, Hashirama was able to establish mutual understanding with the Nine Tails. After all, the Nine Tails was not like in the later years, confined in a dark room for decades. Despite harboring resentment under Hashirama's optimistic character and the influence of Azura's bloodline, the Nine Tails had relaxed a bit. Big brother Uchiha Izuna contacted me last night, revealing that Uchiha Taijima intended to kill Uchiha Obito and had enacted the plan. Hashirama held his breath, the Nine Tails chakra within him retracting. However, in the end, Obito survived and became the new leader of the Uchiha clan, Tobirama stated. "I'm not in a position to intervene, so I thought it best to inform you, big brother. I doubt anyone would be able to feel happy knowing that their father intends to kill them." Tobirama looked at Hashirama. The thought that a family member whom one spent every day with harbored a desire to kill them was suffocating. Tobirama disliked the Uchiha from a positional standpoint, but he understood them better than others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen Uchiha Kagami as his confidant in later years, nor would he trust him so deeply. "By the way, big brother, yesterday was Uchiha Obito's birthday." Tobirama reminded him again. "I know." Hashirama tightened his fist and headed for the door. Bang! The door opened, and he collided with something. It was Uchiha Obito, a petite girl dressed in a white kimono, appearing as fragile as snow, holding her 5-colored dumplings. "Hashirama, how is the Nine Tails? Has it not broken the seal?" Hashirama was momentarily stunned before nodding. "That's good, I will take my leave now." Obito confirmed the Nine Tails' condition and turned to leave. "Wait, Obito," Hashirama called out, his voice filled with suspicion. "Are you alright?" What could possibly be wrong with me?" Obito replied. "If you're feeling any grievances, just tell me. I've heard about your situation. It's nothing serious." Obito's face displayed no emotions, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. She took a bite of the 5-colored dumpling and stepped out the door. "Obito," Hashirama called. "Is there anything else?" Obito turned back. "Happy birthday," Hashirama said, watching Obito gradually walk away. At the Uchiha compound, people came and went, and those who encountered her greeted her with smiles. Obito ate the 5-colored dumpling, feeling a slight sting in her nose. Ding! The Three Tails Isabu will appear in the Land of Water in 11 days. Please head there and capture it without using Jinjutsu. Task completion. Reward: location of the next tailed beast. Task failure. Penalty: none. The Land of Water with its rolling waves is an island country with a unique culture. Situated in the deep mountains, its territory is often shrouded in dense fog, completely isolated from other nations. Surrounded by sea waters, the mountains rise sharply with dense fog and constant rain. Several long boats glided over the water's surface with Obito wearing a raincoat and a conical hat. Small hills emerged from the water, and light rain brushed against her nose, bringing a refreshing chill. The Three Tails' Isabis strength ranks on the lower side among the tailed beasts, its weakness being its eyes. Later, the Akatsuki captured the tailed beast, and it was blown up by Deidara's bomb. However, the problem lies in the fact that the Three Tails has lived underwater for many years, and Obito isn't skilled in water combat, making the capture somewhat troublesome. The land of water is quite remote from many other countries, and it took Obito considerable time to get here. After 5 days of rocking aboard the boat, she was starting to feel seasick. She withdrew her gaze, and her black eyes under the mask glanced inside the boat. A delicate lady adorned in gold and silver was chatting joyfully with her short husband. There were several ninjas patrolling the boat, protecting the two of noble status. To avoid drawing attention, Obito accepted an escort mission in the black market, escorting Lord Kintama Junji and his wife Kintama Riko. It was a convenient ride, allowing her to earn money while reaching the land of water. We are almost at the destination. Obito raised her gaze. When the boat docked, the lackadaisical Kintama Junji finally got up, directing his attention toward the petite masked girl, and shouted, "You, hurry and help this lord down." Obito noticed all eyes around her were on her, but remained indifferent, still standing there like a fool. "I'm talking about you," Kintama Junji scolded. "Mr. Kintama, I don't have an obligation to assist you off the boat as part of my task, do I? A crisp voice rang out within the boat, causing Kintama Junji's eyes to light up. He revealed a set of yellowing teeth, one of which was capped with gold. A girl. Obito sighed helplessly and approached. "Take off your mask so this lord can have a good look at you." Uchiha Obito removed her mask, revealing her fair and beautiful face. As Kintama Junji's lewd grin appeared, he felt a chill in his abdomen, as if being swept by the night wind. "Protect the lord." The boat erupted in chaos. A minute later, Obito wiped the bloodstains from her sleeve, leaving only the terrified and incapacitated noblewoman in the boat. "Don't kill me. I'll give you whatever money you want." Kintama Riko cried and wept. In the next moment, her head rolled off cleanly. When doing things, one must do them thoroughly. Do not leave any hidden dangers for oneself. Due to the mountainous terrain surrounding the Water Nation, most of its land consists of sea, resulting in the establishment of numerous fishing villages. The local populace predominantly relies on fishing for their livelihoods, so fish graces their dining tables throughout the year. Ban disliked fish, finding the smell too pungent. "Esteemed sir, could you generously grant me a coin? I would be very grateful." A filthy little hand clutched at Ban's trousers. She looked down to see a frail child, gaunt and emaciated. The harsh environment of the Water Nation, coupled with frequent wars, had left many orphans in its wake. Ban tossed a coin worth 1 yen from her sleeve, and the orphan immediately bowed several times in gratitude, expressing thanks. It was probably something like, "Thank you, esteemed sir," or "Your kindness is commendable." As Ban watched the orphan run away, the coin, still warm from being in the child's hand, was snatched away by a group of larger orphans. The coin in the child's hand was taken from him. Ban observed for a moment before turning away and leaving. She could intervene, but it would be futile. Even if she intervened, people like the orphan would still be robbed. Even if she killed the aggressors, such individuals would still exist. This chronic malady is connected to the human heart. Once it is uprooted, the person will perish. With the appearance of the Three Tails approaching, Ban needed to make preparations. She rented a boat, for although ninjas could walk on water, it would waste chakra. As Ban drifted on the boat, the red marker on her white map drew closer with the passage of time. Until a tailed beast ball was released from afar, Ban lay flat against the boat, feeling the turbulent chakra waves rush overhead. It appeared that the Three Tails was in combat. Indeed, these tailed beasts were quite unfortunate, being chased and attacked all day long. Just when they managed to find peace, they were captured and confined within the bodies of Jinchuriki. Surely a certain nine-tailed red fox had a lot to say. A few ninjas were chasing a giant turtle which had 3 lobster-like tails and wore patches of red flesh on its body. It was indeed the Three Tails. What surprised Ban was a ninja tool in the hands of a blonde-haired man, a black shark knife with sharp teeth. One of the 7 ninja swords, the Samahata, could absorb the opponent's chakra for its own use, and it could also utilize the chakra stored within to stimulate cellular regeneration, allowing the Samahata to merge with its wielder to become a shark man. In the story, it is the weapon of Kisame, and a significant reason for him being called the tail beast without a tail. The Three Tails, now angered yet helpless, felt its chakra being devoured as it released it, while the blonde-haired man with the Samahata bore a fierce expression, his face adorned with gills appearing quite menacing. Wishing to dive and escape, it was tightly bound. Ban stood on the small boat, bored, watching the tug-of war above the water's surface. Go. She found herself missing Maruko and the hot springs. Ding, the system has issued a task. The individual before you is from the Shueiwa clan. They capture tailed beasts and seem to be hiding some unknown secret. Please investigate. Host. Task completion. Reward: the ability of the kaleidoscope Sharingan Tsukuyami. Task failure: penalty sensitivity increased by 1,000 times. Ban raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by this task. It's time for my appearance. The girl leaped from the boat, using wind release to hover momentarily in the air before landing steadily on the massive back of the Three Tails. Who are you? The blonde-haired man was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the masked figure. Ban ignored him, raising her hand to strike down on the roaring Three Tails. A chain as thick as a wrist extended from her palm, binding the massive turtle tightly. The sealing technique's aura became stable as chakra was infused. This person is trying to steal our prey, don't let her succeed. The blonde-haired man understood Ban's intent, his anger flaring as he hastily commanded his subordinates to attack. Various shuriken and explosive tags flew toward Uchiha Ban, without restraint, the explosion sounds echoing one after another. The furious Three Tails struggled to break free from the chains, its condensed tail beast ball detonated into the sea, creating a towering wave. Seeing the Three Tails, restless Ban raised her delicate fist and struck down on the turtle's body. Under the influence of her immense strength, several spikes on the Three Tails' body were knocked off, causing chaos in its chakra. The blonde-haired man wielding the Samahata also jumped onto the back of the Three Tails, swinging at Uchiha Ban. Under the influence of the Samahata, the man's shark-like features became increasingly pronounced, and his attacks grew more ferocious. Ban opened her single kaleidoscope Sharingan, and the skeletal Susano'o struck the man with a fist, but the chakra was absorbed by the Samahata. It is known that the Samahata can perfectly absorb a tailed beast ball, showcasing its formidable chakra absorption capabilities. Daring to steal my prey, you truly are living recklessly. The blonde man was arrogant, gripping the Samahata. If ninjutsu doesn't work, then I'll use taijutsu. Ban's eyes transformed into three tomo, halting her ninjutsu attacks. Taijutsu? You can't be serious. As the blonde man began to taunt, Ban's side kicks swiftly struck his face. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of flesh colliding were relentless. In the blink of an eye, the blonde man was beaten to a pulp, blood gushing from his nose, his bones shattered like a dead dog. The Samahata in his hand struggled and bit down on Ban's leg, quickly merging with the blonde man. Bastard, let me show you the true power of the Samahata. The blonde man roared, his upper body completely transforming into a shark's form, but Ban's plain and unassuming fist shattered his illusion, the tremendous force breaking his ribs and dislocating his arms. Oh. Ban paid no attention to the blonde man's screams, merely retracting the golden chain as a Kirin struck the Three Tails. Electric arcs danced upon the water's surface, leaping and diving, and before long the Three Tails flipped onto its back, captured successfully by Ban. Are you from the Ghost Lantern clan? Ban swiftly dealt with a few ninjas. What Ghost Lantern clan? I am from the Shueiwa clan. My name is Shueiwa Wu, the young clan leader of the Shueiwa clan. I advise you to let me go quickly. After being violently beaten, the Samahata fell from Shueiwa, was grasped, flapping its mouth and gasping. Take me to the Shueiwa clan, Ban said coldly, her voice as melodious as silver bells. I would rather die then. Don't kill me, I will lead the way. The blonde Shueiwa Wu screamed a few more times, adjusting his dislocated arm. He looked at Ban with fear in his eyes. Golden chain. Ban used the golden chain to seal the Three Tails, and the system's voice arrived as expected. Ding, congratulations host for completing the task. Task rewards have been issued. The Five Tails Mu Wong will appear in the land of Earth in 1 month. Please capture it without using Jinjutsu. Task completion, reward the location of the next tailed beast. Task failure, penalty none. Shueiwa walked ahead while Ban followed behind. They traversed the mountains and a vast village appeared before their eyes with a piece of land flying in the sky. That is the ancestral land of our Shueiwa family. Can you let me go now? Shueiwa said cautiously. What is that thing in the sky? Ban looked up at the sky. Shueiwa's gaze flickered hesitatingly, replying, I don't know, it just floated here a few days ago. Forget it, I'll go check it out myself. Ban stepped towards the village while Shueiwa's head rolled to the ground, his body being stored in Ban's system space. Shueiwa's head rolled a few times, blood still staining his face, completely unaware of what had happened as it had separated from his body. Ban performed a transformation technique, shifting into the likeness of a war orphan. Where did this little brat come from? Get lost. The guards, seeing the frail Ban, hurriedly drove him away. But in just a breath, they lost their breath. Ban delved deeper into the Shueiwa territory, using the concealed shadow technique, swiftly taking down the hurried guards along the way. Is we not back yet? A tailed beast takes this long. The creation of the thing cannot be delayed any longer. Chakra must be present to power it. If all else fails, we can just capture some orphans and civilians to fill the gap. That thing simply cannot be fed enough. Ban's footsteps halted outside a room filled with heated arguments, and he kicked the door open. Inside sat a man in white with a beard and an old man facing each other holding a document. Who are you to dare? Before the old man could finish his words, a line of blood appeared on his neck. The document he dropped was caught by Ban, densely filled with writing with the top boldly stating Zero Tail. Zero Tail void. Ban frowned. Her impression of Zero Tail was not very deep. It must have appeared in a movie, but with time, she had forgotten most of the content. Don't kill me, I can. Is that all you can say? Blood splattered as Ban walked out of the room, holding the document. For those who viewed ordinary people as mere weeds, she saw no need to offer her already scarce kindness. Ban glanced at the document with her Sharingan, roughly understanding what Zero Tail was. It was something condensed from dark chakra similar to a tailed beast, but semi-artificial. The Shueyu clan collaborated with the Kingdom of the Sky to provide chakra for the birth of Zero Tail, aiming to create a Zero Tail Jinchuriki. It was just about using civilians, but the amount was too small, so they had targeted the Three Tails Isabu. And Zero Tail was currently hovering above the Shueyu clan within the borders of the Kingdom of the Sky. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task rewards have been granted. Ban's single eye changed shape, indicating an additional ability. Ding, the system issues a task. Please defeat Zero Tail Void. Task completion reward, a rank ninjutsu flying thunder god. Task failure penalty, none. The massive floating island was supported by Zero Tail's dark chakra. Ascending it was not a troublesome task for Ban. Ban summoned Susano'o, stepping onto its palm, boosting herself upward. The petite figure of the girl was thrown into the air, successfully entering the Kingdom of the Sky. The entire Kingdom of the Sky was not large, even somewhat small, slightly larger than the residents of the Shueyu clan. In the center of the fortress stood an ugly stone statue with a grotesque head, and inside the entrance were metallic facilities. The Kingdom of the Sky appeared quite advanced, yet still in a semi-finished state, much like Zero Tail. It floated in the air, casting a large shadow. There were not many people inside the Kingdom of the Sky, allowing Ban to easily enter its interior. Several steel warships were docked inside, and there were even descending helicopters, truly surpassing the technological level of Naruto by a century. Inside the fortress were several cages within which were dried-up corpses. Under Ban's Sharingan's observation, these individuals had no chakra left in them, seemingly drained completely. They were likely being used to sustain Zero Tail. Following the flow of chakra throughout the floating fortress, Ban successfully located Zero Tail. In a vast open space, numerous chakra threads intertwined, supplying a creature that resembled a loach with a continuous flow of chakra, exuding a repugnant cold aura. Like a loach filled with tubes, Zero Tail awakened as it sensed a powerful amount of chakra flowing in. It broke free from the chakra threads binding it and swam toward Uchiha Ban. This creature seemed to possess intelligence, its white mask-like face filled with greed for chakra. Pathetically weak, I wouldn't have come if it weren't for the task. Ban glanced at the approaching Zero Tail Void, which instinctively recoiled due to the sudden surge of chakra. Quickly end this. Ban activated her Mangekyo Sharingan, and a half-body black Tengu Susano'o crawled up from the ground. The divine-like Susano'o wielded four long blades as Zero Tail extended countless tentacles to stab at Ban. But all of Zero Tail's attacks were predictably shattered by Ban's long blades. Guru. Shocked, Zero Tail dodged the Susano'o's long blades, and a terrifying dark aura began to brew. Soon a massive light wave resembling a tailed beast bomb was expelled from its mouth, creating a huge hole in the Kingdom of the Sky. The beam shot out by Zero Tail was sliced apart by Susano'o and scattered in all directions. Seizing the moment, Ban unleashed her Kamui. Suddenly, the distorted space severed Zero Tail's body into two parts, and Ban seized the adamantine chains from her fingertips, binding Zero Tail. Fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. The immense fire technique surged like an ocean, incinerating the trapped Zero Tail into ashes. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task rewards have been granted. The Flying Thunder God, a technique invented by the white-haired hedgehog and later popularized by the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. It is a space-time ninjutsu. Ban learned the Flying Thunder God, took out a kunai, marked it, and casually threw the kunai away. Help! There is an intruder. Outside came the calls of the ninjas of the Kingdom of the Sky. Ban activated the Flying Thunder God, instantly teleporting to the rooftop of the building. With her feet attaching chakra to the ceiling, Ban marked several kunai with the Flying Thunder God. Then she used the shuriken technique to throw them all outward. Several shurikens darted towards the ground. The supporting ninjas had not reacted yet, and the figure that appeared before them had already slit their throats and severed their spines. Unlike the high-speed movements of the Fourth Raikage and Nine Tails Naruto as a space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God truly achieved displacement. Whose handiwork is this? I will flay him alive. A young man in a white robe glared at the devastated Zero Tail cultivation chamber, his eyes red with fury. It was me, Ban said, wiping the blood off his hands. Very well then, die. The young man in white pulled out a pitch-black gun. The explosive round fired from the gun detonated in front of Ban. The skeletal Susano'o shielded him from the blast, and Ban's figure instantly appeared behind the young man in white. Let me test my new technique on you, the girl murmured. Her figure difficult to catch with the naked eye suddenly appeared before the young man in white, their eyes briefly meeting. What a... The young man in white was startled and raised his gun to fire. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance third form. Ban threw a shuriken which infused with fire release, pierced through the young man's chest. The explosive attack was effortlessly dodged, and his defenses were triggered. Flying Thunder God second stage. Ban utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the bloodied shuriken, delivering a punch that sent the young man into the ground, leaving him silent. Is he dead? I wanna. After a long moment, the young man shakily reached out a hand, trying to rise. Boom. The screeching of 1,000 birds completely drowned out the young man's voice as Ban lowered his gaze and said, "To be honest, you people truly bore me." The burning flames suddenly engulfed the scene before him, leaving only a trace of warmth. Ban was preparing to leave the land of sky when he suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat and collapsed to the ground. Cough, cough. The vision before him blurred momentarily, and Ban looked at the bloodstains on his palm bright as deep red roses. It seems I must refrain from using my eye's power until I obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Ban remained silent for a moment before standing up. The petite girl jumped down from the land of sky, and the massive aerial fortress began to crumble without the support of Zero Tail's power. The members of the Mizukage clan witnessed a daytime meteor shower, and Ban had already left the place. Ding, the system has issued a mission. The Five Tails Mu King will appear in the land of Earth. Please subdue him without using illusion techniques. Mission completion reward Rasengan would release Flower Tree Domain. Mission failure reward none. In the residence of the Senju clan, Senju Hashirama was chatting with the Nine Tails. Nine Tails, what do you think of Ban? That annoying little brat. In the realm of consciousness, the Nine Tails lay with eyes closed. An overly arrogant person will inevitably pay the price for their arrogance. That Uchiha brat is terrifyingly obsessive. Is that what you think? Hashirama chuckled and said, I will bring her back. Changing a person is difficult, the Nine Tails said. Having lived for 1,000 years, it had witnessed this truth. Selfish and vicious individuals remain unchanged. They will not alter their thoughts due to a person or an event. To put it nicely, they are martyrs, but martyrs are a title for the dead. If all else fails, it'll just beat her into submission, Hashirama said with a serious nod. I'm afraid you'll be beaten down by her, the Nine Tails retorted. Have a bit of confidence in me. Hashirama sighed, thinking of Ban's formidable strength. The verdant silence enveloped him as he gazed out the window. Dusk had fallen. Soon he would have dinner with his father, younger brother, and mother. But what about Ban? No longer dwelling on chaotic thoughts, Hashirama focused on his cultivation. The power of the Mangekyo. Even the eldest son of Sage of the Six Paths fell into the curse of love. The Nine Tails curled up in the dark realm of consciousness, closing its eyes. That little brat won't be able to do it either. In the hot springs of the Uchiha residence, steam rose as a girl bit into an ice pop while sitting in the water. Not long ago, Ban had used illusion techniques to control Azuna's crows and had established contact with Uzumaki Ketsuki far in the land of whirlpools. Currently, Ban had gained a general understanding of the situation in the Uzumaki clan through Uzumaki Ketsuki. 3 elite jonin over 10 jonin, all considered pentagonal warriors. Overall, it boiled down to one sentence: mere shrimp and crab soldiers not worth fearing. The plan to capture the Five Tails Mu King would be put on hold. There was no need to rush the matter of subjugating the Uzumaki clan. Ban decided to first take a bath in the hot spring. Ever since returning from the land of water, she felt something was subtly wrong with her body. At first, she thought it was a side effect of using the Mangekyo Sharingan, but the situation seemed more complicated than that. Ban bit down and crushed the entire ice pop. The refreshing sensation melted away in her soft, warm mouth, when suddenly a spasm of sharp pain shot through her lower abdomen. Ban instinctively bent over, and her little feet slipped on the bottom of the spring, causing her to choke on several mouthfuls of water. What is happening? Her lower abdomen throbbed with pain, and Ban felt a surge of heat within her body. The clear spring water around her began to take on a hue of blood. She looked at the spreading red in the water and had a bad premonition. Am I on my period? The girl crawled out of the water, gasping in cold air. If it really was her menstrual period, the pain was quite real. Wrapping her body with a towel, Ban regretted eating the ice pop, worrying that it might be dysmenorrhea. She had no choice but to seek help from the old woman at the hot spring, feeling a sense of shame. Is it your period? Haha. The old woman laughed as she explained to Ban. She remained silent throughout the lengthy discourse, repeatedly mumbling to herself to drink more hot water, drink more hot water, drink more hot water. If your period has come, you'll need pads. The old woman continued to chat a bit more. During your menstrual period, avoid spicy and cold foods. Don't wear tight clothing, don't get cold, don't overexert yourself. Don't. Ban nodded obediently like a chick pecking at rice. Following the old woman's recommendation, Ban prepared to buy pads. She lingered in front of a shop for a long time while the shop owner's wife looked at her with a puzzled expression. Chief, what do you need to buy? All that. Oh, it's that one, Ban said, pointing to the item she needed. Oh, they'll get that for you right away, the shop owner said, realizing, and stuffed 2 packages into Ban's hands. Chief, do you know how to use this? It's your first time, isn't it? Maybe. Ban believed in her Sharingan's power. The power of the gods. Let me teach you then. The shop owner leaned in and whispered to the girl for a while. This one has good breathability and won't leak easily, this one. Thank you, Ban said, putting her hands together in heartfelt gratitude. She then stuffed the items into her clothing and fled in a panic. Clearly, she had been less composed even during battles with tailed beasts. Ban had always thought that when girls complained about menstrual pain, they were just joking, drinking more hot water would suffice. Since her transmigration apart from the battle with Uchiha Taijima, where she felt a pain akin to being melted, she hadn't really been injured much. Moreover, it was a persistent injury accompanied by bleeding effects. Ban covered herself with a blanket and took a sip of hot water, feeling much more comfortable. It seemed that drinking hot water truly had its benefits. Now it was autumn, and the system's task echoed in her ears. Ding, system task issued. Please make the Uzumaki clan submit to the host within 3 days. System task reward, Uzumaki clan physique. System failure penalty, increased menstrual pain by 10-fold. System, are you a devil? Ban shivered at the terrifying penalty after glancing at it. Let's wait 2 more days, she said, taking another sip of hot water. Who knew that would release and Sage Mode wouldn't help with recovery either? It was truly tormenting. The next morning, Ban donned a Uchiha robe over her inner cotton clothing. With a delicate pale beauty and long black hair like fluttering butterflies, she held the Uchiha fan, and the Uzumaki clan's stronghold was right before her. Ban controlled Uzumaki Ketsuki, and from within the distant Uzumaki stronghold, a dazed red-haired girl walked out. She was holding a skewer of dumplings, evidently living quite well. What is this? The confused Uzumaki Ketsuki was freed from an illusion. She stared at Ban's face, stunned for a moment before reacting. What do you want from me? Uzumaki Ketsuki stammered in fear. No, it should be, how did you find your way here? Your merit. Ban opened one eye, the other hidden beneath a soft black cloth. What is that unique decoration on your face? Uzumaki Ketsuki asked cautiously. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Ban replied. Since you're here, take me inside. In your dreams. How could I possibly take you? Sister, you traveled a long way. I must at least wash up and freshen up for you. Looking at Uchiha Ban's cold scythe, Uzumaki Ketsuki forced a smile. Please lead the way, she said on the verge of tears. I hope my grandparents will teach this unreasonable person a lesson. Uzumaki Ketsuki silently prayed. Ketsuki, you're back. The gatekeeper uncle smiled at Uzumaki Ketsuki. Haha, Uncle Ijing, this is my friend. I am the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Ban. Now you have two choices before you submit or die. I can't be bothered to waste words with you. You aren't worthy of listening. Ban slammed the Uchiha fan into the ground, her black hair swirling wildly. Sister, can we talk this out nicely? I'm having a hard time. Uzumaki Ketsuki was teary-eyed, her heart racing with thoughts of 1,000 wild horses. Call out Uzumaki Ryozi, Uzumaki looming, Uzumaki Ketsuki. How do you know my father's and the elders' names? Uzumaki Ketsuki asked in disbelief as Ban shouted out names like reading a menu. You told me. Ban answered coldly. Impossible. Even if you kill me, I would never reveal that. Shut up, just watch me dance quietly. Uzumaki Ketsuki was instantly intimidated into silence. Soon after, a group of red-haired Uzumaki clan members emerged. At the forefront was a strikingly red-haired man. As soon as Uzumaki Ketsuki saw him, she shouted, Dad, help me. Ban recognized him as the clan leader, Uzumaki Ketsuki. Can you spare my useless daughter for now? We can have a proper conversation. Uzumaki Ketsuki looked at Uchiha Ban lingering on the peculiar Mangekyo Sharingan for a long time. Ban lifted Uzumaki Ketsuki as if she were a chick, then tossed her aside. I have one purpose for coming here. One is to make the Uzumaki clan bow down, or I can do it without force. Two is for me to beat you into submission. Choose one, will you? Ban tilted her head. Dad, that girl is really powerful. Shouldn't we just surrender? How could I raise such a spineless child? The Uzumaki clan could never surrender before the battle. It is better to stand and die than to kneel and live. Uzumaki Ketsuki's father snorted coldly. And how could I not know whether she is powerful or not? Even so, we cannot retreat. Count to 3 and give me your answer. We refuse, Uchiha-sama. Uzumaki Ketsuki's father channeled his powerful chakra, and several golden chains shot forth, transforming into shackles aimed at the petite girl. The rotating Mangekyo Sharingan opened wide, and Ban's chakra coalesced into a full-body Susano'o, the fully manifested 4th stage, Susano'o, emerging. Cough, cough. Ban's Mangekyo spun rapidly, blood flowing from her eyes. The gigantic full-body Susano'o wielded the Susano'o sword, and under the enhancement of wood release and sage mode, Ban's vast chakra was being consumed continuously. What kind of monster is this? The elders of the Uzumaki clan were all horrified, a godlike being standing before them, leaving no one unmoved. Dad, I've said we should surrender, but it's better to live than to die. Various ninjutsu and sealing techniques struck the Susano'o's body like ants trying to shake a tree, utterly futile. Boom. The Susano'o swung its sword, and a large portion of the Uzumaki clan's buildings along with the mountaintop in the distance was sliced away. I surrender, don't kill me. Uzumaki Ketsuki cried, collapsing to the ground, holding her head and waving a white flag. We surrender. After witnessing Uchiha Ban's godlike power, Uzumaki Ketsuki's father spoke weakly, knowing it was futile. Clan leader. Some elders wanted to refute, but the next moment their heads rolled away along with their words. A wise choice. Ban dismissed the Susano'o and said lightly, Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task rewards have been issued. In an instant, Ban felt a surge of powerful vitality and chakra flooding into her body. Even the burden from using the Mangekyo had lessened. With would release the Uzumaki clan's physique and sage mode, as long as she didn't frequently activate the full body Susano'o, her eyes would basically not go blind. Ban stopped contemplating and used her Mangekyo Sharingan to control several of the more reputable elders of the Uzumaki clan, then turned her gaze towards Uzumaki Ketsuki. Oh right, I want her. Ban pointed at Uzumaki Ketsuki. Huh, me. Uzumaki Ketsuki's face turned pale. To ensure the continuation of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Ketsuki's father decisively kicked Uzumaki Ketsuki over. I need a maid to help me carry things, and she seems quite suitable, said Ban. Inu felt insulted by the words, wondering if she was really that useless. After thinking it over, it seemed to be true. She had only learned a few sealing techniques from her family, and her basic training in ninjutsu was a mess, not to mention being lazy. No, I want her. Ban's tone left no room for refusal. All right, you can take her, but I hope you can be a little tolerant of her. Thank you very much. Father, are you really selling your daughter like this? Inu thought, internally feeling exasperated. Goodbye. Ban picked up Inu like a chick and left the residence of the Uzumaki clan. Lord Ban, where are we going? Inu forced a smile. To the land of Earth. What are you going to do in the land of Earth? Inu asked cautiously. To capture tailed beasts. Capture tailed beasts. That sounds dangerous. Inu exclaimed in surprise. Aren't you from the Uzumaki clan? You should know sealing techniques, right? Ban withdrew his Uchiha fan, scrutinizing Inu. Maybe. Inu recalled her dismal sealing skills and replied uncertainly. I hope so. When the time comes, you will use sealing techniques to capture the tailed beast and seal it away. Ban squinted one eye, revealing a smile. You can do it, right? How could I possibly do that? Isn't that risking my life? Inu's mind was filled with thoughts, and she weakly replied, maybe, probably, possibly. Looking at you, you'll be lucky if you just add a meal for the tailed beast. So just serve me well. Yes, sir. Inu breathed a sigh of relief as long as she wasn't sent to the battlefield. Let her be a beautiful, useless genius girl. The land of Earth is located northwest of the land of fire, and the journey requires passing through the land of rain or the land of grass. The wilderness was vast, the journey difficult, and the environment very harsh. Inu felt this acutely as they had traveled from the land of fire, passed through the rainy land of rain, and finally arrived at this desolate land of Earth. It was nothing but sand and endless desert. Although Inu was inexperienced thanks to her Uzumaki clan physique, she still possessed the level of a chunin. But now she was becoming dehydrated. Carrying her luggage, Inu stuck out her tongue and panted. Lord Ban, we won't die in the desert, will we? Inu wanted to cry, but her tears had dried in the sun. Oh Amaterasu, what sin have I committed? Finally, it seemed that Amaterasu felt her suffering as a large shadow was cast from the sky, bringing with it moist air. Oomph! A violent gust of wind rushed towards Inu, carrying an indescribable stench that blew across her face. A pure white giant beast emerged from the sand, resembling a hybrid between a dolphin and a horse, sporting 5 impressive horns with a massive tail that whipped back and forth like a whip. This beast was the five-tailed Mu King. Ding! Please capture the five-tailed Mu King without using illusion techniques. Task completion, reward location of the next tailed beast. Task failure, penalty none. The disturbed Mu King was extremely angry, lifting its pure white hoof like a heavy hammer, shaking the ground with terrifying force. Ban grabbed Inu by the back of her neck and threw her out, forming hand seals with one hand. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball the size of several dozen meters erupted from Ban's mouth. Who would have thought a crank ninjutsu could possess such immense power? Roar. The five-tailed Mu King let out a roar. Despite its massive size, it moved surprisingly agile. As the Mu King leaped forward, it gathered tailed beast chakra, and a black spherical mass, harboring a sense of destruction, shot towards Ban with an untraceable speed. Lord Ban, help. Inu watched as the tailed beast chakra grew larger in her line of sight, despairing as she closed her eyes. Flying Thunder God technique. Just as the tailed beast chakra was about to obliterate everything nearby, Ban teleported in front of Inu. He had already marked her, and naturally, he had also marked the five-tailed Mu King. The deafening explosion echoed across the sky of the land of Earth, sand flying everywhere, as if a storm was raging. The tailed beast chakra was relocated onto the five-tailed Mu King, which absorbed the damage. Looking at the severely injured five-tailed Mu King, who could barely stand, Ban revealed a smile on his stunning face, while his single Sharingan began to spin rapidly. God's power. Suddenly, the distorted space severed one of the five-tailed Mu King's legs, and then an ocean of life force surged from the ground. Would release flower tree world descend. Vines as thick as tree trunks burst from the ground, rapidly forming a forest of trees with beautiful vibrant flower buds blooming, releasing faintly yellow toxic gas that bound the five-tailed Mu King. In just a few breaths, the five-tailed Mu King lost its ability to resist and became like a fish on a chopping board due to the effects of the flower pollen. Is this would release? Ban marveled at the vibrant life force. Sister, this skill harms allies. Having narrowly escaped death, Inu ran for a while, but due to inhaling the flower pollen, she collapsed into the sand. Fire release, great fire destruction. Ban formed hand seals, gathering an immense amount of chakra. A fire release with a diameter of several dozen meters ignited the flower pollen and the towering trees, the explosive flames shooting into the sky. Once the flames subsided, the five-tailed Mu King was charred black all over, completely devoid of any possibility of struggle. The sealing technique diamond chains sealed the five-tailed Mu King. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task completion reward has been granted. The one-tailed Shikaku will appear in the land of Earth 2 days later. Please capture it without using illusion techniques. Task completion, reward location of the next tailed beast. Task failure, penalty none. Shikaku. Looks like I won't have to run far again. Ban lifted his clothes fluttering in the yellow wind and walked up to Inu, pulling her out of the ground like a turnip. I'm so thirsty. Inu got a mouthful of sand, her mind muddled due to the effects of the flower pollen. Ban bit his fingertip and let a drop of blood fall into Inu's mouth. The abundant chakra and sweet aura instantly brought Inu back to her senses. Aren't you a ninja? Just use water release to create water. Ban said. How could that be possible, Lord Ban? Inu pouted, forming hand seals to perform water release. Water release technique to summon some water. Inu concentrated, gathering a few drops of water at her fingertips, soaking the yellow earth. The red-haired girl looked at Ban, revealing an awkward yet polite smile. If it weren't for the necessity, I really wouldn't want to carry such a foolish person around. Ban murmured, forming hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The water dragon shot straight into the sky, then exploded in midair, transforming into rain that drenched the parched sand. Odd. Xianzhou Jiue opened her mouth wide to catch the rain, looking adorably silly. Slap. Ban slapped Xianzhou Jiue on the head. Ouch. Lord Ban, why are you hitting me? I'm not smart to begin with, and now you are making me even dumber. Xianzhou Jiue pouted, holding her head. Shoha won't appear for a while, let's find a place to rest before that. Ban took out a military grain pill and swallowed it as the sky grew darker. After walking for several hours, a few flickering lights finally appeared before them. It was a large village with earthen houses sprouting like mushrooms from the yellow earth. Yay, we finally found a place to stay. Xianzhou Jiue was so happy that she almost cried. This was what it meant to have worked hard for something. She had finally found a resting place. Let's go. Ban and Xianzhou Jiue walked toward the village, but were stopped by the guards. The guard, dressed in light yellow clothes, was a big man with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an air of uprightness and integrity. Who are you? The guard looked at the two girls warily, showing no signs of relaxation. We are passing ninjas and would like to rest here for a while. Xianzhou Jiue hurriedly replied. Passing ninjas, you say? If it were just you two, it wouldn't be a problem, but recently outsiders are not allowed to enter the village due to certain issues. The guard hesitated, glancing at the two beautiful girls before him. Big brother, could you make an exception? Xianzhou Jiue took out a bag of money from her pack and firmly pressed it into the guard's hands. No way. What do you take me for? The guard firmly refused. Slap. Another bag was offered, the coins tempting him like a beautiful woman stripped of her clothes. Gulp. The guard swallowed hard, a drop of sweat rolling down his forehead. Slap. The crisp sound of coins clashing was the most delightful sound in the world. My stomach suddenly hurts. I need to use the restroom. The guard snatched the 3 heavy bags of coins and stuffed them into his pocket, rushing off toward a nearby pit with an urgent look. All done. Xianzhou Jiue clapped her hands triumphantly, only to see Uchiha Ban gazing at her with a gloomy expression. What's wrong, Lord Ban? That was all my money, Ban replied. Don't worry about it. No pain, no gain, Xianzhou Jiue said, shrinking her head. As the two entered the village, the streets were empty and the residents were all inside their homes. Lord Ban, doesn't it feel a bit strange? Xianzhou Jiue looked at the eerie atmosphere and instinctively grabbed Ban's sleeve, whispering. It's quite normal, Ban replied. With this dark moon and gusty wind, won't there be a Kamaitachi coming to catch people? Ban said nothing and kicked Xianzhou Jiue away. Ouch. Why did you kick me, Lord Ban? She plopped down on the ground, rubbing her sore bottom. Ban remained silent, merely taking out the Uchiha fan and holding it in front of her. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure and sandstorm came crashing down, absorbed by the Uchiha fan. Lord Ban. Xianzhou Jiue felt a cold sweat trickling down her back as she looked in Ban's direction. Above the village floated a massive amount of sand, with a creature resembling a raccoon cat wreaking havoc on everything around. Its enormous tail swayed, merging sand and wind into a barrage of sand bullets that pounded the ground, and cries erupted from the village. Is that a tailed beast? Xianzhou Jiue gazed at the sand-formed monster in the sky. Sort of, but to be precise, it should be a rampaging Jinchuriki, Ban answered. In the village, flames flickered as ninjas attacked Shoha, who was covered in black curse marks. I must have encountered Shoha early. Oh wait, no. It will be 2 days before Shoha breaks free from the Jinchuriki's restraints and gains freedom. I just encountered him early, Ban said, resting his chin on his hand while revealing a charming smile. That's just wonderful. Xianzhou Jiue looked at the chaotic scene and asked, Lord Ban, should we intervene? No rush, let's wait a bit longer, Ban replied. Shoha was rampaging through the village, and a ninja reported to Ishikawa. Lord Ishikawa, the tailed beast, is about to break free from its seal, and the Jinchuriki can hold on for just a few more hours at most. Ishikawa's face showed signs of fatigue. No one expected the tailed beast to suddenly rampage, especially since it coincided with the recent birth of his grandson, a vital time of preparedness. Otherwise, who knows how much destruction the tailed beast would have caused. Didn't expect it, did you? Old man has escaped the seal. Shoha laughed heartily, controlling the massive stones to smash down on the village. Super lightweight rock technique. Ishikawa raised his hands, and the weight of the stones instantly lightened, allowing him to throw them away. Let them exhaust their chakra for now. Ban activated his 3-Demo Sharingan, clearly seeing the immense chakra within Shoha, even though it was currently confined within the Jinchuriki. Among the tailed beasts, apart from the undisputed Kyubi, Shoha would undoubtedly rank 2nd or 3rd. Earth release Yellow Spring Marsh. Ishikawa formed hand seals and slapped the ground, causing the earth beneath Shoha to soften and transform into a vast marsh. As Shoha began to sink, a tailed beast ball formed in its mouth. Boom! A tremendous roar and flying sand and stones ensued as Ishikawa used several earth flow walls to block the attack, all of which were destroyed by the powerful tailed beast ball, causing a terrifying explosion that shattered the earthen walls. Xianzhou Jiue quickly wrapped her arms around Ban's leg as the shockwave swept over them. Roar! Shoha showcased its immense power, howling defiantly into the sky. Alright, no more wasting time. Ban removed her outer garment marked with the fan, making her look petite and delicate in her ninja attire. She unleashed would-release binding Shi's sandy body with vines. This sudden development surprised Shoha, and the resilient would-release managed to control the powerful creature, rendering it immobile. Wind release air bullet. Shoha expelled several high-density chakra air cannons that sliced through the vines. It then blasted out several sand bullets aimed at Uchiha Ban. Wind release sand scatter bullet. Ban summoned her skeletal Susano'o to defend, but the sand pierced through the Susano'o and struck her arm. Moi. Shi's chakra-bound Ban, and it arrogantly patted its large belly, unleashing a whirlwind from its gut. The flying sand and stones made Shinjo Jiue tremble as she used Earth Flow Wall to block the attack. Moshi Moshi Lord Ban, are you still alive? Shinjo Jiue shouted. What are you happy if I die? Ban's wounds had healed thanks to the wood release, and she activated her dojutsu. A distorted space appeared before Shoha, and it was clear that Shi's battle intelligence surpassed that of Mu Wang as it hurriedly released several sand bullets. Sealing technique adamantine chains. 7 adamantine chains pierced through the ground, binding Shoha. Damn humans, are you playing with fire? Ignoring Shi's outcry, Ban clapped her hands, entering Sage mode. Sage Art Myojin Gate. In Sage mode, Ban could use Sage techniques, which were far more powerful than ordinary jutsu. The Myojin Gate made of wood release was no exception. A massive red torii came crashing down from the sky, utterly pinning Shoha to the ground. The sealing technique that once suppressed the Ten Tails is not a challenge for sealing the Guardian Crane. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. The task rewards have been issued. The 6 tails will appear at the border of the Fire Country and the Rain Country in 2 years. Please subdue the 6 tails without using illusion techniques. Ban was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the next tailed beast to appear after such a long time. She had completed 9/5 of her main quest in capturing tailed beasts. However, unless she sought out the tailed beast herself, she would have to wait another 2 years to capture one. Although for a tailed beast that had lived for 1,000 years, 2 years is but a fleeting moment. Just as Ban was about to completely seal the Guardian Crane, a deep voice echoed from not far away. Sir, is it not inappropriate to simply take away the tailed beast from our village? The speaker was Shurha, accompanied by a group of ninjas. It was clearly Lord Ban who subdued the tailed beast, otherwise your village would have been destroyed. Seeing the hostile intent, Uzumaki Ketsuki launched an attack from Zon. Old dang, without our Lord Ban you would be bursting with coins. How shameless to come up so boldly, it's truly disgusting. Ugh. Shi's face turned pale and flushed at Uzumaki Ketsuki's words, and he snorted coldly. One, either leave the tailed beast or die. This is the choice I give you. You. Uzumaki Ketsuki gritted his teeth upon seeing Shi's audacity. Ha 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 ha. Just as tensions mounted, Ban suddenly burst into laughter. She covered her face with her hand, laughing heartily, her crimson Sharingan dazzling like wolf fangs in the night. This is the first time someone has given me a choice. But the options you provided, I have no desire to choose. Ban extended 3 fingers and spoke. I choose 3 to eliminate all of you. Arrogant. Shurha snorted, forming hand seals and summoning an earth dragon. The ninjas unleashed ninjutsu in succession, attacking Ban. Under the sky, the moonlight poured down like water. Ban's Freedomo spun as her body began to move. In the first breath, the necks of 2 ninjas were crushed. In the second breath, a great fireball engulfed 6 wind-style ninjas. In the third breath, Shi's body was pinned to the ground by Ban. To think she is this strong. Shi's face was filled with disbelief as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Susano'o. Blue chakra manifested, and Shi's body was smashed into a pulp by a single punch from Ban. This future first Tsuchikage of a Wagakure, the great ancestor of the rock, perished on the spot. And it took Ban only 4 breaths to finish everything. How can a firefly dare to compete with the bright moon? Ban wiped the blood from her cheek with her fingertip, calmly walking toward Uzumaki Ketsuki. Lord Ban, I am your little brother, don't kill me. Uzumaki Ketsuki, frightened, knelt down on all 4s. You can go now. Ban flicked Uzumaki Ketsuki's forehead. It hurts. Uzumaki Ketsuki covered his forehead, and seeing that Ban truly did not kill him, hurriedly followed after her. Having sealed the Guardian Crane, Ban disappeared into the vast moonlight with Uzumaki Ketsuki. Within the Uchiha residence, Uzumaki Ketsuki brewed 2 cups of tea, the steam rising from the hot spring. Lord Ban, your tea. The black-haired girl was submerged in water up to her chest, her fair neck and beautiful cheeks puffed with colorful dumplings. It had been 3 months since Ban returned to the Uchiha, and the young Izuna, only 10 years old, took on the role of deputy clan leader, handling clan affairs with his Freedomo Sharingan at such a young age. However, as long as she received praise and admiration from Ban, Izuna would show a satisfied smile. This time her main purpose in returning to the Fire Country was to advance the main storyline quest. Now the Uchiha clan is the most renowned and powerful family in the entire Fire Country. The Shimura clan, Akimichi clan, and Uzumaki clan have already surrendered to Konoha. What Ban aims to do is to merge the Senju clan, Nara clan, Aburame clan, Inazuka clan, and Yamanaka clan, and then establish the Hidden Leaf Village to obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan. If this process can be bloodless, that would be ideal. However, if anyone resists, she would have to resort to some forceful measures. Ban took a sip of tea, her brow slightly furrowing. Why is it so sweet? Because I added sugar, Uzumaki Ketsuki said with a naive expression. Why put sugar in tea? Because it's too bitter and life is already so bitter it's better to have something sweet. Uzumaki Ketsuki whispered. Ban did not argue with her stepping out of the water and wrapping herself in a bath towel. Where are you going, Lord Ban? Uzumaki Ketsuki took a sip of black tea and asked. Looking for someone. A boyfriend. Uzumaki Ketsuki's eyes lit up. Shut up. Ban said helplessly, thinking that if it weren't for Uzumaki Ketsuki being so gullible and having decent talent, she wouldn't have kept this chatterbox with a strength of only 2.5 around her. Uchiha Ban prepared to find Hashirama to discuss the relationship between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. She didn't want to make things unmanageable with her dear friend. However, for the sake of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Ban must establish Konoha. Now Ban's status has undergone a qualitative leap after undergoing several tasks. Host Uchiha Ban. Bloodline limit Mangekyo Sharingan Kemiwi precognition Tsukuyami would release. Ninjutsu Super Strength Floral Tree Descend Flying Thunder God Technique. Special Physique Uzumaki Clan Physique. Special Forms Sage Mode 2 Tails Chakra 1 Tail Chakra 3 Tails Chakra 5 Tails Chakra. Ninja Tools Uchiha Fan. Comprehensive Evaluation Shadow Peak. Damn it. Uzumaki Ketsuki suddenly grabbed Ban's arm. You can't just go like this, hee hee hee. At the Senju clan's residence, Hashirama stared at the girl's face, momentarily taken aback. Ban had actually put on light makeup. Her originally fair skin appeared rosy and cute, with blusher eyes lined with a delicate shade of purple and her lips a vivid red. Her long black hair was styled by Uzumaki Ketsuki, looking even more capable, accentuating the allure of this high and cold beauty. The stunning girl in a black kimono knelt on the tatami. Ban, Hashirama, both spoke almost simultaneously, the unexpected coincidence creating an awkward atmosphere in the room. I want to apologize, Hashirama suddenly said. I didn't give you a gift on your birthday, but I have prepared something now, and I hope you can accept it. Hashirama produced his gift, a bracelet. It was very ordinary, even somewhat unremarkable. Yet under Hashirama's hopeful gaze, Ban extended her slender hand and put it on. It's beautiful. After a moment of silence, Ban said, as long as you like it. Zhu Jian revealed a brilliant smile, his teeth white. Ban half-kneeled, suddenly leaning forward to Zhu Jian, lifting his hair with a swift motion. How many times have I told you that hairstyle is really silly? Ban elongated her tone. Is that so? Huh? Looking at the girl who was infinitely close to him, Zhu Jian's heart skipped a beat, nervously responding. By the way, I came here to tell you something. Ban discussed her thoughts with Zhu Jian for a while, and Zhu Jian nodded seriously. Of course our ninja village will be established, but Ban, aren't you a bit too impatient? I mean, isn't it a bit rash? Are you contradicting me? Ban's single Sharingan suddenly widened. Her brows furrowed and her lips tightened, resembling an angry little tiger. Ban, calm down. Zhu Jian pressed down on Ban's shoulder. I'm sorry. Ban felt as if she had been doused with cold water, instantly waking up. She also realized that she had been a bit too stubborn, just not knowing why she couldn't change. Perhaps it was the side effect of the infinite power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, making Ban more stubborn and impulsive emotionally than before. Her goals must be achieved. Uchiha Ban thought so and acted accordingly. Whether capturing tailed beasts or killing to complete a mission, it was the same. Everything was to enhance her power, enabling her to survive in the ninja world and have resistance when the Otsutsuki invaded in the future. But when it came to establishing Konoha, it wasn't just for the sake of obtaining the eternal kaleidoscope. Although the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan was one of the goals, the promise made with Zhu Jian was something Ban had to fulfill no matter what. This was the most important thing to her since she had crossed into the world of Naruto. Therefore, even Zhu Jian could not dictate her actions. So you're saying you are unwilling to help me, Zhu Jian? Then we can only be enemies. Ban took a deep breath to calm herself. Ban, that's not what I mean. It's useless to say more. Even if I'm alone, the village will be established on this land. I have never been a traitor. Everything you said to me, I have taken to heart. The girl bit her lip, adding somewhat aggrieved. Regret is useless. Zhu Jian said nothing, simply pulling Ban into his embrace, holding her tightly. Ban was enveloped by the warm hug, momentarily stunned, clear tears streaming from her crimson Sharingan. You idiot, Zhu Jian, do you think I need? We are best friends, this is what I said, Zhu Jian whispered by Ban's ear. I have never been a traitor. Everything you said to me, I have taken to heart. From now on, you will definitely not be alone. Zhu Jian ruffled Ban's hair and gave her a thumbs up. I keep my promises. This is my ninja way. Humph. Ban buried her head into Zhu Jian's shoulder. Since we are going to establish a ninja village, we must formulate various systems to maintain the village. Zhu Jian suddenly thought and said, how about we first formulate the systems? But how can we establish systems before the village is established? Ben laughed out loud. You really are an idiot. Really? Zhu Jian instantly fell into disappointment. Idiot. Ban elongated her tone. Then the hot-blooded idiot needs to step up. Ha ha ha. In Zhu Jian's consciousness space, the Nine Tails felt somewhat gloomy. It had just watched the damned Uchiha kid cry, thoroughly entertained. Yet unexpectedly, Zhu Jian managed to cheer him up. It was truly a dull plot. If it were up to it, there must be verbal disputes, fierce fights, life and death struggles, and years later, when they meet again, the world has changed, old flames rekindled, departing this world. This was the secret to the ultimate dramatic plot. The first rule: no white sugar in tea. Ban started playing a boring game of formulating rules, with Zhu Jian looking like a child's play. Outside, Tobirama calmly ate a military ration pill, feeling somewhat full. Big brother you. Sigh, forget it. The white-haired hedgehog sighed and left the room. A year passed quietly, during which many things happened. A family in the mountains voluntarily submitted to the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama fell ill and died, and Senju Jujien succeeded as the patriarch of the Senju clan. Ban took on the responsibility of the Uchiha clan leader. Uchiha Izuna left the Uchiha clan to train, and the Seven Tails Komiai was captured. The Oil Girl clan and the Uchiha clan had conflicts and became enemies. Knock, knock, knock. Outside Ban's room at the Uchiha base, a series of knocking sounds came. Come in. Lady Ban, it's me. Uzumaki Ketsuki pushed the door open and entered. Oh, she had grown quite a bit. Her red hair resembled flames, her calves and chest wrapped in chainmail, and she wore a black bodysuit with a gray vest. What's wrong? The stunning girl wore the Uchiha clan uniform, wide sleeves and loose robes. She held a pen and was writing something on paper regarding the interest contract between the Uchiha clan and the Mountain clan. Your boyfriend sent you a gift saying it's for your one-year anniversary of meeting. Uzumaki Ketsuki playfully took out a string of wooden bead bracelets identical to the one on Uchiha Ban's wrist. First, I want to clarify, we are best friends, not boyfriend and girlfriend. Secondly, if you run out to play during work hours again, your pay for this month will be halved. Ban took the bracelet from Uzumaki Ketsuki's hand, speaking word by word. No. Uzumaki Ketsuki's face changed dramatically. Her monthly salary was only a pitiful 10,000 yen, barely enough to buy food, and now it would be cut. Speaking of which, does that idiot give me a string of these every year? That's fine, if one breaks I have a backup. Ban put away the bracelet and asked Uzumaki Ketsuki, what are the recent movements of the Oil Girl clan? Cough, cough. Uzumaki Ketsuki cleared her throat strategically and reported. Since they stealthily attacked 3 Uchiha elite teams 2 months ago, they have appeared in the black market area in the far west of the Land of Fire, and then there has been no news since. Moreover, the Uchiha clan members who were killed had their Sharingan removed. Ban rubbed her chin deep in thought. I must personally investigate this matter. The Uchiha Sharingan cannot fall into the hands of others. Even though most Uchiha clan members could not awaken the Sharingan, those Uchiha clan members with Sharingan would generally self-destruct before dying to prevent the enemy from obtaining their eyes. As the swirling vortex of the moon departed the room, a dark mass emerged. It was Heiju. Ban propped his chin on his hand. After 5 months of Heiju's absence, it had returned. Heiju offered no explanation for its absence, and Ban did not care. After all, as long as he did not activate the infinite Tsukuyami, Heiju posed no threat to him. Moreover, in the original story, Ban was betrayed due to his lack of vigilance towards Heiju. Thus, Ban would not repeat the same mistake. Now the loyal Heiju was devoted to the determined Ban. Uchiha Ban glanced at the task on the system panel. Please eliminate the Oil Girl clan and make them submit to the Uchiha clan. Completion reward 100 heroes technique. Failure penalty, the damned Uchiha brat should be thoroughly tormented. After such a leisurely time, it was time to get moving. Speaking of which, Uchiha Ban hated insects. The black market in the Land of Fire was chaotic, filled with dragonfish. Bounties, assassinations, ninja tool, trading, human trafficking. Everything one could think of was present. Due to the high daily flow of people, finding someone could be extremely troublesome, and even the feudal lords turned a blind eye. However, this was likely not a difficult task for Heiju. Now all she had to do was wait for good news. After Ban finished reviewing the documents, he stretched and stepped out of the room. Under Ban's support, the internal construction of the Uchiha clan had significantly improved, especially the hot spring house, which had opened 3. Please give me 2 skewers of 5-color dumplings. Ban bought 2 skewers of dumplings and spotted a familiar figure. A refined young man had a small scar on his left cheek and wore a pitch-black robe. It was Uchiha Izuna. Izuna. Ban took a bite of the dumpling and approached. Sister. Izuna was momentarily stunned and then smiled. You've changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you. Ban was referring to her height. After all, due to the chakra, children in the Naruto world developed particularly early, typically completing their growth by the age of 12 or 13. Now Izuna stood at about 167 centimeters, appearing much more mature and composed. I've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Izuna said, his eyes transformed into the Mangekyo shape. Is that so? You must have suffered a lot, right? Ban bit into a dumpling and then stuffed an entire skewer of 5-color dumplings into Izuna's mouth. Sweet. Thank you, sister, you've changed a lot too. Izuna mumbled, his words unclear. What exactly has changed? You've become gentler. Izuna pondered for a moment before answering seriously. I've always been gentle, although there are gentle targets. No, if I had to say, you used to be like a butcher. Huh, just kidding. Izuna, what is the ability of your Mangekyo? Amaterasu and Kagaya's divine wrath. Do you need me to explain what they are? Izuna asked. Ban was somewhat surprised, not expecting Izuna's Mangekyo ability to be identical to Sasuke's. However, the two did indeed look alike, as if carved from the same mold. No need. But it's great that you can return. I've been nearly exhausted from being the clan leader. Ban could only completely relax in front of 2 people, his brother Uchiha Izuna and his dear friend Senju Hashirama. After all, the Uchiha clan had a tendency to be overly protective of their younger siblings. Izuna and Ban chatted a bit more before returning to the clan. The sky darkened, clouds gathered, and Heiju stirred. Ban donned a white mask changed out of his kimono and draped the Uchiha long robe adorned with the flame fan emblem over himself. He shouldered the Uchiha fan and scythe as his cold Mangekyo Sharingan slowly opened. The Oil Girl clan nurtured insects with their own chakra, allowing the insects to parasitize within their bodies and controlling them. According to the information provided by Heiju, the Oil Girl clan appeared in the forest southeast of the Land of Fire. The night is nice, oh let them die, quietly, Ban's figure vanished from the spot. 19 Sharingan, 4,000 Ryo. In the silent forest, the leader of the Oil Girl clan, Oil Girl Shikata, held a box while the face of the other person was concealed in shadows. And the assistants from the Hyuga clan. The moonlight poured down like a blade, finally exposing the figure of the shadowy person under the heavy night. The pure white eyes symbolized his identity, a member of the Hyuga clan. Of course, no one wants the Uchiha clan to dominate alone. The Hyuga clan leader placed the 4,000 Ryo coins into the heavy box, and a row of crimson eyes were precisely the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Most of them were Onetamo. Pleasant cooperation. A green, silent, and crisp voice pierced through their transaction like a lark. Uchiha's eyes, can I have one? Ban squatted on a tree trunk, her mysterious Mangekyo spinning. Accompanying her words were several roaring fire dragons igniting the forest into a sea of flames. 8 trigrams palm, return heavenly. Blood vessels bulged around the eyes of the Hyuga clan leader as he activated the so-called absolute defense, the return heavenly, instantly repelling the surrounding flames. As the owner of the Byakugan, he had full confidence in his return heavenly. Even Uchiha Ban would not be able to defeat him in an instant. Oil Girl Shikata released a large number of insects, a dense and dark swarm. Secret technique, insect manipulation technique. The insects obscured Ban's line of sight, while Oil Girl Shikata shared vision with the insects. Several shurikens with explosive tags pierced through the swarm of insects towards Ban. Ban slightly crouched down, laughing. What is she laughing at? A sense of foreboding surged in Oil Girl Shikata's heart as he suddenly looked up. He did not know when, but his shuriken had suddenly appeared above him, and the explosive tags detonated, engulfing Oil Girl Shikata. Only one left. The Hyuga clan leader knew there was no way to retreat and prepared to fight to the death. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. A fierce palm strike attacked Ban, moving so fast it left after images. Ban did not waste words, activating her half-body Susano'o and cleaving the Hyuga clan leader in two. It's over. In the blink of an eye, both the Hyuga clan leader and the Oil Girl clan leader had died inexplicably without any ability to resist. This was the tyranny of the Uchiha. Against another ninja of her caliber, it might have taken some time. Ban reclaimed the 19 eyes from the box, watching as a black insect crawled out from the dead Oil Girl clan leader's nose and flew off into the distance. Ban followed along the trail and found the residence of the Oil Girl clan. Within the residence of the Oil Girl clan, a small insect fluttered into the light. Hey, this is the insect of the clan leader. What does it mean? The young man gazed at the insect, and after a brief moment of confusion, he understood its message. But it was too late. The house collapsed with a thunderous crash, and Uchiha Madara descended from the sky wielding a scythe, as the young man and the insect were reduced to mere blood clots. A swarm of insects was stirred, obscuring the moon in the sky. Madara unleashed his full Susano'o and large shuriken struck the insect swarm, igniting the Oil Girl clan's residence in flames, instantly swallowing the cries. For Susano'o blades shattered everything in their path, crashing down like lightning on the ground, a swirling fire dragon twirling around. Alt. Save me. Alt. In the dim moonlight, the Oil Girl clan's residence fell into silence. Madara was drenched in blood, feeling particularly hot. Have I become gentler? A faint movement came from the corner of a collapsed house. Madara stepped through the bloodstains where a small child clutched an insect, glaring at her with hatred, their eyes resembling a venomous snake harboring a heart of vengeance. Uchiha Madara suddenly recalled what Izuna had said upon returning, chuckling softly. Ha 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 ha. The laughter echoed piercingly in the silence of this purgatory as the bloodied scythe gently descended, claiming the last frail life. The firelight illuminated Uchiha Madara's face, casting a flickering glow. I have never changed, Izuna. It is merely what you all believe. Madara incinerated everything here with fire, leaving the ashes as fertilizer for nature's growth. This blood was somewhat uncomfortable. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. The task reward has been issued. The enhancement from the 100 powers was minimal, merely better than nothing. What she desired most had yet to come forth. The next day, the Hyuga clan declared war on the Uchiha clan due to the death of their clan leader. In 3 months, Madara ruthlessly subdued the Nara and Inuzuka clans. With the help of Kagaya, he captured the 8-tails Gyuki and the 4-tails son Wukong, leaving only the 6-tails to be found. In the following 3 weeks, the Uchiha and Senju clans formed a friendly alliance. 4 days later, they summoned the Uzumaki and other clans for a meeting to discuss the establishment of Konoha village. A week later, Konoha Hidden Village entered the preparatory stage for establishment. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama shook hands in Konoha, announcing the founding of Konoha Hidden Village. This was approximately 14 years ahead of the original timeline. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. The task reward has been issued. In the darkness, blood gushed forth, and a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened. 3 pairs of black tomo interconnected, forming the appearance of a kaleidoscope. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, the chakras of Ashura and Indra converged, transforming one eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan into a Rinnegan emanating a faint purple light. Under the perfect sage body, crimson runes spread across Madara's body. Host Uchiha Madara. Bloodline limit, bloodline nexus, kaleidoscope Sharingan, Tsukuyami precognition, Kemui Rinnegan Shinra Tensei would release. Special form, perfect sage mode. Comprehensive evaluation, super shadow. Am I still just a super shadow? Madara pondered for a moment, realizing that before becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and gathering 2 Rinnegan, he could not reach the 6 paths level. Is my chakra insufficient? I can bite a bit more later. Kagaya gazed at Madara, who had suddenly activated his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, initially puzzled, but excitement dispelled his caution. Lord Madara, now that you have activated the Rinnegan, all you need to do next is gather the power of the 9-tailed beasts, summon the Outer Path Golem to combine into the 10 Tails, and then become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki to unlock infinite Tsukuyami. Is that so? Time is passing rather quickly. Kagaya did not expect Madara to reach her expectations so swiftly. The realization of this millennia-long plan was now within reach. Lord Madara, I detected the location of the 6 Tails a few hours ago. It is right at the southeastern edge of the Land of Water. I see. Madara raised her hand to perform the universal pull. A tremendous force emanated from her palm, crushing Kagaya into fragments. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The task reward has been issued. Madara stood up and exited the room. Once she captured the 6 Tails, she could become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki and absorb some of Hashirama's chakra to become the second sage of the 6 paths, unifying the 5 great nations to achieve true peace in the shinobi world. A world that is not a dream, fulfilling her promise with Hashirama. But before that, she needed to find Uzumaki Ketsuki. Lord Madara, what happened to your eyes? Uzumaki Ketsuki, as Madara's secretary and the young lady of the Uzumaki clan, held a significant status in the newly established Konoha. At that moment, she was enjoying some ramen when she saw Madara rushing over. The red and purple eyes made Uzumaki Ketsuki momentarily wonder if Madara had become an outlier. Ketsuki, do you think I can trust you? Madara sat in the newly opened ramen shop, while the young owner seemed oblivious, as if he had not seen Madara at all. Lord Madara, is this some kind of test? I'm not a traitor. Uzumaki Ketsuki felt a bit flustered under Madara's gaze. What was the monthly salary I gave you before? 100,000 yen. Lord Madara, you are not going to cut my salary, are you? Uzumaki Ketsuki thought of this terrifying possibility, her small face turning pale. You are now one of the founding figures of Konoha village. How could I possibly cut your salary? Moreover, I plan to raise your salary to 3 times your monthly pay. 30,000 yen. Uzumaki Ketsuki was overwhelmed by the sudden happiness, her eyes turning into symbols of money. 3 times, that means 300,000 yen. Every week we'll have a double holiday, Madara stated. Double holiday. Lord Madara, how can you test your subordinates like this? Which subordinate can withstand such a test? If that's the case, you must work hard. Understood. Very well, now I have a task to entrust to you. Go through fire and water, I will not hesitate. Madara summoned a kunai and severed one of her own arms, tossing it to Uzumaki Ketsuki. Take good care of it, and I'll teach you another technique. Madara exchanged a few words with Uzumaki Ketsuki and demonstrated. Lord Madara, you won't encounter any danger, will you? A hint of worry appeared in Uzumaki Ketsuki's eyes. It's just a precaution in case it is needed in the future. You must remember this technique until the day you die. You take good care of the item too. After speaking, Madara used the summoning technique to call forth the Yata no Kagami to fly into the sky. The wind howled fiercely in the air, and the scenery below rushed by swiftly. Vast forests and circular islands formed a seamless blend of water and sky. Under the guidance of the Yata no Kagami, Uchiha Obito reached the Land of Water in just 3 hours. On the boundless surface of the sea, ships appeared as tiny as leaves. Beside a village, a 6-tailed slug was causing widespread destruction, its corrosive slime eating away at the rocks. The villagers cried out in despair, reduced to mere bubbles. Wood release, wood dragon jutsu. Obito leaped from beneath the Yata no Kagami, a long wooden dragon, capturing the 6 tails, its many tendrils greedily absorbing the tailed beast's chakra. The 6 tails sensed a life-threatening crisis and struggled desperately to escape, gathering tailed beast chakra in its mouth before firing it out. Hungry Ghost Path. Obito caught the tailed beast ball barehanded and absorbed it. The massive tailed beast ball was effortlessly absorbed by Obito's Hungry Ghost Path, and the unseen, yet unstoppable impact toppled the 6 tails. Wheel of Reincarnation Edge. Hell, a unique ability of his Rinnegan allowed Obito to split off a shadow from his body using Wheel of Reincarnation. This shadow could block attacks aimed at him or be used to ambush opponents, although with a single eye he could only create 1 shadow. In the original story, Obito used the Wheel of Reincarnation Edge Hell to instantaneously strike down 9-tailed beasts, swiftly defeating Sasuke with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. However, when facing equally matched foes, he appeared quite vulnerable, a technique suited for bullying weaker opponents. Obito successfully absorbed the chakra of the 6 tails. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed. Task rewards have been issued. The perfect Jinchuriki form means that Obito can fully control the Ten Tails. Now all he needs to do is extract the chakra from Hashirama, and everything will settle with all going smoothly. Suddenly Obito felt an extremely strong power emanating from not far away. Moi. Before he could react, a figure clad entirely in white appeared before him. The figure had pale skin and light blue long hair tied in a high ponytail. Dressed in white robes, he carried a red fishing basket on his back and held a red fishing rod. Obito felt a sense of foreboding and raised his hand to use Shinra Tensei. The massive repulsive force sent the stranger flying, but caused no harm. I didn't expect to cross the wrong timeline. Damn turtle. Obito's left eye, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, rotated, manifesting the complete Susano'o. If he wasn't mistaken, the white-clad man with the fishing rod was none other than Kagaya Otsutsuki, and his unusual skin and appearance confirmed this. But why was Kagaya appearing here? Hey little sister, don't be so nervous. I'm not a bad person, is your eye a Rinnegan? Kagaya Otsutsuki appeared casual, holding the red fishing rod. Responding to Kagaya was the complete Susano'o, delivering a devastating slash, cleaving a towering mountain in half, while the village was obliterated under the tremendous impact. Wow, that's terrifying, Kagaya Otsutsuki exclaimed, activating the Shinjuku River and jumping inside. When he emerged again, he appeared behind Obito. Heavenly Susano'o Meteor Death. Countless fishing rods struck the complete Susano'o, piercing its blue chakra. Ding. Please escape from Kagaya Otsutsuki's side. Task completion, reward heavenly hand power. Task failure, penalty death. Obito controlled the wheel of reincarnation edge hell, while simultaneously activating Shinra Tensei to push Kagaya Otsutsuki away, but he was met with Kagaya's own Shinra Tensei blocking him. Although Kagaya Otsutsuki's performance in the story was quite poor, being defeated by Boruto's plot, his status as a pure-blooded Otsutsuki was a testament to his power. At least he was at the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Fortunately, Kagaya Otsutsuki was overly confident and arrogant, exhibiting the usual traits of a typical villain, including taunting and holding back power. Thus, escaping from his grasp wasn't entirely impossible. You're quite feisty, little sister, Kagaya remarked, his white eyes lazily attacking Obito. By the way, what time is it now? Those two damn guys are really annoying. Obito somewhat understood the situation. Kagaya Otsutsuki had traveled back to Naruto's childhood to seize the Nine-Tails chakra, but was influenced by Sasuke and Boruto landing in another timeline. However, logically, Kagaya should have arrived in the Fourth Great Ninja War timeline, but instead he had inadvertently ended up in the Warring States period. Your power seems rather incomplete, doesn't it? How about becoming my subordinate? I offer you the chance to serve me. Sounds like an honor, right? Obito ignored him. All types of ninjutsu were ineffective against the Otsutsuki with a Rinnegan. The only thing that could hit him was physical techniques and a large amount of natural energy, which meant sage arts. With this in mind, Obito clasped his hands together, activating the perfect sage mode. Crimson symbols crawled up his cheeks, surprising Kagaya Otsutsuki slightly. Special ninjutsu, you should be aware of it, since you have a Rinnegan, right? The Hungry Ghost Path can absorb all ninjutsu. Obito concentrated his sage chakra and opted for the most straightforward approach, delivering a powerful punch to Kagaya Otsutsuki's face. Cough. Caught off guard, Kagaya Otsutsuki's face twisted from the punch, burying him into the ground. That hurts. You're really rough. Kagaya Otsutsuki spat blood and struggled to crawl out of the pit, his Byakugan unexpectedly transforming into the blue Rinnegan. Fishing basket. Kagaya Otsutsuki produced a red fishing basket into which all the chakra unleashed by Susano'o was absorbed. Boom. A massive surge of chakra transformed into a sphere engulfing Obito's figure. Did I use too much force? I hope I didn't kill her, Kagaya Otsutsuki said, raising his hand. When the light faded, Obito's figure had already vanished. Did she run away? Kagaya Otsutsuki activated the Shinjuku River, appearing right in front of the fleeing Obito. Heavenly Susano'o Meteor Death Soul. A torrent of purple light shot from Kagaya's palm, blocked by Shinra Tensei. This timeline seems to be affected by something. I can only stay here for a day. As Kagaya Otsutsuki intended to attack again, his hand paused. Dear little sister, while I'm quite interested in you, due to time constraints, I must defeat you quickly. Kagaya's eyes turned red with the Rinnegan as he retreated into the Shinjuku River. Chakra Staff. He shot out a rapidly speeding chakra staff from a black void, part of it being shattered by Obito's Shinra Tensei, while the remaining portion pierced through Obito's body. Kagaya Otsutsuki swooped down from the air, the red fishing rod striking Obito's body as it began to rapidly absorb his chakra. There's an opportunity. Seeing Kagaya leisurely absorbing his chakra, Obito seized the red fishing rod and flung him away. The power of sage arts combined with wood release was about to pierce through Kagaya Otsutsuki's body, but he revealed a smile. You've fallen for my trap. Time around them began to reverse and Obito's figure started to retreat, with Kagaya Otsutsuki gripping his neck and absorbing the sage chakra in his hands. A massive amount of sage chakra caused Kagaya Otsutsuki to falter, his arm for absorbing chakra splitting apart. He hastily released Obito, his expression twisted, and pinned Obito to the ground with several chakra black rods. Mysterious chakra. So after witnessing my power, are you interested in becoming my servant? How dull. Seeing Obito remain silent, Kagaya Otsutsuki nonchalantly delivered a heavenly Susano'o Meteor Death Dragon Palace to him. I should really think of a way to leave here quickly. Kagaya Otsutsuki observed Obito whose chakra was nearly depleted and chose not to kill her. After all, that was his nature, enjoying toying with others, but not being bloodthirsty. He had spared Boruto multiple times, his strength fluctuating with his mood. Suppressed by the shadow of wind and water, he could instantaneously handle Sasuke, with the Rinnegan ultimately being defeated by the combined forces of Naruto and Boruto dying like a clown. As he watched Kagaya Otsutsuki move away, Obito painfully pulled out the chakra rods embedded in him. His chakra was almost depleted, leaving him too weak to use the Byakugan and would release. The only thing he could rely on was the automatic healing of the Uzumaki clan's physique. But thankfully he was still alive. Ding! Congratulations, host, task completed. Task rewards have been issued. Just as Obito let out a sigh of relief, a hand pierced through his abdomen. My. Heijiwa appeared behind Ban, one hand piercing through her abdomen. Cough, cough. Ban spat out a mouthful of blood, yet her expression remained eerily calm. My apologies, Lady Ban, Heijiwa said with a sinister smile descending upon Ban's body. I never expected the Otsutsuki fellows to chase me here. For the sake of my mother's resurrection, I must expedite my actions. Originally, Heijiwa dared not act against Ban due to her strength relying solely on verbal manipulation. However, after acquiring the Rinnegan, Ban surprisingly annihilated one of his bodies, indicating that she had no intention of activating the infinite Tsukuyomi. To be honest, from the very beginning, Heijiwa found Ban to be a rather troublesome vessel. Thus, he took advantage of Uchiha Taijima's weakened state on the battlefield to influence him mentally. Mental fusion is his special ability, allowing him to control the will of his enemies. Using this technique, he forced Uchiha Taijima to attack Ban, seizing her eyes and flesh, then inciting him to target the Senju clan, whom he already harbored resentment against, to obtain Ashura's flesh and influence him to gather tailed beasts for the activation of the infinite Tsukuyomi. But who would have thought that Uchiha Taijima was so useless that he ended up being killed by Ban? Now Ban was about to become the second sage of 6 paths, and he was prepared to wait another 100 years to deceive the next few generations of Indra's reincarnations. However, the appearance of Urashiki severely injured Ban, giving him the chance to strike. Mother, I will resurrect you soon. Although lacking one of the 9 tails chakra, he could still forcibly activate the 10 tails and become its Jinchuriki. After all, once the god tree appears and the infinite Tsukuyomi is activated, the chakra of this world will return to his mother. Heijiwa controlled Ban's hand, which trembled as she attempted to summon the outer path golem. In the blink of an eye, Ban pressed down on her own hand, releasing the seal that bound the 8-tailed beasts, causing a torrent of tailed beast chakra to surge forth from her body. The tailed beasts, harboring resentment towards Ban, unleashed a frenzied crimson tailed beast chakra that ravaged her body. Ban's vision blurred as she gritted her teeth, summoning a kunai before plunging it towards her Rinnegan. No, Heijiwa could not stop her in time, watching as Ban's Rinnegan was destroyed. The kunai stabbed directly into Ban's eye, leaving only a darkened, bloodied socket. Without the power of the Byakugan, and would release the assistance that her Uzumaki physique could provide her, was only enough to extend her life for a short while. Fortunately, I left a backup plan. She briefly broke free from Haiju's control, wielding the remaining power to control the 2 tails, launching it toward Ban and Heijiwa. At last, the tailed beast bomb exploded upon the ground, turning Ban and Heijiwa into ashes. Ding, host, death detected system entering hibernation mode. Darkness enveloped her, an interminable abyss that felt unbearable. Ban could sense her spiritual state. Her soul was but a step away from the Pure Land, yet a peculiar force prevented her entry. She thought to herself that she had not violated her agreement with Hashirama. She had accomplished it. The founding of Konoha, albeit without witnessing it personally. However, those children of later generations would only feel fear upon seeing her as a blood-stained executioner. After a long slumber, when Ban opened her eyes again, a blinding light pierced them, revealing the ceiling of a laboratory. Have I been reincarnated? Lady Ban, you are awake. A familiar yet unplaceable voice lingered in Ban's ears as she struggled to glance toward it. It was an elderly woman with red hair, deep wrinkles etched onto her face by time, yet she wore a radiant smile. Who are you? Lady Ban, you owe me 44 years of salary. As your secretary, I must express my serious protest. The red-haired old woman said cheerfully. Kitsuki. Ban paused for a moment, unable to react. It was only then that she realized her body was an Edo Tensei vessel, meaning Uzumaki Kitsuki had completed the Edo Tensei. To facilitate your reincarnation, Lady Ban, I collaborated with a young and talented scientist to cultivate your cells and create a body for you. In order to enhance your strength to be closer to what it once was, I have trained this ability for 44 years. Of course, this included cultivating a perfect body and evading the 2 shinobi world wars. I will gradually explain everything to you later. Uzumaki Kitsuki spoke these words with a relaxed expression. 44 years, nearly equivalent to half a human life, yet in her words it felt like a mere blink of an eye. Ban utilized the Edo Tensei release, breaking free from control. She looked at Uzumaki Kitsuki with some guilt. I'm sorry for making you spend so much time. You silly, why not just run away? There was no need to resurrect me. Given Uzumaki Kitsuki's personality, she was utterly hopeless in practicing ninjutsu, even struggling to learn her renowned sealing techniques. Yet she spent 44 years diligently trying to find a way to resurrect Ban. That won't do, Uzumaki Ketsuki said earnestly, her wrinkled face taking on a serious expression. Lady Ban still owes me a full 44 years of salary. How could I let you just run away so easily? That's true, but I currently have not a single penny to my name. Then how about accompanying me for a meal? Uzumaki Ketsuki pondered for a moment and said, I also want to share all these years of events with you, Lady Ban. Ban nodded. She sensed her body, every cell in this body was constructed from her previous life possessing would release and the Uzumaki clan's physique. Overall, her physical quality was about 98% of what it had been in her previous life. However, due to the self-destruction of her eyes and the limitations of Edo Tensei, she could only manifest the Mangekyo Sharingan. Years ago, before Ban went to capture the Six Tails, she had foreseen the possibility of her own death and entrusted the Edo Tensei technique to Uzumaki Ketsuki just in case. Little did she know the wait lasted 44 years until the year Itachi was born. By the way, Lady Ban, your brother Uchiha Izuna left you a gift. Uzumaki Ketsuki opened a jar revealing a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan soaking inside. These are the Mangekyo Sharingan he left behind in life. Perhaps they will be of help to you. Is that so? It seems I am an incompetent relative. Ban accepted Izuna's eyes. Uzumaki Ketsuki led Ban out of the laboratory, during which she nearly strained her back. I really am getting old. I never expected Lady Ban to still look so young. Originally given the physique of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Ketsuki should not have aged so rapidly. However, due to frequently using herself as an experimental subject and implanting Ban cells, she gained an extraordinary recovery ability, which accelerated the division of her cells and increased her aging speed. They walked for quite a while before catching sight of Konoha. Beneath the radiant sun, 3 colossal carvings of Hokage loomed over the village. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, etched into the Hokage rock, their serene presence mirroring the tranquil harmony of the village below. The village bustled with vibrant life. Children returning from the ninja academy strolled in cheerful clusters, chatting and laughing. Kushina Namikaze recounted her journey across the years. She spoke of the sweeping transformations across the shinobi world. Hashirama Senju had become the first Hokage of Konoha, and other nations had likewise founded their own hidden villages. She described the arduous trials she endured, crossing mountains and rivers, to resurrect Madara Uchiha. She recounted the First Shinobi World War and the Second Shinobi World War, and how she had collaborated with Orochimaru, whose scientific brilliance enabled the refinement and perfection of the Edo Tensei technique. Though she herself had attempted to revive Madara, every Edo Tensei resurrection yielded only hollow, mindless shells, prompting her to seek out Orochimaru, Konoha's most gifted scientific prodigy. After decades of relentless effort, she finally succeeded in summoning Madara Uchiha through Edo Tensei. By the way, Lord Madara, Hokage Hashirama never married, not even once. Kushina Namikaze gazed toward the Hokage rock, bathed in golden light. Madara lowered his eyes and murmured, that only proves he was a fool. This was a shinobi world reshaped by her hand. No 6 paths pain, no Obito's descent into darkness, no tragic deaths of Minato, and Kushina and Naruto would grow up with both parents. Yet darkness still lingered unyielding and profound. There's a delightful shop nearby that sells colorful dango. I'd love for us to try some. To conceal the telltale marks of Edo Tensei upon his face, Madara wore a deep hood, his delicate features veiled in shadow. Hey boss, another bowl of ramen and a skewer of dango. A tall man with waist-length white hair sat at a restaurant table, his forehead protector inscribed with the kanji for oil. Opposite him sat a pale-skinned man whose countenance exuded cold detachment. Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Madara recognized them instantly. The two were feasting heartily. Orochimaru glanced up as Kushina entered and offered a polite nod. Lady Kushina, you've arrived. Ah, Jiraiya and Orochimaru. You've just returned from a mission. Kushina replied warmly. And who might this be? Orochimaru's gaze shifted toward the hooded figure beside her. I suspect you already know. Is it that person? Curiosity flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. So the Edo Tensei was executed flawlessly. Huh, what on earth are you two talking about? Jiraiya slurped a strand of ramen, bewildered, staring at the two enigmatic speakers. The legendary shinobi, Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha. Jiraiya recoiled in disbelief. The very same. The peerless genius whose brilliance eclipsed all, whose secret bond with the first Hokage remains shrouded in legend. Kushina. Madara's voice cut in sharp with quiet inquiry. Kushina flushed faintly. A book I published long ago. The Hidden Chronicles of Konoha. Jiraiya hurried to interject. I've read it dozens of times. In its pages, Lady Kushina and Lord Madara are inseparable comrades. She rescues him time and again, a heroine saving her hero. As Jiraiya's enthusiasm surged, Orochimaru clamped a hand over his mouth. I see. So you already know me. With a subtle weave of genjutsu, Madara sealed their table from prying eyes and gently lowered his hood, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty and crimson, sharing gantlet eyes. Truly a vision of unparalleled grace. Jiraiya stared dumbstruck, then snapped back to reality and hastily wiped his chin. Pity she's still so young. His gaze drifted downward with wistful disappointment. Her chest barely reached a modest cup. Only a D or larger would satisfy the perverted sage's exacting standards. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru's attention, however, fixated elsewhere the moment Madara unveiled his true visage. The Mangekyo Sharingan ensnared his fascination utterly. What exquisite eyes, Orochimaru murmured, unreserved in his admiration. Huh, even you, the silent serpent, have found your tongue. Misinterpreting the compliment, Jiraiya slung an arm around Orochimaru's shoulders and chuckled, assuming they shared the same appreciation. Madara pulled his hood back up. Kushina ordered several dishes. Dango in 5 vivid hues, her favorite, plus 2 bowls of rich tonkatsu ramen. During the Second Shinobi World War, I utterly routed that opponent. The chopped pepper fish. It's the Sanshuo, Orochimaru corrected. Oh, really? I hadn't noticed. Jiraiya scratched his head. In any case, the great sage of the toads Jiraiya earned immortal glory in the Second Shinobi World War. And I've taken on a student, Minato Namikaze, a truly exceptional boy. Pride shimmered in Jiraiya's eyes as he spoke. Oh, by the way, Lady Kushina, my new novel launches soon. Its title is The Tale of the Indomitable Will, and its protagonist is named Naruto. I'll gladly recommend it for you, little Jiraiya. Kushina smiled. That's wonderful news. As dusk descended, a blazing orb of fire edged slowly toward the horizon. We should be going. It's been a pleasure. Until next time. Madara and Kushina bid farewell to Jiraiya and Orochimaru, stepping out of the restaurant. Madara savored the last bite of dango, then lifted his gaze to the twilight sky. Together they climbed the mountain path and stood overlooking the Hokage rock. Lord Madara, I still remember how you once called me useless. Yet when you taught me Edo Tensei, you acknowledged my talent. I was merely manipulating you, Madara replied. We hunted the Five Tails and Shikaku together. You nearly fled in terror, only to be immobilized by my wood release. You almost died. You were simply weak. And yet, here you stand alive and well. Lord Madara, in my book, I'm a celebrated heroine who saved the shinobi world countless times, a prodigious kunoichi of the Uzumaki clan. Yet now I've become an old woman. A prodigious, useless kunoichi, perhaps. Madara quipped. Lord Madara, could you tell me what death feels like? Profound peace, warmth without pain. Is that so? I'm absolutely terrified of dying. Lord Madara, am I of any worth? Yes, absolutely. This is the first time you've ever praised me. Kushina chattered on like a child, peppering him with endless questions, while Madara answered each with quiet patience. Their silhouettes trembled in the vast amber hush of twilight, small, fragile, fleeting. Her fiery red hair fluttered in the evening breeze, her aged face shimmered in the fading light as she closed her eyes, and a single clear tear traced its slow descent. Lord Madara, thank you. Meeting you has been the greatest blessing of my life. No thanks are needed. Just don't betray me later, that's all. For a fleeting instant, Madara glimpsed the girl she once was, timid, tearful, trembling before danger, and a faint, tender smile touched his lips. The sun sank westward. Silence settled deep and enduring. Kushina leaned against him, her breathing soft and steady, as if asleep in perfect serenity. Kushina. Madara nudged her gently, yet she did not stir, motionless as a flawless marble statue. She had passed away, quietly beneath the setting sun. Long after only silence remained on the hillside, cold, absolute, hollow. Be proud. You were one whom Madara Uchiha acknowledged. His whisper trembled, just slightly. As the sun vanished into night, a single heavy tear fell onto Kushina's robe. In the year Konoha 44, Kushina Namikaze died. Madara rose, dispelling the genjutsu she had sustained for 44 years. Crimson blood welled from his Sharingan eyes. Her passing had stilled his heart, calm, resolute, unshaken. For 44 years death has buried your illusory love. But I, Madara Uchiha, shall rewrite this world. He had cast that genjutsu the moment their eyes first met. Whether those decades of affection were real or fabricated mattered not. Such was the nature of the Uchiha clan, born to love, born to deceive. Ding. The system has successfully revived. Reward provided a physical body. The system triumphed in the resurrection match, and the voice echoed by Uchiha's ear as the body of Edo Tensei cracked open, revealing a new flesh. Uchiha went to the old residence of the Uzumaki clan to bury Uzumaki Ketsuki. Since she had always been single and had no adopted children, no one was there to help her collect the body. Calming her emotions, Uchiha checked her current status panel. Host Uchiha Band, gender female, physical age 14, chakra attributes wind, fire, earth, water, lightning, yang, yin, identity, reincarnation of Indra, bloodline, limit, bloodline, compilation, Mangekyo, Sharingan, Amaterasu, Kagai's power, would release, will, tomb, edge, hell, heavenly hand, power, special form, perfect, sage mode, ninja, tool, Uchiha fan, overall evaluation, super shadow. Despite losing her Rinnegan, Uchiha retained her super shadow strength due to her inherent superiority. However, acquiring the Rinnegan is easy for Uchiha. As long as she has Hashirama's cells, opening the eternal eyes of Izuna will be effortless. Interestingly, the wheel, tomb, edge, hell, and heavenly hand power were unexpectedly preserved. Heavenly hand power is a divine technique that allows the caster to instantly swap places with the target within a specific range. Moreover, Uchiha also possesses the hidden wheel, tomb, edge, hell, enabling her to switch places with her own shadow clone. During her battle with Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Uchiha realized that her power was still insufficient, as she lacked the capability to fight against Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who was not even using his full strength. Moreover, in the future there will also be Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Ishiki, among others. Why are you here alone? Are you lost? A voice interrupted Uchiha's thoughts. Under the dark night sky, a small boy with white hair and a mask asked Kakashi. Uchiha recognized him at a glance due to his distinctive white hair and handsome features. After all, Hatake Kakashi's appearance was too recognizable. How do you know my name? Kakashi asked, somewhat puzzled. You're the son of the Leaf's White Fang, so it's only natural to know, right? Uchiha, relying on her knowledge from watching Naruto, casually answered. So my father is still considered a hero. Little Kakashi's expression dimmed upon hearing that title. Ever since his father committed suicide, he had been in a downward spiral. He had sacrificed his mission to save his comrades, yet he faced blame for it. His father was clearly not at fault, yet he was criticized by those he saved. He did not die on the battlefield, but rather succumbed to a pathetic suicide under the villagers' accusations. This incident had a profound impact on Kakashi, leaving him torn between the choices of comrades and missions. Of course he is considered a hero. What is your name? Little Kakashi hesitantly asked. Uchiha Ban. I must leave now, or you should hurry home. Ban said. You are from the Uchiha clan. I will remember you, little Kakashi thought to himself, ultimately choosing to leave. Seeing little Kakashi leave, Uchiha promptly activated her Mangekyo Sharingan, and the Umbu members lurking in the shadows had their memories altered. There are actually people delivering money to me. How convenient, as I am currently broke. Uchiha rummaged through several Umbu members and pulled out a heavy purse. I accept this. Uchiha muttered to the Umbu members under the control of her Mangekyo Sharingan. She ultimately decided to visit the Uchiha clan's territory. According to the timeline, the current Uchiha clan should be under the leadership of Uchiha Fugaku, enjoying a period of stability, yet weaker than during its peak. The second Hokage would undoubtedly suppress the Uchiha clan, especially having witnessed the terrifying power and obsessive nature of a certain Uchiha. The Leaf's police force serves as a prime example, demonstrating both the trust of the second Hokage in the Uchiha clan and a means to monitor their every move. Is this the Uchiha outpost? Uchiha glanced at the dramatically changed Uchiha outpost and surveyed her surroundings. Hey, who's over there? A patrolling Uchiha clan member saw Uchiha. She deactivated her Mangekyo and activated a regular Sharingan. Hey, little sister, who are your parents? Why are you out so late? Did you get lost? Uchiha paused for a moment and replied, I am Uchiha Fugaku's illegitimate daughter. He abandoned my mother and me, so I have come to find him. Uncle, can you tell me where he is? The Uchiha clan member was taken aback. I didn't expect the clan leader to have such a beautiful illegitimate daughter. She has grown up so much drinking and smoking. He thought for a moment and decided to be a helpful person. All right, little sister, I'll take you to find your father. Thank you, uncle, for allowing us to reunite. Uchiha set her heart steady. No problem, just a small matter. Under the guidance of the enthusiastic Uchiha Ban arrived at Uchiha Fugaku's home. At this time, Uchiha Itachi had just been born, so Uchiha Fugaku had taken a few days off from the police force to accompany his wife and child. As he sat at home during the night shift, he suddenly heard a Uchiha clan member rush in and say, Clan leader, I have found your illegitimate daughter. Uchiha Fugaku was instantly dumbfounded, and he even began to recall whether he had done anything to wrong Mikoto while drunk. In the end, he had not. Where would he get an illegitimate daughter? Uchiha Fugaku stepped outside the moonlight like a spring, revealing a stunning young girl with black hair like a waterfall and a pair of crimson eyes, confirming her identity as a member of the Uchiha clan. A prank. Today isn't April Fool's Day? Uchiha Fugaku couldn't comprehend the situation as Uchiha walked into the house. Could it be that I really have an illegitimate daughter? Uchiha Fugaku began to doubt himself. Nice to meet you, I am Uchiha Ban, your ancestor. Uchiha said slowly. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku was utterly confused. A little girl who appeared to be in her early teens claimed to be both his illegitimate daughter and his ancestor. What kind of nonsense was this? A few minutes later, Uchiha explained the situation to Uchiha Fugaku. You really are our Uchiha clan's ancestor, Uchiha Ban. Fugaku was taken aback. He had not expected that the little girl before him was the Uchiha Ban who once dominated the warring states, period, undefeated against all ninjas. Logically, Uchiha Ban should have long been dead. Moreover, even if she had survived, she would be a white-haired old woman by now. Do you need me to prove it? Uchiha activated her Mangekyo Sharingan. This is... Uchiha Fugaku's heart raced. A girl of 13 or 14 had activated her Mangekyo Sharingan, an unprecedented talent among the Uchiha clan. If she truly is the resurrected ancestor Uchiha Ban, it is indeed not impossible. Orochimaru and Uzumaki Ketsuki actually managed to summon my ancestor. Uchiha Fugaku wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the situation. In fact, Uchiha Ban does have some connection to Uchiha Fugaku's line. Although Ban never married or had children, Izuna had a wife and children, and both Izuna and Ban shared the same blood, making Fugaku a descendant of Izuna. This could also explain why Tobirama and Izuna resemble each other so closely. Call me Ban, there's no need for such formality. Uchiha Fugaku was restless, sweat soaking his back. Having read the untold stories of Konoha, he was well aware of Uchiha Ban's cold-blooded violence and the entangled love-hate relationship with the first Hokage. She wouldn't be thinking about subverting Konoha and destroying the world, would she? Your home seems quite spacious. It wouldn't be a problem to accommodate a few more people, right? Ban ignored Uchiha Fugaku's question and instead began to observe the interior of Fugaku's house. It's clear that Uchiha Fugaku as the clan leader possessed considerable emotional intelligence. Understanding Ban's implication, Fugaku hurriedly said, "Ban, I will provide you with accommodation. Tonight you will have to stay at my place. I apologize for the inconvenience." "I truly apologize. Thank you." Ban accepted Uchiha Fugaku's kindness decisively. "However, I have no intentions of subverting Konoha or destroying the world. Have I been seen through?" Uchiha Fugaku felt slightly embarrassed. "Then good night," Fugaku, Ban said lightly. Through the light, he saw Uchiha Mikoto peacefully sleeping while holding a baby. That baby should be Uchiha Itachi. The next morning, Ban left the Uchiha residence. It is now the year 44 of Konoha, 7 years before the protagonist Naruto's birth. Namake's Minato is currently 17 years old, and the generation of elite ninjas is growing up, preparing to shine in the upcoming Third Shinobi World War. This is the moment when Konoha's power is at its peak. The system has issued an open main quest. The Third Shinobi World War is approaching with flames of war raging. Please create an impact during this war. Host. Quest rewards will be calculated based on the impact caused by the protagonist. The more impact generated, the more generous the rewards. System supplement, whether good or bad, as long as the host can create enough upheaval to influence the entire ninja world, it will suffice. The Third Shinobi World War. I look forward to it. Ban clenched his palms, and suddenly a flash of green crossed his vision. It was a boy in a green bodysuit with a watermelon-shaped hairstyle and thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was none other than Kakashi's lifelong rival, the Azure Beast of Konoha, Might Guy. Beside him was a similarly dressed older man, Might Due. At that moment, they were running around the entire Konoha village for training, something they adhered to every day. "Burn bright, youth. We still have 3 laps to go. We need to speed up." "What a silly hairstyle." Ban watched as the two rushed past, unable to help but sigh. Her only feeling now was a faint pain in her body. She had changed into the clothes of the Konoha guard. To avoid attracting too much attention, Ban had Uchiha Fugaku fabricate an identity as a war orphan and arrange for her to join the Konoha police force. After all, to do bad things, one shouldn't be too conspicuous. He was very interested in the Kamui of Obito's 2 Sharingan. Last time the system's reward was merely Kamui, without the intangibility. Getting Kakashi to kill Noara Rin to provoke Obito into awakening his Sharingan would likely yield significant rewards. However, the impact caused wouldn't be enough, and she didn't have White Zetsu or training techniques, so the only option was to seek cooperation with Orochimaru. Uchiha Ban was indifferent towards Kakashi, Noara Rin, and Uchiha Obito. What she valued most now was to grow stronger, protect her village with Hashirama, and resist the Otsutsuki clan. Sacrificing a portion of people to exchange for the happiness of many is exactly what Ban did in the original work. He crossed over a century of solitude, secretly initiated the infinite Tsukuyomi, aiming to create an ideal world free of war, eternally peaceful. In a sense, Ban was an extremely pure idealist. However, the Eye of the Moon was ultimately a false dream. Now Ban had to face the Otsutsuki clan beings with world-destroying powers. It's better for one person to die than for 100 to die. Though this is unethical, it is very necessary. "Forgive me, survivors of this world," Ban said softly, but a voice suddenly reached his ears. "Hey Uchiha, don't block the way here." The speaker was an arrogant white-haired ninja with a handsome appearance, making Ban feel a sense of familiarity. "You." The white-haired ninja paused upon seeing Ban's face, then immediately regained his composure. "I'm talking to you, Uchiha. Who are you?" Ban looked up and down at the white-haired ninja. "You don't even know me. I'm the grandson of the second Hokage, Senju Kirikawa," the white-haired ninja said proudly. "The grandson of Tobarama." Ban suddenly realized no wonder they looked so alike. He just never expected Tobarama to actually have a grandchild. After all, in the original work, Tobarama was a lifelong bachelor. Ban took a step back, and Senju Kirikawa gave the girl a satisfied glance. "Now that's more like it." The next second, "Oh. Ouch, ouch, ouch." Senju Kirikawa was slammed to the ground by Ban with a throw and received a brutal beating. "Damn, Uchiha, how dare you hit me? I'm going to." Senju Kirikawa gritted his teeth. "Ouch, ouch, I was wrong. Damn it, wait for me. Don't hit my face." Ban looked at the fallen Senju Kirikawa, thinking that Tobarama's teaching was lacking. A ninja in his 20s was this weak. Though she decisively ignored her own strength at the peak of her shadow. After clapping her hands, Ban went to buy a skewer of colorful dumplings, leaving Senju Kirikawa lying on the ground with a face bruised and battered. "Isn't it work hours? I suppose I'm just doing my job." Ban took a bite of the dumpling. "The system has issued a task. Ninja from Awagakure are infiltrating Konoha, and Shimura Danzo is currently watching the host. Please showcase your strength." Task completion, reward Rasengan. Task failure, penalty none. Ban sensed her surroundings and did not detect the presence of Umbu or Root nearby, only a faint perception of a gaze. It must have been Danzo using Sarutobi's crystal ball for surveillance. Shimura Danzo, who was in front of the crystal ball, was startled to see Ban looking in his direction. A suddenly appearing Uchiha with such keen perception. Danzo dispatched Root every day to check on the village's movements, especially concerning the Uchiha and Senju clans. The brief time spent with Ban and Senju Kirikawa had caught the attention of Root. He scoured the Uchiha clan's household registry, but found no information about Ban. Moreover, a girl who appeared to be around 10 could easily take down a seasoned elite jonin like Senju Kirikawa, indicating her formidable strength. Suspicious, and not just ordinarily suspicious. Danzo squinted his eyes, beginning to formulate a plan in his mind. How could I forget about this? Perhaps there's a chance to deal with this troublesome individual. Ban paid no mind to Danzo's gaze and walked towards the direction indicated by the system. What is she heading outside of Konoha for? Is she perhaps a spy? Or does the Uchiha clan have collusion with other ninja villages? Danzo's attention was captured again by Ban, and he looked over. In the scene, a pair of disguised individuals were approaching Konoha village, their forehead protectors revealing their identities. Ninja from Iwagakure. The Uchiha clan colluding with the Iwagakure ninja. This thought flashed through Danzo's mind, but was quickly negated. Because Ban had launched an attack against the Iwagakure ninja. Xiao Shijian, a seasoned shinobi from the rock-hidden village, received orders from his superiors to infiltrate the Leaf village and steal classified information. At first, everything went smoothly until he encountered a young girl. The girl with hair cascading like a waterfall rested her chin on her hand while sitting on a rock, seemingly waiting for a long time, and lazily raised her crimson eyes. Uchiha. Before he could respond, black flames suddenly engulfed his companion's body, incinerating him to ashes amidst his screams. A sense of crisis surged through Xiao Shijian's heart, and he instinctively threw a shuriken embedded with an explosive tag. The shuriken flew toward the girl, vanishing just inches away from her. The girl had appeared before him, without him noticing, tearing the explosive tag off the shuriken and sticking it onto herself. A sharp pain shot through his abdomen, and his body was sent flying, crashing into several others before exploding. Boom! A colossal explosion echoed. Ban lowered her long, slender leg and elbowed a ninja's neck. A simple twist resulted in the sound of shattering bones. Several shurikens aimed at her were redirected by Ban, using her heavenly hand power, killing the throwing ninja. She seized a ninja's neck with one hand, her Sharingan spinning as she pressed him into the ground. It was like a beautiful dance. Ban's petite figure weaved through the rock-hidden ninjas, each movement claiming a life as the flower of slaughter quietly blossomed. Fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. Ban formed hand seals. The battle reached its climax as the roaring flames of fire-style blazed fiercely, annihilating the rock-hidden ninja squad. In a dark room, Danzo observed Ban's formidable strength and Sharingan, unable to regain his composure for a long time as greed slowly surfaced in his eyes. The Sharingan is indeed a valuable asset, especially the Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan. It seems to be the treasure of the genius Fugaku. That fellow must harbor treasonous intentions. It is only natural for me to take measures to protect the Leaf. Knocking on the table, Danzo summoned several members of the Root organization and instructed them to keep a close watch on Uchiha Ban. He finally turned off the crystal ball and headed towards the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, after dealing with the last ninja, Ban received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Task rewards have been issued. The Rasengan, a technique developed by the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, is the protagonist Naruto's most proficient jutsu. Taijutsu Rasengan, Big Ball Rasengan, Tornado Rasengan, Ninetales Rasengan, and so on. The secret of the Rasengan is to concentrate chakra in the hand, flowing in irregular directions while compressing it to form a chakra sphere the size of a palm. Ban used 7 types of chakra to condense a multicolored Rasengan, which eventually turned pure black, resembling a tailed beast ball. The Rasengan was slammed into the ground, causing the earth to crack and tremble. A massive explosion reverberated throughout the sky above the Leaf as Ban utilized heavenly hand power to escape the scene, avoiding the blast. That noise was quite loud. Ban stood atop a building, gazing at the deep pit in the distance before leaping off. A blonde ninja was rushing toward the explosion, wearing a forehead protector, moving with incredible speed, as if using the body flicker technique. Ban confirmed that this was the man known as the fastest in the ninja world, Minato Namikaze. Lady Ban, what a coincidence. Also arriving was Jiraiya, carrying a large scroll for summoning, greeting Ban. Does this count as wasting the Leaf's combat power? Ban paid no further attention to the two and noticed 3 sets of eyes fixated on her. She stepped into the alley, pretending nothing was amiss. The Root members hidden on the rooftops silently followed her. Hey, where did she go? But as soon as they entered the alley, Ban's figure vanished. Before the Root members could take their next action, a dark kunai pierced one of their veins, and she pressed down on the member's head. Take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal. Several Umbu reacted, but it was too late. They fell under Ban's Mangekyo control, and she swiftly eliminated this group of Root members. Will Tomb Edge Hell. Inside the Hokage office. Is there a possibility of Uchiha's rebellion? Deploy the Umbu to exterminate them. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe while seated at the Hokage desk. Danzo, you can't speak recklessly without evidence. Hiruzen, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Do you not believe me? This? Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. The Umbu cannot be mobilized, they are all on missions. I will personally investigate this matter. Hiruzen. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Before Shimura Danzo could say anything further, a sharp pain shot through his throat, and then his head separated from his body. Moi. Sarutobi Hiruzen had yet to grasp the situation when blood splattered all over his face. Danzo. The Wheel Tomb Edge Hell, which could not be sensed by anyone below the 6 paths level, returned to Ban's body after killing Shimura Danzo. Ban had never liked to take revenge the next day, fearing that the night would lead to prolonged nightmares. On her way back to the Uchiha base, she encountered Orochimaru. With long black hair, golden vertically elongated pupils, purple eyeshadow, extending to the nostrils, and pale skin adorned with aquamarine swirl-shaped earrings, Orochimaru's appearance was rather eerie compared to the radiant Minato Namikaze. One could only say that Orochimaru's appearance seemed somewhat sinister, failing to leave a good first impression compared to the sun-like Minato during the Hokage preliminaries. Although Orochimaru had little interest in the Hokage position. Orochimaru. Lady Ban, what a coincidence. I would like to ask you for a favor. Ban said. The reason she asked Orochimaru for help was regarding the reanimation jutsu. The impure world reincarnation and strength forbidden technique invented by Tobirama achieves the resurrection of the dead by binding their souls to the living's bodies. However, fundamentally the resurrected are still corpses, and Ban is well aware of this point from her experience with the impure world reincarnation. Yet there exists a technique that can completely resurrect the dead, similar to the rebirth heavenly technique, which was used by Chiyo. A resurrection ninjutsu, secretly developed in the land of sand using all of the user's chakra as a medium to transfer life force to the deceased. This ninjutsu can be used on either the living or the dead. If used on the dead, the user's chakra will transfer the soul of the deceased until the user dies. It is known as the forbidden technique that transcends death, using one's own life as a medium. In the story, Chiyo used this technique to revive Gaara. For Ban, obtaining this technique is not difficult, but the conditions for performing it are extremely strict. However, for Orochimaru, these conditions are quite simple. The impure rebirth is a forbidden technique that Orochimaru obtained through long-term human experiments. It transfers the spirit into another's body, thereby achieving eternal life. The only drawback is that it can only be used once every 3 years. If Orochimaru were to perform the rebirth heavenly technique, he could exploit the impure rebirth to exchange a person's life for the resurrection of a powerful ninja. However, the prerequisite is to have a corpse. Ban could not possibly overlook this point, knowing that the laboratory of Uzumaki Ketsuki held the corpse of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Of course, this was after Ban taught Uzumaki Ketsuki the technique of impure world reincarnation and advised her to collect more strong blood and flesh for future impure world reincarnation. Little did she expect that Uzumaki Ketsuki would directly excavate the corpse from the pit. However, why was the second Hokage Tobirama missing? Perhaps after fighting to the death with the gold and silver brothers, his corpse sank to the bottom of the sea. If one wanted to perform impure world reincarnation, they could only do as Orochimaru did, slicing open the belly of the death god to seize Tobirama's soul. After hearing about the impure world reincarnation and the rebirth heavenly technique from Uzumaki Ketsuki, a hint of excitement flickered in Orochimaru's cold eyes. So that's how it is. Can you teach me the impure world reincarnation technique, Lady Ban? Of course. However, it is troublesome if there are no living people to experiment on. Now Orochimaru was somewhat worried about his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen, as he had previously been warned by his teacher for conducting experiments on living bodies. This can be easily resolved. Given the current situation, the third great ninja war will soon arrive. Won't you be worried about lacking personnel then? What you should be worried about is the laboratory being too small, Ban replied. What an exciting day it is. Ban taught Orochimaru how to use the reanimation technique and provided him with a few drops of blood as a reward for helping him find a way to resurrect. It's wonderful to meet you, Lord Ban. Orochimaru sincerely said, then gifted Ban a small white snake for communication. Ding, congratulations to the host for influencing the future of the 3 war scenarios. Reward a special one-time. Wedge only has transformation ability, does not carry the special abilities of the Otsutsuki. The wedge is a unique ability derived from the Otsutsuki clan. Members of the Otsutsuki clan can replicate themselves and digitize their data, then implant it into another person who is referred to as a vessel. A black diamond-shaped mark appears on the palm of the vessel as the initial sign, which is the wedge. As time passes, the wedge gradually thaws. When it is completely thawed, the Otsutsuki clan can use the person marked with the wedge for reincarnation, essentially serving as a resurrection vessel. This reward is truly thoughtful and greatly assists Ban. There are still 3 years left until the start of the Third Shinobi World War. Ban returned to the Uchiha base and saw Uchiha Obito returning home. He immediately used his Mangekyo Sharingan to cast an illusion, leaving behind a hint. As night fell, Ban arrived alone at the restaurant where Uzumaki Ketsuki had taken her. Pulling aside the warm curtain, the welcoming warmth dispelled the darkness. Inside, a few people were sparsely seated, and the business was not very good. Oh, welcome. The restaurant owner was a beautiful lady appearing to be in her 20s. She greeted when she saw someone enter. You are the young lady who came with Granny Ketsuki yesterday, right? Do you know me? Ban was somewhat surprised as she had entered wearing a hood. Just to guess, you look very similar. After all, my restaurant is quite quiet, and there aren't many customers, just a few regulars, especially Granny Ketsuki, who almost comes every day to check on my business. That's why I usually remember the appearance of my guests, so there is some topic to talk about during the next meeting. So you know Ketsuki very well. Not quite, we have just had some conversations. She is a very nice person. Please bring me a bowl of tonkatsu ramen and 2 skewers of 5-color meatballs. Ban paused and added, and a bottle of sake. Do you want a drink? The owner looked at Ban in surprise and asked, is that not allowed? Oh, that's not what I meant. I just think children shouldn't drink alcohol. I am of age now, Ban said seriously. Although her physical age was young, her actual age was the same as Kitsuki's. Oh, I see. Can I change your sake to fruit juice? Ban glanced at the owner and said listlessly. Whatever you prefer. All right. A bowl of tonkatsu ramen, 2 servings of 5-color meatballs, and a glass of orange juice. The owner wrote it down in her ledger and went to prepare. Before long, the food was placed in front of Ban. A steaming bowl of tonkatsu ramen with several fish cakes floating in the golden broth and 2 skewers of 5-color meatballs on bamboo sticks. Ban took a sip of the chilled orange juice, which contained ice cubes and honey. By the way, since your restaurant is so quiet, why not choose to engage in another industry? Ban asked while eating the noodles. This restaurant was passed down to me by my grandfather. He told me that back then Granny Kitsuki often came here to buy 5-color meatballs, and my grandfather foolishly had a crush on her for a long time. Unfortunately, he was too timid, and it ultimately ended without declaration. Later, I heard that the First Shinobi World War broke out, and Granny Kitsuki disappeared for a long time. When they met again, it was already after the Second Shinobi World War. Since then, Granny Kitsuki has come to this restaurant every day. The owner sat beside the counter, and there were only the 2 of them left in the restaurant, making it feel desolate. My parents died early, and my grandfather raised me. After my grandfather passed away, he entrusted the restaurant to me, so I don't want to bury all his efforts. Ban recalled that when she was still the Uchiha clan leader, she often sent Uzumaki Kitsuki to run errands to buy food, and occasionally went with her to a restaurant to eat 5-color meatballs. Now that she thought about it, it might just be this restaurant. However, the owner was an Uchiha, so perhaps she later married someone from another clan. What is your name? Maruko, the owner said. What a strange name, who names someone after food. This was given to me by my grandfather, please don't make fun of me. Maruko smiled and said, I don't dislike it because I like eating meatballs. By the way, miss, why hasn't Granny Kitsuki come today? She asked curiously, her purple-blue earrings shimmering under the light reflecting the color of Ban's pupils. She has already passed away, Ban said calmly as if stating a story. Maruko fell silent. Then what is your relationship with Granny Kitsuki? I'm just asking, no offense intended. Well, how should I put it, a good friend, a very good friend. Please accept my condolences. There's no need for condolences, after all, I've already been sad about it, so there's nothing much to be sad about anymore. Ban said, finishing her juice in one gulp. Maruko, what do you think of Kitsuki? Maruko thought for a moment and replied. Granny Kitsuki is very kind and extremely brave, just like what she wrote in that book, subduing tailed beasts and protecting her companions. She is a true hero. I see. Ban remained quiet for a moment, then burst into laughter, propping her cheeks with her hands as joy radiated from the corners of her mouth. Haha, Kitsuki, you have truly become a legend. Maruko, seeing Ban laugh so happily, felt somewhat puzzled. Did I say something wrong? No, I just thought of something joyful. Tears of laughter welled up in Ban's eyes. Speaking of books, I also love Granny Kitsuki's other groundbreaking masterpiece. Maruko's expression suddenly became serious and solemn, almost sacred, like a nun praying devoutly in a church. Intimate Strategy. Maruko took a book off the shelf and said. The cover featured 2 people in pink passionately embracing. Can I take a look? Ban's curiosity was piqued. All right, but you can only look at it secretly. Maruko glanced around and whispered. Ban opened the book and read, closing it after getting the gist of the content. Isn't this just a little smutty book? How is it treated like a scripture? No, this is not a smutty book. It is my love enlightenment mentor, a super literary work that sold over 1,000 copies in Konoha. Ban put down the book, thinking that such a thing was indeed something that Kitsuki would write. It's just too bad that I'm almost 30 now and still have no boyfriend. Maruko sighed. And what about me? By appearance alone, Maruko did not look bad. Oh, she could even be called stunning. Her personality seemed to be the type that could get along with others. Maruko felt a bit shy and leaned closer to Ban's ear to whisper. The black-haired girl suddenly felt her pupils tremble, her expression one of disbelief. Off. It's really too distressing. Ooh, please don't tell anyone. I understand. Ban chatted with Maruko for a while longer, then noticed it was already quite late and bid her farewell. He'll come again if there's a chance. Ban walked back to the Uchiha clan's residence under the moonlight. The next day, daylight broke. At dawn, in the leaves, Kakashi lurked in a corner, engrossed in a flirtatious strategy guide. Might Guy lifted his legs high while inviting Kakashi. Hey Kakashi, want to race with me? Kakashi, with his dead fish eyes, coldly replied, I have something very important to attend to right now, maybe next time. Might Guy, feeling a bit regretful, continued running with his father Might Due while shouting, Youth forever, let it burn. The Red Sand Scorpion assassinated the 3rd Kazekage and took his corpse, becoming a rogue ninja. The disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage left Sunagakure without leadership, allowing the militaristic Land of Lightning to seize the opportunity to invade the Land of Wind and declare war on the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. Thus the 3rd Great Ninja War began. In the desolate desert, a beautiful red-haired youth walked alone on a gentle hillside. Scorpion, a genius puppet designer. As the mindless winds swept across, Scorpion seemed to sense it, raising his head to face the unreserved shadows above. Who are you? A petite figure in a white mask stood atop a rock wall holding a black and white fan. Scorpion, I am very interested in you and invite you to join my organization. Join the organization. I'm not really interested, Scorpion replied, pulling out a scroll from behind. However, I am very interested in turning you into a puppet. Scorpion unfolded the scroll, biting his fingertip to summon a puppet. It was the third Kazekage who had been assassinated by Scorpion wielding dual blades and spinning like a top to attack Madara. If you can then give it a try. Madara knew he wouldn't compromise unless he subdued Scorpion. A massive wooden dragon rose from the ground, effortlessly destroying the puppet. The gap in strength left Scorpion momentarily stunned as the icy scythe pressed against his jaw. Are you convinced? The masked figure spoke flatly as if he were crushing a trivial ant. Thousand hands manipulation. Scorpion realized the difficulty of the opponent and chose to unleash all his power without hesitation. The crippled third Kazekage with countless arms extending towards Madara, while Scorpion quickly retreated, pulling on the threads in his hands. Mechanism arms. Thousands of steel needles whizzed past Madara, exploding from the arms like a torrential rain of pear blossoms. My puppets are coated with deadly poison. Any ninja who touches them will die. Seeing that Madara had nowhere to dodge, a confident smile appeared on Scorpion's beautiful face. You will obediently become my puppet. I will make you a puppet of the same caliber as the third Kazekage. Just when Scorpion felt victory was assured, a purple arm shattered the third Kazekage's attack, and the immense Susano'o rose from the ground. Unlike Madara's Susano'o, the one activated by Izuna's eyes was purple, resembling Sasuke's Susano'o. Aren't you an admirer of art? Then let me show you what true art is. Madara's Sharingan spun as he appeared above Susano'o. A pair of wings that blotted out the sun unfurled, and in Scorpion's incredulous gaze, Susano'o drew a bow, the arrow of Indra materializing. An atmosphere of apocalyptic dread brewed as the black flames of Amaterasu, controlled by the deity of earth, clung to the arrowhead, burning fiercely. Boom! A buzzing sound filled Scorpion's ears, the piercing whistle passing overhead. He collapsed to the ground, looking back to see the desert behind him had been blasted into a massive, bottomless crater. Is this true art? Scorpion murmured to himself, gazing at the cataclysmic power. I will join your organization. As Susano'o dissipated, Madara earned Scorpion's acknowledgement through strength. This is neither the fleeting art of an explosion nor the pure art of eternity. It is the ultimate art of a towering giant that pierces through the world. Tears sparkled in Scorpion's eyes, filled with excitement and joy. This is the ultimate art that combines the eternal and the fleeting. It seems you've had a change of heart. Madara descended from the sky, his wooden clogs firmly planting on the ground. What is the name of the organization? Scorpion suddenly asked. The name? Madara stood tall in the wind, the ribbons by his ears fluttering. Akatsuki. What about the other members? Scorpion, curious about the strength of Madara, inquired about the other members. You are the first. Edge. Scorpion was taken aback. So, I am the first member of the organization. Scorpion felt somewhat puzzled. But it won't be long before the name Akatsuki spreads throughout the ninja world, Madara stated lightly, his tone filled with absolute confidence. She produced a specially crafted silver ring prominently engraved with the character Jade. This is a symbol of your identity and your codename. JD. Scorpion took the ring, gazing at the characters on it. That is indeed a beautiful thing. Ding, congratulations, the host has impacted the third Great Ninja War. Task Reward Telepathy Technique 8 Gates. The telepathy technique is similar to the communication function of Pain's Rinnegan, allowing for internal communication with others. As for the 8 gates, it is Might Guy's signature ninjutsu, providing tremendous boosts with each gate opened, and when reaching the 8th gate of death, it possesses world-destroying power. In the original work, Might Guy nearly used this technique to kick off the finale. Madara taught Scorpion the telepathy technique for better communication between them. Then Madara vanished into the swirling yellow sand, as she still had many matters to attend to. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Golden Flash became famous throughout the ninja world, with the Third Raikage battling 10,000 ninjas from the land of Earth for 3 days and nights, while Might Due fought against the 7 ninja swordsmen. Thus relying solely on Madara's strength, while formidable, wasn't enough, as she lacked 3 heads and 6 arms, prompting the idea of forming an organization. The organization would be called Akatsuki, originally established by Yahiko. Its main purpose was to assist her in various tasks, such as capturing tailed beasts and eliminating enemies. Without the Rinnegan, Nagato must have already perished, but if Konan and Yahiko were still alive, their strength couldn't be considered weak. Madara did have thoughts of recruiting them, especially Konan, whose intelligence-gathering abilities were among the best in the ninja world, albeit weaker than that Black Absolute. However, she could still provide Madara with great convenience. Madara stopped thinking too much and headed towards the next target. Ban, relying on his judgment, arrived at the black market. The current black market had become particularly bustling due to the impending war, and various weapons for war had been sold out. The walls were plastered with various bounty posters, including those for the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi, Hiruzen, the 3rd Raikage, and Minato Namikaze, among others. The names of the feudal lords from the 5 great nations were listed. Of course, while these tasks offered extremely generous rewards, passers-by didn't even glance at them. After all, without the strength or the courage, they would not dare to engage. However, there were always people picking up the bounty posters for assassinating weaker lords and ninjas. With the excellent influence of his Sharingan, Ban successfully spotted the target he was searching for. Kakuzu was holding a bounty poster, his entire face hidden beneath a mask. His emerald green eyes seemed to sense the gaze upon him and looked over with slight vigilance. Naturally, Ban's entire face was also concealed beneath a mask, so he could not discern any details. Are you interested in my bounty amount? Kakuzu looked at the petite masked figure in the crowd, his brows slightly furrowing. He had killed many people, so it was only natural for enemies to post his name on the bounty wall. However, he was a man who had once fought against the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Most people would not dare to seek him out upon hearing his name. It feels uncomfortable to be treated as prey. But who is the real prey remains to be seen. Kakuzu put away the bounty poster, pretending to leave the black market as he walked outside. He walked until he reached a sparsely populated forest, completely distancing himself from the crowd. Finally, Kakuzu stopped and looked back. So you really followed me. The masked figure was sitting on a tree trunk, carrying a huge fan nearly as tall as herself. Kakuzu was momentarily stunned, a sense of familiarity washing over him. I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before. Hey, are you planning to take me for a bounty? If that's what you're thinking, you should give up early. Kakuzu clasped his hands together, ready to strike. Kakuzu, I am here to invite you to join my organization. The girl's voice was incredibly crisp, and Kakuzu's pupils contracted sharply as the spirit of Uchiha's curse appeared behind him, exhaling flames. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Ban raised the Uchiha fan to block in front of him, shielding against the sea of flames as her lips parted slightly. Uchiha rebound. In the next moment, a powerful shockwave engulfed Kakuzu. As the light dissipated, one of Kakuzu's hearts was gone, and he was left in a pathetic state. Ban slowly removed her mask, revealing a delicate face akin to a porcelain doll and a pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan. You are Uchiha Ban. Kakuzu's eyes were filled with uncontrollable surprise. Aren't you supposed to be dead? Are you surprised that I am alive? Ban said lightly. And we can have a proper conversation, can't we? However, I would prefer not to fight. Secret technique, Uchiha's curse. Kakuzu's inner alarm bells rang loudly as several black tentacles emerged from beneath Ban's feet. Earth release fish in the earth technique. Kakuzu's figure plunged underground, quickly escaping. Senjutsu Sage, Art Super, Giant Rasengan. Ban entered Sage mode, gathering a Rasengan in her palm, slicing the black tentacles into fragments. The Tenketsu technique exchanged Ban and the Uchiha curse's positions, and the Rasengan struck Kakuzu at the waist, forcing him down into the ground. Alt. Kakuzu's 2 hearts were destroyed, leaving him with only 1 lightning type and 1 water type heart. I will join the organization. Kakuzu decisively surrendered, realizing that continuing to fight was futile. Ban's strength was still as formidable as before, perhaps even stronger. Welcome to Akatsuki, I bestow upon you the name Bei. Ban threw a ring to Kakuzu which bore the symbol of Bei. She also taught Kakuzu the technique of telepathy. Akatsuki. Kakuzu looked at the youthful Ban, asking with curiosity. I'm quite curious about how you managed to survive until now. However, as soon as he finished speaking, another one of his hearts was incinerated by Ban's Amaterasu. Do not ask things that should not be asked. If you say something inappropriate, I can erase your will with my Sharingan. Ban's tone was icy. Kakuzu looked at his only remaining heart and quickly fell silent. I will contact you when I need you. Goodbye. Ban leaped away, disappearing from Kakuzu's sight. Ding, congratulations, host has affected the 3rd Shinobi World War. Mission reward, corpse resurrection jutsu. Has Orochimaru's experiment nearly concluded? During these 3 years, Ban certainly did not just roam around. She had been chatting with Maruko. She continuously provided Orochimaru with human subjects for experiments researching the reanimation jutsu. Orochimaru had also stolen the methods of using life to reincarnate in the land of sand, cultivating Ban's cells. Ban's cells contained the life force of wood release and the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, along with natural energy. Using cloning technology to replicate and cultivate Ban's cells could achieve effects similar to Hashirama's cells, even surpassing them. However, Ban's cells were also more domineering than Hashirama's cells. Ordinary test subjects would generally explode and die after transplantation, making it extremely dangerous. Out of 25 subjects used for experiments, none survived. A small white phosphorus snake slithered out from Ban's clothing, hissing in her ear. Have the corpse resurrection jutsu and the reanimation jutsu been utilized in practical cases? Ban was somewhat surprised. This was good news. Does Orochimaru mean he has found a suitable vessel for the corpse resurrection jutsu? I will hurry over soon. Currently, Ban's identity in the village was that of a genin, so she did not attract much attention. Her only trouble was her overly striking appearance, which often led to being approached. Of course, after witnessing Ban's ruthlessness and strength, most people wouldn't dare to disturb her again. Miss Ban, are you heading to the battlefield? You're in quite a rush. Maruko was out buying ingredients. During these 3 years, Ban had become her loyal customer, often returning, so the two had grown quite familiar. About time, I suppose. Ban tilted her head, heading towards the base left by Uzumaki Ketsuki, which had now become Orochimaru's experimental base. The location was very concealed with specialized defensive devices. Even high-ranking ninjas would find it troublesome. After Orochimaru's modifications, there were even automatic machine guns, advanced scientific ninja tools that surpassed the technology of the Hokage by 100 years. Exquisite snake core technology. Bankin, you have arrived? Orochimaru welcomed Madara's arrival. Behind him, the laboratory was illuminated, housing numerous jars containing experimental subjects and the corpses of various powerful individuals. These included, but were not limited to, the second Raikage Kakashi Hatake, the first Hokage, and so on. However, what surprised Madara was a child around 5 or 6 years old standing beside Orochimaru. The child's beautiful little face was cold as ice, dressed in a white garment, with long black hair, cascading down to her waist, a true beauty. The mesmerizing eyes adorned with a Sharingan slowly rotated. "What is this?" Madara inquired. The child noticed Madara's gaze and looked back at him with curious eyes. Orochimaru revealed a chilling smile and introduced her. "This is my latest experimental subject. She has successfully integrated your and Hashirama's cells, surviving against all odds, which is quite a pleasant surprise." Madara paused for a moment, realizing that this child had merged the bloodlines of himself and Hashirama, making her, in a sense, their child. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing her. Wait, that sounds strange. His child with Hashirama. Yet the Sharingan in her eyes was undeniable proof of her identity, possessing the Uchiha bloodline. Madara locked eyes with those pure, innocent eyes and asked, "What is this child's name?" "Uchiha Suki. Is she a boy or a girl?" Orochimaru scratched his chin in thought and replied, "She is considered a half-android. When I found her on the battlefield, she was still female, but half of her body was already gone." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the child named Uchiha Suki trembled, all over fear evident in her eyes. "Later, I used a body cultivated with your cells to help her undergo a limb transplant. To be precise, she currently has no gender." "Is that so? Since she was previously female, let her keep that identity. There is no need to erase her pain," Madara said, shifting his gaze towards Orochimaru. "I heard your experiment is almost complete." "Yes, I have about 90% confidence. With your assistance, Madara, I believe it can reach 100%. Madara ignored the latter part of Orochimaru's statement. A 90% probability was already quite high. To gain rewards, one must make sacrifices. There is no such thing as a free lunch. "So, when can we begin the reincarnation?" "Right now," Orochimaru said as he entered the laboratory, leading a boy covered in dark, cursed markings. The boy's eyes were devoid of any spirit, resembling a hollow puppet. Orochimaru retrieved Hashirama's body from the container, while Madara held Uchiha Suki to the side. Due to Hashirama's naturally slow aging and the fact that he only died in his 40s, he appeared quite youthful. What brought Madara some comfort was that Hashirama had finally cut off that hideously unviewable watermelon hairstyle, revealing a handsome, resolute face framed by 2 long sideburns and cascading long hair. He was still clad in red armor, the honor of a ninja. "Hashirama, it's been a long time," Madara said, looking at his former best friend with a hint of nostalgia. "Madara, are you lamenting the fragility of life?" "Human life is indeed fleeting," Orochimaru remarked. "No matter how powerful one was in life, after death, they become mere corpses and ashes. Only immortality can keep everything in your grasp." With everything prepared, Orochimaru initiated the ritual to perform the reincarnation of life. Reincarnation of life. As Orochimaru quickly formed 4 hand signs, the ninjutsu was activated. A massive amount of Orochimaru's chakra was transferred to Hashirama's corpse, converting into vitality. Hashirama's pale skin began to turn rosy, and the sound of his heartbeat reverberated throughout the laboratory, gradually accompanied by the emergence of breath. Due to the reincarnation of life, the Grim Reaper appeared behind Orochimaru. His soul detached from his body, heading toward the Grim Reaper. Not corpse reincarnation. Madara utilized Orochimaru's hand to perform the not corpse reincarnation. The boy covered in cursed markings trembled, and his soul simultaneously detached from his body. Orochimaru grasped the boy's soul and pushed it into the Grim Reaper's hands. With Orochimaru's triumphant smile, the Grim Reaper had no choice but to take the boy's soul and vanish into the Pure Land. Subsequently, Orochimaru wriggled into the boy's body. The cursed markings began to take effect, and Orochimaru's soul merged with the boy's body after overcoming the rejection. Layer upon layer of snake skin shed away, and the boy finally transformed into Orochimaru's appearance. What a painful process. The sight of weak death infinitely approaching me, yet being powerless against me, is simply exquisite. Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick his lips, wearing a satisfied expression. This was the vessel he had meticulously prepared, reducing the rejection to a minimum. Hashirama's fingertips twitched slightly, and his eyes opened. "Ding, congratulations to the host for influencing the Third Shinobi World War. Task reward 6 Tomo Rinnegan, High Emperor Spirit Master." Madara's left eye transformed from the Mangekyo Sharingan to the 6 Tomo Rinnegan, radiating a faint red glow. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, but did not ask any questions. "Where is this?" Hashirama finally regained his senses. "Hashirama," Madara said after a long silence. "Madara." Hashirama, upon awakening, looked incredibly astonished. "Welcome back to the world of the living, first Hokage," Orochimaru said. "What is happening to me?" Hashirama asked, looking at his body, which had regained vitality, feeling confused. "Let me explain everything to you, first Hokage." Orochimaru began recounting the entire situation to Hashirama. "So that's what happened, huh?" Hashirama scratched his head foolishly. "It's been a long time, Madara." Hashirama and Madara exchanged glances, and he couldn't help but feel a flood of emotions. "Yes, it has been a long time. By the way, why did you bring me back?" Hashirama asked curiously. "Is there a need for a reason to revive you? You are my dear friend, and I haven't had a proper chance to see this Konoha with you yet. This village that we built together. The air fell silent for a moment, and Hashirama sighed. I'm sorry. Since you've been revived, shouldn't you be a bit happier? Madara remarked. I was too weak to protect you. You must have resented me when you died, resented me for being so useless. As your best friend, I failed to save you. Hashirama, Madara suddenly interrupted him. I have never resented you, nor have I disliked you. That is my answer, nothing more. Is that so? Hashirama fell silent, finally letting out a relieved smile. I understand now. By the way, congratulations on cutting off that ridiculously foolish hairstyle. Madara said. Hey, can we not talk about that? Hashirama lowered his head in dejection. Who is this child? Hashirama noticed Uchiha Tsuki beside Madara. The little girl looked around helplessly, having no one to rely on, and ultimately had to hide behind Uchiha Madara. Our flesh and blood. Hashirama was momentarily dumbfounded. Madara, what did you just say? Our flesh and blood. Hashirama swallowed hard, wondering what he had done wrong. Moreover, why did he have no recollection of this? It was impossible. Countless thoughts flashed through Hashirama's mind as he cautiously asked. When oi, moi. Madara was also puzzled. I mean our child, right? Hashirama scrutinized Madara's expression. Are you an idiot? Madara realized what Hashirama was thinking, his face darkening. Seeing that the atmosphere was off, the clever snake quickly interjected. This child is a modified version of your cells and Madara's cells, which is why it is referred to as your flesh and blood. I see. Embarrassment crept onto Hashirama's face as he exclaimed. Then what is this child's name? Uchiha Tsuki. Tsuki. What a lovely name. Hashirama squatted down and ruffled Tsuki's hair, who trembled slightly, but did not resist. Compared to the cold aura emanating from Madara, Hashirama's cheerful personality and full yang chakra made Uchiha Tsuki feel warm and comfortable. She is mine. Madara suddenly pulled Uchiha Tsuki over. Tsuki blinked in confusion, sending a signal for help to Hashirama. Help me, mommy is scary. Hashirama quickly gestured with his fingers. Don't worry, I will save you. I may not understand, but I am not blind. Madara twitched the corner of his mouth, unable to hold back his words. Ha ha ha. Hashirama scratched his head. After the death of the first Hokage, the ninja world began the first great ninja war with constant conflicts. Your brother Tobirama Senju was killed by a rogue ninja during negotiations with the Cloud Village. However, the third Hokage, my teacher, inherited his will and led Konoha to prosperity, Orochimaru said. In the subsequent great ninja wars, Konoha produced a strong core force that shone brilliantly on the battlefield. And now the third great ninja war has begun. Hashirama's expression grew serious as he spoke. The third great ninja war. I didn't expect such ongoing conflicts among the countries after my death. Who told you to distribute the nine-tailed beast, you idiot? Hashirama. Madara said coldly. I am sorry. Then I will go stop this war right away. No way. Although Hashirama could easily stop the third great ninja war with his strength, Madara could not let him go out to stop it, as she needed the war to gain rewards sufficient to deal with the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, she could not let Hashirama go. Why, oi? Hashirama looked at Madara, blocking his way, asking in confusion. Because we do not need you, someone has already appeared on the battlefield who can change the situation. Moi. Hashirama became interested. Is it someone from Konoha? A genius from Konoha, Minato Namikaze. Madara said. Anyone you call a genius must be impressive, right? I want to meet him. Wait. What now? You, a resurrected dead person, suddenly going out is quite frightening, you know. And they might think you are an impersonator of the first Hokage. They may even attack you. What will you do then? Hashirama suddenly understood and said, I see now. In any case, just don't be too ostentatious. Madara wanted to say something more. A loud commotion came from the top of the laboratory. What happened? I don't know. Orochimaru shook his head. Let's go out and see, and we'll find out. When they exited the laboratory, they saw within Konoha the crimson, nine-tailed fox rampaging destructively. Its 9 tails pierced the ground like pillars supporting the heavens, leaving Konoha in chaos. Summoning monkey. The elderly third Hokage summoned a monkey which spat out a fire dragon. The roaring fire dragon had little effect on the 9 tails, but successfully attracted its attention, causing it to turn around and gather chakra for a tailed beast bomb. If this tailed beast bomb exploded within Konoha, the consequences would be unimaginable. Golden staff. The monkey transformed into a golden staff, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, gripping the elongated staff, pushed the massive 9 tails out of Konoha. The tremendous pressure made Sarutobi Hiruzen's arms numb, nearly exhausting his strength. He had to admit that he was getting old. I will go help. Hashirama suddenly said from the mountaintop. I am not. Madara, I absolutely cannot watch our village be destroyed like this. Go ahead. Madara said no more. The 9 tails gathered a tailed beast bomb in its mouth, intending to unleash the hatred it had harbored for so long. Sarutobi Hiruzen clasped his hands together, preparing to perform the dead demon consuming seal. As the Hokage of the village and the embodiment of the will of fire, he would never allow the 9 tails to destroy the village, until a hand was placed on his shoulder. The newcomer wore red armor and had long hair flowing in the wind. His appearance was identical to that of the first Hokage on the Hokage mountain. First Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were filled with disbelief. What is going on? Maida-sama unexpectedly fell ill and passed away. Due to the ongoing war and the sudden attack from the rock village, the 9 tails had a chance to strike. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of guilt. It is my failure as Hokage. You should rest, I will take care of things from here. Hashirama ran towards the Nine Tails, clapping his hands to activate Sage Mode. 5-pronged Heaven's Gate. 5 massive gates materialized, spanning over 10 meters. The highly compressed tailed beast bomb shot out from the Nine Tails' mouth, shattering 3 layers of gates before dissipating. Hashirama. The Nine Tails showed a hint of confusion, then outright denied it. Hashirama Senju had long been dead. How could he possibly come back to life? He was not a tailed beast that could reform after death. Would release with golem technique. The solemn and imposing wooden figure resembling an enraged Vajra had a wooden dragon coiling around its waist and slammed its fist onto the Nine Tails' head. Numerous rapidly growing tree branches firmly bound the Nine Tails. The continuous tailed beast bombs fired by the Nine Tails proved ineffective. Kurama, I will not let you destroy Konoha. Hashirama used the sealing technique, using his body as a medium to reseal the Nine Tails. Is it really Hashirama? The Nine Tails, having been punched on the head, felt a bit dizzy. As a former Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, coupled with his powerful abilities, Madara quickly suppressed the Nine Tails chakra. Ding! Congratulations to the host for indirectly influencing the third Great Ninja War. Mission reward: Kaleidoscope, Sharingan, 8,000 spears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for indirectly influencing the third Great Ninja War. Mission reward: 50 increase in chakra. It seems that those who I influence can also affect others, providing me rewards in return. Madara glanced at the rewards. By the way, has Deidara started moving as well? 2 years ago, Ban encountered Deidara while fooling around with a task. At that time, Deidara was just a kid playing with clay. Ban had been driven out by the villagers for carrying out terrorist attacks. After witnessing the explosion caused by Ban's mixed chakra Rasengan, he expressed his full appreciation for Ban's artistic expression and openly stated his willingness to assist him in the future. From now on, you are my boss. The yellow-haired kid pointed at the masked man and threw clay. Art is an explosion bomb. Deidara posed dramatically as an explosion erupted before him. Little brats are really annoying. Ban left helplessly. After Scorpion and Kakazu joined Akatsuki, Deidara also became a member with the codename AO. Due to Deidara's ability to fly, Ban sent him to the Rain Village to invite Yahiko and Konan to join the organization. This wretched place is all rain. The sky was a hazy gray filled with gloom and light rain. The homeless wandered on the ground. The outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War made it particularly difficult for this small village. Even Hanzo, the demigod of the ninja world, could no longer wield his blade due to age and conservatism. The orange-haired boy and the blue-haired girl that the boss mentioned have recently become quite famous, Deidara muttered to himself as he controlled a clay bird to soar ahead. In the hidden mist village, the elderly Hanzo sat in his room. With the recent start of the war, the village was caught between two great nations, truly besieged on all sides. He no longer had the vigor of his youth. His only thought now was to preserve his status in the Rain Village, hoping that his title as a demigod in the ninja world could still intimidate others. However, he had heard that a new organization was rising in the land of Rain, advocating for peace, which somewhat resembled his early years. If cooperation were possible, it would be best as long as they did not threaten his rule. Meanwhile, Deidara had found the place where Yahiko and Konan were located. It was a tall building. Due to the constant rain, most structures in the land of Rain were designed this way. This should be the place. Deidara leaped and landed steadily on the ground. Who are you? A voice came from behind him. Dozens of people in uniform were busy doing various tasks. This was the headquarters of the organization, led by Yahiko. Yahiko wore a black robe, had red hair, and a scar at the corner of his eye, giving him a resolute appearance. No, I am Deidara from Akatsuki, here to invite you. Invite us? Yahiko was taken aback. That's right, more accurately, it's just you and a girl named Konan, Deidara replied after pondering for a moment. Why does your organization want to invite us? Yahiko asked, puzzled. Because you can be of use to our leader, Deidara stated frankly. Your leader? Uchiha Ban, Deidara said slowly. Upon hearing this, Yahiko was taken aback, feeling suspicious and alert. He placed his hand on his katana, ready to use ninjutsu at any moment. Uchiha Ban, isn't he already dead? There's no need to put forth such a clumsy lie. Can the dead not come back to life? Deidara replied with a smile. Sorry, forgive me for refusing your invitation. After careful consideration, Yahiko declined Deidara's offer. He could not casually abandon the organization he had painstakingly founded and nurtured. In this world, there was no Jiraiya to teach him ninjutsu. All his achievements came from his own efforts. And now how could he possibly give it up? Such a pity. I thought I would be able to invite you. Seeing this, Deidara was not discouraged and extended his hand to bid farewell to Yahiko. Since you don't plan to come back with me, then I can only force you to go back with me. Just as Deidara was about to turn and leave, he suddenly turned back and said. Yahiko drew his katana and said, no matter what, I cannot go back with you. Full look at your palm. Deidara stared at Yahiko. Huh. Yahiko opened his palm, realizing that a piece of white clay had somehow stuck to it. It was from their handshake just now. Yahiko finally understood. Unfortunately, he realized too late. Deidara smiled brightly and clapped his hands. See one clay spider go. The explosion echoed within the organization's base as if the heavens were weeping. In Konoha, Hashirama successfully subdued the Nine Tails using the Wooden Man technique and became the Nine Tails Jinchuriki once again. First Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bit overwhelmed at this moment, the once dead Buddha appeared before him looking as lively as ever. Who can tell him what is going on? Hiruzen, it seems you truly deserve to be an outstanding Hokage, Hashirama praised as he looked at the flourishing Konoha. First Hokage, you flatter me. This is what I should do as Hokage. By the way, first Hokage, what is your situation? Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Hashirama before him, noticing that his face bore no cracks from dirt, indicating that he was not in the state of impure world reincarnation. Actually, this is. Don't say too much, or I will send you back again. Ban's voice echoed softly in Hashirama's ear. Ban contacted Hashirama through telepathy, recalling a petite girl with a cold demeanor, and Hashirama had no choice but to change his tone. Actually, I don't know what happened. I suddenly woke up and then saw Konoha being attacked. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. First Hokage, there has been turmoil in the ninja world again. I hope you can assist us in resisting the enemy. I had already considered this point, Hashirama said. I have always stood by Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. It was enough that he stood on Konoha's side. I will help with the frontline battles, but due to certain restrictions I cannot interfere too much. That's fine, or as long as first Hokage stands on Konoha's side it is enough. I am old and my health is poor. Now that the first Hokage has returned to this world, do you have any intention of taking up the Hokage position again? Hashirama looked out the window as a leaf drifted past him. No, just as Hiruzen said, the will of fire. The position of Hokage should be given to the younger generation with greater ideals. They will carry on the will of fire for generations to come. Indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and smiled. Wherever the leaves of Konoha fly, the fire continues to thrive. The light of the fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. This is the will of fire. On the other side. Host Uchiha Obito. Bloodline Limit Bloodline Collection Mangekyo, Sharingan, Amaterasu Kagaya Otsutsuki, 8,000 Spears Rinnegan Limbo Border, Jail, High Emperor Spirit, Heavenly Hand Power would release. Special Form Perfect Sage Mode. Ninja Tool Uchiha Fan. Overall Evaluation 6 Paths. Orochimaru returned to the laboratory to restore his body after the reanimation. Hashirama sealed the 9 tails while Hiruzen Sarutobi chatted and cracked seeds in the Hokage office. Thus Obito took Uchiha Suki away from Konoha as staying there served no further purpose. According to Orochimaru, Uchiha Suki, being a half-cyborg, fused the powers of both the Uchiha and Senju clans, possessing would release and sage body, and was at least of elite Jonin level. However, she was merely a child born in a small country, wandering and begging for survival daily, deeply cowardly, with no combat experience, having survived so far purely by luck. Thus, the most straightforward and brutal way for Obito to change her character was to take her to the battlefield. Let her experience the bloodshed to rapidly transform and evolve her Sharingan. At the same time, protecting her during battles would also create a sense of reliance on him. Currently, the most frequent battlegrounds in the ninja world were the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Wind Village. After all, the entire Third Shinobi World War was instigated by the Hidden Cloud Village for military expansion. However, there was a troublesome lightning brat there engaged in large-scale conflicts, making it unnecessary to go. Obito planned to take Uchiha Suki to the Land of Rain, where military strength was weak, the situation chaotic, and the overall strength of ninjas not strong. In such circumstances, human hearts are dark, making it suitable for Uchiha Suki's training, and she could also meet with Deidara. The rain is the morning prostitute of the Rain Village, omnipresent, sprinkling dust and pain upon people. Blood mixed with the stench of mud, embedded with an eyeball resembling a strawberry-flavored chocolate cake. After each clash of blades, there would be cries of flesh being severed, tears, and rain watering the sinful earth. Uchiha Suki followed behind Obito, her eyes reflecting fear, her breath somewhat hurried. Behind her lay corpses, as if a ravenous tiger was biting at her heels. The sensation of her body being blown apart by an explosive tag lingered like a cold blade pressed against her delicate neck. It was the rain. A ninja with a blown-off foot collapsed to the ground, struggling, as if still alive. Kill him. Obito stopped and spoke to Uchiha Suki. The little girl froze for a moment, standing still, looking helplessly at Obito. Obito tossed a shuriken to Uchiha Suki and spoke again. Kill him, or he will kill you. I can't do it. Uchiha Suki trembled in fear as she spoke. Obito used Yin-Yang release to heal the ninja's injured leg, showing no emotion in his gaze, only indifference. Kill her, or I will kill you. Obito commanded. The ninja hesitated for a moment, picked up the shuriken from the ground, and lunged at Uchiha Suki. Even though the other party was just a 6 or 7-year-old child, everything seemed insignificant in the face of life. If you don't fight back, you'll die. Yet even so, Uchiha Suki still did not move, helplessly watching the shuriken grow larger in her vision. Crack. Obito helplessly twisted the ninja's neck. It seemed that the psychological trauma left by the war was severe, and he needed to find a way to heal it. After all, she could be considered half his child. Moreover, she had good talent, potentially serving as assistants against Kagaya Otsutsuki in the future. Suki, stand up. Obito stood before the collapsed Uchiha Suki, extending his hand. Sorry, Suki, I was careless. Are you okay? Obito chose to employ a gentle approach, a tactic he was not used to uttering words. He felt somewhat awkward saying, I'm fine, Uchiha Suki replied softly, wiping away her tears. Her pale face lacked any color, and her hair was drenched from the rain, resembling Obito to some extent, a typical beauty of the Uchiha clan. Obito felt a bit extreme at that moment. Training her character has to be done slowly. Think of it as a nurturing game. Obito thought to himself, boss, the task is done. Deidara's voice suddenly reached Obito's ears, and he acknowledged it. Obito took Uchiha Tsuki to the agreed location with Deidara summoning the eight-headed bird to carry them away. Boss. The blonde kid was already waiting in a restaurant accompanied by a boy and a girl with blue and red hair respectively dressed as ninjas, which discouraged others from bothering them. Efficient work, Obito praised. These two are quite weak. Is it necessary to invite them into the organization? Deidara questioned. Although weak, they play a very important role. Of course it was to help Obito change the plot. Obito promptly controlled the two with his Mangekyo. Who is this little girl? She looks a lot like you, boss. Is she your sister? Deidara's gaze shifted to Uchiha Tsuki, the pretty girl hiding behind Obito. She is my daughter, Obito stated calmly. Daughter? Deidara scrutinized Obito, who appeared to be only 14 or 15 years old, yet somehow had a daughter. A myriad of wild speculations exploded in Deidara's mind like C4O, and he finally managed to squeeze out a question. Who is the father of the child? Obito patiently explained, and Deidara suddenly understood. Tsuki is too quiet, Deidara. I am entrusting you with a task. Please give your instructions, boss. Help me make Tsuki more lively and cheerful. Originally excited, Deidara suddenly lost interest and spoke listlessly. No way, I don't want to play house with a little kid. She doesn't look like she understands art at all. Though he looked only a few years older than Uchiha Tsuki. Afraid? How could that be? Deidara immediately retorted. Such a simple task, how could I possibly fail? Then why are you afraid to try? I'll give it a try. Deidara was easily swayed by Obito to take on the task of making Uchiha Tsuki more cheerful. Obito then turned his attention to Konan and Yahiko. Let's go, we need to find a place to stay first. Obito spent money to rent a room in a relatively safe area, leading Konan and Yahiko into the room. Sharingan Genjutsu release. Where's this? Mayahiko woke up in a daze, opening his eyes to see a pair of crimson Sharingan. The girl's stunningly beautiful face was as cold as that of a ruler, her petite figure supported by a grand red-black robe. Who are you? Let me go? Mayahiko struggled slightly, but found his entire body felt as if it were paralyzed, unable to move. Xiaonan, are you okay? Mayahiko turned his gaze to the side where Xiaonan had also just awoken from her slumber. Mayahiko, my intention is simple. I merely wish to invite you both to join my organization, Akatsuki. Madara spoke in a calm tone, yet there was an undertone of irrefutability. I offer you two choices. Firstly, join Akatsuki. Secondly, die. Madara presented a classic Madara-style dilemma. Wait, you need to first let us know what kind of organization Akatsuki is, right? Mayahiko attempted to reason. What kind of organization is Akatsuki? Madara stroked his chin as if genuinely contemplating. An organization that serves me and allows for freedom. Sorry, you might as well kill me. If you make me do something inhumane, I would rather die. Mayahiko stated resolutely. Very well then, I shall grant you that. Madara produced a shuriken, twirling it on his fingertips as he pressed it closer to Mayahiko's throat. Xiaonan, are you just going to watch him die? After confirming that Mayahiko was unafraid of death, Madara turned his gaze towards Xiaonan. Xiaonan's heart felt as though it had been struck with a hammer, her body trembling slightly. Xiaonan, you must not agree to her. Mayahiko noticed Xiaonan's wavering. She is just a devil who plays with people, you cannot trust her. Madara ignored Mayahiko and spoke to Xiaonan in a flat tone. You wouldn't want to just watch him die, would you? If you agree, you can live. How about that? You can do whatever you want together as long as you obey my commands. I. Xiaonan's beautiful face revealed a look of entanglement. Xiaonan, make your choice quickly, I'll give you 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. As the shuriken cut into Mayahiko's skin, drawing forth droplets of blood, Xiaonan shouted. We will join. Upon uttering this phrase, Xiaonan let out a sigh of relief. Xiaonan did not care about achieving peace. All she cared about was her relationship with Mayahiko, which made her seem rather pitiful. Pitifully tragic. Congratulations to the host for influencing the Third Shinobi World War. Mission reward: physical capabilities increased by 50. Alright, the boring playtime is over. Madara raised his hand, and Mayahiko clutched his neck as blood poured from his palm. Mayahiko. Xiaonan's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Mayahiko collapse. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill us? You liar. Xiaonan cursed, angrily attempting to attack Madara. You agreed to join the organization, so I didn't kill you. He didn't agree, so I killed him. Madara calmly articulated the cause and effect. You bastard beast, I'm going to kill you. Xiaonan unleashed her water release. I don't like others rebelling against me, and my patience is limited. Madara released a small fireball, sending Xiaonan flying. You bastard. Xiaonan picked up a shuriken and threw it at Madara, only to be caught by Madara's universal pull. Ugh! Xiaonan kicked in pain, her mind spinning from oxygen deprivation. With a crack, Xiaonan fell silent. Her pupils dilated, she departed for the Pure Land alongside Mayahiko. With the Rinnegan in hand, Madara found it effortless to control Mayahiko, and Xiaonan, since they were unwilling to obey, he could only turn them into puppets similar to Pain. After a while, the puppets of Xiaonan and Mayahiko, equipped with black rods, which were chakra receivers, made their entrance. Madara allocated the abilities of the Animal Path and Hell Path to Mayahiko, while granting the Human Path's abilities to Xiaonan. Since Madara had already reached the level of the 6 paths, there was no need for him to connect to the outer path as Nagato did to fully control the puppets. Moreover, Madara created the puppets primarily for enhanced intelligence gathering and convenience. Under Madara's control, Mayahiko and Xiao Nen were each assigned tasks and dispersed. At this moment, Deidara was out and about with Uchiha Tsuki. "Hey kid, why aren't you talking?" Deidara asked out of boredom. "What is there to say to you?" Unlike in front of Madara, Uchiha Tsuki appeared extremely cold when speaking to outsiders, completely shedding her previous whiny demeanor. "You fool, if it weren't for you agreeing to this, I could have been with Mom. Baka, do you think I want to be out here with a brat like you?" Deidara retorted. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you." Uchiha Tsuki glared, her Sharingan activated with 3 tomo swirling. Who's afraid of who? Uchiha Tsuki's Sharingan spun as she threw a shuriken towards Deidara. Deidara easily dodged, even making a face. "You think that can hit me?" So naive. However, before Deidara could boast further, 2 sturdy vines ensnared his feet and flung him away. "I'll kill you. Dare to interrupt my time with Mom. Go die." The streets echoed with explosive sounds, and the unsuspecting citizens of the Land of Rain panicked, believing cannon fire had reached them, fleeing in terror and screaming. In a messy alley, Deidara gasped as he looked at Uchiha Tsuki across from him, secretly forming a clay spider to crawl towards her. He threw a shuriken as a distraction and unleashed a fire release. Uchiha Tsuki used water release, but while defending against the attack, she was splattered by the mini clay spider. Boom! The mini clay spider exploded. The explosion affected Uchiha Tsuki's movement, and Deidara walked up to her with a smile, boasting proudly. "I won. Is that so?" Uchiha Tsuki smirked sinisterly. Her body vanished from the spot. Deidara instantly realized it was an illusion, but it was too late. Deidara was pinned to the ground, a shuriken aimed at his neck. "Killing me won't benefit you. Madara hates you." Deidara hurriedly shouted for the sake of his life. Uchiha Tsuki halted her actions upon hearing this, tilting her head slightly. "If you dare tell Mom about today, I won't let you off easy. I'm not some kid who would casually report. Hurry up and let me go." Uchiha Tsuki released Deidara, and he fully understood what kind of person Uchiha Tsuki was. Super duper cunning. Pretending to be pitiful in front of Madara, yet cold as ice in front of others. She would be perfect for performing Sichuan opera face-changing. "Mother is my entire world, and she is Uchiha Tsuki, mother's child." And she felt no attachment to memories of her previous life. Indeed, they stirred no emotion within her at all. For her, that existence had been utterly tedious, a life as a wandering beggar, slaying dying shinobi, stealing food from corpses, starved to death, committing sins too numerous even for her to recall. All of it done solely to survive, bearing guilt that meant nothing. And thus her death brought universal relief, a nameless shadowed rat perishing unseen in a sewer. People only clapped in celebration. No more filthy vermin to pilfer their belongings. And while scavenging the corpse of a lone shinobi on an abandoned battlefield, she stepped on a detonation tag and was obliterated. That was the sum of her nameless life, until a cold, calculating man rescued her and took her in. And she felt enveloped in warmth, as if submerged in gentle, soothing water. It was like returning to the womb of her mother. And so she received a new body, one infinitely more beautiful than her former one. Even as a courtesan, she imagined she would be sought after and adored. And no longer did she fear starvation or death, for she had become a successful test subject, having survived the perilous experiment. And the man bestowed upon her a name, Uchiha Tsuki. Uchiha was the surname of an adult. Her benefactor claimed this adult's flesh and blood had granted her rebirth, and that adult was her mother. She etched that name deeply into her heart, along with her mother's Uchiha Madara. And thereafter her days were spent enduring repeated experiments, confined like a prisoner in a dungeon. She asked the man when her mother would come to see her. He replied, at any moment. And so she began each day in quiet, patient anticipation. Each morning she adorned herself meticulously, hoping her mother would behold her at her most endearing. One day she finally met her mother, radiant, exquisite, and uncannily like herself. Her mother appeared icy and distant, but Tsuki cherished her all the same. In listening to her mother speak with the man, she learned her mother had come to resurrect her father, and had never known of Tsuki's existence. A pang of sorrow pierced her, but when the man introduced her, joy flooded her heart. And even without prior knowledge, affection could surely blossom, given time and closeness. So she obediently followed beside her mother, content merely to inhale her scent. In The Art of Lafito Life Transference, the man revived her father, whose name was Senju Hashirama. In her father radiated warmth. He too had helped create her, and the capacity to nurture saplings stemmed from his lineage. She felt a tender fondness for him, yet her deepest devotion remained for her mother. And when her father beckoned her toward him, her mother grew jealous. Tsuki understood her mother's possessiveness sprang from profound love, and her heart swelled with sorrowful elation. And later her mother led her onto a battlefield and commanded her to kill. Yet Tsuki refused to slaughter before her mother's eyes. A rat bites without hesitation, crushing the throat of its dying prey, devouring it whole. But she was a rat who knew love. Her mother raged, but could not bring herself to strike her. So Tsuki feigned helplessness, and just before another man could slay her, her mother snapped his neck. The sound resembled snapping dark chocolate, and she had fully exhausted her mother's sympathy, proving beyond doubt that she was loved. I already possess happiness, Uchiha Suki murmured to herself. "Tch brat. What are you muttering about?" And Deidara barked, molding a great white clay bird. "Let's go." And Uchiha Suki leapt onto the bird and returned silently to their temporary shelter. Yahiko and Konan had already been subjugated by Madara, who infused chakra into the reign of Amigate Cure, ensuring that any intruder entering the nation would instantly be sensed. This applied of course to enemies below 6 paths tier. And Amigate Cure would serve as the Akatsuki's primary stronghold, and Madara ordered Yahiko and Konan to seize total control over the nation. After all, she could hardly stage her machinations within Konoha. Yet the gears of fate have already begun to turn. O clan of Otsutsuki, prepare to meet your end. Uchiha Madara stood atop a towering edifice, rain tracing silver paths down her cheeks, her violet rinnegan exuding overwhelming mystery and power. In her black and crimson robes flared like slashing blades in the storm. In the original chronicles, besides Kaguya, the Otsutsuki clan also included Ishiki, the one who arrived on Earth alongside Kaguya to cultivate the divine tree and harvest its natural energy. Kaguya served as Ishiki's guardian, until she betrayed him, seizing the chakra fruit of the divine tree. Though gravely wounded, Ishiki did not perish. Instead, he shrank his form using the technique of Shomyo Bikuna and implanted his Kara mark upon a monk named Jigen, amassing strength across millennia. On the moon dwelled Otsutsuki Tonari, a descendant of Hamura Otsutsuki, brother of the Sage of 6 Paths, eternally sequestered there, ever ready to hurl the moon itself at Earth at a moment's provocation. Beyond Earth orbited extraterrestrial visitors Otsutsuki Urashiki, Kinshiki, and Mamashiki, as well as Ada, whose divine power, granted by the omnipotent Otsutsuki Kishimoto, endured upon the planet. To confront this host of horned celestial beings required combat prowess surpassing even the 6 Paths tier and flawless real-time intelligence. Boss, we're back. We've returned from our mission. Deidara and Uchiha Suki leapt down from the clay bird. Did you complete the task I assigned you? Madara turned her gaze unwavering. Of course we did, right? Deidara glanced at Suki. She stared blankly, then trembling with feigned terror darted behind Uchiha Madara. Hey you. Mother, he's bullying me, Suki whispered, eyes downcast and voice quivering pitifully. Deidara was speechless. This was no ordinary brat, but a fiendishly malicious little demon. You wretched faker, too good at this. Tch. Deidara ground his teeth. Fine. You win. He swallowed his fury, bitter and unspoken. Madara paid them no heed. The Third Shinobi World War still held one final opportunity for reward, the Battle of Canopy Bridge. The fates of Obito, Rin, and Kakashi would now twist unpredictably beneath her hand. If Hashirama was the fire of Konoha, then I am its shadow. In injustice and darkness, I shall sever them with my own hands. None would dare threaten the village she had forged with her will. Wait a little longer. Madara entered the chamber and taught Deidara several advanced techniques. The mission is yours, do not disappoint me. Rest assured, boss, I'll see it through. Having accepted the assignment, Deidara departed Amigate Cure the following day. Madara immersed herself in studying the Rinnegan's abilities. After all, she had acquired it only recently, and it had vanished almost immediately thereafter. Work is exhausting, I don't want to work at all, just want to lie down, I'm so hungry, I don't want to cook. In the morning, Uzumaki Ketsuki woke up, with hazy eyes, kicking her bare legs in the blanket, while burying her head in the warm duvet. Damn this miserable life. After a moment, realizing that if she didn't get up, her salary would be deducted, Uzumaki Ketsuki embarked on a long and cruel day. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she looked in the mirror at her adorable little face. Uzumaki Ketsuki smiled and praised herself. Sister, you're not bad, looking really cute. Alright, the dreadful day starts with buying breakfast for the big boss Uchiha Madara. I must have 5 colored dumplings every day. Uzumaki Ketsuki walked down the street of the Uchiha headquarters, greeting acquaintances with a sweeter tongue than anyone else. So nice to see you, uncle. Granny, how's your health? After finally greeting her, Uzumaki Ketsuki arrived at her usual shop. Boss, please give me 2 servings of 5 colored dumplings and 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. The boss, a young man, blushed upon seeing Uzumaki Ketsuki, smiled foolishly, and hurriedly went to prepare the food. Baka Yuru, the stupid boss, doesn't like cilantro, yet I must put a lot of cilantro. Soon the noodles were ready and the boss handed them to Uzumaki Ketsuki, hesitating before finally saying something. Come again next time, Miss Ketsuki. Uzumaki Ketsuki retaliated by adding a heap of cilantro to both bowls of ramen, cheerfully saying, Call me Princess Cilantro. Cilantro. Princess. Okay. The boss didn't expect Uzumaki Ketsuki to respond, and for a moment he stuttered. Ketsuki, are you seeking death? Madara looked at the ramen bowl filled with cilantro, a dark line appearing on his pretty face. There's nothing I could do, I didn't expect that boss to add so much cilantro. Uzumaki Ketsuki said nonchalantly. I reminded him not to put cilantro, but he just wouldn't listen. I can't help it. It's time to work. Madara sighed helplessly. Uzumaki Ketsuki's job wasn't hard, she just served tea and water and ran errands. Occasionally when she wanted to show off, she'd give the boss a piece of advice about the world, only to be mercilessly reprimanded. Uzumaki Ketsuki was always clumsy, like when she spilled a drink on Madara's clothes or tripped while walking. This class is really hard. Life is tough, Ketsuki sighed. The time she looked forward to the most each day was soaking in the hot spring at night. I feel like I'm melting. In the steaming water, Uzumaki Ketsuki submerged herself, her body resembling an ice cream under the summer sun. A red-haired slug sprawled in the hot spring. The stars in the sky were countless, and Ketsuki had never counted them all, though she always started from the beginning. But that didn't matter. What truly mattered was the process. Enjoying the act of doing things was the most meaningful. My goodness, Uzumaki Ketsuki, you are simply a philosopher of the ninja world. How can you say such philosophical words? Uzumaki Ketsuki shamelessly praised herself. As night deepened, she returned to her residence alone, snuggling into the warm duvet, hoping to stay in this moment forever. If only the world would end tomorrow, how great it would be not to go to work. Thus, Uzumaki Ketsuki entered the dreamland with beautiful fantasies of rest, falling into a deep sleep. This was the day of the eldest princess of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Ketsuki, an utterly ordinary day. The Rinnegan, as the highest level of ocular jutsu, is extraordinary among all types of eyes. Beyond the fundamental 6 paths abilities, each Rinnegan possesses unique powers. The abilities include the Wheel of Death and the Border Hell, the Heavenly Hand Power, and the High Emperor's Spirit Master, among others. Moreover, the Rinnegan seems to possess the ability to traverse time and space. Sasuke opened a time-space tunnel using the Rinnegan, where he discovered Kagaya's old lair, the Snow Space. Within the Snow Space, he encountered the peach and gold styles that had come to Earth. Logically, each Rinnegan should be able to achieve this. It just requires time for development. In the year of Konoha 47, Minato Namikaze battled against the AB brothers, and the name Golden Flash resounded throughout the ninja world. In Konoha 48, the third Raikage fought valiantly to cover his comrades' retreat, ultimately perishing after 4 days and nights of battle against 5,000 Iwagakure ninjas. In Konoha 48, Might Guy fought against the 7 ninja swordsmen, reducing them to merely 3. In Konoha 49, 5,000 Iwagakure ninjas invaded the Land of Fire, igniting the Battle of the Shinjutsu Bridge. The relationship between Iwagakure and Konoha is quite poor, likely owing to the fact that Uchiha Obito of Konoha once killed the grandfather of the current Tsuchikage Inoki. Due to special reasons, the god of ninja world, Hashirama Senju, cannot appear openly in Konoha, so he can only provide appropriate assistance on the main battlefield, greatly bolstering the morale of the Konoha ninjas. On the battlefield, Minato was assigning tasks to Kakashi, Rin, and Obito before they executed their mission. Kakashi's team, your mission is to infiltrate the enemy's rear, destroy this bridge used for transporting supply resources, and cut off their support capabilities. What about the teacher? Obito, Uchiha asked. Minato Namikaze's blue eyes turned to Obito as he said, I will directly attack the enemy at the front lines, serving as your diversion. He drew a diagram on the ground. I will accompany you to the border, and then we will split up from there. The mission begins. Minato extended his hand, then placed 4 hands together. Kakashi's team entered the Land of Earth, with Kakashi being the first to spot the enemy. Well done, Kakashi, Minato praised. Everyone be careful, there are about 20 enemies on the opposite side. It's probably the shadow clone technique. Minato deduced. Teacher, I want to test a newly developed jutsu, oh please cover me. The sounds of chirping echoed in Kakashi's palm, and both Obito and Rin looked on in astonishment. Kakashi is surprisingly strong, isn't he? What incredible chakra. Obito watched in a daze as Kakashi dashed toward the Iwagakure ninja, while Minato threw shuriken to cover Kakashi. The sounds just now have confirmed the positions of all the enemies. Kakashi's gaze shifted, locking onto an enemy. Amidst the attacks from numerous Iwagakure ninjas, Kakashi agilely struck with Chidori, piercing through one shinobi's chest. Be careful, Obito. Lost in thought, a hidden Iwagakure ninja lunged at Obito with a shuriken, only to be repelled by Minato. Don't be careless, Obito. Understood. On this turbulent battlefield, Kakashi had already dispatched 17 Iwagakure ninjas. The crimson-eyed crow startled and flew past him as Kakashi paused, gazing at the 18th ninja. The last one. He charged at the 18th ninja, and Minato rushed to Kakashi's side, pulling him back. A sharp blade narrowly grazed Kakashi's armpit, leaving a trail of blood. At the same time, Minato marked that shinobi ready to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to reach there at any moment. Minato then instantaneously transported Kakashi back to Rin and Obito. Kakashi, Rin exclaimed, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Minato stood up, placing down his ninja tool pouch as it fell from the air. Minato had already appeared behind the Iwagakure ninja, holding a shuriken against his neck. The ninja tool pouch in the distance had just hit the ground. Are you the Golden Flash? In our Iwagakure, the higher-ups said to flee immediately upon encountering the Golden Flash. I finally understand what that means. A drop of sweat slid down the Iwagakure ninja's forehead, followed by a spray of blood into the air. Kakashi, it's best not to use that jutsu again. Minato returned to his original position and explained to Kakashi, although it can indeed enhance speed and lethality, if your own movement speed is too fast, you won't be able to see the enemy's actions. This technique is still incomplete. I understand, Kakashi replied. Before we part, let me reiterate, the most important thing for a ninja is teamwork. With that, Minato departed. The 3-man team spread out, evading traps and following the map toward the location of the Shinjutsu Bridge. Hey, those guys from Miharu went to scout, but haven't returned. They couldn't have been taken down by those brats, could they? An Iwagakure Jounin hiding behind the bamboo grove inquired. Then let's ask, shall we? The fierce Jounin grinned, forming hand seals. Ninjutsu camouflage concealment. His figure became transparent, blending into the environment. He sliced through a row of bamboo, and Obito quickly unleashed the great fireball technique. The fireball struck the fallen bamboo, dropping onto the water surface. As they all focused on the bamboo, the fierce Jounin had already arrived behind Rin Noara. Another Jounin jumped out of the water and engaged Kakashi in combat. Oh! Rin's scream drew Kakashi's and Obito's attention. We've taken this guy with us. Two Jounin threw smoke bombs and vanished. Damn it! Obito attempted to pursue, but was grabbed by Kakashi. Don't chase, we continue with our mission as planned. Kakashi's tone was somewhat cold. What about Rin? What will happen to Rin? Obito was clearly losing his composure. He struggled to suppress his agitation. We'll save Rin later. The enemy wants to know our plans and won't kill her immediately. I told you yesterday excess baggage is just a burden. Excess baggage. Kakashi nodded. What a ninja needs is a tool that can play a role in the mission. Feelings are superfluous. You and I are incompatible and going to save Rin. Obito pushed Kakashi away and walked disappointedly toward Rin's direction. What happens to those who break the rules? I truly believe White Fang is a hero. Kakashi's pupils contracted as he suddenly recalled that person he had encountered in Konoha when his father had just committed suicide amidst the accusations of the entire village against his father. Konoha White Fang is a hero. Indeed, in the ninja world, those who break rules and regulations are labeled as scum. But those who do not cherish their comrades are even more so. After all, they are all scum. I will break the rules. If this is not the correct way for a ninja, then let me shatter this notion of what a ninja is. Obito's resolute words were abruptly grasped by Kakashi at the sleeve. A fiery crimson light blossomed in his eyes. Do you understand my feelings? Have you thought about how we would be treated upon returning to the village? You speak so openly without considering the consequences and expect others to clean up after you. You scoundrel. Kakashi gasped, managing to calm Obito down. The usually composed genius was now in such disarray. Looking at Obito, Kakashi suddenly regained clarity. He didn't even know how he had suddenly become this way, weakly loosening his grip on Obito's collar. No matter what, I have to save Rin. Obito walked away alone. What is happening to me? Kakashi sat down beside a rock. On the battlefield of Yan-in, there was no mourning for the fallen leaf ninjas. Arriving at the scene is the yellow flash, Minato Namikaze. Have you finally arrived? The struggling ninja uncle sighed in relief, a flicker of hope appearing in his eyes. The enemy likely has around 50 men, and among us there are only 4 survivors left. Minato Namikaze handed a large number of shuriken to the remaining leaf ninjas, instructing everyone throw the kunai towards the enemy. I'll leave the rest to me. Minato's golden hair danced in the wind and sand as he spoke calmly. This is getting too chaotic, no matter what. A ninja attempted to say something, but was reprimanded by the ninja uncle. Just shut up and follow orders. Soon you will witness the battle of the yellow flash of the leaf, just for a moment. Don't miss it. Meanwhile, Kakashi, due to intense movement, had torn his wound and recalled Rin's smiling face when she treated him. It's much better, but if things get chaotic again, the wound will reopen. Kakashi fell silent for a long while, then remembered Uchiha Obito. When we were injured, Rin always used her medical ninjutsu to save our lives, but without her you and I would have died long ago. Obito, with his head down, vividly recalled the scene. He roared, saving Rin takes priority over the mission. Sure, rules and regulations are important, but they aren't everything. I've told you sometimes you need to adapt to the situation. Even if you know it's a trap, I still have to go and save you the last one. Minato's words echoed in his ears. Kakashi ran towards Obito. Obito had already reached the enemy's position, trembling, standing alone on a tree, encouraging himself. Calm down, I can do this. A jonin in the cave noticed Obito's movement and used camouflage ninjutsu to approach him. Alright, it's time to go, Obito muttered to himself while holding a shuriken. Where to? The jonin had already appeared behind Obito. With no time to react, the jonin lunged forward with a shuriken aimed straight at Obito's eyes, blood splattering. Obito stared blankly as Kakashi descended from the sky. Kakashi, why? Obito asked incredulously. Because I can't trust a crybaby like you to do this on your own. Kakashi said flatly. You are the white fang of the leaf, the injured jonin questioned. Kakashi merely raised his white fang and said, this is my father's legacy. I see, so you are White Fang's child. Then there's no need to be afraid. The jonin once again used camouflage ninjutsu, disappearing from Kakashi and Obito's sight. The scent has completely vanished, though we can only rely on the flow of air to determine the enemy's position. Just as the two were on guard, the jonin suddenly attacked from behind Obito, and Kakashi stepped forward to block, losing one eye in the process. Kakashi. Obito rushed forward to check on Kakashi. Are you alright, Kakashi? Kakashi replied. That enemy is a master. The kunai stained with my blood was discarded. Did sand get in your eyes, Obito? If you were a proper ninja, you wouldn't cry. Oh, don't be careless. Obito wiped the tears under his goggles and mustered his courage once more. I can only talk big without taking action, just a smooth-talking underachiever, but the only thing I truly value is my comrades. That is not just talk. The jonin, relying on his invisibility, launched another attack from behind, but was caught by Obito's Sharingan, and a blade pierced his abdomen. WWHY. It's impossible to see. What kind of eyes are those, eh? The jonin collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. Kakashi quickly bandaged his left eye and headed with Obito to save Rin. It seems he still won't talk. Inside the cave, Noira Rin had vacant eyes, drool dripping from her lips, being held by the Jonin by her hair. Seeing Obito and Kakashi enter, the Jonin glanced overboard. Just a bunch of useless guys. I fought him once. His movements are very fast. Kakashi drew his sword cautiously, warning, I know. The three engaged in battle, working together, and the final blow struck the Jonin's head. Bang! The Jonin fell to the ground. The two hurried to check on Noira Rin, and Kakashi untied her bindings. Kakashi Obito. Kakashi had one eye closed while Obito's two tomos spun out together. They freed Noira Rin from her restraints. Rin, we've come to save you. You're all right now. Let's hurry and evacuate. Just as the three prepared to leave, the downed Jonin suddenly stood up. Your coordination is commendable, but you are ultimately just kids. Earth release, rock collapse. The entire cave began to collapse. The three hurriedly ran outside as rocks fell behind them. Kakashi was hit on the back by a rock, stumbling and falling to the ground. Uchiha Obito disregarded his own safety and rushed forward to save Kakashi. As the rocks above were about to fall, Obito attempted to throw Kakashi out. Kakashi's eyes flashed a red light, and with unknown strength, he pushed Obito away. Kakashi. The rocks buried Kakashi, and the shockwaves surged. Obito cried out desperately. The rocks finally stopped crumbling, and Obito frantically rushed forward to check. Most of Kakashi's body was pinned beneath the rocks, blood trickling down his forehead. Obito exerted all his strength to push the rocks, even using the great fireball technique, but to no effect. Stop, Obito. Kakashi's gaze became hazy from excessive blood loss. I'm done for. My right side is completely numb. It must be crushed. Kakashi. Rin's tears flowed down. I'm such an incompetent comrade. I've always prioritized the mission over my teammates' safety. Thank you, Obito, for teaching me the meaning of comradeship. Blood trickled from the corner of Kakashi's mouth as he spoke softly. This time I guess I've done what you said, haven't I? Don't say any more, Kakashi. Obito cried, tears streaming down his face mixing with snot, and his Sharingan transformed into 3 tomo. You really are a crybaby. Take my sword back. This is the last thing my father left me. Kakashi's voice grew weaker as he used all his strength to place the sword in Obito's hand. Okay. Obito nodded fiercely. Run. That ninja isn't dead yet. Just sneak away. And please, take care of Rin. Obito picked up Kakashi's white fang and ran in another direction with Rin, while the Jonin above, smoking a cheap cigarette, noticed this scene and attacked Obito and Rin. Having activated his 3 tomo Sharingan, Obito spent some effort to deal with the Jonin, his body covered in injuries. Uchiha Obito was panting heavily, and the ninjas from the hidden rock village nearby sensed the commotion and rushed over. Lin, run quickly. I will cover you. No, I can't let you face them alone, Obito. Lin said seriously, looking at the largest pursuer. Is that so? Uchiha Obito launched an attack with his shuriken, but was easily defeated. He had already exhausted his strength dealing with that Jonin before, and now Obito was at the end of his rope. His stamina was severely depleted, and his vision was becoming a bit blurry. His sight gradually faded into darkness, and he completely fainted. Kakashi, Obito murmured. A glimmer of light entered his vision, revealing Minato's face. Obito, you're awake. Where's Lin? How is she? Obito hurriedly asked. I've heard about Kakashi from Lin. He is a hero of Konoha. Minato placed a hand on Obito's shoulder. In the distance, under the night sky, Lin gazed at the stars, appearing lonely and desolate. Obito watched this scene, feeling the air he breathed was laced with shards of glass. Obito, Lin. Inside the cave, Kakashi gradually woke up. Is the third great ninja war coming to an end? In a temporary laboratory, I guess. But what is Orochimaru up to lately? Scientific ninja tools. Above, a girl in a black robe rested her chin on her hand, lazily leaning against a cold stone seat, one black eye, and one with a purple ring, muttering to herself in boredom. Hey, no more chatter. Kakashi is awake. Madara cut off the conversation, looking at Kakashi, whose half-body was being repaired by snake technology. You're awake. Madara's voice was cold and oppressive. Why am I here? Did you save me? Kakashi quickly calmed down, looking around. That's right, saving you took a lot of effort from me. Thank you. May I ask who you are? Who I am is not important. What matters is who you are. Madara pointed at Kakashi and asked. Who am I? Kakashi was taken aback. A Jonin, the son of Konoha White Fang, and a disciple of Minato. Kakashi. That's not what matters. I'm asking who you are. What do you see yourself as? A hero who sacrifices for others. A martyr who dies for his companions. Madara's tone remained unchanged as he continued. These are all shackles placed on you by the world, not your true self. We have met before, Kakashi. At that time your eyes were truly cold. Who are you? Kakashi recalled the petite girl from that afternoon. What are you trying to say? Are you interested in joining my organization? Madara extended an invitation. Organization? What organization? Kakashi frowned. Akatsuki, an organization that aims to change this world, serving me. Madara said. I'm sorry, although I don't know how I survived. I really appreciate you saving me. I still need to think about it. His half-body was being repaired by the cloning organization, blood and flesh slowly reassembling. Alright then, think about it. Madara did not press, watching indifferently from above. A few months later, Kakashi's injuries had disappeared, and he could move normally. During this time, apart from a masked girl delivering food, Kakashi didn't see Madara again. It was only when his body was fully repaired that Madara reappeared before him and asked, "Have you considered? I have thought it over carefully, but I still cannot accept your invitation. If I have the chance, I will repay you. I need to find Obito and Lin first. Goodbye." Kakashi deeply bowed apologetically and then walked out of the cave, quickly disappearing from sight. "Mother, aren't you going to chase after him?" Uchiha Tsuki emerged from the shadows, having grown significantly, her features softened. From what she knew of her mother, anyone who rejected her except for her father would meet a grim fate. This time allowing that white-haired boy to escape, could it be that he has some special significance? Uchiha Tsuki speculated inwardly. It's fine, he will come back soon enough. Madara watched Kakashi's departing figure. "By the way, Tsuki, how's the investigation into the Snow Mountain ruins going?" Madara asked. "I sensed something, but the Snow Mountain is too vast, and we had to halt the investigation due to the harsh conditions." Uchiha Tsuki lowered her gaze, observing her mother's every move. "I will personally go take a look then." Uchiha Obito rushed through the forest with Noira Lin with the Mist Ninjas in pursuit behind them. Damn it. Obito cursed. They had been on a mission, but were ambushed by the Mist's Umbu. Now only he and Lin remained alive in the team. The Mist Ninjas released water release, blocking their path, driving the two forward. "Lin, you go first, or I will cover you. You must not get hurt." Obito held his shuriken, looking resolute. How could this happen? Noira Lin was momentarily in a daze, gripping her chest in disbelief. "I have become the Three Tails Jinchuriki." Noira Lin stared stiffly at Obito, her face betraying no expression. "Lin, run." Seeing Lin still frozen in place, Obito hurriedly shouted, "Obito, kill me." Lin calmed down and said, "Lin, what are you saying?" Confusion filled Obito's eyes as the Mist Ninjas continued to close in. "I have become the Three Tails Jinchuriki, who I cannot commit suicide. If I enter the village, the three tails within me will explode. Obito, do you understand?" Uchiha Obito trembled, shaking his head repeatedly. "How could I possibly do that? Obito, come here and listen to me." Lin bit her lip. "Lin, trust me, there must be a way." Obito continuously encouraged Lin while also trying to motivate himself. Crack. It was the sound of a shuriken piercing flesh. Obito was momentarily stunned, unable to react to what had happened. He lowered his head tremblingly, seeing Lin collapsed in his arms. The shuriken had pierced Lin's abdomen and Obito's hands were covered in blood. The weather turned gloomy and dark clouds churned as Kakashi rushed towards Konoha. "I wonder how Obito and Lin are doing. I hope they are safe." Kakashi had traveled for quite some time, looking at the bodies of Konoha and Mist Ninjas on the ground, frowning and quickening his pace. He pushed aside the large leaves blocking his way, and his vision became clear, but the scene before him left him utterly stunned. Obito's kunai pierced Rin's chest. His pupils turned crimson, shimmering with the kaleidoscopic radiance of the Mangekyo Sharingan. She collapsed into his arms, and a tear traced a glistening path down his cheek. What is happening? Kakashi suddenly clutched his chest. Searing pain, flared darkness swallowed his vision, and a sharp acidic ache surged through his limbs. What use is this dead last? He failed every single task I entrusted to him. Why must it be like this? Father saved so many lives. You yourselves were among those he rescued. Then why do you speak such words? Why twist your faces in such revulsion? Father took his own life. Did he ever consider my plight? Who am I? Agony contorted Kakashi's face, his soul felt as though shredded by 10,000 blades. Overwhelmed by the strain of awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito, still a child, fainted and slumped beside Rin's lifeless form. The hero of Konoha had slain his own comrade, helpless, heartbroken, and bound by fate. If he spared Rin, the Three Tails would rampage and lay waste to Konoha. If he killed her, his hands would be stained with her blood. Obito did not wish to kill Rin, yet the blood already soaking his palms could not be undone. Rin did not wish to die, but her life was already slipping away. If Obito refused to kill her, others would. Even if she escaped his blade, the Three Tails would claim her. This was a dilemma with no resolution. A world that forces the unwilling to kill and the unwilling to die is nothing but hell. Kakashi struggled to draw breath, forcing his trembling body upright as he fixed his gaze upon the hidden mist village. Dozens of Mist Ninja instinctively recoiled, but quickly steeled themselves. After all, their opponent was merely a child. "Don't fear him, a mere brat. Retrieve the girl's corpse and eliminate him," shouted their leader. But his voice died mid-sentence. Crackling lightning sealed his lips, and a searing bolt pierced his chest. "Chidori." The sky choked, then unleashed a torrential downpour. 1,000 birds shrieked through the gloom. Kakashi's eyes turned glacial. And then, he slaughtered without mercy. Thanks to the clone cell modifications, Kakashi's physical prowess had vastly improved, and his vision sharpened beyond mortal limits. Blossoms of crimson bloomed amid the lightning. Eventually, sensation left his body entirely. Only primal instinct remained, driving him to kill. 1, 2. Enemies screamed. The Chidori roared. Blood blossomed. At the battlefield's heart, every Mist Ninja lay fallen. Only Kakashi remained, standing alone in a pool of blood. He stared at his reflection in the crimson water, silent for a long, while letting the rain wash over his hair. Indeed, the world truly is wretched. Madara Uchiha materialized beside Kakashi, holding an umbrella. "Would you join Akatsuki? I wish to change the world, and in doing so discover who I truly am." Kakashi's voice was a ragged whisper. "Welcome to Akatsuki." Madara handed Kakashi a ring engraved with the white tiger. By the way, your left eye remains unrepaired. Using Yang release, Madara restored Kakashi's eye. His cloned and reconstructed body now surpassed his original physiology in resilience and refinement. Though the clone cells cultivated by Orochimaru had nullified wood release and Uzumaki vitality, they conferred gentler, more stable effects, accelerated healing, and rapid chakra replenishment. Thank you, Kakashi murmured softly. It is time we departed, Madara said. Kakashi nodded, pausing only to cast one long, sorrowful glance at the unconscious Obito before vanishing with Madara into the storm. His mind was more mature than Obito's, yet he remained irrevocably a child. Thus concluded the Third Shinobi World War and its long-shadowed aftermath. The yellow flash reigned unrivaled across the shinobi world. Konoha lay grievously wounded by war. The third Raikage perished from exhaustion. Tsukumo Hataki's son, Kakashi, and Rin Noara fell in battle. Both were enshrined on memorial stones. Kakashi's team survivors, 1. Ding. Congratulations, your actions have altered the course of the Third Shinobi World War. Mission reward Mangekyo ability, Kamui intangibility. Madara accepted the gift. Kamui and intangibility formed an unparalleled technique, offensive, defensive, and utterly versatile, though limited to 5 minutes duration. Boss, I may have located what you seek, but I cannot enter. Deidara's voice reached Madara through sensory jutsu. Madara raised an eyebrow, then received the coordinates. Kagaya's lair, found at last. Madara gazed calmly upward toward the heavens. Host Madara Uchiha. Bloodline limit bloodline origin Mangekyo, Sharingan Amaterasu Kagu, Tsuchiyata mirror Kamui intangibility, Rinnegan Rinini Tensei, Takamikazuchi Aminotajikara would release. Special forms, perfect sage mode, perfect Jinchuriki mode. Ninja tools, Uchiha War Fan. Comprehensive assessment 6 paths level. To eliminate the entity above first, without Black Zetsu Kagaya, cannot awaken. Then dispatch Kinshiki and Mamashiki, finally confront Ishiki. Madara swiftly consolidated his strategy. Having secured the mission reward, he resolved to unify the shinobi world, by absolute force if necessary. All who opposed him would fall. Mobilize Akatsuki. Summon the 5 Kage. Reclaim the tailed beasts. Initiate the 4th Shinobi World War. Madara had no time to spare. He intended to subdue the entire shinobi world, alone. No one dared defy Madara Uchiha's command. Among all the Otsutsuki he could confront, Ishiki Otsutsuki posed the greatest challenge. Even Nine-Tails fueled chakra elevated to 6 paths level could only briefly suppress him. In raw power, Ishiki surpassed even Kagaya. She contacted the members of Akatsuki. Today's Akatsuki was no longer confined to Sasori Kakazu and Deidara. Powerful rogue ninja, including Kisame Hashigaki and Haiden, had been subdued and recruited. They would now serve as Madara's heralds declaring war upon the shinobi world. Above Konoha's skies, puppets of Konin and Nagato descended, touching down silently on village soil. Minato Namikaze, newly installed as 4th Hokage, presided over Konoha's 50th year. State your purpose in coming to Konoha, demanded Minato Kanai, bearing the flying thunder god seal gripped tightly, his gaze razor sharp. I am Madara Uchiha, leader of Akatsuki, inviting the 5 great shinobi countries and their respective Kage to convene. Madara Uchiha. Minato visibly stiffened, then instantly recomposed himself. The message has been delivered. Please attend punctually. Konin released a single sheet of paper from her fingertip. The designated meeting placed the Rain village of Amigakure. All major villages received the summons. In response, the 5 Kage convened their first summit to deliberate the matter. Minato sighed inwardly. How relentlessly Konoha's affairs multiplied. And now, this summons came from him, the legendary shinobi, the battlefield rose, the shinobi demon, Madara Uchiha? Oh, Madara is about to start the 4th Shinobi World War. Hashirama slammed the table in shock. Isn't that a bit chaotic? It's truly headache-inducing. Lord First Hokage, aren't you Madara's beloved? Can you persuade her? Sarutobi Hiruzen hunched over, took a puff from his pipe, the white hair at his temples proving his advanced age. I will try to persuade her. Hashirama stood up with determination, but then sat back down abruptly. The reason being he received a call from Madara. Hello, is this Hashirama? Madara's voice suddenly came through via the psychic communication technique. Madara exchanged words with Hashirama in his ear, and after a long silence Hashirama spoke to Hiruzen. Monkey, we don't need to get involved in this mess. Madara has her plans, and it won't be detrimental to Konoha. Is that so? Hiruzen looked at Hashirama, who had drastically changed his stance and seemed to understand something. He took a puff from his pipe and fell silent. The time for Madara's invitation to the summit of the major villages soon arrived. The 4th Raikage A and Killer B from the Cloud Village arrived first, followed by the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato from Konoha, the 4th Mizukage Terumi, Mei from the Mist Village, the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki from the Stone Village, the 4th Kazakage Raza from the Sand Village, as well as the Tsuchikage from the Grass Village, and the 3 boats from the Land of Iron. Almost all the prominent figures in the shinobi world had come, as Madara had sent the entire Akatsuki organization to invite various factions of the ninja world. Regarding certain villages, especially the short-tempered Cloud Village, Madara even sent several powerful ninjas, and fortunately, only one died. Now these individuals gathered in one place, and the constant bickering was merely to wait for one person, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Tsuki carried a kusanagi, sword at her waist, her eyes, 3 tomos spinning beside her, was Kakashi. The two wore red cloud-black cloaks ready to deal with anyone who dared to cause trouble. Yahiko and Konan had been positioned at the top of the conference hall to provide visibility for Madara. After a long wait, the main character finally appeared. Madara activated the Kimui with her Mangekyo Sharingan. A swirling vortex appeared, and her figure manifested before the many powerful ninjas. She appeared to be merely a 16-year-old girl clad in a flowing black cloak with nothing particularly special aside from her beautiful and cold demeanor. Immediately, a group of individuals began whispering among themselves, the entire hall filled with noise. They spoke freely, completely disregarding Madara. These guys have no sense of etiquette. Uchiha Tsuki was about to draw her sword when Kakashi pressed her down. Madara remained unfazed, her left eye Mangekyo, her right a Rinnegan, as she released her chakra. Boom! A massive amount of chakra emanated from Madara like a ferocious beast, causing everyone's bodies to feel incredibly heavy, as if a terrifying pressure could swallow them whole at any moment. Silence. Madara spoke her first words, and everyone in the hall felt as if they were sitting on needles. What an overwhelming presence. From afar, Hashirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the live broadcast while eating. Our Hokage is truly reliable, remaining calm and collected, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. In reality, Minato had already placed his hand on a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. If it weren't for experiencing it firsthand, one couldn't fathom that overwhelming sense of oppression. I will only say this once: I hereby declare war on the entire shinobi world, initiating the 4th Shinobi World War, with all ninja factions participating, and I, Uchiha Madara, alone. You can send everyone you have to oppose me. You have one day to use any means necessary to defeat me. Everyone gasped. Even Inoki, who had previously sought revenge against Madara, was left speechless. Such confidence and dominance was unprecedented. If I lose, I will end my own life as an apology. Of course, if you lose, you will surrender to Konoha. As soon as Madara finished speaking, all the major ninja villages turned their gaze towards Minato, who was left bewildered and sweating profusely. This was a gamble for their very lives. Why should we listen to you? A reckless shadow from a ninja village spoke up. In the next moment, his head had already rolled to the ground as blood rained down in the conference hall. Such speed. None of those present, not even Minato, could comprehend the action, the entire sequence resembling teleportation. Of course, everyone has their rights, but if you refuse, be prepared to pay the corresponding price. Witnessing Madara's power, the major ninja villages began to respond. If they did not respond, they would die here, and fighting back offered at least a glimmer of hope. Madara understood that if she did not incapacitate them completely, communication through words would be impossible. Only through strength could she conquer this disorganized crowd. Simply speaking was futile. She needed to dominate them with power. Although Hashirama had the power to intimidate the major ninja villages during his lifetime, his early death and the foolish act of separating the tailed beasts were decisions only he could conceive. The meeting quickly concluded, and upon returning, the major ninja villages amassed their available strength, preparing for battle, while Konoha village was the only one laughing heartily. There's a saying, the ancestors still love me. The various nations, having just endured the 3rd Shinobi World War, had their national strength severely depleted, and the selected representatives were all capable elites, having exhausted their nation's resources. A total of 10,000 people. Madara would face them all alone. The battlefield for the ninja war was set in the land of Earth, a place filled with swirling sand. 10,000 people. Will mother be alright? Uchiha Tsuki felt a bit worried. She had already activated her 3-tomo Sharingan, and due to her ability to use wood release, was at a weak shadow level. However, now mother had forbidden her from participating in the war, which left her unable to assist her at all. Madara should be able to handle this easily. Kakashi, with a calm expression and his black mask covering his face, said, since joining the Akatsuki, I have come to understand Madara's intentions and chose to follow her. Without the burden of the Sharingan combined with a superior physique, Kakashi's chakra of all 5 attributes shone brightly, and he could expertly use ninjutsu, his combat prowess surpassing Uchiha Tsuki's. Indeed, with mother's power, dealing with these guys is simply a piece of cake. Uchiha Tsuki, seeing the situation, ceased to speak ill and instead praised Madara. Kakashi turned to leave. Where are you going? Uchiha Tsuki asked, looking at Kakashi as he prepared to depart. To find an old friend of mine. Are you curious? We're colleagues, can I ask? Uchiha Tsuki withdrew her gaze. Do as you wish. The 4th Great Ninja War erupted in the morning, with Uchiha Madara standing atop a towering rock wall overlooking the dense mass of a ninja alliance below. A young girl clad in heavy red armor hugged her arms, her eyes glowing faintly. Is this all they can muster? How utterly disappointing, Madara muttered to himself after surveying the scene. Most of the ninjas were merely genin and chunin, with only a handful being chunin, and even fewer above that rank. Relying on this bunch to fight against the Otsutsuki clan is clearly unreliable. As long as they don't get in my way, it will suffice. Next up, it's warm-up time. Madara leaped down, the sound of rushing wind in his ears. The moment he landed, dozens of fire techniques shot toward him, all effortlessly dodged. Madara seized the arm of a jonin effortlessly, as if snapping a bamboo stick, and flung him away. A shuriken with an explosive tag flew toward him, which Madara caught, tore off the explosive tag, and pressed it against the ninja's chest, the shuriken slicing through the throats of several ninjas. Bang! Madara kicked aside 2 ninjas, carving a bloody path through the ninja alliance. The ninjas quickly regrouped into various formations, unleashing countless ninjutsu at him. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire Technique. Madara inhaled deeply and unleashed a massive fire dragon. The swirling dragon charged forward, obliterating dozens of ninjas before being intercepted by the water shadow Taramime, the strongest lightning armor. The muscular Raikage opened with his strongest mode, knowing full well that if he didn't act now, there would be no chance left. Inoki also jumped in to assist immediately. After the ninja alliance scattered, he utilized Dust Release to attack, then supported Raikage in delivering a powerful blow. Heavy Rock Lightning Punishment Dance. Lightning gathered in Raikage's palm as he launched an attack at Madara. A flicker of interest appeared in Madara's eyes as he raised his hand to summon the skeletal Susano'o, which was shattered by the combined strike of the two. However, the weakened force gave Madara an opportunity. She grasped the hand of the fourth Raikage, surpassing him in both speed and strength, pressing him into the ground. Rasengan. The massive Rasengan exploded in Madara's palm. The fourth Raikage, under the defense of the lightning armor, fell to the ground, no longer able to continue fighting. Just a single blow left the elite Raikage incapacitated. Nevertheless, the efforts of Inoki and Raikage were not in vain, as they provided a brief opening by breaking the Susano'o. Magnet Release Gold Dust Funeral. The floating Raso seized this opportunity as he was fighting on home turf, and the pyramid sealed Madara away. Did you catch her? Sweat dripped from Rozo's forehead, and in the next instant the ceiling was shattered by Madara's Shinra Tensei. Just as Madara was about to release Rozo's arm, Inoki timely launched a dust release to push back Madara. That kid Inoki has improved. Madara glanced at Inoki, using the heavenly hand power to switch places with a fire-style technique. She swiftly dispatched a large group of ninjas. Holding the dual blades, she had seized the silver sword. Flowers danced like a beautifully choreographed performance as the girl twirled amidst the crimson blood, resembling a blood-red rose blooming in the center of the battlefield. Finally, Uchiha Madara grew bored. She was ready to unleash her true power. Floating in the air, her four-armed full body, Susano'o rose from the ground, forming 4 seals with her. Have you witnessed my full power? A shadow was cast from the sky as a massive meteor slowly broke through the dome, hurtling toward the ground like a torrential downpour. Heavenly Obstruction Quaking Star. A ninja gazed at the miraculous sight, his weapon falling to the ground as he despaired. Damn it, is this the power of a god? On the entire battlefield, everyone looked on in astonishment at the scene. Raso and Inoki were the first to react. Earth Release Super Lightweight Rock Technique. Inoki leaped up, mustering all his strength to support the meteor, while Raso hurriedly manipulated the gold dust to stabilize it. The Ninja Alliance, seeing this, began to disperse and flee to avoid massive casualties. With both of them using their utmost effort, the meteor was finally halted. Just as the exhausted Inoki let out a sigh of relief, he saw Madara smiling. I acknowledge your skills. But what about the second one? Inoki suddenly looked up at the sky, where the second Heavenly Obstruction Quaking Star was following closely behind. The accumulated force pressed heavily upon Inoki, but fortunately Raikage, who had recovered, arrived in time to save Inoki. The meteor exploded upon impact with the ground, creating massive waves. What a boring child's game, let's finish this quickly. I'm tired of it. Madara referred to the full efforts of the Ninja Alliance as a mere child's game. Madara's black hair danced wildly in the wind as she formed hand seals. Purple chakra transformed into deep blue, enveloping Madara. A complete body Susano'o as grand as a small mountain spread its wings, and a 100-meter giant appeared before everyone with just a single strike. The earth beneath them was left with a deep chasm-like crack. Just as the Ninja Alliance was engulfed in despair, the descending Myojin Gate suppressed the complete body Susano'o. That is, it's Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage. A chorus of voices arose among the Ninja Alliance. Even those who had never personally witnessed Hashirama's strength had heard of his reputation as the god of shinobi. In the novel published by Uzumaki Ketsuki, Madara and Hashirama were regarded as lifelong enemies and beloved. Now, for reasons unknown, Senju Hashirama suddenly appeared on the battlefield. No one cared how he crawled out of his coffin, or what mattered was whether he could defeat Uchiha Madara. Ha Hashirama. Madara forcefully broke free from the Myojin Gate, and the Susano'o tore apart as well. She wore a slight look of astonishment, not expecting Hashirama to appear here. Madara, we haven't fought since our childhood battle. Come and face me for a final showdown. Though Madara was speechless, she felt a surge of battle intent ignited by Hashirama. She was curious about how much stronger Hashirama had become since her death. In the original story, Hashirama was stronger than Madara before his death, being at the level of a super shadow. And now, Hashirama clasped his hands together, and the golden chakra of the Nine Tails floated around him. Clearly, Hashirama had activated the perfect Jinchuriki mode, completely transformed. Then let's battle. A smile suddenly graced Madara's face. She instantly activated the perfect Sage mode, a spiraling orb infused with various chakra types spinning in her palm, which was then devoured by Madara using the Hungry Ghost path. Kukansai Reason. This technique amplifies the power of the techniques she initiates or absorbs and reflects them back, far exceeding the original effects. A massive Rasengan swollen several times in size appeared in Madara's palm, only slightly smaller than the previously released Heavenly Obstruction Quaking Star. Senju Hashirama dared not slack off in the slightest and hurriedly activated his perfect sage mode. A black mark appeared on his face as this god of ninjas clasped his hands together. Sage art would release True Thousand's hands. A towering giant Buddha appeared in the sight of the crowd, and the Nine-Tails chakra instantly enveloped the True Thousand's hands Buddha, transforming the entire wooden statue into a golden hue, resembling an ancient and dignified true Buddha. Top transformation into Buddha. The thousands of hands of the Buddha shot out, each strike possessing the power to shatter Susano'o. The Rasengan exploded, plunging the sky into darkness. The air surged and roared. Madara used the heavenly hand power to swap his position, dodging the massive explosion. Some of the Nine-Tails chakra on the Buddha's body had been blown away, yet the Buddha remained unscathed. Madara had never thought that this technique could defeat his opponent. First she released the reanimation clone, then unleashed the god Shinra Tensei to repel her opponent. The complete Susano'o reappeared, its blade now imbued with Amaterasu flames controlled by the jutsu of earth. Yasaka Magatama. Several Magatama along with a sword strike that could split heaven and earth slashed toward the Buddha, who retaliated. The ninja allied forces in the distance watched this chaotic war, unable to swallow their saliva. Compared to the level of attacks they could unleash, this was indeed child's play for these two. Let's take a bet who will win. Deidara watched the earth-shattering explosions, his eyes wide open. This was simply the ultimate art, he pursued. I bet 500,000 on the boss. Then I'll bet they'll tie. Scorpion, reclining in a beach chair calmly, said while sipping tea. Madara was relishing the battler. It had been a long time since she had fought with such full force. There was no feeling of powerlessness like when facing Otsutsuki Kagaya, only the exhilaration of battling against a friend, savoring every moment of combat. Madara dodged the Buddha's punches with intangibility, opting not to destroy the Buddha with Susano'o's sword, but using the most primal and brute method instead. Susano'o grabbed the Buddha, bringing its head down to smash. Madara's Susano'o, empowered by various forces, was only slightly smaller than Hashirama's Buddha. The two colossal giants began the most brutal hand-to-hand combat. In other words, Uchiha Madara was on fire. Susano'o and the Buddha were battered, and the two began a ninjutsu clash. Madara struck Hashirama's body with the 8,000 spears, marking him and starting to absorb his chakra quickly. However, Hashirama would never allow her to succeed, slicing away the flesh, covering the imprint with his blade. Wood Dragon Technique. Several wooden dragons attacked Madara as Hashirama summoned multiple wood clones with the manifestation of the Nine Tails, unleashing tailed beast balls at her. Under the golden radiance, the tailed beast balls were launched. Madara refrained from using the hungry ghost path to absorb them, and instead took out the Uchiha fan to reflect them. Uchiha Reflection. The immense force acted upon Madara's hand, and the tailed beast balls were rebounded. The explosion sounds continued without end. Madara was left bloodied and bruised for failing to dodge, licking her palm as her wounds healed rapidly. As expected of my dear friend, Madara charged forward to engage Hashirama in body techniques. This intense battle lasted an entire day and night, with Madara landing a punch on Hashirama's face before flattening him. The two exchanged shurikens, seemingly returning to their childhood days of ninjutsu duels by the riverside, relishing in the unrestrained joy. Madara stabbed Hashirama's arm, blood splattering onto her face, only for Hashirama to pin her to the ground. A punch imbued with Nine-Tails chakra was about to strike Madara's face, but suddenly halted. Madara's armor was now tattered with large tears, exposing her pale skin on her legs and cuffs. The girl was pinned beneath him, her face marred with several scars, a patch of red on her neck, and her eyes swollen. What are you waiting for? Hit me. Madara frowned slightly in dissatisfaction and urged. Hashirama had no choice but to punch Madara in the face, pushing her down into the ground. Madara then got back up and kicked Senju Hashirama away, throwing a few explosive tags that sent him flying. At the end of the battle, Madara sat on Hashirama, striking him with punches. Due to exhaustion, it looked as if she was merely being playful. I win. You won. Hashirama's chakra was unexpectedly depleted. He had activated the Nine-Tails giant Buddha 3 times in succession and no longer had the strength to applaud. As for Madara, she still had abilities left and used with chakra remaining. Therefore, from any angle, Madara had won. Ha ha ha. Madara lay on Hashirama, rolling off onto the ground. Hashirama looked at the girl's beautiful profile and couldn't help but smile from the heart, lifting her hair. She was already drenched in sweat, panting, looking exceptionally cute. Hashirama. Madara breathed a little heavily. Hashirama was about to say something when he was interrupted by members of the Akatsuki. Who won? Who won? I bet 5 million. Haiden and Kakuzu rode in on Deidara's white clay bird. I bet 8 million. Kakuzu clipped his nails, unsure why he had impulsively wagered such an amount. This was all orchestrated by Scorpion and Deidara. Then a group of Akatsuki members, including Kisame and Juzo, began to place their bets. I bet 10 million. Uchiha Suki blinked her eyes. Of course, she bet on her mother. So who won? Madara knew that this group would definitely bet on her to win, and thought for a moment before saying a tie. Huh. Lord Evil God. Haiden's smile froze on his face, and Kakuzu fell silent. How could this be? Mother, did you let her win? Uchiha Suki also seemed incredulous. No. Madara felt a surge of mischievous delight. The beautiful scorpion smiled with squinty eyes, collecting money from each Akatsuki member. He divided the money in half, and a puzzled Haiden asked, "Hey, whose money is this?" "Kakashi's. He said that playing this game could make me a fortune, so I proposed it to Deidara." Little Deidara shrugged. He himself had lost 3,500 yen. Alright, now the Akatsuki members could go drink the north wind. This gambling scheme totaling 1 billion yen came to an end. Madara stood up, gazing at the vast land of Earth. This absurd Fourth Great Ninja War concluded with the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The entire ordeal lasted 2 days. The final result was Uchiha Madara's victory, and the ninja world was forced into unification. After witnessing the godlike power of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, most countries in the ninja world chose to submit under the banner of Konoha village. The entire ninja world was forced into unity under the oppression of absolute military might, achieving peace. After all, Konoha now had 2 ancestral guardians watching over it. However, this move also put immense pressure on Namake's Minato, the 4th Hokage, as the volume of documents he had to handle multiplied several times. Even the fastest man in the ninja world could not manage both family and political affairs simultaneously. Moreover, with Kushina about to give birth, he was already showing dark circles under his eyes. Should he hand the position over to the 1st Hokage? He seemed to have an abundance of energy. With a long sigh, Namake's Minato began to tackle the mountain of administrative duties. Meanwhile, the 1st Hokage he mentioned was having tea with the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen while watching a live broadcast on a crystal ball. Thanks to the help of the 1st Hokage, Konoha has flourished like this today. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but exclaim. Konoha had directly become the #1 ninja village in the entire ninja world, a thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen could hardly fathom before. His old face was filled with a radiant smile akin to blooming chrysanthemums, naturally delighted by Konoha's prosperity. By the way, what about Madara? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused and asked. Ever since the battle with Senju Hashirama, which ended the sudden rise of the ninja world war, Uchiha Madara had begun to head towards Kagaya's lair. That was the site where Kagaya once resided, finally located through the searches of Deidara and Uchiha Obito. The ice and snow ruins. Only by using the Rinnegan to traverse the time-space tunnel could one reach there. Unless one possessed the Horai, even a regular Rinnegan would consume a significant amount of ocular power to enter. Madara passed through the time-space tunnel, indeed, consuming a considerable amount of ocular power. In the endless icy world, he barely avoided frostbite by using chakra to shield himself. Perched atop the endless snowy mountains was a palace, Kagaya's abode. However, it had not been used since being sealed by the Sage of 6 Paths, the great filial son. Inside there should be some secrets of Kagaya and tales of the Otsutsuki, though Kinshiki and Momoshiki might also appear. With his black robe billowing in the fierce cold wind, Madara, wearing long boots, left footprints as he walked towards the palace. The palace sat atop the mountain, grand and imposing. As Madara entered, the wind and snow immediately ceased, seemingly under protection. However, this palace had fallen into decay, covered in dust with collapsed pillars. A girl walked through the palace, weaving between stone pillars and along the dirty red carpet, eventually finding the spot where Kagaya once resided. Under the exquisitely constructed stone throne lay tables and chairs reminiscent of a gathering of kings during the spring and autumn period. Madara opened a scroll, glancing through it, finding only records of mundane matters of no real use. What is this? Madara suddenly stumbled upon a scroll detailing Kagaya and Ishiki's arrival on Earth. As he read downwards, a pink axe struck towards him. She bent down to evade the fierce attack, glancing up to see a white alien figure wielding a pink giant axe towering in stature. I am Otsutsuki Kinshiki. However, on a side note, did they arrive on Earth ahead of time? Madara furrowed his brows, initially thinking he wouldn't encounter the Otsutsuki duo, only to find himself facing them. Madara had few techniques to deal with the Otsutsuki, apart from the abilities of the Rinnegan. He had physical attacks and Senjutsu chakra. He formed hand seals with one hand to activate Sage Mode, silvered runes appearing on his face. A Kusanagi sword was kicked out from Madara's ninja tool pouch, clashing with Kinshiki. One had to admit Kinshiki was formidable, able to suppress the single-handed Sasuke from the original work, suggesting he possessed an extraordinary level of power. Unfortunately, he was facing Uchiha Madara, who easily overpowered Kinshiki with his enhanced strength. Madara thrust the Kusanagi sword at Kinshiki, who raised a shape-shifting bowie to defend. However, Madara seized the opportunity in Kinshiki's blind spot, using the heavenly hand power to displace behind him and slice off his arm. He followed up with a powerful kick, sending Kinshiki flying out of Kagaya's palace. A multi-attribute chakra Rasengan engulfed Kinshiki, who was overwhelmed by the Rasengan infused with a large amount of Senjutsu chakra. In the end, he vanished without a trace. A man with white skin and a headpiece resembling a wedding veil stood atop the palace. Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Rinnegan, huh? Momoshiki was slightly surprised. He raised his hand, and several black rods shot out at high speed towards Madara. Clang! Several black rods were deflected by Madara. Meanwhile, Kinshiki had regained his strength, gripping the giant axe with a fierce glare. Now Madara was faced with 2 Otsutsuki. A lowly creature possesses such immense power. There was a hint of curiosity in Momoshiki's eyes. Moreover, he even mastered my abilities. Kinshiki once again charged at Madara, who instantly swapped positions with Momoshiki as Kinshiki's axe narrowly missed Momoshiki's nose. The spatial abilities of the Rinnegan. Momoshiki exclaimed in surprise only to have the top of his head lopped off by Madara's Rinnegan clone due to his failure to activate the Byakugan. So fast. Kinshiki shielded Momoshiki from the attack as Momoshiki, enraged, used universal pull to draw Madara towards him. Shinra Tensei. Madara countered with repulsive force to deflect Momoshiki's attraction. In mere moments they had exchanged several rounds. Madara's Rinnegan and Heavenly Hand power worked in perfect harmony easily, putting Momoshiki at a disadvantage. Although Momoshiki's abilities were formidable, his battle experience was indeed lacking, being completely ignorant of ninja arts. In terms of abilities, he was stronger than Kinshiki and Momoshiki, even comparable to Ashiki. However, in battle, Madara's exquisite ninjutsu experience crushed him. With a punch infused with Senjutsu chakra, he sent Momoshiki flying. Momoshiki's Byakugan widened, stumbling on the ground as he rolled several times, completely losing the composure he had at the start. Bastard. Kinshiki, realizing the life and death struggle they faced, transformed into a blood-red fruit that Momoshiki consumed. As the gluttonous wolf devoured the fruit, the aura of Otsutsuki Momoshiki changed, and a third eye opened atop his head. All of his eyes transformed into golden Rinnegan, with 2 additional Rinnegan appearing on his hands. Black markings spread across his face, significantly enhancing his power. Let me deal with you, weak lower creature. Momoshiki assumed the stance for the 8 trigrams palm. Madara, holding the Kusanagi sword, executed a flourish, the Crimson Mangekyo Sharingan, spinning with fierce intensity. The battle had just begun. As the clash intensified, Kakashi had already sought out Obito. Kakashi, clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds with his white hair cascading down, appeared remarkably calm upon seeing Uchiha Obito again. Kakashi. Uchiha Obito was taken aback. Aren't you supposed to be dead? I was saved by someone. Is that so? It doesn't matter anymore. Rin is dead. What meaning does this world hold? Obito closed his eyes in anguish, and when he opened them again, they were the eyes of a Mangekyo Sharingan. Rather than doubting this utterly lazy man, I care more about who I am. Kakashi looked at Obito and entered Sage Mode. Kakashi had long since honed his skills on Mount Myaboku. With Kakashi's talent, he learned Sage Mode faster than Jiraiya and had mastered perfect Sage Mode. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Kakashi infused oil into his attack and released it alongside the fire. In front of Rin's grave, these 2 former friends engaged in a fierce battle. Obito possessed the abilities of both intangibility and Kimui with his Mangekyo Sharingan, but Kakashi, being a genius, had far more combat experience than Obito. Kakashi's Chidori surged toward Obito, who dodged it with intangibility, causing a shuriken to slip from Kakashi's hand. Just as Obito prepared to use Kimui to distort Kakashi, he was injured by an explosive tag attached to the shuriken. The rolling heat wave forced him to the ground, and he narrowly avoided Kakashi's follow-up ninjutsu attack with intangibility. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Obito formed hand seals and unleashed a great fireball, attempting to sever Kakashi's defense route with Kimui. Kakashi used Earth-style wall to obscure his vision, then hurled several shuriken at Obito. Obito absorbed the shuriken with Kimui. Kakashi pressed forward only to be pulled into the Kimui dimension by Obito. Kakashi, you can understand my pain, right? Killing Rin was never what I wanted. This false world has no meaning of existence at all. The scar on Obito's forehead protector vividly reflected his indecision. No matter how much he washed his hands, he could not cleanse the sins upon them. The girl he loved most, his only love, had been destroyed by his own hands. This was not the ending a story should have. What meaning does a world that coerces people into killing and dying truly have? You are right, Obito. Kakashi's gaze was calm, appearing both enlightened and confused. This world is indeed pathetic, and I want to blame you, Obito. But I know that none of this was done intentionally by you. Oh, I just want to understand what kind of person I truly am. What kind of person are you? Obito smiled. You are a genius, the son of Konoha's White Fang, the captain of Team Kakashi. Kakashi. No, none of that is me. I want to find my true self. The self that hated you, the self that wanted to save you. Not to define what kind of person I am based on others' views. The battle continued inside the Kimui dimension. Kakashi and Obito engaged in a physical showdown, each strike lethal shuriken clashing. They used all their strength seeking to defeat one another. Uchiha Obito stood over Kakashi with a shuriken, inching it closer to his eye. Is your eye alright, Kakashi? You really are lucky. But in an instant, Kakashi struck Obito's elbow, knocking the shuriken from his hand and delivering a kick to his abdomen. Cough, cough. Obito spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as the shuriken was about to pierce his chest, Obito released Kimui, and they both exited the Kimui dimension. Uchiha Obito used intangibility to evade a fatal blow, countering with a kick that sent Kakashi flying. Although the ninja world is peaceful now, it is under the influence of absolute power. One day, powerful ninjas will die, and this peace, which is maintained by power, will collapse, becoming utterly meaningless. But the infinite Tsukuyomi is different. That is true peace, a beautiful world where Rin exists. Obito stopped his assault and said, I learned the truth of this world through the secrets of the Eye. By activating the infinite Tsukuyomi and implementing the Eye of the Moon plan, everyone can live their lives in a beautiful dream free from conflict and suffering. Kakashi showed no sign of wavering at Obito's words, for the other's rhetoric was not enough to shake his heart. Obito, I have finally understood my feelings towards you now. I truly hate you, for you obsessed with fantasy lack the qualifications to speak here compared to the Obito who aspired to become Hokage and fought for his comrades. Kakashi's words were piercing. The real Obito was someone who aimed to change the Hokage in reality. Obito scoffed coldly. I am someone who often complains and is cold-hearted. But Obito changed me, teaching me to struggle through this wretched world and aspire for the sun. In the end, Kakashi was still Kakashi. He didn't collapse as easily as Obito. After all, he had endured enough pain. The death of his mother, the death of his father, and the final death. A little more pain was nothing. He simply wanted to change this world even more than before. And to change that version of himself. Now all he had to do was defeat Obito. Fire-style Toad, Oil Flame Bullet. Kakashi summoned a toad and unleashed this powerful fire technique. Without hesitation, realizing that prolonging the battle would lead to defeat, Obito activated Kimui, twisting flames that burned his body. His body became intangible, ultimately choosing to evade. Obito, is this your choice? Kakashi sighed, deeply approached Rin's grave, placed a bouquet of flowers, and then turned to leave. Inside Kagaya's icy space, every clash between Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Madara shook the entire area. You little brat, let's see where you hide. Having absorbed the ninjutsu, Kinshiki unleashed the great king of the divine tree, releasing the absorbed ninjutsu. The entire ruins were reduced to rubble under the bombardment, and Madara retreated, using heavenly hand power, evading Kinshiki's attack range. After devouring Kinshiki, Kinshiki's strength rose to another level, nearing the upper tier of 6 paths. The god of waves in his hand was deflected by Madara's grass-cutting sword, and the shadow clone technique disturbed Kinshiki's line of sight as the great fire extinguished descended upon them. Absorb. Kinshiki pretended to raise his hand to absorb, waiting for Madara to attack. As he saw Madara charging through the flames toward him, Kinshiki revealed a smug smile. You've fallen for it. In a flash of lightning, Tao Shi overlooked the existence of the Lunmu clone. The Lunmu struck Tao Shi's waist, causing his facial control to falter and a hand to be severed by Ban. The arm that flew out along with the reincarnation eye significantly reduced Tao Shi's advantage in an instant. In a fit of rage, Tao Shi drew forth an arm made of chakra and launched a ferocious assault against Ban. Die! Tao Shi fused his fire attribute chakra and sent Ban flying. Ban shed the force with burn marks visible on his arm. Fortunately, Ban possessed an exceptionally strong, self-healing ability, rendering such minor injuries inconsequential. Lowly creature, you cannot compare with the Otsutsuki. Tao Shi arrogantly launched his attack, landing blow after blow on Ban, producing sounds of flesh colliding. The flames of Amaterasu attached themselves to Tao Shi's body, easily absorbed. However, this brief moment gave Ban an opportunity. She stabbed Tao Shi's reincarnation eye, which he used to absorb chakra, blinding it. A spiral pill infused with mixed attribute chakra enhanced by the high imperial spirit was thrust against the face of Otsutsuki Tao Shi. Boom! The powerful force engulfed Tao Shi, and everything suddenly fell into silence. Time has stopped. In the final moment, Tao Shi used the time stop, floating in front of Ban, appearing utterly disheveled. Human, do you think I have lost? How laughable. I will plant a wedge in your body to be reborn in the future with this. Tao Shi's expression suddenly turned bland. He could not use this time stop for long, hence his speech carried a tone of 1.5x speed. A blue wedge floated against Ban's cheek, yet she seemed utterly unconcerned. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task rewards have been issued. Mental power increased by 50, absolute mental domain. Just a short while ago, Ban had received the task, likely the moment the attack from Jinshi began. Ding, the system has issued a task. Please defeat Otsutsuki Tao Shi and Otsutsuki Jinshi. Task rewards mental power increased by 50, absolute mental domain. Ban directly utilized the absolute mental domain to control Otsutsuki Tao Shi's soul, who was left in a dazed state, and forced him into a cell, like the Nine Tails becoming Tao Lama. Thus, with the wedge's influence, Ban could harness the power of the Otsutsuki. Moreover, it required no consent from Tao Shi, as it was a forced requisition. Damn human brat, don't let me out or... Otsutsuki Tao Shi exclaimed in frustration. Ban left Kagaya's icy space. At this moment, the ninja world had gradually settled under the threat, but such intimidation would not last long. Another path needed to be forged. Now that Otsutsuki Tao Shi and Jinshi had been dealt with, there remained Rin and Ishir. It was still early, but vigilance could not be relaxed. Ban contacted the members of the Akatsuki organization through mental perception to capture the tailed beasts. Regardless of whether they were Jinchuriki or tailed beasts, they all needed to be brought to Konoha. Aside from Hashirama, Ban pondered briefly before responding. He then returned to Konoha, where a tremendous change had occurred. The unification of major ninja villages had directly made Konoha the primary center. This was true both economically and in status. Commoners walking on the streets would often glance at her with a hint of fear. There was indeed a disparity between humans and those close to the divine. However, those resembling gods were still human. Some continued to love and care for her as a person. That was enough. And this Konoha was also her promise with Hashirama. Regardless of how the true Konoha was, Ban would protect it in spirit for the promises made during the Warring States period. Now this was the village she and Hashirama had jointly established. Lord Ban. Suddenly someone called out to Ban, with flowing white hair and 2 red lines painted on his face. It was Jiraiya. He mysteriously held a new book in his hand and approached Ban saying, "Lord Ban, I recently published a new book. Could you review it for me? This is the experience I gained during my travels across the ninja world." The book's cover prominently displayed the words Paradise of Affection, and Ban instantly understood what it was. Ban symbolically opened Paradise of Affection and perused a few pages, then earnestly babbled to Jiraiya, "It's written very well. It will surely become a hit in the future." However, Ban's words were not incorrect. In the future, this Paradise of Affection would indeed become a sensational work sweeping through all of Konoha. Many renowned ninjas would become its fans. Even the usually grim Kakashi could not bear to part with it. "That's wonderful. Shall we drink together, Lord Ban?" Jiraiya smiled lewdly. "Sorry, I have matters to attend to." Ban decisively refused. "However, have you seen Orochimaru lately?" Ban asked Jiraiya. Jiraiya paused for a moment, shook his head, and replied, "That guy is elusive. Who knows where he is now?" Then it's nothing, goodbye." Ban bid farewell to Jiraiya and finally found Senju Hashirama. At this moment, he was brewing tea with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it seemed he did not have much else to do. "Ban, what brings you here?" "Can't I come?" Ban revealed a small fawn. "Haha, of course you can, of course you can." Hashirama scratched his head and asked, "By the way, Hashirama, have you seen Orochimaru lately?" Orochimaru. That's right, Orochimaru hasn't responded to my mental perception technique recently. There hasn't been any news, so I wonder what he is up to. As long as it isn't him concocting a son or daughter, that would be fine. "I see. Rather than that, why don't we sit down for tea?" "No, I'm quite busy," Ban replied. "What are you busy with?" Hashirama inquired. "I still need to collect the tailed beasts and investigate Otsutsuki Ishiki." "I know about the tailed beasts, but what is Otsutsuki Ishiki?" Hashirama asked in confusion. Ban explained to Hashirama and Hiruzen about the Otsutsuki clan, and Hashirama suddenly understood. "So that's how it is. You mean that Otsutsuki can be resurrected, right?" Hashirama's expression became serious as he looked at Ban and said, "I'll go with you. You could encounter danger alone. Aside from that one time, I haven't faced any danger." Ban wanted to refuse Hashirama, but he insisted on helping Ban. As Hashirama put it, sitting is still sitting. Ha ha ha. The laughter of the god of ninjas shattered the sky. Thus Ban and Hashirama began their journey to capture the tailed beasts and find the parasitic Jigen of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Deidara and Izuki have recaptured the 2 tails and 1 tail in the land of water and the land of earth. Scorpion and Kisame have recaptured the 5 tails in the land of earth and the land of water. The 8 tails and 3 tails Jinchuriki are currently within the land of fire, so there is no need to capture them. The remaining 4 tails, 7 tails, and 6 tails have not yet been captured. Hashirama and Madara first arrived in the land of water to capture the 6 tails, that large slug-like creature, having learned from past experiences to avoid the emergence of another Otsutsuki Kagaya. Madara planned to deal with the 6 tails first to prevent any unforeseen complications. After all, the last ambush occurred while they were capturing the 6 tails. Had it not been for Madara's foresight, they would have perished. As always, on the surface of the sea, following the intelligence provided by Deidara, Madara and Hashirama stood atop the Yata no Kagami as the scenery below rapidly shrank amidst the violent winds. At that moment, the large slug was curled up by the lake's edge, seemingly resting. Madara jumped down from the bird's back, and several golden chains shot toward the 6 tails. Upon discovering them, the 6 tails erupted in rage, but the descending Myojin gate firmly anchored it to the ground. The Myojin gate possesses the ability to suppress mental energy and restrain chakra, rendering even the 10 tails unable to break free once controlled. This tailed beast, which people feared for its immense power, was now as helpless as a small rabbit unable to move. It took the 2 of them only a few seconds to handle this tailed beast. If other ninjas heard of this news, how their hard-fought captures of tailed beasts were so easily toyed with would surely infuriate them. The titles of the god of ninjas and the Azura of the ninja world were indeed well-deserved. Madara and Hashirama proceeded to capture the next tailed beast, the 7 tails Jume, which had the unique ability to fly. For ordinary ninjas, this would be a dimensional strike, launching a few tailed beast bombs from the air without being attacked. Unfortunately, it encountered Madara and Hashirama. The deep blue Susano'o grasped the 7 tails like an eagle catching a chick, and Madara shoved a charged tailed beast bomb back into its mouth. The 7 tails emitted a mournful cry as its body fell from the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Sealing technique, diamond chains. The chains seized the body of the 7 tails, and despite its massive struggles, it was of no use. Soon it was enveloped by the diamond chain, successfully capturing the 7 tails. Only the 4 tails son Wukong remained in the land of earth. Madara and Hashirama quickly rushed over where a gigantic red gorilla stood at the mouth of a dormant volcano covered in a layer of rolling scarlet magma. Upon seeing Madara and Hashirama, the 4 tails instinctively felt a sense of alertness as towering columns of lava erupted toward them. "Be careful." Hashirama stepped onto the volcano's edge while holding Madara. Madara remained unfazed, his tone flat, as if looking at an insignificant insect. "It's just a little monkey. There's no need for such trouble." Madara intended to waste no more time, using a Shinra Tensei to fling the 4 tails away, then employing the Wheel of Suffering. He defeated the 4 tails with the Wheel of Suffering. "It's over." Madara sealed the last tailed beast, successfully capturing all 9. With the power of the 6 paths, Madara could defeat all 9 tailed beasts in the blink of an eye, and after acquiring the gourd, her strength was further enhanced. Now Madara's hard power was not much different from that of Otsutsuki Kagaya, although it was exaggerated that the latter could kick Susanoo. Madara would not lose. Because she is Uchiha Madara. It's all your fault for distributing the tailed beasts back, then otherwise this wouldn't have happened now. Madara kicked Hashirama playfully, her cute brows furrowed. If power is too centralized, it could lead to political corruption, which may cause the village to collapse from within. Having external enemies helps maintain unity in Konoha. Hashirama pondered, but upon receiving a fierce glare from the girl, he became dejected and ceased speaking. Now the 9 tails resided within Hashirama, while the 8 tails and 3 tails were in Killer Bee and Kurama's bodies, respectively, marking the peak of Konoha's strength. Madara, the tailed beasts have been captured. Are we going to find that Otsutsuki Kagaya you mentioned? Madara shook her head, stating that Otsutsuki Kagaya was still hiding within Chojuro, waiting to regain strength, and wouldn't appear too soon. Moreover, Otsutsuki Kagaya's combat experience is incomparable to that of Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. During her millennia of lurking on Earth, she gained an intricate understanding of ninjutsu and ninja combat methods. Based on her ability to shatter a complete Susanoo with a single kick, she should be stronger than Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who consumed the chakra fruit. As for Otsutsuki Kinshiki, he was currently sealed within Madara's body, trapped in a black cage composed of spiritual energy. In this long spiritual imprisonment, even if Kinshiki's seal were completely broken, he could only obediently remain within Madara's body. Next, let's relax, Madara murmured to herself. Since her resurrection, collaborating with Orochimaru, capturing live subjects for experiments, founding the Akatsuki organization, ruling the Land of Rain, participating in the Third Shinobi World War, and devising plans against Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. Moreover, initiating the Fourth Shinobi World War, battling Hashirama, clashing with Otsutsuki, and ultimately capturing the tailed beasts. Madara had been wholly focused over the years, truly exhausting herself. She was quite fatigued. Come shop with me, Hashirama. Madara donned a white cherry blossom kimono, her long black hair cascading down to her waist, appearing petite and adorable. You look great, Hashirama smiled gently. Madara, not shy at all, confidently stated, no matter what I wear, looking good is natural, right? I am Uchiha Madara. Seeing the proud girl before him, Hashirama couldn't help but recall the time they competed in who could urinate farther, feeling nostalgic as he playfully grabbed Madara's back. Eek! Madara instinctively flinched, resembling a startled kitten clawing at the air. Are you an idiot, Hashirama? Sorry, it seems Madara is still afraid of others standing behind you. Senju. Hashirama wore an expression of I knew it, only to receive a kick from Madara in return. Her small feet in wooden clogs landed a painful blow on Hashirama's cheek. I apologize, Hashirama promptly surrendered. As the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama fell to the battlefield, rose Uchiha Madara. The two then went together to enjoy delicious food and shop. Madara bought her favorite colorful dumplings, squinting her eyes happily. Walking alongside Hashirama, they attracted countless gazes. A paparazzo with a camera snapped their photo, rushing back to write a report. The two went to a restaurant for dinner, of course, at the dumpling shop. 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, please, Madara said as the dumpling seller brought out 2 bowls of ramen with a smile. Madara glanced at the dumpling seller with a somewhat helpless look, as if saying, don't talk. The dumpling seller responded with an understanding look. By the way, Lady Madara, there is a fireworks festival tonight approved by Lord Minato to celebrate the peace among the 5 great ninja villages. It's said to be super lively. Madara paused for a moment, raising her head. Why didn't I know about this? In the 51st year of the Naruto era, the night sky of Konohagakure gradually darkened, illuminated by brilliant lights. This is because today marks the celebration of the ninja world's forced unification, with a grand fireworks festival set to commence at midnight. The colorful fireworks will burst in the sky, lighting up the dark canvas. Of course, before the grand fireworks display, there will be some interesting activities. The crowd was loud, and the streets of Konohagakure were bustling with people full of excitement. Among the crowd, a girl with frizzy black hair leaned against the wall, dressed in a white kimono, resembling a white lotus, quietly blooming, elegant, yet unassuming. Madara, I'm here. Uchiha Madara lifted his gaze, and Hashirama had already changed out of his red-black armor, draping a green haori over his shoulders, his handsome dark face appearing exceptionally resolute, standing out in the crowd. You're quite late, aren't you? Madara said with dissatisfaction. Sorry. Hashirama scratched his head and joined Madara in the grand festive celebration. The lights along the roadside flickered, and soothing music pierced through the gloomy weather. The dango shop had opened early with a large sign prominently displaying Great Eater Contest. The rules of the contest stated that the guest who eats the most food within the designated time would get a free meal and receive discount coupons from the shop. It should also be noted that thanks to Madara's introduction, the business of the dango shop gradually improved, gaining momentum. A crowd had gathered to watch, and the contest was in full swing. To Madara's surprise, Orochimaru was also present, quickly devouring noodles using the white phosphorus technique. Beside him was a kimchi choji with stacks of bowls piling up on the table. After an intense competition, Orochimaru secured the first place in the Great Eater Contest with a total of 67 bowls. Madarakan Hashirama-sama. Orochimaru greeted the two. Where have you been recently, Orochimaru? Madara asked, looking at Orochimaru, who was accepting discount coupons with curiosity. I've recently acquired a batch of new research materials, so I've been a bit busy. It's better to be a little restrained now. Madara reminded him after all the war had ended, so Orochimaru's experiments couldn't be too overt. Understood. Orochimaru walked over to the two and shook hands with Hashirama and Madara to say goodbye. The black-haired girl grabbed a skewer of colorful dango from the shop and continued walking ahead. On the day of the fireworks festival, the service industry shops were adorned with lights. Madara and Hashirama pulled aside the green curtain at the entrance, greeted by a wave of heat. This was a sauna. Madara turned his gaze to Hashirama. Boss, two for us, Hashirama said. The hazy warmth enveloped them, causing Madara's face to flush slightly from the heat. She wrapped herself in a white scarf, sitting on the wooden steps, while Hashirama sat opposite her. The atmosphere became surprisingly awkward. Hashirama, I feel that while Konoha is strong now, it is still not perfect. Madara spoke first, causing Hashirama to look at the girl with a thoughtful expression. Now that the war has ceased, we should focus Konoha's efforts on economic development and technological innovation so that it can remain prosperous for a long time. After all, the technological advancement in the Hokage's era has been frighteningly uneven. Some aspects resemble the Edo period, while others have already reached the technology of the late 20th century. In the Boruto era, it progressed even more rapidly, entering the electronic information age after over a decade. That's indeed the case, Hashirama nodded. It's worth noting that in the movie, the Cloud Village's chakra cannon can shatter the moon, showcasing its incredible power. Not to mention the various scientific ninja tools which, although not significant to someone of Madara's caliber, are noteworthy. However, they empower an ordinary person to possess the capability to annihilate a small country. Konoha must keep pace with this and strive for growth. The two stayed in the sauna for over 10 minutes before deciding to leave. Feeling relaxed, Madara changed into her clothes, her gaze drawn to the nearby goldfish scooping activity. This is a common game during summer fireworks festivals where players must use a paper net to scoop goldfish from a tank without breaking the net. Hashirama, shall we play? The girl's soft hand tugged at Hashirama as they made their way to the goldfish scooping activity. The system has issued a special quest. Please become the champion in the goldfish scooping activity and secure first place. Quest completion reward 18 flavored lollipops. Quest failure penalty automatically append master to your speech meow. Any one resistance will decrease tenfold for 12 hours. The system's voice echoed in her ears, and Madara certainly couldn't believe she would lose. She spent 1,000 yen to obtain 10 paper nets and a bowl, beginning the goldfish scooping game. On the white surface of the water were red and black goldfish. Madara cautiously dipped the paper net into the water, but before she could touch a fish, the net broke. Madara paused a bit in disbelief and tried again. This time she made some progress, but the moment she touched the fish, the net broke with a forceful tug. What the hell? Madara activated her Crimson Freedomo Sharingan. She steadied the paper net in the water, slowly encircling the fish, and just as she was about to succeed, the little goldfish flicked its tail and escaped the net. Is the quality of this net a problem? A black line appeared on Madara's forehead. Maybe I should give it a try, Hashirama said with a smile. If I can't do it, how can you, Hashirama? Madara puffed her cheeks, speaking angrily. Hashirama took a paper net, dipped it into the water, and effortlessly scooped up a little goldfish, placing it into the bowl. Madara tilted her head, her face filled with disbelief. She attempted several more times, but all ended in failure. Meanwhile, Hashirama's bowl was already filled with over a dozen fish swimming in the water, making him the champion of the goldfish scooping contest. Uchiha Madara utterly defeated. No way. Madara gritted her teeth. Dingho's quest failed. The penalty for quest failure has been issued. The system's voice rang out, but Madara felt no discomfort. She attempted to speak. Hashirama, master meow. Madara was stunned. What kind of ridiculous penalty is this, meow? She stood there with a paper net, her expression vacant. Hashirama, thinking Madara was feeling down, patted her shoulder and offered comfort. It's alright, we can try again next time. That's not what I'm saying, meow. Are you an idiot, master? Madara continuously called him master meow. Let's go participate in the fireworks festival, Madara. Hashirama thought he had been inadvertently pulled into one of Madara's peculiar interests, and he was somewhat used to it by now. Alright, master meow. Madara's expression turned strange, her sweet voice tinged with helplessness. Damn it, this awful system needs reforming. In the misty bathroom, the setting sun cast a reddish hue, where two stunning beauties from various ninja villages, Hong and Mei, along with the wooden figure and Uchiha Mikoto, were chatting cheerfully in the hot spring, with Hong being the youngest among them. Having become a mother, Uchiha Mikoto appeared elegant and gentle, exuding a virtuous wife and mother aura. By the way, Kushina is giving birth today, right? Lord 4th Hokage must be overwhelmed with work. Uchiha Mikoto reminisced about her good friend. Outside the bathroom, two sneaky figures were peeking inside. An old man and a young man. It was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his proud disciple Jiraiya, the gallant sage. Nosebleeds streamed from both of them as they let out lewd laughter. One could only say that like master, like disciple, both shared the same lewdness. Currently, Hiruzen was enjoying the most pleasant moment while his wife Bawako was assisting Kushina in childbirth. Is it AC? Jiraiya inquired. At least a D17. 8 cm, Hiruzen confidently analyzed. No wonder you are my teacher. Jiraiya couldn't help but exclaim. I found inspiration for my new book. What excellent material. A sequel to Paradise of Affection. I want to see it first. The two whispered to each other, but little did they know that the matron in charge of the bathroom was already standing behind them. You two perverts, what are you doing? Two screams echoed outside the women's bath, filled with wails. Bang! Kurigane Ai Rashi and Inoki were playing mahjong at the table, creating a warm atmosphere. Two dead men coming back to life, unifying the chaotic ninja world. Who would have thought? Inoki sighed. He initially wanted to seek revenge against Uchiha Madara. However, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he had already witnessed the gap between himself and Madara. Thus, even if he fought desperately, he wouldn't be able to make his opponent feel any pressure. At most, it would only annoy them like a buzzing mosquito. His own disciple had also gone to work for Madara, and with Kuratsuchi in a Wagakure, he was getting older. It was better to enjoy his retirement. Haha, I just didn't expect the rumored person to be so powerful, Rashi remarked. The figure they spoke of like a myth was currently adorning cat ears, calling out to their master with a meow. Master Hashirama, does this look really good? Meow. Madara's voice sounded like a mosquito buzzing. She, the Shura of the ninja world, was surprisingly out of sorts. It looks great. Hashirama gave a thumbs up. He pinched the fluffy cat ears, which were actually a ninja tool from an unknown small country capable of connecting to one's nerves, making them truly part of the body, conveying sensations. Idiot Hashirama, don't touch my ears, meow. The flustered girl shot a resentful glance at him, prompting Hashirama to retract his hand and shift his gaze to her tail. The cat ears and cat tail were of course a set. As Madara walked ahead, Hashirama suddenly felt a surge of mischief. He suddenly grabbed the cat tail, causing the girl in front of him to tremble visibly, her legs shaking together. A strange sound emanated from Madara's lips, her cheeks misted with a flush. Are you looking for death? Meow. Madara suppressed the electrifying sensation. Hashirama stroked the tail, and Madara blissfully narrowed her eyes. You really do resemble a little kitten. Hashirama swallowed hard. Madara suddenly sensed something was amiss, swiftly shaking off Hashirama's hand and glaring at him fiercely. Time flew by quickly. With the ticking clock, it was nearing midnight. Madara and Hashirama had already chosen their spots, sitting on the wooden steps with small wooden boards beside them holding tiny cups. Hashirama poured fruit wine into the cups, the crystal-clear beverage swaying with a sweet orange aroma. The moonlight in the sky had begun to make its presence known, casting a gentle silver veil. As they drank together, Madara felt a bit tipsy. Isn't the alcohol low in alcohol content? Did I really get drunk on this little? Hashirama raised an eyebrow in surprise. Madara's head was spinning, having cursed the system 1,000 times. It turned out that her resistance had weakened against alcohol. How could she be tipsy after just one cup? Was her alcohol tolerance really that poor? Although it was summer, it was already nighttime, and a slight chill accompanied the breeze. Madara leaned closer to Hashirama, her gaze hazy. Hashirama draped his clothing over the petite girl as they cuddled on the steps. Mitarashi Anko was enjoying her favorite delicacies, while Zabuza and Haku were reading books in the bookstore with Tsunade and Uchiha Itachi engaging in cheerful conversation. Asuma was deep in thought about how to surprise Red, while the two gatekeepers from Konoha were working hard, and Killer B was practicing his rap dance. Kakashi stood with his hands in his pockets beside Uchiha Suki, ready to ignite the fireworks alongside Deidara. The one most excited about this was of course Deidara, who had prepared a massive amount of fireworks to celebrate this grand event. Originally, Deidara's budget could have covered the entire Konoha village's fireworks, but to avoid accidents, it was scaled back. Nonetheless, this amount was still sufficient. Is it peace now, eh? Kakashi murmured, gazing at the sky. Obito, why must you be so persistent? This world is just so rotten, all we can do is accept it. Uchiha Suki stared at the clock, which was approaching midnight, and gestured to Deidara. All right, the grand explosion, let the show begin. Cheers. Deidara ignited a large batch of fireworks. Everyone's gaze turned to the sky as streaks of light pierced the night, and the world instantly returned to dawn. The brilliantly exploding fireworks were a riot of colors akin to graceful dancers swirling in harmony with a grand melody. Madara leaned against Hashirama, the light reflecting on her cheeks, illuminating her adorable face. Hashirama couldn't help but steal a few more glances, only to be met with a sudden surprise. The girl's hands cradled Hashirama's face as she kissed him amidst his astonished expression. Their tongues intertwined, the refreshing aroma of fruit wine and a soft sensation enveloped them. Under the magnificent fireworks, they lingered in their embrace. Madara softly hummed and kissed again. Hiss! Hashirama felt a small canine tooth bite into his tongue, causing a slight sting. The sweet aroma spread, and Madara's head felt hazy. Eventually, they parted, a glimmering thread hanging between them as Madara snuggled against Hashirama and fell asleep. Hashirama gazed at the girl in his arms, a smile gracing his face. During the grand fireworks display, no one noticed that Orochimaru had quietly left the village. On October 10th at 2:15 a.m., Uzumaki Naruto was born. Suddenly, a row of lights illuminated the eerie laboratory. Orochimaru pulled the switch, and the entire space became bright. Now that I have acquired the Nine Tails chakra, the experiment can commence shortly, Orochimaru murmured to himself. Before him stood 9 massive glass containers, 8 of which contained the brutal chakra of the 8-tailed beasts, while in the center lay a gigantic white snake corpse, its head resembling a small mountain. With the assistance of sage chakra and the body of the white snake sage, there should be no significant issues. Orochimaru's long fingers adorned with blue nail polish hooked to retrieve a portion of orange-yellow chakra from beneath his sleeve, the very chakra of the 9 tails. As he gazed eagerly, the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts finally gathered, and the fusion began. The story begins a few weeks prior. After entering the dragon cave to cultivate and learn the sage mode, Orochimaru's ambitions extended far beyond. He yearned for the deeper secrets of immortality and biological research. Through information from Madara, he learned that all chakra originates from the divine tree. Wouldn't it be wonderful to create the divine tree? Orochimaru, what are you thinking? The enormous serpent Manda looked down at Orochimaru with a cold voice. Manda, take me to find the white snake sage. Orochimaru said. What do you want with the white snake sage? Manda asked, somewhat puzzled. If you take me to find the white snake sage, I will give you 100 living sacrifices. Manda, recognizing the lack of interest, agreed to Orochimaru's request, knowing he would also receive delicious snacks. Under Manda's guidance, Orochimaru soon met the white snake sage. With orange hair and yellow eyes, she wore a green cat's eye stone on her chest adorned with a purple silk ribbon as a headband, which had military green horn-like decorations at the front, a pipe in her mouth, a slender body, and 2 golden rings on her tail, coiling around the throne. It was indeed the white snake sage. It is Orochimaru. What brings you to see me? The white snake sage inquired. White snake sage, I have developed a drug that can rapidly absorb sage chakra without being eroded. Is that really possible? The white snake sage expressed surprise. Orochimaru produced the potion, a bottle of green liquid. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try, Orochimaru said. You are quite cunning, and who knows if there will be any issues. The white snake sage used her tail to pull the entire bottle of potion over. She controlled a white phosphorus snake to open the liquid and consumed part of it. A massive amount of sage chakra surged into the body of the white phosphorus snake, which quickly grew, becoming robust, measuring over 10 meters in thickness, slightly smaller than the largest snakes in the cave. Moreover, the white phosphorus snake showed no signs of discomfort, its breath remarkably stable. The white snake sage was astonished by the effects of this potion, and after a moment of hesitation drank the entire bottle of green liquid. At that moment, she seemed to become a vortex, rapidly absorbing sage chakra. Even her powers, which hadn't changed in 100 years, received a boost as her chakra amount was at a Hokage level. This is indeed a remarkable substance. Orochimaru, do you have more of this? The white snake sage expressed her lingering desire. If she possessed this potion, her power in the dragon cave could be rapidly enhanced, allowing her to stand at the pinnacle of the 3 great sacred lands. Of course, as long as I have the materials, I can produce it in bulk. Hee. The white snake sage chuckled, but Orochimaru's next sentence froze her smile. Unfortunately, a snake can only drink it once. After all, once you do, you will die. As he spoke, a pitying look appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. What are you saying, Orochimaru? The white snake sage realized something was amiss and attempted to attack Orochimaru, but her immense chakra felt like a stagnant pool, unable to mobilize even a fraction. The potion itself is not toxic. It merely possesses a strong chakra absorption effect, effectively compacting the chakra between individuals to the extent that you cannot utilize your own chakra, Orochimaru explained. The white snake sage realized it was too late. Orochimaru drew a kusanagi, a cold smile appearing on his face. The entire sage chakra of the dragon cave combined with part of the chakra from the 9-tailed beasts may not fully create that substance, but a small-scale version should not be a problem. The rocky ceiling of the dragon cave shook violently, blood stained the stone steps, and Orochimaru licked the wound on his hand. The dense sage chakra in the entire dragon cave was absorbed by the container. Although the outside world also possesses sage chakra, it is far too thin. It is much faster to directly plunder the chakra from the dragon cave. Orochimaru sheathed the sword and used summoning to leave the dragon cave. Now everything I need is finally complete. Orochimaru looked at the prepared experimental materials and also prepared a body cultivated from Madara cells for soul reincarnation. 8-headed serpent technique. Orochimaru entered the body of the white snake sage's form, rapidly expanding, sprouting 8 white heads. The enormous 8-headed serpent devoured the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, while simultaneously consuming a large amount of the green potion. A massive amount of sage chakra converged into the body of the 8-headed serpent. The skin of the white serpent was covered with red veins, almost ready to burst, and Orochimaru let out a heart-wrenching scream. His soul was being torn apart, the green potion infused into the body of the 8-headed serpent, forcing the violent chakra to fuse together, solidifying it to the point where it could not move. The weakened Orochimaru detached from the 8-headed serpent's body and reincarnated into the prepared body. More chakra was absorbed by the 8-headed serpent, transforming its body dramatically. The white scales gradually shed, revealing a brownish-yellow color resembling a tree trunk. Ultimately, a bizarre creature crawled out from the corpse of the 8-headed serpent, adorned with protrusions like tree stumps. It was the 10 Tails. The 10 Tails roared, preparing to condense the tailed beast ball, but was immediately overwhelmed by a deluge of green potion. What a close call, Orochimaru remarked. Just a little more, and his soul would have been destroyed along with the body of the 8-headed serpent. However, the current outcome seemed to be positive. He had achieved what he desired. The green liquid gradually dripped away, and a massive tree was fixed within the glass of the laboratory, its roots spreading across the corpse of the eight-headed serpent. It seems something is still missing. Orochimaru furrowed his brow. He was certain it was not a chakra issue, but rather a lack of some medium preventing the divine tree from fully being reborn. Inside the cave, a massive surge of chakra awakened Ishur. Xian, who was parasitized by Ishur, opened her eyes, sensing the familiar, yet foreign chakra. It's the Ten Tails, no. It's the chakra god tree, Ishur muttered to himself. Why would an immature divine tree suddenly appear on this planet? Who is behind this? He frowned. Otsutsuki Kagaya had already been sealed, and there shouldn't be anyone in this world who could obtain the seeds of the divine tree. Unless another Otsutsuki had come to this planet. But if that were the case, how could he not sense it? The 1,000 years it spent on Earth were not for nothing. Xian's body was too weak, and it was still searching for a vessel that could bear its wedge. The Ten Tails embryos he cultivated were also under its control, and becoming a complete Ten Tails would require at least hundreds of thousands of years and a substantial amount of chakra. The seeds of the divine tree that Ishur and Kagaya planted after arriving on Earth were given by the higher-ups of the Otsutsuki clan, as cultivating divine tree seeds is quite troublesome. It seems I need to take a look, he said as an ant climbed onto Yishi's foot. He pinched the ant and placed it back on the lawn. Oh! A crisp scream pierced through the morning lethargy at the Uchiha base in Konoha. Hashirama. Madara suddenly sat up, finally recalling what he had done the previous night. He had gotten drunk and forcefully kissed Hashirama. Maybe I should just change planets. Madara's eyes turned hollow, his expression one of being utterly wrecked. What's wrong? Hashirama entered Madara's room holding a bowl of porridge and looked at the girl kneeling on the bed. Nothing. Nothing. Idiot Master Meow. Madara suddenly realized she was no longer under compulsory punishment, and saying this was purely muscle memory. She froze, her cheeks flushing. Hurry up and eat some breakfast. Hashirama patted Madara's head. Don't touch my head. Madara gritted her teeth and said fiercely, but her intimidation fell short. She glanced at the porridge from Hashirama's hand. I'm not drinking this bowl of porridge because of you, so don't think too much about it. Here it comes, the ultimate tsundere of Uchiha. The tsundere environment didn't retreat, Madara Uchiha said. Okay. Hashirama nodded indulgently, and just as the two were enjoying their moment, Uchiha Suki walked in. Mother, father, Uchiha Suki greeted first. I didn't interrupt you, did I? Of course not. Madara looked at Uchiha Suki, who had come to rescue her from the awkward situation, as if she had seen a savior. That. Uchiha Suki looked at the two, saying shyly. Can I join you? Madara, are you saying that Orochimaru created the divine tree? Madara was somewhat surprised, but quickly suppressed her emotions. According to the information transmitted to me by Orochimaru through telepathy, it is like this, Uchiha Suki nodded. No wonder this guy has been so elusive lately, he must be plotting something big. Madara had nothing to say, only able to agree that technology changing life is indeed a truth. By the way, the fourth Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Kushina, gave birth yesterday, and the child is named Uzumaki Naruto. Both mother and child are safe. Uchiha Suki suddenly remembered something and said, Is that so? Madara pondered for a moment. The protagonist of Naruto Shippuden had already been born. Because there was no Nine-Tails disturbance and Obito's attack, Uzumaki Naruto did not become an orphan and had a happy family. His father was the village hero, the Hokage, and his mother, though temperamental, loved him dearly. It was just like infinite Tsukuyami. Could you help me investigate this, Suki? Of course, no problem, mother. Uchiha Suki hesitated for a moment and said, But can I get a reward? What reward, oi? As her own daughter, Madara had little wariness towards Uchiha Suki. Uchiha Suki was one of the few who had not been subjected to her Mangekyo Sharingan Jinjutsu. So if it was just a small reward, Madara could certainly give it to her. Moreover, since Uchiha Suki had grown up, Madara realized she had never celebrated her birthday once, and had always made her do things honestly. From both a parental and moral standpoint, it felt wrong. If Uchiha Suki wanted a country, Madara would give it to her. Really? Thank you very much, mother. Uchiha Suki was rarely excited. She leaned close to Madara's ear and kissed her on the cheek. The reward I want is to kiss mother, and then mother kisses me too. Is that all? Madara did not expect the reward Uchiha Suki wanted to be so simple. Uchiha Suki turned her face in anticipation, and Madara kissed her. Is that enough? Madara asked. Thank you very much. Uchiha Suki lowered her head, hiding her expression from Madara. Then she turned her gaze towards Hashirama, who scratched his head. Do I need to kiss too? No need, father. Uchiha Suki suppressed the emotions in her voice. They'll go investigate Orochimaru first. She hurriedly walked out of the room, looking quite anxious. Suki, why are you in such a hurry? As Deidara passed by and was about to greet her, he saw the expression on Uchiha Suki's face and shuddered. What are you? Mother. Deidara took a half step back, disdainfully saying, so disgusting. Mother kissed you. Uchiha Suki whispered. She had prepared for this for 3 days, washing her face more than 70 times. She never expected it to go so smoothly. Deidara sighed, wondering what kind of people his comrades were. Some liked to worship God, some liked to gamble, some liked to go to sea. Was there really no one who appreciated his art? How infuriating. Deidara was indignant. It took a long time for Uchiha Suki to return to her normal state, and she said to Deidara, Mother instructed me to investigate Orochimaru. Do you want to come with me? Deidara had nothing better to do. Since coming to this broken place of Konoha, he had to be controlled by the old man all day, and his junior sister was always prattling on, which was super annoying. Most importantly, he couldn't engage in his explosive art or else he would be bombarded. The two sat on the big bird that Deidara had shaped and headed towards the address given by Orochimaru. Madara retracted her gaze from the window, stood up, and changed into convenient short sleeves and long pants. The plan for the construction of Konoha has been proposed. It should be implemented soon, right? Hashirama said. No rush. It would probably take at least 10 years to see any effect. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A tower built in an instant is prone to collapse. What Madara wanted was not that kind of thing. On the other side, within Myoboku Mountain, what is it that Fukasaku sage wishes to discuss with me? Jiraiya arrived here through reverse summoning due to a message from Shinsaku. The great Fukasaku sage sent an invitation to Jiraiya overnight, urging him to come to Myoboku Mountain. An old toad entirely orange with yellow eyes and a string of prayer beads around its neck inscribed with the character for oil sat on a green chair. Its expression was devoid of the usual laziness. Instead, it regarded Jiraiya with utmost seriousness. Little Jiraiya, you have arrived. The old toad sat up. You must have called me for something significant, right? Jiraiya speculated. Indeed, it is not a trivial matter. The Fukasaku sage did not refute. My prophecy tells me that soon the entire world will face a tremendous disaster, one that could lead to its complete destruction. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression also turned serious. Is that true? Indeed it is, the Fukasaku sage affirmed. It is known that the Fukasaku sage's prophecies are quite accurate to the extent that even the legendary sage of 6 paths comes to inquire about foresight. Having survived for 1,000 years, its strength surpassed that of the rulers of the other 2 holy lands, ranking alongside the sage of 6 paths. Although it has aged, its mind remains sharp. The beings from the heavens shout loudly. The boy returning to the human realm will sever all with fire and sword. The Fukasaku sage spoke slowly. On hearing this, Jiraiya fell into deep thought. Could the beings from the heavens refer to something beyond the shinobi world? Fire and sword are easily understood, symbolizing violence and slaughter, but the boy returning to the human realm remains unclear. Jiraiya paused for a moment in thought, formulating several hypotheses in his mind. Please inform everyone of this prophecy and prepare for disaster and battle. The Fukasaku sage sighed deeply. Thank you very much for your prophecy. Jiraiya expressed his gratitude before departing Myoboku Mountain. The power of the toad is granted to the boy who will appear in Myoboku Mountain a century later. The azure-eyed boy joyfully calls upon the names of 9 wild beasts. The one with ultimate ocular power will battle the child of prophecy. Due to certain special reasons, its prophecy is constantly changing, and it can no longer see clearly what the future holds. The unknown is the most terrifying. The howling cold wind approached as Deidara and Uchiha Tsuki gradually drew closer to Orochimaru's base. The underground experiments surged with a strong chakra presence. However, another person arrived simultaneously. As long as I obtain the chakra fruit of the divine tree and find a suitable vessel, I will be able to resurrect soon. The figure known as Ishiki Otsutsuki appeared at the edge of the forest. His hair gathered at the top of his head, leaving a long braid at the back. Roman numeral 4 is tattooed beneath his left eye, and a wedge mark is visible on his chin. At this moment, he had already activated the wedge state to hurry over with strength comparable to a Kage. Enemy. Uchiha Tsuki drew his katana. It should be. Deidara prepared for battle, molding clay in his hands. If possible, I really don't want to fight. If there's a chance, we could sit down and talk. After all, I am a person who yearns for peace. In an unexpected moment, Ishiki produced a glass of red wine, swirling the crimson liquid before downing it in one gulp. In the astonished gazes of the two, he kicked the glass, and the high-speed shards shattered Uchiha Tsuki's katana. My! Before she could react, several black rods pierced her body. When did this happen? In an instant, the Sharingan activated, but Uchiha Tsuki found herself unable to mobilize her chakra. This thing has a suppressive effect on chakra. Deidara saw Uchiha Tsuki being overwhelmed in her breath and understood the strength of the opponent. C4 couldn't be deployed in time. The only thing that could be released was exploding clay detonation tag. Several small pieces of clay were launched towards Ishiki, and then Deidara shaped a large bird, lifting Uchiha Tsuki into the air, casting C3. Ishiki stood still, observing the clay that obscured the sunlight above. How disruptive to my mood. The clay bomb exploded upon contact with Ishiki, engulfing him in flames, yet he absorbed it effortlessly. The subsequent C3 bomb created a massive explosion. Deidara withdrew the black rods embedded in Uchiha Tsuki's body, preparing to retreat. Show me Ibikana. Ishiki casually launched several black rods which stealthily pierced through Deidara's body. The two fell from the clay bird. Just as Ishiki prepared to eliminate the two, a flying Kusanagi sword knocked the black rods away, and in front of him loomed a cold kunai. My! Ishiki raised his hand effortlessly to block his black cloak, billowing, while the attacker vanished without a trace. A very swift speed. Is it a space-time ability? Several flaming shuriken whistled through the air, accompanied by a screeching lightning dragon. Lightning dragon fire technique. The two fused together, ultimately coalescing into a roaring fire lightning dragon that opened its gaping maw. Though powerful due to being a ninjutsu, Ishiki effortlessly absorbed it. Who are you? Uchiha Suki looked at the cloaked man standing in front of her. Me. The man slowly lifted his hood, revealing a head of tousled black hair. His remarkably handsome face bore a small scar, and most importantly, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes rotated. I am Uchiha Izuna, here to save you, Izuna stated. Uchiha Izuna. Suki's pupils constricted upon hearing the name. Uchiha Izuna. Is there such a person in the Uchiha clan? Deidara questioned, somewhat puzzled. Are you the younger brother of Lady Uchiha? Is your sister already a mother? Uchiha Izuna murmured, not refuting Suki's words. We'll discuss everything later. First we need to deal with that guy over there. You two should leave here and call Madara over. After all, that guy is incredibly strong. As he spoke, Uchiha Izuna glanced at Ishiki Otsutsuki, who stood on the tree branch patiently waiting for Izuna to finish speaking. He suggested that before consuming the main course, one should first enjoy some appetizers. Uchiha Suki and Deidara retreated from the scene under Uchiha Izuna's cover. Although both possessed cage-level strength, the ensuing battle was beyond their capability to intervene, whose staying would only hinder Izuna. During the earlier confrontation, Izuna gained some understanding of Ishiki Otsutsuki's abilities. The first was the black rods, which could disrupt chakra. The second was the ability to shrink objects, but seemingly not applicable to other living beings. The third was his capacity to absorb ninjutsu. Moreover, Ishiki's strength was immense. Being struck would undoubtedly be painful, especially when caught off guard. If ninjutsu cannot inflict harm on Ichishi, then it must be physical combat. Uchiha Izuna confirmed this fact, and threw several shurikens, of course not expecting these to harm his opponent. Ichishi attempted to deflect the shurikens with a black rod, but upon contact the shurikens exploded, transforming into a cloud of gray smoke. As long as it can affect Ichishi, that's enough. Is this flour? Ichishi rubbed the gray smoke. And white phosphorus. Indeed, Uchiha Izuna added. A spark ignited, and the white phosphorus quickly caught fire, leading to an explosion of dust. Flames obscured Ichishi's vision, leaving slight burn marks on his skin, which piqued his interest. Because it's not chakra, it can harm me. He was still pondering when Izuna's Kusanagi blade appeared before him. Ichishi used Shomyo Bikona to shrink himself, and Izuna realized he had misjudged the situation. Instinctively, he blocked his abdomen with the Kusanagi blade, but Ichishi, returning to his normal size, kicked Izuna away. High battle IQ, let's finish this quickly. Ichishi believed he could deal with Izuna without activating the second phase. Activating the second phase would consume too much chakra, and Shihan's body was too fragile. Daika 10. Ichishi unleashed Daikokuten, releasing black cubes. A daunting sense of pressure descended as the cubes fell toward Izuna. He possesses the ability to obscure perception. Izuna gained another piece of information. Lightning flickered on his hand as his speed increased several-fold to evade the black cubes. The once lush forest was reduced to barren earth by the battle, and Orochimaru underground sensed the conflict above. The divine tree in the laboratory seemed to come alive, its roots spreading underground as starlight gradually converged into a crystal-clear luminous fruit. Otsutsuki Ichishi closely followed Uchiha Izuna, but his black rod pierced Ichishi's left hand, only to be expressionlessly pulled out and kicked back by Izuna. The fierce wind howled and thunder echoed. Ichishi approached Izuna, launching an attack. Izuna activated his complete body Susano'o, but it was shattered by a kick, giving him some respite. 5 minutes. Izuna silently counted in his mind. The clash of his Kusanagi sword and black rod produced metallic sounds, their fists and feet moving so fast they left afterimages. Ichishi punched Izuna back, and the black rod pierced Izuna's shoulder. 1 minute. Izuna pulled the black rod from his shoulder, retaining around 60 of his chakra, and formed a hand seal to unleash the great fireball technique. A fireball dozens of meters wide was easily absorbed by Ichishi. He used the multi-shadow clone technique to divert Ichishi's attack, and the countdown finally ended. Daikatsumochi. Uchiha Izuna's Mangekyo Sharingan activated, filling the air with a strange atmosphere. Ichishi attempted to shoot the black rod from his hand, only to find himself unable to do so. Not only that, but the strength of his physical body was also restricted. This is the power of Uchiha Izuna's left eye, Daikatsumochi. It can strip away the abilities of himself and his enemies within a certain range while suppressing their power. Commonly known as a unknown domain, it can be used once a day. However, it has significant drawbacks, including a 5-minute casting time and a maximum duration of 4 minutes and 44 seconds. Thus, Izuna's goal is to kill his opponent within 4 minutes and 44 seconds. Since it's such a troublesome ability, let's see what you can do. Ichishi took a deep breath. Thanks to Izuna's ability, he could now use the first phase without worrying about Shihan's body. Everything that follows will be left to his body. Otsutsuki Ichishi kicked out, the sound of air being split as his kick landed on Izuna's blocking arms. My strength has been so much restricted. Ichishi and Izuna exchanged blows, each strike a collision of power. After several exchanges, Ichishi was struck in the abdomen, blood spitting from his mouth, yet he retaliated without hesitation with a punch. This little brat has rich combat skills, Ichishi thought as he endured blows. By the time the unknown domain ended, he was already panting and in a wretched state. He still bore some bloodstains, having escaped from Izuna's ability, but the physical damage had significantly reduced his overall output capability. Ichishi squinted. If this continued, Chihan's body would collapse. He released 7 or 8 black cubes to suppress Izuna, but unexpectedly Izuna charged directly toward him with reckless abandon. Is he not afraid of death? Dozens of black rods were drawn from Dekokutten and shot towards Izuna. Yet even as he was pierced like a hedgehog, Izuna's chakra remained unaffected, and he was still lively. While Ichishi was momentarily stunned, Izuna's Kusanagi blade slashed at his arm, first sparking, then splattering blood. Ichishi used Shomyo Bikuna to shrink, avoiding Izuna's subsequent Chidori attack. Ichishi also shrank to dodge the Chidori, then enlarged his body, kicking Izuna away. Are you surprised? Why can't I kill you? Izuna pulled out the black rods one by one, his wounds healing rapidly. It won't hurt to tell you this. After my ability ends, if I am the victor, I can gain a certain period of immortality. Izuna shared this information with Ichishi. As for the duration, that's a secret. Izuna fought like a self-destructing soldier against Ichishi, able to rise again even after falling. Ichishi was tormented to the point of despair, completely devoid of his previous elegance. He activated his second form, a horn sprouting from his head. If this form cannot suppress and kill his opponent, then Chihan's body will collapse. He would be forced to reincarnate using Chihan's body. Fortunately, there is still the divine tree. Consuming the chakra fruit will allow him to return to his peak. Anyway, he has backup plans. This kid in front of him shouldn't last much longer. As expected, after a minute, Izuna's attacks weakened. The invincibility period should have ended. Is this all there is to it, lowly creature? Otsutsuki Ichishi, somewhat broken, taunted, then grasped the black rod, shattering Izuna's Kusanagi sword and piercing Uchiha Izuna's abdomen. It seems the time has dragged on enough. Facing injury, Izuna revealed a smile. Ichishi had yet to react. Your Dekokutten can obscure others' perception, right? How coincidental. My Daikatsu Muchi, once successfully cast, can also continuously obscure the opponent's perception for 15 minutes. Otsutsuki furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing something ominous. Tenshiryaku. The position of Izuna switched with a shuriken. Above, the rain layer shattered. A colossal Senju Buddha enveloped in chakra and Susano'o armor descended, bringing terrifying strikes from the sky. Sage Art Top Transformation Buddha Nine Tails Susano'o armor. Under the full force strike that ended the buff monster, the place where Ishur stood had been flattened. From the massive pit, a figure clad in white soared out of the dust. Ishur had clumsily reincarnated using Sixian's body, but due to the incompatibility of the vessel, its power had diminished significantly. However, it was still several levels stronger than the Taoshur and Jinshur that Ban had encountered before. Approaching the pinnacle of the Six Paths, it could even be said to surpass the Sage of Six Paths. However, the downside was that using Xixian as a vessel meant it only had about 2 days left to live. Thus, it was imperative to obtain the chakra fruit quickly. You're still alive, Kwana. Uchiha Ban atop the great Buddha of the Thousand Hands looked at his Udo with a hint of awe, who was now a head and a half taller than him. Did Juyua not tell you? Kwana smiled at her sister, whose appearance was not much different from before. That guy Juyua seems to have concealed quite a bit from me. Ban replied. Is that the Senju Hashirama beside you? He has also appeared here. If I had to say, he's more like a brother-in-law, right? Kwana remarked. What brother-in-law can he be? Ban felt a flush rise to his face at Kwana's words. Let's catch up later, we need to deal with that guy down there first. Kwana stated. Ishur of the Otsutsuki clan actually emerged for the god tree ahead of time. Ban stopped wasting words and exchanged a glance with Hashirama. The hundreds of meters tall Sage Art Ninetails Great Buddha unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks on Otsutsuki Ishur, with each punch hitting with the force of a tailed beast bomb, creating explosions across the ground. Ishur used a chakra rod to pin down the Great Buddha, then unleashed Daheition. Ban knew that the Fusion Gundam wouldn't be effective in the ensuing battle. It was already quite good to force out Yishi's third form. And in order to inflict damage on the Otsutsuki, they could only use physical techniques. They just needed to wear Ishur down. Ding, the system has issued a task. Please humiliate and defeat Otsutsuki Ishur, making him kneel and sing his submission. Task completion reward Amaterasu Divine Artifact. Task failure penalty, you can guess what it is. You'll be skewered. Ban's mouth twitched slightly. That damned system was as abstract as ever. The upcoming battle will mark the climax of my Uchiha Ban. Bear witness to the renown of the Shura of the ninja world Otsutsuki. The defeats of the past lie under my feet. The wind tousled Ban's hair, and blue sakura patterns flowed across his face as Ishur narrowed its eyes. It's the Otsutsuki's wedge, and it has a special significance. However, the current time does not allow me to show any mercy. Ishur hurled the black rods, and the distant god tree broke free from the constraints of the ground, rising to obscure the sky. It rushed towards the god tree, and Ban and Hashirama certainly wouldn't allow it to have its way. The two of them moved in tandem. Ban unleashed the 7 attributes Rasengan, enhanced by the great emperor's spirit, engulfing Ishur in a spiral. Where is the person? Ishur had already shrunk, but was still spotted by Ban's eyes. Seeing no way to evade, Ishur engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Ban and Hashirama, using its black rod to pierce through their bodies multiple times. At the same time, its face twisted and deformed like a ball being battered and flying about. It angrily clawed at the ground, causing earth and stones to shatter, and sent flying, kicking one towards Ban. Ban's figure, after shattering the boulder, wrapped his legs around Yishi's neck, pinning it down into the ground, and with a fist imbued with Sage Art Chakra struck Ishur causing blood to flow. Ban and Hashirama's combined assault left Otsutsuki Ishur dazed. Get kicked Ban away, but its head was forced back into the ground by Hashirama. Sage Artwood style, true thousand hands. Buddha on top. A dense barrage of punches rained down on Ishur, which narrowly dodged the attack thanks to a few names of the deities summoning Dejatian, but attempted to counterattack only to be intercepted and blasted away by Ban. Lowly humans. Ishur roared. The once proud Otsutsuki was now being beaten like a stray dog. Ignoring its dignity, it rushed towards the god tree, shrinking its body while unleashing multiple Dejatian to impede Ban and Hashirama's pursuit. As long as I reached that place. The attacking ninjutsu was minimized and Otsutsuki Ishur opened a spatial portal to arrive at the god tree. Just as it was about to pluck the fruit, Ban suddenly descended from the sky, their eyes meeting. This is Flying Thunder God First Style Super Spiral Displacement. Ban said. Ishur looked at itself, realizing it had unknowingly been marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, and the incoming Rasengan shattered the branches of the god tree. The two plummeted down and tangled in midair. Damn it! Otsutsuki Ishur grabbed Ban by the head and pursued. Blood flowed from Ban's forehead, but she certainly wouldn't back down, retaliating in kind. Seeing that it was getting farther away from the chakra fruit, and its life rapidly dwindling due to battle, only 2 hours remained. It kicked the god tree. The massive trunk let out a mournful cry, collapsing towards the ground. Simultaneously, Ishur smashed Ban with a black rod, pressing Dejatian down onto itself as it fell rapidly. Nine Tails were going. Hashirama caught Ban with the claw of the Nine Tails, then a fist made of Nine Tails chakra smashed towards Ishur. Annoying lowly beings, this is never-ending. Hundreds of black rods fell from the sky. Hashirama released 9 wooden clones to block the black rods, then grabbed Ishur and unleashed Sage Art Nine Tails with Dragon, sending it flying. Ishur shrank its body and approached the chakra fruit. This time it had learned to be clever, quickly reaching for the chakra fruit. But a hand got there first. What a pathetic sight! It seems I'm a step ahead of you. The figure of a youth appeared before Ishur. Ban and Hashirama halted their movements as the person before them was truly unexpected. Uchiha Obito. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun in his eyes as he grasped the chakra fruit. I overheard that you need something called a wedge to reincarnate, right? How about you place the wedge on me? Obito said blandly, then swallowed the entire chakra fruit. Gulp. The air fell silent. Although the chakra fruit created by Orochimaru and the god tree were considered inferior products, they were still sufficient. The terrifying chakra expanded within Obito's body. Consuming this chakra fruit with his body would certainly lead to his demise. Thus it depended on whether Otsutsuki Ishur was willing to cooperate. Finding itself in a dire situation with no way out, Otsutsuki Ishur had no choice but to plant the wedge within Obito's body. A smile crept across Obito's lips as he picked up a kunai. Uchiha Obito opened his own abdomen, grasping a handful of chakra fruits. A blue wedge appeared on Obito's side face. It was unexpected that he had such courage. His body was being torn apart by the powerful chakra, unable to bear the soul of the Otsutsuki clan. The black wedge turned into a white wedge. Don't let him succeed, Madara said. She activated her complete body Susano'o and used the power of the high heavenly produced spirit to amplify it, swinging a towering Susano'o that resembled Mount Tai, delivering a sword strike that could sever the world. Hashirama also gathered an attack using Nine Tails chakra raining down like countless raindrops. The area where the god tree had collapsed was covered by firepower with smoke and dust rising. After a long while, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, task completed. Task rewards have been distributed. It seems he succeeded. Madara retrieved the sword Sumigari from the system space, realizing its special ability. Lock of the Serpent Slayer can seal all things in the world once held by Susano'o. However, it can only be used once. Of course, the sword itself possesses indestructible power. Obito flew out, swallowing the remaining chakra fruits while absorbing the collapsed god tree. The white wedge transformed into a black wedge due to devouring the god tree and chakra. Obito inherited everything from Otsutsuki Ishiki, including the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. I am the second Otsutsuki, the only one that exists now, Obito said, lightly floating in the air. Madara smirked disdainfully, the red-armored Azura of the ninja world standing firmly on the ground. Otsutsuki Ishiki is already dead. Oh, do you wish to die too? I will activate Infinite Tsukuyomi, a new Infinite Tsukuyomi. Through Ishiki's memories, Obito has learned of the existence of Otsutsuki Kagaya and many other things, but he still intends to activate Infinite Tsukuyomi, albeit an alternative version that would put everyone into a beautiful dream. Not to resurrect Kagaya with chakra fruits. The method is quite simple. Ishiki embraced a Ten Tails juvenile. As long as he quickly nurtured it into a god tree and projected his Rinnegan Genjutsu, he could destroy the god tree and envelop the entire world in his illusion. After all, he had already consumed a chakra fruit. Though incomplete, it was sufficient to radiate across the world. But first he needed to. Obito looked at the three and raised his hand. To eliminate those who posed a threat. Brother-in-law, buy me 5 minutes. Uchiha Izuna had already reached Hashirama's side. Izuna aimed to engage Obito in combat to create an advantage for both of them, and the Daikokutten could absolutely affect perception, which was crucial. Understood. Hashirama clapped his hands, activating the Sage mode of Nine Tails. Madara glared at Izuna, wondering when this brother of his had become so cunning. Calling him brother-in-law was a significant step. The key was that Hashirama complied. Madara withdrew her thoughts and no longer hesitated, aiming to buy time for Izuna to activate Daikokutten. Obito essentially inherited everything from Ishiki and possessed the ability to distort with Kamui, coupled with the absorption of the God Tree. His strength nearly reached the level of a gatekeeper of the Otsutsuki Six Paths. However, with Tsumagari present, there was still a possibility of fighting back. The opportunity was rare and precious. Hashirama feigned an attack, while Madara took the lead, both working together to approach Obito quickly. Obito shot out a flurry of black rods which were severed by Tsumagari. That sword is very dangerous. Obito sensed a potent aura and retreated into the space-time tunnel. This tunnel could reach a location within 100 meters no matter where thanks to Otsutsuki Ishiki's abilities. Uchiha Izuna used the Thunder Dragon Fire technique to interfere with Obito emerging from the tunnel. He used Kamui to evade, but Kamui intended to twist Izuna, while Madara's Heavenly Hand power swapped Izuna's position. Obito exchanged blows with Hashirama, gaining the upper hand in physical combat. Madara's Heavenly Hand power allowed Obito to instinctively use illusion as the sword pierced through Obito's body. Kamui. Madara's eyes revealed the kaleidoscope, forcibly extracting Obito amid his astonished expression. He sidestepped and kicked Madara away, replenishing several black rods. However, such an attack was not severe for Madara. With her powerful healing ability, she casually pulled out the black rods embedded in her body. Yet after such a long battle, her chakra had also been significantly depleted. 3 minutes, Izuna's voice came from beside her. Obito hesitated for a moment, then exerted all his strength. Hundreds of black cubes fell from the sky, pressing the several individuals to the ground. Madara used Heavenly Hand power to swap places with Hashirama, and Izuna, with only 1 minute remaining, and additional black rods appeared on her body. Obito struck Hashirama away and then pressed down on Madara with a black rod, preventing her from using Tsumagari. What hope exists in such a world? Why are you so persistently trying to stop me? As a legendary ninja, this is where you stop. Old relics of the bygone era should return to the earth. Madara struggled to hold herself up with the black rod, pressing her fingertips against her acupuncture points. Open the gate, repair the gate, birth gate, wound gate, shut gate, scene gate, shock gate, death gate open. Blood-red steam emerged from Madara's body, her physical form enhanced beyond measure. Yet simultaneously her vitality was rapidly depleting. Madara struck Obito in the abdomen, and before he could react, he was sent flying. The setting sun battered Obito's body, causing it to become damaged. He used a kunai to evade harm. Madara's punch pinned him to the ground, her eyes blood-red, unrelentingly striking Obito's body. Knight's Fury. The roaring steam blood dragon enhanced by the wedge shattered Obito's left side. Madara ultimately unlocked the 8 gates, her body reflecting a wave of weakness. Blood-red cracks spread across her face. Had she not mastered Yin-Yang release, she might have directly perished. Little brat, cut the grass and remove the roots. The voice of Peach Style suddenly appeared in Madara's ears. Don't let him plant a wedge in someone else's body. You are both Otsutsuki, Madara replied. My current interests are bound to yours. If you die, I will perish too. Peach Style said. And this damned ghost cage is restraining me. Can you let me go? No. Madara was about to say something when she was interrupted again. Yes, but with conditions. What conditions? They'll tell you later. For now, I am still in a life-and-death situation, Otsutsuki. Madara said lightly. My name is Peach Style. Is that so? I prefer to call you Otsutsuki. Obito, heavily injured, attempted to retreat into the Kamui space, but Madara reacted. He used the power of 6 paths to repair his body, but at that moment Izuna's kaleidoscope ability was already ready. Daikokutten. Daikokutten is an absolute space for unknown combat. No outsider can interfere with those inside the space. Obito's power was suppressed, and he fought Izuna with one arm. 3 hits, 10 hits. Obito and Izuna were locked in a fierce struggle, with Obito gaining the upper hand for a moment. Izuna punched Obito in the jaw, causing Daikokutten to shatter at the same time. Have you diminished my perception? Obito frowned. To be honest, his combat experience was not rich, mostly derived from Ishiki, and he hadn't fully digested it. Then just watch with your eyes. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the sky pierced through Obito's chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. The seal gradually confined him, and with his last ounce of strength, Obito planted the wedge into Madara's body. 3 minutes earlier, after the Great Hole of Muji had weakened Obito's perception, Madara and Hashirama began to employ the Heavenly Hand power strategy. When facing a single opponent, Obito would lose a portion of his visibility. With the aid of Heavenly Hand power, Madara could easily suppress Obito. Phasing through, Obito dodged the attacks from both sides. He used his black rod to sever Madara's left hand, twisting the heavenly sword, yet was struck in the abdomen by Hashirama's kick. Faced with the tricky situation, Obito decided to deal with Madara first. The black rod clashed with the heavenly sword, and was easily severed while a girl wielded a sword with one hand to fend off Obito's onslaught. Heavenly obstruction, trembling stars. 2 meteors created distance for Madara, but were shattered by Obito. Once again, Obito unleashed the great black heaven, a dense swarm of black cubes suppressing the 3 of them. This is where it ends. Obito raised a black rod and thrust it towards Madara's head. Thud was the sound of blade piercing flesh. When did this happen? Obito coughed up blood. Will tomb, edge of hell. Under normal circumstances, Obito would easily perceive the wheel tomb, but under the influence of the Great Hole of Muji his perception was severely weakened. Moreover, Madara had never used the wheel tomb Edge of Hell in front of Obito and Ishiki before making the ambush by the wheel tomb's clone possible. The wheel tomb achieved significant results. Obito's body and soul were sealed by the heavenly sword, yet he unwillingly embedded his wedge into Madara's body. Seeing this, Peach Style couldn't help but burst into laughter, coldly stating, "Interesting." Obito's consciousness attempted to enter Madara's awareness through the wedge, but was directly crushed into fragments by Madara. Obito's death signified the complete end of the Orochimaru incident. Madara, sister, Hashirama, and Izuna broke free from the suppression of the Great Hole of Heaven and approached Madara. Obito is dead, the crisis is resolved. What a pity. Hashirama sighed. He had heard of Obito, once a hero of Konoha, now reduced to this due to his obsessions. Dying like a clown. Obito. Madara lowered his gaze. Your fantasy world is nothing but this, you can't even realize it. How pathetic. Madara thought of something and raised his head to look at Uchiha Izuna. Now can you tell me what this is all about, Izuna? Hours later, Madara began to understand Izuna's situation. A time-space tunnel. So you're not from this time and space. However, I possess all the memories of you and your sister, and I even met Ketsuki, Uchiha Izuna said. Before Madara stood Uchiha Izuna, yet not the Uchiha Izuna from his world. The Izuna of this world had indeed passed away long ago, leaving behind a Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet the Izuna before him was from another world. If anything, it resembled a theatrical version like the Ninja Path or the Kingdom of Lulan. This Izuna had experiences entirely identical to the Izuna of Madara's world, having encountered a time-space tunnel in his 30s, accidentally crossing into the present world and meeting Uzumaki Ketsuki. Additionally, it should be noted that the Izuna from Madara's world passed away in his 30s, considered to have died young. Thus, when Uzumaki Ketsuki saw Izuna resurrected, he thought it was because he hadn't burned everything clean back then, which angered Izuna. When Izuna met Ketsuki, Ketsuki was already quite old. Thus, the current Izuna was not considered very old, while Hashirama was already over 40. Speaking of which, the one with the smallest physiological age was Madara, but she preferred to count by psychological age, thus she was the oldest living being. Regardless, you are still considered my brother. The Izuna before him was indistinguishable from her brother. The blood flowing through their bodies was the same, and their consciousness was identical, being the Uchiha Izuna she knew well. Thus he was undoubtedly her brother. By the way, where did that scoundrel Orochimaru run off to, causing all this trouble? Madara remarked. The Orochimaru she mentioned had already fled with the experimental data and various research materials after monitoring the outside situation. He had long since run away with his resources when they began fighting. He also had an underground base in Konoha. Surely they wouldn't fight all the way to Konoha. He hoped to hide for a while, as Madara shouldn't come looking for trouble. The current Orochimaru retained a tiny portion of the chakra fruit and made a swift escape. Hey kid, the promise you mentioned can be realized now, right? The quiet Otsutsuki, Peach Style, suddenly spoke, unable to suppress his emotions any longer. This young master of the Otsutsuki clan chose to trust Madara's words. No problem, once we return to Konoha, it'll free your soul. Madara revealed a smile. The system had already issued a mission during her conversation with Otsutsuki Peach Style. Ding, the system has issued a mission. Please carry out an abstract dimensional strike against Otsutsuki Peach Style, aiming to shock his mind as much as possible. The host has been granted one opportunity to modify a soul at will. Mission completion, level 100 Mangekyo Sharingan Great Hole of Muji random gift package. Mission completion, level 60, abstract master title visible to anyone random gift package. Mission completion, reward 30, 1 second remote controlled ascension device random gift package. Mission completion below 16 is considered a failure, with the penalty for mission failure 100 instances of forced ascension sensitivity increased by 14 times. Damn, I must make you experience my feelings. I can't be the only one like this. Madara covered her mouth, laughter escaping her throat, leaving Otsutsuki, Peach Style, puzzled, unsure of what this human was doing. At that moment, he still had no idea what awaited him ahead. Let's return to Konoha, Madara said. Uchiha Izuna sheathed the Kusanagi sword and said, I won't be going back. I'm investigating something and need to stay outside for a while. Please send my regards to my little niece and remember to practice moderation. Izuna smiled. Madara, little brother, do you want to rethink what you just said? However, before Madara could explain anything, Izuna turned and left the dark cloak billowing in the wind. The wanderer from the past was content with the memories of their farewell and thus plunged into eternal darkness. Madara opened her mouth, but said nothing. Just as he was about to disappear from sight, Izuna suddenly turned back, his hair dancing in the wind. Goodbye, sister. Izuna's figure seemed to overlap with that of his younger self, while Madara watched him leave. I, as the elder, have failed too much. Madara sighed. Let's go, Hashirama said. Little ghost, hurry up and let me out of this damned cage. Upon returning to Konoha, Otsutsuki Momoshiki incessantly urged, revealing his true nature. Alright, I will let you out soon. Obito smiled. Inside the Uchiha clan's house, Obito began to utilize the permissions granted by the system. She pondered, repeatedly contemplating. She sculpted the most perfect image in her mind, much like creating a character in a game. However, characters in games do not critique your XP. But the entity molded in reality is another story, especially for a certain individual with such attributes. Being overly arrogant always invites retribution. Obito could only say 2 words about this: serves you right. Finally, with Obito's dexterous mind, she completed her masterpiece. As expected of me, Uchiha Obito, truly gifted. Obito nodded in satisfaction, shifting her gaze towards the clamoring Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Momoshiki felt a chill run down her spine under Obito's gaze, her voice involuntarily dropping a notch. Little ghost, lower life form, you will release my soul, right? Of course I, Uchiha Obito, never lie. Obito's demeanor turned cold again. She then entered her inner world and unlocked the cage, sealing Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Finally out of this dark and wretched cage, Otsutsuki Momoshiki exclaimed with some excitement, ignoring the changes occurring within her. Obito looked at the Otsutsuki Momoshiki before her and said like porcelain, "What, little ghost? Hey, my voice." Otsutsuki Momoshiki suddenly sensed something was amiss. Why had her voice turned so sharp and high-pitched, sounding like a little girl's voice? Otsutsuki Momoshiki glanced at her hands, utterly dumbfounded. Before her were a pair of delicate fair hands. What the hell, damn it? Otsutsuki Momoshiki panicked. Uchiha Obito took out a specially prepared mirror reflecting Momoshiki's current appearance. Otsutsuki Momoshiki now appeared to be around 145 centimeters tall, with skin as pale as snow, a pair of crystal-clear big eyes, and her once high ponytail transformed into twin pigtails resembling a harmless yet slightly odd little loli. Though she was a member of the cataclysmic Otsutsuki clan, her cute face evoked a strong sense of protectiveness. Moreover, due to being system-generated, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's skin was as smooth as the finest silicone, exceptionally flawless. What have you done to me, lower life form? Otsutsuki Momoshiki questioned angrily, her small face contorted with fury. I don't know, ask yourself. Obito feigned ignorance. Damn it, it must be your trick, little ghost, turn me back now. First, I truly don't know, and secondly, aren't you the little ghost now? Obito smirked disdainfully, standing at 169 centimeters tall, significantly taller than Otsutsuki Momoshiki. You dare? Otsutsuki Momoshiki gritted her teeth, wanting to confront Obito. However, within the mental space, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was easily subdued by Obito, who pressed her head down with one hand. The white-skinned little loli lay on the ground unwillingly, her eyes vacant and expression hollow. My life is hopeless. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task 100. Otsutsuki Momoshiki questioned her own existence. Task rewards have been distributed. The ability of the Eye of the Void combined with the power of the Uchiha clan greatly weakened perception. Obito had also experienced the specific effects. As for this random gift pack, Obito opened the gift pack with a skeptical attitude, only to be stunned by what emerged. What the hell is this? A complete set of white cat-made outfits which seemed far too revealing, clearly just. And this cat tail? Obito shivered, recalling unpleasant memories. She conjured a false ice cream with her spiritual energy and offered it to Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who glanced at it and asked, "What is this? Food? I don't want it. Really don't want it. Since it's a tribute from you, a lower life form, I'll reluctantly accept it." Otsutsuki Momoshiki took a bite of the ice cream with a skeptical attitude, sitting beside Obito. Is it tasty, Momoshiki? I can only say it's barely acceptable, little ghost. Want some more? Yes. Although outwardly proud, Momoshiki's heart was still quite honest. As the atmosphere gradually eased, Obito solemnly produced the items from the random gift pack. Momoshiki, I think this item is perfect for you. What? Obito grabbed the fleeing Momoshiki, intending to use her to experience the feeling of Hashirama. After a flurry of activity, Obito looked at her achievements with satisfaction. Momoshiki hugged her flat chest, trembling, muttering about some bastard and her desire for revenge. Obito grabbed Momoshiki's tail, causing her to shiver. Just as Obito was having fun, she sensed Hashirama entering the room in the real world. Obito reluctantly let go of Momoshiki and exited her inner world. Damn, little ghost, I will dispose of you sooner or later, Momoshiki said angrily, covering her tail. Obito, I have a surprise for you. Obito opened her eyes to see Hashirama dressed in casual clothes standing in front of her. If the surprise has already been revealed, is it still a surprise? Obito said helplessly. That's true. Hashirama chuckled, scratching the back of his head. He opened his palm to reveal a string of wooden bead bracelets. This is... Obito's gaze fell upon the familiar wooden bead bracelet, and her memories instantly returned to the Warring States period. At that time, she had quarreled with Hashirama. Rather than a quarrel, it was more of her one-sided emotional tantrum. To put it bluntly, it was unreasonable, but Obito would not admit it. Now reflecting on it, time has flown by so quickly. Sometimes while experiencing time, one feels nothing, but when reminiscing about it, one realizes how fleeting time is as it flows by like the river. All the painful, unbearable, sweet moments which were once thought to be everything would pass with just a smile. This is a person's life. Obito sighed about the changes of the world, putting on the bracelet from Hashirama. Still the same words, I really like it. Obito said, as long as you like it. Hashirama replied, and there's one more thing. The usually straightforward Hashirama hesitated in that moment. Speak your mind. Oh, we have a good relationship. Right, Hashirama? Obito inquired curiously. I think I like you. How can we date? Hashirama said, let's start from being boyfriend and girlfriend. The virgin god of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama, initiated his first advance. You said. Obito's mind went blank. Do you? Like me, our battlefield Rose the Azura of the ninja world surprisingly found herself at a loss for words. Clearly for Uchiha Madara, who had no experience in love himself, this matter struck her with overwhelming force. Like romance, boyfriend, future spouses. Madara thought so, if he's my boyfriend. She shook her head, casting aside these tangled thoughts. Seeing Madara's prolonged silence, Hashirama assumed she was unwilling and said, if you don't agree then forget it, just treat it as if nothing happened. Wait. Madara suddenly called out to Hashirama. You idiot Hashirama. How could I pretend nothing happened? You've confessed to me. Madara stammered, struggling to finish her sentence. I need to think about it a bit more. This is all too sudden. Give me a day and I'll give you my answer. Hashirama nodded. Watching him leave the room, Madara lowered her head. There was an awkward atmosphere between them, but the other two were thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. The Ninetales couldn't wait to grab a bucket of popcorn to watch this drama unfold. It hadn't seen this Uchiha brat caught in such a predicament for a long time. What it wanted to see was a confession being rejected, a struggle to improve oneself, a reunion, a desire to love again, yet already lost, seeking what could not be gained with some, finding happiness, while others became losers. Meanwhile, the little girl Tauscher was laughing uncontrollably, her body curling into a shrimp-like shape, trembling with delight. She had just seen Madara fail, and now she was witnessing Madara's troubles elsewhere. This feeling was simply too delightful. As the ultimate bystander, Tauscher sat back and awaited the next plot twist. Fast forward to the clown phase and pop the champagne. Evil deeds will bring retribution. Tauscher chuckled. Madara sat on the tatami mat looking thoroughly conflicted. It was absolutely impossible to say she didn't like Hashirama. The question was, when did that feeling start? From their first meeting, that disastrous match, to protecting each other on the battlefield and agreeing to build a peaceful village together. And all the little moments in daily life, including that kiss during the fireworks festival. Unbeknownst to her, Madara had already developed strange feelings for Hashirama. I have a crush on Hashirama, Madara murmured softly. Staring at the wooden bead necklace Hashirama had given her, she ultimately decided to go out for a walk and consult someone about this issue. Maruko's shop was bustling, as she had already hired several people to help, otherwise she couldn't keep up with the business. However, upon seeing Madara walk in, she paused her work. Friends and benefactors must not be forgotten. Madara and Maruko found a spot to sit down. She ordered her usual favorites, colorful dumplings and orange fruit wine. With a conflicted expression, Madara detailed the events that led to her current dilemma. What? You wanna? Maruko exclaimed in surprise, her voice attracting glances from several nearby. Lower your voice, I haven't agreed yet. Madara hastily covered Maruko's mouth. I just don't know how to face Hashirama or how to respond to him. Madara-sama, how do you think the first Hokage views you? Is it good or bad? Of course it's very good, Madara replied without hesitation. Then Madara-sama, how do you view Hashirama? Maruko asked. I don't have a good temper and have scolded him several times. We've argued. Madara's voice trailed off slightly. Madara-sama, when you argued with the first Hokage, what was his reaction? Did he yell at you or even raise a hand? Maruko inquired further. Madara fidgeted and blushed a bit. It seems like he's never done that. It's always me causing a ruckus and even hitting him. Madara said shyly. Can that even be considered an argument? That's just one-sided domestic violence, isn't it? Maruko thought to herself, noting that in some aspects Madara was quite mature, yet at certain times, and with certain people, her intelligence plummeted. Commonly referred to as self-diminishing intelligence. Is that why people in love are often considered fools with love brain, even more so? So Madara-sama, what is your impression of the first Hokage? Impression? Madara pondered. He's a silly, naturally clueless guy, but at times he's very attentive. The legendary god of ninjas, immensely powerful, the most charismatic person I've ever seen. Madara started rambling, and Maruko hurriedly interrupted. Life is too short. Each day one meets the sun, twice, once at dawn and once at dusk. So people often enjoy meeting and parting during these times. Maruko said, Madara-sama, since Hashirama's impression in your heart is so good, it means you must have feelings for him, right? Madara nodded without denying it. I'll forget the details, just go for it. Maruko concluded. How could I possibly do that? Madara exclaimed. When two people like each other, you have to seize the opportunity. He'll quickly devise a plan to help you, Madara-sama, find love. Maruko said with conviction. Aren't you single yourself? And yet you're planning a romance. Madara retorted, but was pulled out by Maruko. Step 1 of the love plan is to get the other person to go out with you. That's how you can initiate the next steps. That's easy. I've already told him I'll give him a response in a day, or I just need to send him a letter. Step 2 of the love plan is that to make the other person like you, a beautiful makeup look is essential. Let's go. We'll take you to find a professional makeup artist, the new generation makeup master of Konoha Cat. Madara was taken to a makeup shop where the owner was a young woman with multicolored hair dressed in bell-bottom pants, presumably the cat Maruko mentioned. She was seated in a chair wearing sunglasses and greeted Maruko upon her arrival. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Maruko introduced Madara to the makeup master. This is my friend. She wants to go on a date with her boyfriend, but feels inadequate due to her lack of trendy makeup. She needs Cat Sensei to work her magic, transforming her to captivate her boyfriend's attention. That's simple. With me, Cat Sensei, what makeup isn't a breeze? Katsensai directed Madara to sit in the chair and took out various makeup products, eyebrow pencils, eyeliner, foundation, and blush. After enduring several hours of grueling transformation, the former lady of the Uchiha clan, now the powerful Uchiha Madara, was momentarily stunned upon seeing her reflection. The girl in the mirror, enhanced by her makeup, appeared less aloof and more gently radiant. After all, even a naturally striking beauty could unintentionally convey an air of perpetual grievance, as though the world owed her 5 million. Now, however, soft pink eyeshadow blended seamlessly with her skin tone, her lips vivid and dewy, and a delicate flush graced her cheeks. Beneath that breathtaking visage, the quintessential traits of the Uchiha clan shone forth in perfect harmony. Give me your honest assessment. No fragile ego allowed, Katsensai remarked. Madara's only reply was to raise a thumb in silent approval. Maki had originally planned to give Madara a full hair treatment, wash, cut, and blow dry, at Katsensai's salon, but Madara insisted on keeping her signature hairstyle intact. Excellent. Now execute step 3 of the romance plan immediately. Buy a gift, to demonstrate unwavering resolve. Maki commanded. So what would make a good gift? Madara pondered aloud. Hashirama had gifted her a wooden bead bracelet, not particularly rare or valuable, yet imbued with profound meaning, understood deeply by both of them. Yet when it came to choosing a gift for him, she found herself utterly at a loss. To express sincerity, perhaps jewelry would be most fitting. Rings, necklaces, or something uniquely meaningful. Madara racked her mind, but inspiration refused to strike. If all else fails, I could just give him my Sharingan. Madara mused. Maki blinked. Uchiha, are you seriously taking this to extremes? Fine, just follow my lead. Trust me, it never fails. Maki declared with unshakable confidence. Together, Madara and Maki entered a boutique specializing in fine accessories and began browsing. What do you think of this one? It's truly exquisite, Maki asked, holding up a sapphire blue necklace. Madara shook her head. Something essential still felt missing. How about this one then? This one? After over half an hour of meticulous searching, Madara remained undecided. As they stepped out of the shop, Maki sighed in mild exasperation. This one's no good, that one's no good. Why not make something yourself? Madara suddenly halted, struck by sudden clarity. Hashirama's wooden bead bracelet had been handcrafted by his own hands. Why couldn't she create something equally personal and meaningful for him? She shared her epiphany with Maki, who instantly grasped its significance. What if you knit him a scarf? Maki suggested. But I don't know how, Madara admitted. She rarely attended to domestic details, let alone mastering needlework. Not knowing is merely the first step toward learning. Every mastery begins at the beginning. Lady Madara, if you present the first Hokage with a gift crafted by your own hands, he'll be overjoyed. It was true. No matter what she gave him, or even if she gave nothing at all, simply declaring her feelings would surely delight that earnest, simple-hearted man. Maki's network across the village ran deep. Her restaurant welcomed countless regulars, forging bonds far beyond mere patronage. With Maki's guidance, Madara sought out Konoha's most renowned tailor to learn the art of weaving scarves. Thread after thread passed through the silver needle. When Madara finally lifted her gaze again, dusk had already settled. In her hands lay a finished scarf, and an involuntary tender smile curved her lips. Hashirama would love it, she was certain. Within Madara's subconscious realm, Kaguya Otsutsuki lay sprawled on the floorboard. Is this some bland romantic drama? Utterly tedious. Still, even the richest feast grows cloying. Occasionally, a quiet, subtle interlude holds its own charm. These days, the great Otsutsuki's sole pastime had devolved into quietly observing Madara's daily life. The horizon fused with the blazing sunset, crimson flames bleeding into azure skies, a vision of ethereal splendor. Madara sat alone in Konoha's park, while Maki watched discreetly from the shadows. The terrain here was ideal, truly a perfect setting for a confession. Once Hashirama arrived, it would be time for the strategist to unveil her masterstroke. The park stood nearly empty of villagers hurried home for evening meals, leaving only one young woman, heart-pounding, resolve steady, awaiting the arrival of the man who held her heart. Madara waited anxiously for Hashirama's arrival. Hours earlier, she'd sent him a summons via summoning beast. Direct spiritual communication would have been too mortifying. Soon Hashirama appeared in the distance. Bathed in the amber glow of twilight, his hair and beard stirred softly in the breeze as he walked steadily toward her. Position secured. Victory hinges on this moment. Maki whispered. Summoning courage, Madara spoke. Hashirama, you're here. Yes, I am. Hashirama nodded. That single exchange plunged the atmosphere into awkward silence, truly the hallmark of Uchiha Madara. Sis, can you please follow my instructions? Maki groaned. Madara, I've given this serious thought, Hashirama began. This morning, I acted rashly, entirely failing to consider your feelings. I owe you an apology for causing you distress. Meanwhile, Madara whispered inwardly to Maki. Ask him, what's changed about me now? Maki directed. Are you sure this will work? Madara stammered. Absolutely, trust me. Maki stood poised, the very picture of a master tactician. Hashirama, how do I look to you now? Has anything changed? Madara asked. Changed? Hashirama paused, studying her carefully. Bathed in the golden hush of dusk, the girl before him seemed plucked from a painter's dream. You're stunning. Truly the most beautiful person I've ever seen, he said, voice sincere and warm. Really? A quiet thrill fluttered in Madara's chest. Next, tell him you have a gift for him, Maki urged. Won't that be too direct? Are you dense? She confessed to you this morning. That means she loves you. You just haven't accepted yet. At the very least, she knows your heart still belongs to her, Maki added. Hearing that, Madara steeled herself and spoke. Hashirama, thank you for the gift this morning. I have something for you too. With gentle solemnity, she presented him the scarf she'd woven herself, a deep, vibrant red. Embroidered upon it was a small, charming figure astride a stylized chibi-style wooden dragon, unmistakably Hashirama himself. Is this for me? He murmured, gazing at the tender childlike motif, his eyes softening with quiet tenderness. This morning, you simply caught me off guard. I wasn't ready. Maki chewed a ration pill and pressed on. Now's the perfect moment. Favorable star's ideal place, perfect timing. What are you waiting for? I've reflected deeply, and I truly understand your feelings now. Go on, Maki cheered. Madara parted her lips, and heart-hammering spoke with fierce, unreserved resolve. I like you very much too, Hashirama, Madara said through gritted teeth. Hashirama was momentarily stunned as he gazed at the girl beside him. He reached out and embraced her, wrapping his arms around her waist. So I've never hated you, I like you. Me too. Hashirama kissed Madara's soft lips, causing her to tremble slightly before she stopped struggling. The two held each other tightly, kissing amidst the crowd at sunset, feeling each other's sentiments until the sun set. They indulged in each other's warmth as if time had frozen at that moment. A love that transcended a century of warring states, reuniting once more. From their first encounter, their figures had been etched in each other's hearts. Shared experiences shattered lonely souls, both yearning for the beauty of hope, articulating bright prospects while entangled in the darkest of times. Unfeeling beings turned against the lonely, momentarily weathering the trials. Cold blades clashed, yet they could not sever the chains of fate. Blood and hatred could not extinguish the most sincere feelings. When I sank into despair, you reached out your hand. Countless struggles and countless moments together led us to unknowingly regard each other as our everything. The flames of the warring states could not sever every whispered promise. Who truly cares about who controls the seasons? When did it begin that my mouth was filled with your name? Even until death, I have not loved anyone else. For you have occupied my entire being. I like you. Me too. The two shared another gentle kiss, their tongues intertwining. In the distance, a figure picked up a camera, capturing this beautiful moment. Of course, in such a joyous moment, the existence of these two was rather discomforting. One was the Ninetales, watching the humans with boredom, realizing it was not as exciting as it had imagined. The other was Taoshir, who glared at the two, not believing that Madara had truly succeeded. The heavens have no eyes, the two beings sealed away lamented. This confession came to an end in the dark of night. Night had fallen, and the people of Konoha had all become night owls. Due to Hashirama's suggestion and various events over time, the young Hokage also recognized the importance of technological development. Thus, Konoha proposed a 5-year plan to vigorously transform Konoha Village into Konoha City within 5 years. This might not be achievable in a normal world, but here in the world of Naruto, with ninjas and chakra present, establishing cities and advancing technology is not a difficult task. Of course, Minato also relaxed nighttime marketing regulations according to the proposal, allowing street vendors to operate in the area of Konoha Village continuously expanded to provide the best service for outsiders, which naturally increased the number of inns. At the same time, the accommodation fees for inns were lowered with corresponding subsidies provided. This policy could greatly increase the population growth rate of Konoha, preventing aging. Shall we not go back today? Alright, let's not go back. Let's stay at the inn. Both Madara and Hashirama found it hard to calm down, especially since they were both novices in romance. With emotions running high today, they didn't feel like going back. Therefore, Madara and Hashirama casually booked a double room at an inn. I'm going to take a shower. No peeking, silly Hashirama, Madara said, holding her clothes. Do I really need to remind you of that? Hashirama chuckled. Silly. Madara elongated the last syllable before slamming the door shut. Brat, your behavior disgusts me and makes me feel physically unwell, Taoshir complained. I strongly protest against such things. Then should I lock you up? Madara said as she took off her clothes and stepped into the shower. Absolutely not. Taoshir shivered. She was fed up with the feeling of her soul being bound. Moreover, she realized that the seal marked on Madara was utterly useless. However, Obito's seal seemed to be ineffective as well, and everything that belonged to Obito and Otsutsuki had been inherited by Madara. In a sense, Madara had already become an Otsutsuki. Alright, Taoshir admitted that Madara could no longer be considered a lowly creature. After all, insulting Madara would be akin to insulting herself. Brat, just how strong are you? Taoshir suddenly asked. Madara's display of hidden power during battle astonished Taoshir. Many abilities seemed to appear out of thin air, perhaps indicating that Madara possessed time and space abilities like those in the realm of heaven. Time and space abilities are categorized into many types, such as Flying Thunder God Kimui and Hiriko. Among them, Kimui has a lower priority, as evidenced by the battle between Minato and Obito. Minato was distorted, yet still managed to leave and counterattack through Flying Thunder God, while Hiriko is akin to a Pro-Max level Kimui, holding a much higher priority. Madara was curious about the current stage of his power, thus, he opened the system panel. Host Uchiha Madara, age 22, frozen identity, reincarnation of Indra Otsutsuki, bloodline limit Kekai, Genkai Manjikyu, Sharingan Amaterasu Kagaya's Power, Yada Mirror Kimi Intangibility Daikokuten Rinnegan Limbo Border Prison, High Heavenly Sovereign Heavenly Hand Power Daikokuten Shomi Ikunin, would release Special Form Perfect Sage Mode Perfect Jinchuriki Mode. Comprehensive Evaluation Otsutsuki 6 Paths. Ding congratulations, the host's power has reached the highest level within the Earth-Moon system. Subsequent levels have been unlocked. Evaluation levels added Otsutsuki Cocoon, Demigod Otsutsuki God. Looking at the 4 levels behind, it seems Otsutsuki God should correspond to the level of Otsutsuki Shinjutsu. With a light wave of his arm, he could stir up a great storm. A mere roar could summon fierce lightning, possessing the ability to annihilate planets at will. As for Ada's divine power, which is omnipotent, it is the ability of Otsutsuki Shinjutsu, with the specific effect of completely altering a person's memories. Boruto was labeled a rogue ninja for this reason. Even if someone under the influence could recall certain things and sense inconsistencies, they would quickly be repaired by the omnipotent power, continuing to believe that Kawaki was Naruto's son. This is the divine technique. Ding, in reward for reaching the Otsutsuki 6 Paths level, the system grants the host basic divine techniques. Divine technique Black Rod. Divine technique Slash. Divine technique Word technique. Divine technique Creation. Based on the system's explanation, Madara roughly understood the functions of these 4 divine techniques. First is the divine technique Black Rod, which is the kind used by Otsutsuki. It can interrupt the flow of chakra. For the strong, they can pull out the black rod, while the weak are directly pinned down, unable to move. The divine technique Slash is a simple yet brutal ability that delivers blade-like attacks to enemies. However, this slash is not composed of chakra, rather it resembles a physical attack akin to martial arts, thus it cannot be absorbed by the Rinnegan. This ability has an advantage against the Otsutsuki clan since they do not consume chakra damage. Unless the opponent is caught off guard, it effectively replenishes their chakra and health. The divine technique Word Manipulation is a bug-like ability, surprisingly a fundamental divine technique of the Otsutsuki clan. It consumes chakra to control others through language and can alter the environment, but it significantly impacts chakra. With Madara's chakra reserves to cause the earth to explode using word manipulation, he would need at least 2 of himself. If Madara were to do it himself, activating the complete body Susano'o and using the divine tree cutter to strike the moon would require less than half of his chakra, approximately 1/3. Controlling others depends on their strength. Therefore, this ability is only suitable for those of the Otsutsuki clan who have devoured chakra fruit, as an entire planet's worth of chakra resides within them. However, if Madara wished to employ this technique, he could, given that he possesses an ability called the 8,000 Spears derived from an elder named Uchiha Nameless, which allows him to absorb others' chakra through seals. Yet engraving seals is quite time-consuming. The last divine technique is Creation. As the name implies, it can create life, something Otsutsuki Kagaya is capable of. If it were merely something created by Inyang release, it wouldn't be possible to match the likes of Black Zetsu. Creation allows one to use their personality and life to create new life. Of course, it can also be used for bodily repair. Its effects are far superior to the 100 Heal technique, enabling regeneration from severed limbs and immunity to the side effects of the 8 gates, among other things. However, it consumes a great deal of chakra. Madara dried his hair with a towel and wrapped himself in a bath towel, his damp hair cascading over his shoulders, washing away his makeup. "Do you want to take a bath?" Madara asked. Hashirama nodded and walked into the bathroom. Madara put on her underwear, measuring her chest. It seemed there was no change. Turning off the lights, she crawled into bed to rest. She began to study the levels of system unlocking. Since the system provided this level, it surely indicated the existence of someone at that level. That is the Otsutsuki clan, but according to the memories of Otsutsuki Ishiki, Madara discovered that they did not seem to know much about the higher-ups of the Otsutsuki. This is quite strange. Although Ishiki knew of the higher-ups' existence, his impressions of them and his memories were not very profound. The same goes for the memories of Peach. It could be due to the influence of divine techniques, or perhaps the higher-ups of the Otsutsuki did not wish for Ishiki to remember their appearances. Or perhaps they have already transcended dimensions, much like the great head puppet existing in the 3rd dimension without a tangible body. Whichever the case, it demonstrates the might of the Otsutsuki higher-ups. Ishiki, Kagaya, and Peach can only be considered branches of the Otsutsuki clan. However, Madara has few opportunities to encounter Otsutsuki given the vastness of the universe. Peach and Kin are also higher-ups sent by the Otsutsuki to check on the status of the divine tree, which is why they came to Earth. Nevertheless, Madara must remain vigilant, for one must always be cautious in times of peace. As she pondered, she felt a wave of drowsiness just as she was about to close her eyes. A pair of large hands caressed her waist, causing the girl to shiver slightly and her heart to race uncontrollably. Hashirama, Hashirama. Madara's head felt hot as she sensed someone pressing down on her. "Wait, I'm not ready yet." "No way, don't do this." "What is that on my bed?" Hashirama asked, puzzled as he pulled back the covers. The girl beneath him blushed furiously, her clothes disheveled, her snow-white skin exposed, exuding a faint fragrance. It was Madara. "Madara, how did you end up in my bed?" Hashirama finally realized he had gotten into the wrong bed, mentally cursing himself for being an idiot. Looking at Hashirama, he snatched the covers back. "Get out." The girl's voice came from under the covers. Hashirama sighed, helplessly preparing to sleep on another bed. Wait, are you really leaving just because I told you to? What should I do then, sleep on the floor? Hashirama looked at Madara, who was hidden under the covers. Idiot Hashirama. Can't you understand my words? Madara said angrily. She poked her head out and used Amaterasu to burn the other bed, the black flames reducing the wood to ash. Now this is a single room, Madara stated. Shouldn't I be compensated for this? Hashirama's mouth twitched. Do I have to say I'm cold and afraid for you to understand? Madara gritted her teeth. What are you doing, you brat? Peach laughed heartily as she enjoyed watching Madara flustered. Hashirama sat down next to Madara, causing her face to flush as she shifted away from him. Don't sit so close to me. There it was, the characteristic stubbornness of the Uchiha clan. If this were placed in another context, it could win a Mao Dun literature prize. Hashirama gently patted Madara's head, reflecting on how they were once brothers and now they had become lovers. Just like this, don't leave me, Madara whispered. I will never leave you, Madara, Hashirama replied. The two nestled close together, the double room becoming a single one, with Madara holding Hashirama's hand on a long, endless night. Peach, feeling bored, clicked her tongue. She wanted to see rivers of blood. Hashirama spent the night beside Madara, and when he woke up, he was entangled by a black-haired octopus. Sleepy Madara yawned, releasing Hashirama. The morning sunlight spilled in as she walked down the street picking up a newspaper, but the headline nearly made her vomit her breakfast. The newspaper's headline featured several bold, large characters. The divine love of our ancestors as a novel's plot replays, in reality, super sweet. An image was printed in the newspaper depicting Madara and Hashirama sharing a passionate kiss under the sunset, with a blazing sun in the background, indeed beautiful. Maruko, you wait for me. Madara's face darkened. What kind of torment was this? That girl actually captured her like this. At over 30 years old, she was still so childish. On the other side, Maruko had already received her payment and had written the address of her restaurant at the bottom of the report. It was now working hours. Hashirama saw the newspaper while making tea and playing chess with Sarutobi. He merely smiled lightly and sipped his tea. The whole village knew that Madara and Hashirama were together. Damn it, this information-friendly ninja world needs reform. Madara gritted her teeth. The first development consultation assembly of Konoha village is now in session. In the renovated and expanded Hokage conference room, bright lights illuminated the ceiling as Minato Namikaze's voice resonated throughout the circular chamber. Minato, the golden-haired young man who had since become a father, now carried the calm authority and seasoned gravitas befitting the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were invited as special advisors to this assembly. 12 chairs encircled the table, each occupied by one of Konoha's most eminent figures. Among them sat the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan, Hyuga Hayashi, and the clan heads of the Nara, Kimichi, and Yamanaka families. Having emerged from the ashes of war, Konoha now stands in a golden age of peace. It is therefore imperative that our village redirect its focus toward economic development and infrastructure building, hence the introduction of our 5-year plan. Over 5 years, we shall complete Konoha's industrial framework, construct railways to strengthen transportation networks, and invest heavily in scientific research and technological innovation, so that Konoha becomes the undisputed leader across the entire shinobi world. Minato spoke from his prepared remarks. We have gathered you here today precisely to deliberate on the strategic direction of this 5-year plan and formulate sound, forward-looking policies. In the era of the Hokage, a shinobi can no longer afford to rely solely on traditional techniques. Otherwise, they will inevitably fall victim to technological obsolescence. As seen in Boruto, even Naruto and Sasuke were diminished in power while the 5 Kage faded into insignificance. Only Orochimaru, master of cutting-edge science, retained his formidable strength. Backwardness invites aggression. Konoha must never be the one struck, but the one who strikes. A hush fell over the Hokage conference room. Madara prepared to speak first. After all, commanding attention early was always advantageous. I would like to offer several suggestions regarding Konoha's development. All eyes turned toward Madara as she cleared her throat and began. First and foremost, accelerating Konoha's transportation infrastructure is absolutely essential. This will not only alleviate demographic pressure within Konoha, but also deepen economic integration with the other 4 great shinobi villages, and thereby reinforce Konoha's central sovereignty. Under Madara's influence, Konoha had already assumed leadership over the other 4 villages, incorporating them into its broader sphere of governance. Yet supremacy is never permanent. Konoha must grow, and its capacity for logistics and material transport must expand dramatically. Only by bringing the finest resources and innovations from other villages into Konoha can we revitalize our economy and fortify our developmental capabilities. Only then can Konoha consolidate its strength and sustain its leadership. Naturally, while pursuing economic advancement, we must remain deeply attentive to the welfare of Konoha's citizens. We must enhance benefits for all villagers, introducing social insurance systems to safeguard both shinobi and civilians alike, fostering genuine loyalty and a profound sense of belonging. After all, what rational soul would abandon a land of prosperity and security for another mired in backwardness and bloodshed? Those assembled nodded in strong agreement, not merely out of principle, but because such reforms align directly with their own interests. Finally, I wish to address Konoha's internal spatial planning. The atmosphere in the room grew taut. The clan heads sat upright, expressions solemn. At present, the three most powerful clans in Konoha are the Uchiha, the Senju, and the Hyuga. Thanks to Madara's presence and the Yukahold Konoha security force, the Uchiha clan now stood at the zenith of influence. As the saying goes, when one ascends the Tao, even dogs and chickens rise with him. A truth not without merit. Yet this was precisely what Madara wished to avoid. She had spent the previous night deep in contemplation, nestled in Hashirama's arms. Foremost among planning concerns is the location of the Hokage office and the administrative district. The current placement of the Hokage office was profoundly ill-conceived. During Pain's invasion, it and the entire central district were obliterated in one devastating blow. Madara believed far greater value lay in transforming this vibrant urban core into an open commercial zone to accelerate economic vitality. Madara articulated her vision clearly and offered pragmatic recommendations regarding clan compound placements, suggesting relocations for those obstructing railway lines or major transit corridors. Under Madara's affable yet unyielding demeanor, each clan head smiled politely and assured her they would give the proposals serious consideration. Once Madara concluded her address, the other clan heads, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, each shared their perspectives. Then came Hashirama's turn. I believe education lies at the very heart of our village's future, Hashirama reflected aloud. The Konoha Ninja Academy was founded under Tobirama's guidance, yet over decades it has undergone little meaningful evolution, offering only rudimentary ninjutsu, training often irrelevant even to ordinary citizens. This inequity denies common-born shinobi fair opportunity and stifles latent talent among the populace. I therefore propose expanding the curriculum with advanced ninjutsu studies and establishing higher-tier academies for elite specialization. For generations, Konoha's educational resources, including rare jutsu scrolls, have been monopolized by aristocratic clans, relegating ordinary shinobi to expendable roles. Hayashi hesitated on the verge of protest. A compelling argument. I wholeheartedly endorse it, Madara interjected, lending Hashirama immediate decisive support. Moreover, I intend to visit the Ninja Academy personally and serve as an instructor for a time, nurturing Konoha's next generation, our blossoming flowers. Any objections? Her eyes narrowed faintly, causing Hayashi, seated across the table, to break into a cold sweat and fall silent. The assembly continued in quiet reserve. As the meeting drew to a close, dusk gently settled over Konoha. Madara strolled beside Hashirama, hands tucked casually into her pockets, exiting the Hokage conference room. By its conclusion, the assembly had charted Konoha's developmental trajectory and drafted foundational legal statutes governing shinobi conduct. Incidentally, Madara's official shinobi rank remained Elite Jonin, the highest attainable in Konoha's formal hierarchy. At this time, the Ninja Academy likely housed a cohort just younger than Itachi. I want dango, Madara murmured, spotting a street-side stall. Hashirama, ever generous, hurried off to buy them. After all, one tends carefully to one's beloved. Madara watched him go, her gaze drifting past the setting sun toward Konoha's Heroes Memorial Hall, the sacred ground where the living honor the fallen. Kakashi stood alone before two modest graves, laying down a bouquet of violet flowers, memorials to Rin and Obito. His long coat fluttered softly in the evening breeze, his expression betrayed neither sorrow nor joy, only quiet devotion and prayer. Then turning away, he vanished into the gathering twilight. He walked forward with unwavering resolve, never once glancing back. Here's your dango, Hashirama said, waving the skewers lightly before Madara, who stood motionless. Feed me, Madara replied simply. Madara and Hashirama, having rested side by side through the night, prepared for the day ahead. Hashirama was to join the bustling construction efforts of Konoha, while Madara intended to head to the Ninja Academy. Her application had already been approved. The school had even proposed hosting a formal welcome ceremony for Uchiha Madara, but she declined without hesitation. She had come to teach, not to inspect the institution as some dignitary. Moreover, Madara held no patience for hollow formalities. En route, she encountered Uchiha Suki and invited her to accompany her to the academy, a chance not only to reunite, but also to assess the student's true capabilities. Suki, overjoyed at her mother's invitation, accepted without a moment's hesitation. I am your instructor, Madara announced. Uchiha Madara. Clad in flowing robes with wide sleeves, the young woman strode into the classroom, only to be met instantly by a roaring fireball jutsu. Boom! Madara absorbed the fireball impassively, then turned her gaze toward the defiant student. A single tomo spun lazily in his Sharingan, proof of his Uchiha lineage, and though youthful, his features bore the refined elegance inherited from that storied clan. So you're that legendary shinobi. I am Uchiha Ori. One day I will surpass you. Do not speak so disrespectfully to mother. Seeing Madara struck, Suki reached for the katana at her hip, but a single glance from Madara stilled her hand, and the blade slid silently back into its scabbard. Uchiha Ori, I remember you now. Let us hope your performance in the upcoming assessment proves worthy of my attention. Madara did not waste ire on children. After all, what adult truly loses composure before a child? Especially not one of the Uchiha. Her eyes swept slowly across the classroom, taking silent stock of her students. There sat Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi chatting warmly, a fair-haired girl bearing the unmistakable chakra signature of the Senju, a young man of the Sarutobi clan, the tightly knit Ino Shikacho trio, a red-haired girl whose lineage could only be Uzumaki, and finally 2 civilian-born students alongside a youth of the Kirigakura descended Kagaya clan. Activating her Sharingan, Madara observed each student's chakra reserves. None were lacking. Clearly the academy had assembled its most promising talents here, placing them under her guidance. Itachi and Izumi sat side by side laughing easily, surprisingly close their bond already evident. Madara stood at the lectern listening quietly as each student introduced themselves. After brief reflection, she decided to test their abilities firsthand, to gauge their strengths and weaknesses and thereby shape her instruction accordingly. She divided them into teams. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izumi, and Sarutobi Ruri formed one team, the Ino Shikacho trio another, while Uchiha Ori, the fair-haired Senju girl Senju Karasu, and a civilian-born shinobi comprised the third. The final group consisted of Uzumaki Heibe, a Kagaya youth, and a civilian girl. Madara chose the academy's traditional bell-stealing exercise, but with modifications. Merely snatching bells would be too mundane as she intended to fight back. She created 3 wood clones calibrating their chakra levels to match those of elite jonin, and assigned the 4th team directly to Uchiha Suki. "Don't hold me back," Ori muttered coldly to his 2 teammates. "Who do you think you are acting so arrogant?" "TCH. Fine." The civilian boy clenched his jaw, humiliated, yet powerless to challenge Ori's superiority. "Okay," whispered the timid silver-haired Senju Karasu, her voice barely audible. Meanwhile, Itachi produced a small cake and offered it to Izumi. "Would you like some?" "Thank you, Itachi-kun," she replied, cheeks flushing as she accepted it swiftly, leaving Sarutobi Ruri beside them grimacing, utterly inundated by the sheer volume of romantic tension. "Begin now. I'll count to 3. Madara's voice was calm, detached. 3. Before the final syllable faded, her wood clones had already launched, sending students sprawling across the floor. "Cheat. You cheated." Ori rubbed his sore arm, wincing. "War allows no preparation time. Attack, strike without warning." Arms crossed, Madara stood above them, her expression serene, as if stating an irrefutable natural law. "Had that been real combat, you'd already be dead." Her words cut like a sharpened tanto, cold, precise, suffused with unyielding pressure. "Continue." The test erupted fully. Now success meant seizing a bell from one of Madara's clones. Ori moved first, sealing hands into the ram sign. He hurled a fireball jutsu to cover his teammates. The clone dodged, but in doing so exposed an opening. "Now grab the bell." But Karasu, overwhelmed by nerves, tripped and dragged the civilian shinobi down with her. Their best chance vanished in a tumble of limbs and dust. Ori nearly choked on his own fury. Meanwhile, the Ino Shikacho trio executed flawless coordination. Nara's shadow bound the clone's movement. Akimichi seized its arms, and Yamanaka closed in, ready to strike. Just as the bell seemed within reach, the clone broke free, flinging shuriken to distract the Nara and Akimichi youths, then launching the latter skyward with a thunderous blow. The fiercest contest unfolded among Itachi's team. Suki deliberately suppressed her chakra, drawing her katana to face the 3 students' Hiden. Itachi hurled fire-infused shuriken, unleashing the phoenix flower jutsu to constrict Suki's mobility. Izumi, meanwhile, closed and swiftly, kunai drawn, aiming for close quarters engagement. How tedious. With 3 tomos spinning in her Sharingan, Suki evaded effortlessly, parrying Izumi's strike with her blade, then unleashing a searing fireball jutsu aimed squarely at Sarutobi Ruri. Ruri deployed the substitution jutsu in a puff of smoke, but Suki anticipated the maneuver, lunging forward to drive her blade toward his lower ribs. Clang! Itachi's shuriken deflected Suki's katana mid-thrust. Right side. Izumi seized Suki's left wrist, twisting sharply to expose her throat. Itachi lunged for the bell. Clone technique. Suki flung her katana aside, sealed hands rapidly, and summoned a clone to intercept Itachi's advance. Gray mist. Suddenly thick, gray smoke billowed, obscuring Suki's vision. In that instant, Itachi's shuriken sliced across her cheek, leaving a fine crimson line. Suki said nothing, but her gaze hardened, glacial and sharp. Without restraint, she drove her blade straight toward Izumi's torso, waiting for the inevitable counter. True to expectation, Itachi intercepted, kunai clashing against steel just before the blade pierced Izumi. Fire released dragon fire jutsu. From Suki's lips erupted a roaring dragon of flame, surging toward Itachi with incinerating force. "Don't go too hard on her," Yueben reminded. With this remark, Uchiha Yu hesitated for a moment, allowing Izumi to break free from her control. Itachi dodged the suppression of the fire release and swiftly snatched the small bell from her waist. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izumi, and Sarutobi Ruri's team successfully passed the test. Uchiha Yu's expression darkened as she gripped the dagger and slid it into its sheath. "We won," Uchiha Itachi said, holding the bell and addressing Uchiha Izumi. "Itachi-kun is so impressive," Izumi exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Uchiha Yu cast a sidelong glance at the battle with Ban's clone before turning to leave, disappearing into the treetops with a notably poor mood. Uchiha's team was engaged in a contest against Ban's wooden clone. 3 shurikens blocked the clone's movements as Senju Yen held a kunai, using water release as a feint to strike at the clone. Substitution Jutsu, Ban's clone formed hand seals and dodged the attack, but was caught by a civilian ninja's left hand. Fire release, great fireball technique. The fire struck Ban's clone, who managed to escape at the cost of one arm. A look of joy appeared on Uchiha's face as he was about to seize the bell from Ban. Bang! However, a loud noise caught his attention. Ban's clone had actually smashed a nearby tree and sent it crashing towards Senju. Bastard. Uchiha gritted his teeth, his gaze darting between the bell and Senju. Boom. The tree collapsed. As the dust settled, Uchiha hugged Senju, dodging the falling tree. A hint of appreciation appeared in Ban's eyes. Though the talent wasn't extraordinarily exceptional, their temperament was quite good. It's all because of you, the Senju clan. I'm sorry, Senju weakly replied, her white hair disheveled, looking pitiful. Cough cough. Uchiha felt somewhat awkward. He blushed and released Senju only to be kicked down by Ban's clone, rolling a distance. The civilian ninja also fell to the ground, clearly unable to continue fighting. Uchiha's team failed to retrieve the bell. The Inuzuka team, through their exquisite teamwork, finally secured Ban's bell after a fierce battle, with Ban's clone successfully passing the test. Another group consisting of the Uzumaki clan, the Hozuki clan, and civilians also passed. Thus, the bell-snatching competition came to a close with only Uchiha's team failing, while the other groups completed the test smoothly. You idiots, you've been dragging me down. If I had gone alone, I would have already grabbed the bell. Uchiha stomped the ground in frustration. I'm sorry, said the civilian ninja. Jikuin, you can do it. Senju clapped her hands enthusiastically. Hey. Uchiha looked at the two, his mouth twitching. Are you really listening to me? Yes, Senju replied earnestly. Ban looked at the students, having roughly gauged their strengths. Among them, Uchiha Itachi was the strongest, followed by the young Uzumaki and Uchiha. Overall, their strengths were not lacking, and they would likely become the backbone of the village, especially as Jonin, Special Jonin, or even Elite Jonin. Even though there was a laggard like Senju among them. Next, I will teach you a few ninjutsu techniques, Ban said after some thought. Ninjutsu. A civilian ninja exclaimed in surprise. It's known that ninjutsu is not easily obtained anywhere, as everyone keeps it hidden. Not everyone is like Naruto Uzumaki, who can easily steal sealing techniques. Generally, if a ninja dared to touch sealing techniques, they would have long been burned to ashes by the Umbu. As for creating ninjutsu, don't even joke, talents like Kakashi and Minato are not something ordinary people can rival. However, ninjutsu is of little concern to Ban, as her opponents are at least Super Kage at the 6 paths level. Ninjutsu can be quite useful when countering Super Kage, but when facing a 6 paths level Otsutsuki, it can only serve as support. Unless one were to engage up close, after all, those in the Hokage are high attack and low defense. Learning ninjutsu first requires adaptation based on your chakra attributes and chakra quantity. For instance, a rank ninjutsu generally has more power than crank ninjutsu, but it also consumes a lot of chakra. So sometimes a rank ninjutsu may not yield better results than crank ninjutsu. And what ninjutsu you learn needs to match your chakra. For example, I possess all chakra attributes, so I can perform any ninjutsu. Ben explained. All chakra. Does that make you like the third Hokage who teaches ninjutsu? Senju small face was filled with excitement. Kids, I will only teach some simple ninjutsu once. Whether you can learn it depends on your own fortune. The girl stood in the center of the grass with a vast forest in the distance, lush and green. Ban's hair danced wildly, and her immense chakra surged forth, almost taking on a physical form. She's incredibly strong. Uchiha's pupils contracted sharply. The other students were equally astonished. Ban's intention in doing this was not solely for show, it was also to help them better feel the flow of chakra when performing ninjutsu. This almost immersive teaching experience was something even the genius of various clans could not enjoy. After all, no one possesses such a vast amount of chakra as Ban. Learning ninjutsu relies entirely on family scrolls. Fire release, great fire destruction. Ban broke down the hand seal method for this brank ninjutsu into 32 seals. Although the power diminished, the learning difficulty also decreased. A massive compressed fireball erupted from Ban's position, heading straight toward the distant forest. Accompanied by a blazing fire, the furious wave nearly swept the students off their feet, a terrifying sea of flames engulfing the forest, obliterating everything. That's... Uchiha was shaken, his Sharingan spinning as he felt the flow of chakra. Uchiha Ban is simply godlike. The young Uzumaki muttered to himself. Are you kidding me? Senju stared blankly at the forest reduced to ashes. This is great fire destruction, a brank ninjutsu, Ban said, arms crossed. Brank ninjutsu is surprisingly powerful. A civilian ninja felt a surge of excitement, preparing to perform great fire destruction based on Ban's chakra flow. However, with his chakra quantity, he could only form a small fireball a few meters in size. The power of ninjutsu isn't determined by rank, it's merely the difference in learning difficulty. I still maintain that you should choose ninjutsu you can master. Afterward, Ban taught several ninjutsu techniques, mostly brank or crank. Let's conclude today's lesson here. Ban looked at the sky. She intended to find Uchiha, that girl. She walked off without a word, leaving others somewhat concerned. Beneath the dim, flickering street lamp, Uchiha Tsukiyomi sat alone on a bench, surrounded only by silence and emptiness. Pale moonlight, blurred and indistinct, mingled with the artificial glow, casting an ashen pallor across her exquisite face, which bore no trace of blood or life, only the stillness of death. Did I disappoint mother? Such utter disgrace, Uchiha Tsukiyomi. She murmured to herself, voice hollow and quiet. She was too weak, powerless to intervene in battles waged by beings like Kagaya's first form or Obito whose strength belonged to the Six Paths realm. Watching mother suffer, she could do nothing but stand helplessly by. I am too weak. I cannot aid mother at all. Tsukiyomi tightened her grip upon the hilt of her katana. High above the full moon hung suspended in the night sky, its pure silvery radiance descended softly, whispering gently into her ears. You are Uchiha Tsukiyomi, are you not? Startled by the voice, Tsukiyomi turned sharply toward the figure beside her. He possessed soft, wavy white hair, his eyes remained tightly closed, yet his presence exuded serenity. Clad in flowing white robes, he carried himself with quiet grace, his voice tender as it settled upon her like a gentle breeze. How utterly lovely, the white-robed youth murmured unbidden. Who are you? Tsukiyomi frowned, her delicate features sharpened by the soft silver light that bathed her face. My name is Otsutsuki Shikamaru. You seem troubled. Would you care to speak of it? Without waiting for reply, Shikamaru seated himself beside her on the bench and smiled faintly, eyes crinkling at the corners. You're an Otsutsuki. Tsukiyomi drew her katana in one swift motion, pressing its edge against Shikamaru's throat. Please, no need for anger. I bear no hostility toward you. Shikamaru raised both hands, still blindfolded in spirit, eyes firmly shut. I merely wish to understand you. My apologies, but I hold no interest in you. Under the amber glow of the street lamp, Tsukiyomi rose to her feet. Uchiha Tsukiyomi, you are truly extraordinary, Shikamaru said, remaining seated on the bench. 3 unique chakra natures flow within you, including the Byakugan, correct? Tsukiyomi halted mid-step, her crimson Sharingan flaring wide as she stared at Shikamaru. A Byakugan lineage of exceptional purity. Were you artificially created? Shikamaru asked. Tsukiyomi unsheathed her blade and her Sharingan transformed seamlessly into the Byakugan. Fine intricate veins spread across her pale skin, her iridescent white pupils burned with cold defiance. How did you know? Since her resurrection by Orochimaru, she had never revealed her Byakugan to anyone. Yet this Otsutsuki perceived it effortlessly. As Orochimaru's former experimental subject, Tsukiyomi's body possessed extraordinary properties, making her the ideal vessel. Her physiology could assimilate cells from both Madara and Hashirama manifest would release, and even integrate the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, meaning her body could withstand all known Kekkei Genkai. I am a descendant of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, thus I sense your Byakugan instinctively. May I call you Suki? Shikamaru gazed at her thoughtfully. A beautiful name. Suki, evoking the moon itself. And as I am the guardian of the moon, you have become what I must protect. Tsukiyomi listened, brows drawn together, surprised not by his appearance, but by how profoundly unappealing his demeanor proved. I dwell upon the moon, and descended here to seek my destined wife Suki. Will you accept that role? In time. Tsukiyomi glanced at him coolly. A pity. I hold no interest in such foolishness. Leave now? This. Shikamaru furrowed his brow. I cannot depart, unless you consent to be my wife. Impossible. Tsukiyomi refused to waste another moment. She exhaled a compact fire technique. Shikamaru evaded gracefully, and followed closely behind her as she walked away. Perhaps we might begin anew. I trust time will reveal all. Tsukiyomi, seeing his persistence, thrust her katana forward in a swift, lethal strike. The blade sliced through the air like a knife through silk, shearing a lock of white hair from his temple. Shikamaru stepped back several paces, halting beneath the amber halo of the street lamp. I have already chosen you. He pointed directly at her. With those words he vanished, leaving only stillness in his wake. Things were already vexing enough. Now this. Mother, what am I to do? Muttering softly, Tsukiyomi turned and departed. Meanwhile, the mother Tsukiyomi had just invoked, sat immersed in an onsen with Hashirama, playing cards amid rising steam. Straight. I pass. Madara slammed his final 3 onto the table with a huff. I'm done playing. Hashirama scratched his head sheepishly. I've been letting you win. Idiot Hashirama, shut up. Madara retorted. Wrapped in a snowy white towel, her lithe figure rested elegantly against the onsen's rim, her bare shoulders gleaming, her chest a flawless expanse of ivory. Next time I refuse to play with you. I've already lost 3 million yen. By the way, have we found Suki yet? Hashirama asked. No. Her spiritual resonance remained silent. Still, given her strength, she faces no real danger. Madara added. Hey, idiot Hashirama, do you still have abs? Madara's gaze drifted downward, curious and candid. She leaned closer, eyes tracing the 8 defined ridges carved into his sun-kissed torso, a flicker of envy crossing her expression. Back then, she reached out, fingertips poised to prod his abdomen, then slipped, lost her balance, and tumbled headlong onto him. Water erupted in a glittering arc, bubbles swirled and popped. Glug glug glug. Unprepared Madara inhaled water, then landed squarely bottom first upon Hashirama's face. Get off me. Hashirama choked underwater, bubbling frantically. Madara scrambled upright, hastily adjusting her towel. Sorry Hashirama. It's fine. He bent over, dripping as he climbed out of the water. What's wrong? Madara tilted her head, puzzled. Nothing, I'm fine. Truly. Hashirama's voice wavered, his expression oddly strained. Huh. A beat passed. Then her gaze slowly, deliberately drifted lower. She'd fallen. Her towel had come undone, and now sat atop his face, meaning, "You're dead, idiot Hashirama." Face-burning crimson, Madara lifted her smooth alabaster leg and kicked him square in the jaw. Steam curled thickly in the bathhouse. Seething, she took a seat across from him, while Momoshiki's mocking laughter echoed faintly in her mind. "What do you do when your girlfriend is furious? Urgent, please advise." The streets of Konoha bustled with vitality. 2.5 months had passed since the conclusion of the first Konoha discussion assembly. Indeed, shinobi efficiency was unmatched. One shinobi could accomplish the work of over 10 ordinary laborers, and they sustained such exertion for extraordinary durations. Across Konoha village, towering buildings rose steadily. Even by day, the commercial district shimmered with radiant lights and teemed with ceaseless traffic. "Hi, Kushina." Inside a restaurant, Kushina Uzumaki turned her head with her infant son Naruto upon hearing the greeting. She possessed lustrous black hair and striking eyes, her serene beauty radiating the quiet grace of a mature woman. Mikoto Uchiha. Cradling an infant, Mikoto gazed down at the child's emerging jet black hair. "Mikoto, you've brought Sasuke out?" Kushina asked, pleasantly surprised. "Yes, I'm taking my little daughter for a stroll." A gentle smile softened Mikoto's features as she held Sasuke. "Naruto, this is Sasuke, say hello." Kushina gently waved Naruto's tiny hand. The golden-haired infant widened his curious eyes, gazing intently at the dark-haired girl nestled in Mikoto's arms. Their eyes met, two pairs of wide, unguarded gazes, each seeming to sense something wondrously new in the other. "Look, they're already getting along well." Mikoto remarked, faintly astonished. Usually Sasuke burst into tears if anyone so much as glances at her, but today she didn't shed a single tear while looking at Naruto. "They'll surely become close friends someday," Kushina said, cradling Naruto in one arm and stifling a quiet laugh behind her hand. "That's called childhood sweethearts." "Childhood sweethearts indeed," Mikoto teased. "After all, Sasuke is a girl and Naruto a boy. It would be impossible for them not to grow close." "Exactly. Childhood sweethearts, innocent and inseparable." The two dear friends exchanged warm laughter, unaware that in that light-hearted moment they had already set fates wheel spinning once more. The reincarnated vessels of Ajura's chakra and Indra's chakra were drawn together again by the unbreakable bonds of destiny. "Goodbye, we'll see you next time." Kushina Uzumaki waved farewell to Mikoto Uchiha before heading home with baby Naruto in her arms. Though Minato Namikaze served as the fourth Hokage, his home, with Kushina Uzumaki, bore no ostentatious grandeur, merely the quiet warmth and tender beauty of an ordinary loving family. As Kushina entered the house, she found two figures seated side by side in the living room, deep in conversation. Her gaze flickered with surprise toward one of them, and she spoke aloud. "Kakashi." There on the sofa sat Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hatake, facing each other. At Kushina's voice, Kakashi turned his head. His expression remained calm, and still he gave a quiet nod. "Sensei's wife, long time no see." Kushina looked at Kakashi. Her lips parted slightly, yet no words emerged. "It was my failure. I arrived too late. You were placed in grave danger, and this regret remains my burden." Minato sighed, a rare moment of helplessness for the swiftest man in the shinobi world. "This isn't your fault, Sensei. Death on the battlefield is inevitable. We cannot alter what is past, only strive to prevent its recurrence." "Sensei, I have never harbored resentment toward you," Kakashi said quietly. "Is that so?" Minato offered a faint, bittersweet smile. Kushina moved to the kitchen to prepare food, while Minato lifted Naruto into his arms. "Walla walla." The infant reached out, grasping Minato's finger with his tiny fist. Kakashi's gaze lingered on the child. "This is my sensei's and his wife's son, Uzumaki Naruto. He will surely become an outstanding shinobi, won't you, Naruto?" Minato cooed playfully. "Kakashi, I'd like to ask you to become Naruto's teacher," Minato said, suddenly, his tone sincere and unwavering. "I'll consider it." Kakashi studied Minato and Naruto deeply for a long moment, then rose to his feet. "I'll take my leave now." Kakashi departed the house without another word. "That boy, Kakashi." Kushina watched him go, exhaling softly. "I hope Naruto and Kakashi will build a warm, trusting bond in the years ahead," Minato murmured. "They certainly will," Kushina replied, setting down the fruit platter. Would release 3-bedroom, 1 living room technique. At a Konoha construction site, Hashirama Senju pressed his palms together, commanding his wood release with exquisite precision. Blending earth and water release seamlessly, he guided towering structures upward, each rising swiftly from the ground, shaped perfectly to architectural blueprints by the sheer force of his chakra. Truly, ninjutsu proved astonishingly practical. This marked Hashirama's 60th floor, constructed that very day, requiring only interior finishing or minor modifications before full use. Per the 5-year development plan, designed to elevate both economic benchmarks and social welfare, Hashirama dedicated himself tirelessly to building orphanages and public infrastructure. Owing to these efforts, Hashirama won first place unchallenged in Konoha's inaugural Image Ambassador competition and was appointed honorary president of the Konoha Charity Public Outreach Association. The first Hokage is truly magnificent. The first Hokage's compassion knows no bounds. We are all deeply grateful. Amidst the crowd's heartfelt praise, Hashirama caught sight of Madara approaching from afar. She wore a pristine white kimono, graceful and solemn as the goddess Amaterasu herself, and carried a lacquered bento box. Hashirama. Her shout shattered the sacred serenity instantly. Madara. Hashirama waved lightly, and she strode forward. I brought you lunch, Madara said, offering the carefully prepared bento. Hashirama opened the lid, and under her expectant gaze took a single bite. SSSHH. His chakra surged violently within, neutralizing toxins. How was it? Madara asked, watching him intently. It's quite good, though there's just one thing. Moi. The ethereal young woman tilted her head slightly, her voice cool and composed. It's just, you didn't feed it to me yourself. Hashirama wiped sweat from his brow. TCH, like I'd ever do that. Don't you have hands? Should I serve it to you with my toes instead? Madara turned her face away, but inwardly she found the answer acceptable. Then eat up quickly. Hashirama exhaled in quiet relief. He had just survived yet another grueling trial. Madara watched Hashirama and silently opened her system interface. A romantic phase quest was active, the abstract system having evolved into the romantic abstract system. Quest: I deliver lunchboxes 100 times to complete. Reward: guess for yourself. Failure penalty: spontaneous levitation to the heavens every 10 seconds for an entire day. Quest 2: share 100 kisses 5 complete. Reward: succubus elixir. Failure penalty: 10-fold reduction in levitation resistance, 100-fold increase in sensory sensitivity. Quest 3: engage in profound intimacy once. Reward: the yellow spring passageway. Failure penalty: guess for yourself. Madara's lips twitched. What utterly absurd missions these were. Could you possibly be any more unhinged, my dear abstract romance task system? As if hearing Madara's inner complaint, the system instantly fulfilled her unreasonable demand. Ding, mission issued. Engage in 100 deep conversations with Hashirama Senju over the course of a single night. Reward: upon completion, obtain the title X form Queen visible to all. Penalty for failure: none. System, you die now. Madara burst out in fury. 100 times. Why don't you just die instead? Even a member of the Otsutsuki clan would collapse under such strain. She'd be utterly broken. A shiver ran down Madara's spine as she banished those grotesque thoughts and the vivid images from her mind. Her consciousness snapped back to reality, where Hashirama sat swallowing every last morsel of his meal with visible difficulty. Madara blinked, then broke into delighted surprise. Could it be? Her cooking was so exquisite that Hashirama had actually wept. Hashirama, if you truly enjoyed it, I'll prepare it again next time. All right, Hashirama murmured, voice strained and terse. Why won't you speak? Madara frowned, irritation flickering across her brow. Because it's too delicious to speak. That answer, Madara Uchiha approve of you. She laughed, a sound like wind chimes trembling in a gentle breeze. They left the spot and ate lunch at a dango shop, only to spot Uchiha Suki nearby at the crossroads. Madara raised a hand to call out, yet Suki vanished before she could utter a word. What on earth is this girl thinking? Madara took a bite of 5-colored dango, musing inwardly. Madara, look at this flyer. It says everything's 2/3 off. That's obviously fake, you fool, Hashirama. Such discounts simply don't exist in this world. Speaking of money, I've recently seen my bounty posted in the black market, 20 billion yen, yet no one dares claim it. So, others still mean trouble. Hashirama's brow furrowed. No matter, just a pack of rotten fish and spoiled shrimp, hardly capable of stirring even a ripple. So long as we maintain control over the principal nations and the 4 great hidden villages. Madara stood at the intersection, and she abruptly fell silent. Hashirama tilted his head, puzzled. What is it? Ignoring his question, Madara extended her hand, where a single droplet slid from her sleeve. Sweat. Dark clouds gathered overhead, then descended as heavy rain, pelting her hair and dampening her temples. It's raining. She spoke quietly, voice low and grave. Torrential rain lashed down. Madara stood motionless beneath it, her expression unreadable. The Deva Path puppets I deployed in the land of rain have been destroyed in an instant. I saw nothing clearly. She lifted her face, letting rain trace silver paths down her alabaster throat. I'll go inspect it soon. Boom. Thunder cracked, lightning searing the sky. Blinding white lightning tore across the heavens, like celestial spears piercing the firmament, roaring with unstoppable wrath. A gray mist billowed forth, swallowing the streets. No soul remained, only Madara and Hashirama. You'll catch cold like this. Hashirama stepped forward and draped his coat over her shoulders to shield her from the downpour. Before Madara could speak, he gently stilled her words. He lifted her into his arms, offering a tender smile. Shall we return home? Madara closed her eyes and nodded, while her spiritual awareness reached out silently, contacting members of the Akatsuki in the land of rain. At the alley's edge, Otsutsuki Shikamaru stood beside Uchiha Suki, umbrella raised, eyes wide open. His pupils shimmered with the radiant sapphire brilliance of the Rinnegan, the Tensegan etched like living starlight within them. How much longer will you keep spying like this, Suki? Shikamaru asked. At least it's more interesting than being with you. I only wish to watch mother from afar. You're leaning against the wall, one hand braced, voice calm and detached. Your words make me deeply uncomfortable, Suki. Shikamaru blinked, chastising himself for his earlier naivety. He'd once considered Suki his ideal bride. Yet having chosen, he held firm to his resolve, unchanging, unwavering. A gentleman's vow, unbreakable even by galloping steeds. Soon I shall erase this world, and together with you, Suki, forge a new one. Shikamaru gazed towards Suki, only to find the street empty. She had already walked away without glance or farewell. She showed not the slightest desire to engage, nor any concern whether he existed at all. Shikamaru clenched his fist. The umbrella slipped from his grasp and struck the wet pavement. Suki, must it truly be like this? Then I have no choice but to take you by force. Shikamaru crushed the umbrella beneath his heel, his gaze hardening with cold, simmering fury. For 2 full months, he had poured his tenderness into her, warming winter into summer. Yet she gave no reply. Her heart belonged to another. He refused to beg any longer. No matter what, it will be you I take, Suki. You shall be my wife. In the land of rain, raindrops fell like blades, sharp, relentless, unforgiving. A white-haired woman had drawn low stepped beneath the eaves. Blood stained her palms, dripping steadily onto the floorboards. Behind her lay the Akatsuki's headquarters, shattered, scorched, reduced to ruin. A severed head rolled across the ground. Haiden lay pinned, pierced through by black rods, limbs torn asunder. Konan's paper flowers floated lifelessly in crimson water. Yahiko's eyes were closed forever. Kisame retained only half a body. Zetsu's corpse had been blasted into fragments, gruesome beyond description. Rivers of blood flowed freely. Every Akatsuki member stationed at the base had perished, none survived. Crimson splatter streaked the walls. They hadn't even registered the threat before their heads parted from their bodies. This planet pulses with several potent chakra signatures. Time to reclaim them. The white-haired woman raised her palm. A circular rift bloomed before her. The toll of interstellar transit remained severe. To restore myself, I must consume all chakra on this planet. Fragile lives, prepare for extinction. First gather the Biju. Their chakra will accelerate my recovery. She stepped into the rift, leaving behind only one final remark. Those fledgling servants, Mamoshiki's ilk, have caused me nothing but trouble. From behind a distant stone wall, Sasori, observing the carnage, reached to transmit intelligence to Madara, when a flawless pale hand pierced straight through his chest. One more pestilent little rat. Sasori crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Only after the woman vanished did his fingertips stir, once. Would you like some? Standing beside Uchiha Yue Otsutsuki, Shikamaru held out a cone of ice cream, purchased earlier from a street vendor in Konoha. Uchiha Yu furrowed his brows, irritation flickering across his features. Why have you returned again? Because I intend to take you as my wife. Otsutsuki Shikamaru spoke with the quiet certainty of one stating an immutable truth, his gaze unwavering and fixed upon Uchiha Yu. A katana pierced through the ice cream cone, its tip hovering inches before Shikamaru's face. Leave, or die. Do you truly despise me so much? You. Shikamaru closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again his emerald and jade irises shimmered with cold resolve. No matter what it takes, I will bring you back. Disgusting. Uchiha Yu lunged forward with a swift thrust of his blade. I simply refuse to waste any more time. If you call it disgusting, then so be it. Shikamaru activated his Tensigen chakra mode. A luminous green aura enveloped his entire form. Immense chakra, truly formidable. Uchiha Yu stepped back several paces, his crimson Sharingan flaring wide as he tracked every subtle movement of Shikamaru's body. Shikamaru soared skyward, the buildings of Konoha erupting in cascading explosions beneath him, painting the night sky with bursts of vivid incandescent light. The tremendous commotion drew the attention of Konoha's Umbu Guard, a squad of gray-skinned shinobi clad in masks who swiftly intercepted their path. These were Otsutsuki puppets, Shikamaru's loyal subordinates. Several golden energy spheres launched forth, forcibly repelling the arriving reinforcements. The puppets extended multiple mechanical arms, spring-loaded blades, and venom-tipped needles shot forth from their intricate clockwork-like frames as they engaged the supporting shinobi in fierce combat. Beneath the rubble of a collapsed building, Shikamaru gripped Yu's collar as the latter gasped for breath. Cease this futile resistance, Yu. I have no intention of lingering here longer than necessary. Uchiha Yu drove a kick toward Shikamaru's groin, only for his ankle to be seized midair. How utterly unavoidable. Seeing Yu's fierce, defiant expression, Shikamaru sighed softly and released a sphere of psychic energy that instantly subdued him. The young man shuddered faintly, his eyes dulled, vacant and unseeing. Let us go, Yu. He would not resort to such means unless absolutely necessary. Shikamaru loosened his grip on Yu's collar. The latter nodded unconsciously. Then gently but firmly Shikamaru drew Yu close and ascended into the heavens. But suddenly, a voice rang out beside Shikamaru's ear. A colossal toad crashed down upon him, driving him deep into the earth. Gamabunta. Uchiha Yu exchanged positions with a crimson-skinned toad, ushering in a blazing synchronized assault. Fire release toad oil flame bullet. Flame and scalding oil fused into a searing serpentine blaze, engulfing Shikamaru entirely. Beneath the silver glow of the moon, Jiraiya of Myobokuzan descended in full sage mode, his waist-length white hair flowing, his oil-marked armor gleaming, standing tall atop the great toad Gamabunta. With swift hand seals he dispelled the Jinjutsu binding Uchiha Yu. How tiresome. Shikamaru glanced toward the horizon where more shinobi raced ever closer, his puppets already straining under mounting pressure. He needed to act swiftly before reinforcements arrived in full force. Yet Yu now stood safely within Jiraiya's grasp, Using the silver wheel rebirth explosion would endanger him. Shikamaru summoned several black rods and hurled them at Jiraiya, who dodged effortlessly. Simultaneously, Jiraiya completed his absorption of natural energy and fully activated Sage Mode. Master Fukasaku. Jiraiya summoned his venerable mentor through a summoning contract. The Toad's resonant chant momentarily stunned Shikamaru. His sole objective was simple, to buy time. Anxiety flashed across Shikamaru's eyes. He moved with impossible speed, seizing Jiraiya in a crushing grip. Pong! A plume of smoke billowed outward. Shikamaru's Tensigen flared wide open. Before him stood multiple incarnations of Uchiha, each striking alluring provocative poses, their pale skin glistening silhouettes tantalizingly veiled by shifting shadows. For that fleeting instant, his focus wavered. Jiraiya struck without hesitation. A massive Sage Art Ultra Big Ball Rasengan sent Shikamaru hurtling backward. Master Jiraiya, how utterly revolting. Uchiha murmured, weakly voicing his weary critique. This is Master Jiraiya's legendary technique, the sexy technique. Jiraiya declared proudly, utterly unrepentant, his reputation as the perverted sage echoing resoundingly through every women's bathhouse in Konoha. How dare you use such a vulgar, degrading technique against me? Shikamaru wiped blood from his nose. In a single breath, fury surged. He reappeared before Jiraiya and slammed him into the ground with brutal force. Jiraiya spat blood, his hair coiled tightly around Shikamaru, only to snap apart effortlessly. Reinforcements had arrived. Uchiha Madara now stood atop the Hokage monument, wind whipping fiercely about him. Shikamaru wasted no more time. He seized you and vanished into the distant horizon. Are you alright, Jiraiya? Madara landed before Jiraiya, channeling chakra to heal his wounds. Cough, cough, no harm done. Jiraiya rose slowly, watching Shikamaru recede into the twilight. Unbelievable, he escaped. Madara had been preoccupied with developments in Amigakure, only turning his attention to Jiraiya and Shikamaru once the battle erupted. Even as he analyzed the urgent signals, powerful enemy, extreme danger, sent by Sasori, the explosion startled him. He arrived just in time to witness Shikamaru's duel with Jiraiya, and then watch helplessly as Shikamaru fled with you. No need to pursue. I've already marked him. Jiraiya exhaled heavily, raising a thumb in grim triumph. Those Otsutsuki are nothing but trouble, exhausting, relentless, and maddeningly complicated. Madara gazed steadily at the direction of Shikamaru's departure. Fortunately, Shikamaru harbored genuine affection for you, so his life remained safe for now. Now came the next task, retrieving you. Ding, system mission activated. Retrieve Uchiha. Defeat Otsutsuki Shikamaru. Mission reward, Tensigen ability. Failure penalty, mother-daughter rice bowl. Bathed in moonlight, Madara paused in quiet contemplation. Shikamaru's strength was undeniable. He could match Naruto at his peak, even possessing the feat of detonating celestial bodies. His power undoubtedly reached Six Paths level. Yet he now faced Uchiha Madara. Divine art creation. Madara wove a wood-release clone imbued with fragments of his own consciousness and will to safeguard Konoha in his absence. Then, guided by the chakra mark Jiraiya had implanted, Madara departed Konoha, pursuing Shikamaru's fading trail across the vast starlit expanse. Ban followed the mark of Jiraiya, arriving before a green pool under the moonlight. Meanwhile, Konoha had no time to catch its breath as a massive meteor appeared in the sky along with other hidden villages. The enormous meteor plummeted rapidly towards the ground. If it struck, the entire Konoha village would be reduced to ruins. The flames illuminated the sky. Wolfing Shuemin watched the meteor descending from the sky, his hand resting on the kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god seal. The massive meteor continued to approach, and in Konoha, Killer Bee had already transformed into his tailed beast form, charging the tailed beast bomb. An explosion erupted, yet the meteor was only partially destroyed. What to do? What to do? Wolfing Shuemin's mind raced. The meteor nearly swallowed his vision until a voice resonated above Konoha. Kyubi. Received. Golden Kyubi chakra spread like a vast net, slowing the meteor's speed, and then dozens of meters of wooden spears glimmering with golden light pierced through the meteor, white light bursting forth in the sky. The entire Konoha village was illuminated. A figure with disheveled black hair and red armor swept through the heat waves, towering impressively. Is it the first Hokage, the legendary god of ninjas, master of incredible jutsu, and the strongest who ended the chaotic era? What is the strongest clearly determined? Is this the pool leading to the moon? Ban gazed at the green pool, leaping without a moment's hesitation. The green liquid enveloped her completely, swirling like a gigantic handband's chakra was released, causing the pool water to stir. It's an illusion. Ban closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, the scene before her began to shift. Bandono. Uzumaki Ketsuki bit into a dumpling, revealing a silly smile. What are you saying? Uzumaki Ketsuki asked, puzzled. Ban, are you still wasting time? Another voice came from behind Ban, and she turned to see Uchiha Taijima. Today is your wedding day, don't waste time. Wedding. Ban was still in shock from seeing Taijima and was confused by the two words he uttered. This illusion is a bit strange. It's your wedding with that brat from the Senju clan, Hashirama. Uchiha Taijima said. Everyone is here, don't keep the guests waiting too long. The main character, Ban, was inexplicably pulled to the Uchiha clan's residence. Inside the Uchiha clan residence, it was bustling with excitement. Every clan member who saw her expressed their congratulations. Ban also saw Izuna leaning against the wall outside a door, seemingly waiting specifically for her. Sister, you're here. Izuna smiled. Come on in quickly. Ban was changed into a wedding dress and walked into the room. The room was filled with familiar faces. Senju Tobarama, Senju Hashirama, Orochimaru, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, and others were seated. As Ban entered, they all applauded. At the end of the room was Senju Hashirama, dressed in a fitted suit, his handsome face wearing a gentle smile. Ban, you've come. Hashirama spoke softly. Outside the window, snowflakes fell like a flurry, piercingly cold, as Ban walked forward, the applause roaring like thunder. We have endured hardships and shared countless challenges, Ban. Hashirama took hold of Ban's delicate wrist, kneeling on one knee, and retrieved a ring from a small box. I love you, Ban. Will you marry me? But before Ban could respond, a sudden loud explosion echoed from outside. What's going on? Hashirama frowned. Everyone went outside to see what had happened, but one by one they did not return. A sudden sense of panic surged within Ban, as if something terrifying was drawing closer. Don't be afraid, I'll go take a look. No. Ban suddenly grabbed Hashirama. Hashirama smiled, cupping Ban's face and kissing her forehead. I'll be right back. Wait here for me, Ban. I will return safely. With that, Hashirama walked towards the outside as Ban watched his figure disappear into the swirling snow. Half a minute later, a head flew into the room. Ban trembled all over, suddenly feeling nauseous tears streaming down her face. It was Hashirama's head. He had indeed returned, but not in safety. Ban stiffly raised her head to look outside as a bloodied figure walked in. With an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye and a Rinnegan in his right, Uchiha Ban stood expressionless at the door, glaring with a bloodied blade. The last one. The two locked eyes and Ban's mind went blank. Moments later, she saw her own body reflecting in the mirror. Boom! The lake water exploded. Ban jolted awake, gasping for breath. That dream. Uchiha Ban stood up, feeling a chill in her neck, and she calmed her emotions. Did I kill myself? Absurdly terrifying. Ban forced herself to calm down, realizing how absurd the illusion had been. I should hurry to find the moon, otherwise the moon will crash down from the sky soon. Ban naturally received the message from the heart-sensing technique, learning about Konoha being attacked by the meteor. They estimated that in about 10 days the moon would shatter, wiping out all life on Earth. Ban used Fire Style along with the Supreme Heavenly Spirit to blast open the ceiling, revealing outer space. Otsutsuki Shurin sat in the palace with Uchiha Suki. He looked at the stubborn Uchiha Suki and recounted the message from their ancestors about destroying the Earth to create new life. You want to hurt Mother? Uchiha Suki grabbed Otsutsuki Shurin by the collar, her crimson eyes filled with murderous intent. Suki, this is necessary. I have to do this. Otsutsuki Shurin broke free from Uchiha Suki, stating unarguably. Uchiha Suki tried to resist again, but was bound by the chains manifested by the truth-seeking ball. You should rest while Suki, I will go out first. As the door closed, Otsutsuki Shurin noticed the astonishing chakra on the moon. Clearly an unexpected guest had arrived, and their strength was not weak. Otsutsuki Shurin naturally intended to entertain the one disturbing his plans, turning them into ashes under the Silver Wheel rebirth. Even if he couldn't defeat them, it didn't matter. As long as the Rinnegan in the palace was not damaged, he could still fulfill the ancestors' mission and live a good life with Uchiha Suki. Then let me meet you. Otsutsuki Shurin flew out, heading towards the source of the chakra. Uchiha Madara unleashed a torrent of chakra, extending it like countless ethereal tendrils across the void in search of the moon. This overwhelming surge of chakra inevitably drew the attention of Otsutsuki Shikamaru, who stood suspended in midair, activating his Tensigen chakra mode. Emerald chakra enveloped his form like drifting kelp in deep water, and several green truth-seeking balls materialized around him. The moon. Shikamaru froze for a fleeting moment upon seeing Uchiha Madara, but swiftly dismissed the notion. He had met Madara before. So you are the mother of Tsukuyami, the one she longs for with such fervent devotion. Shikamaru's voice carried the tart, acrid tang of lemon water. Madara offered no denial, standing motionless. I regret that I cannot return Tsukuyami to you. She is now my wife. Shikamaru explained calmly. Is that so? A flicker of Madara's finger, and in the next breath she stood before him. How fast? When did she move? Shikamaru's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could even grasp what had occurred, he instinctively raised his truth-seeking balls in defense. Boom! Shikamaru was kicked violently into the lunar regolith. Cracks spiderwebbed across the surface like shattered glass, and Madara shattered his truth-seeking balls with sheer brute force. Astonishing strength. Shikamaru watched Madara warily. As battle erupted, Madara activated her complete Susano'o, and empowered by Takema Masubi, swung her blade in a single devastating arc. Fissures tore across the moon's surface, dust and debris billowed skyward. Shikamaru barely retreated, unleashing the Silver Wheel reincarnation explosion. Several truth-seeking balls spun violently, summoning a razor-sharp vortex that sliced through Susanoo's frame. In an instant, Madara dissolved her Susanoo. Her body and Shikamaru's exchanged positions. Shikamaru was flung backward by his own attack. A spatial transposition ability. Shikamaru realized at last, only to be struck hard in the abdomen by Madara's kick. A shockwave rippled outward as he spat blood. He seized Madara's ankle and hurled her into the ground. Kimui no Te. Once again their positions swapped. Shikamaru stabilized himself midair and unleashed multiple silver wheel reincarnation explosions. The moon's surface was pockmarked and scarred. Kaguya watched exasperated. Damn it, too swift, too unpredictable. Gritting his teeth, Shikamaru lunged forward, his fist striking Madara's chest, yet passing straight through her body. His hand passed through Madara's torso and met the unblinking gaze of her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kemui, Madara whispered, phasing into intangibility. Flames warped by space-time forces entwined with would-release bindings ensnared Shikamaru, delivering a full crushing blow. Madara drew the Kusanagi sword. A spark of lightning crackled across her palm, black flames licking its edge. Kagetsuchi no Me. Madara activated Amaterasu, coating Shikamaru in inextinguishable black flame. Just as he extinguished it, she appeared before him and slashed across his chest. If direct strikes prove futile, then only one option remains. Shikamaru's composure fractured. He condensed his truth-seeking balls into a gleaming golden longsword. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. A colossal blade spanning the moon's diameter blazed with radiant gold light and cleaved downward. Under its cataclysmic force, the lunar surface cracked and split cleanly in two. Shomyo Konkona. Madara raised her hand, invoking a primordial technique. The descending Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion shrank before her gaze, and the long-lost Uchiha War Fan reappeared, gripped firmly in her palm as she swung. Blinding sparks erupted where fan met blade. Then flawlessly Madara completed the parry encounter. Uchiha Reflection. Her lips parted softly. In the next heartbeat, the blinding radiance multiplied tenfold and rebounded in full force. Where the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion swept across the moon, matter itself eroded into ash, scattering as cosmic dust. Shikamaru staggered, his tattered garments revealing a smoke-wreathed, battle-scarred torso. He fled toward the palace. Madara attempted Kimui no Te, but the distance proved insufficient. She gave chase instead. Shikamaru burst into the palace, gasping for breath, then rushed toward the spinning golden Tensigen, its power already steering the moon into a rapid descent toward Earth. Just as Shikamaru reached for the Tensigen, searing pain pierced his abdomen. Uchiha Tsukiyomi stood behind him, katana thrust deep into his gut. Stunned, Shikamaru turned, his truth-seeking balls already coalescing for a lethal strike. You should never have threatened the mother. Yet Shikamaru steeled himself, kicking Tsukiyomi away with brutal force, and clutching his wound, absorbed the golden Tensigen. The moon accelerated its plummet. In Konoha, villagers watched in horror as the celestial body swelled larger and larger in the sky. Some collapsed to their knees in despair. Oh, children wailed. Panic surged through the village. Hashirama stood atop the Hokage tower, preparing to intercept the moon with every ounce of his might. Countless shinobi poured chakra into layered barrier jutsu, translucent domes shimmering above Konoha, each striving to weaken the moon's apocalyptic impact. Shikamaru dragged Tsukiyomi toward the chamber of reincarnation, when suddenly Madara shattered the building wall with a thunderous impact, invoking Izuna's technique, Onimuchi. She forcibly pulled Shikamaru into a unknown dimensional arena. Dazed and disoriented, he reeled under relentless assault, until the barrier dissolved. Shikamaru repelled Madara with the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, only to be displaced again by Kimui no Te, swapping places with Tsukiyomi. Mother! Tsukiyomi gazed at Madara, astonishment mingling with quiet elation. Seeing her expression, Shikamaru's fury ignited anew, his attacks rained down without pause. Madara deflected truth-seeking balls with the Uchiha War Fan, while above them the moon plunged ever faster, its crushing gravitational pressure pinning all three onto its surface. Madara knew if she failed to halt the moon, now Earth would perish. She feinted with Kimui no Te, then struck Shikamaru from the hidden realm of Rinnegan borderland. The final blow struck true. Shikamaru crashed deep into the lunar crust, the Tensigen dissolving into fading light. My eyes. Madara turned her focus to the moon. Ghostly Kagun markings bloomed across her cheek. Time to begin, brat, said Momoshiki, voice calm and detached. Catch the moon, Madara commanded. Then let us begin. Transformed into Otsutsuki mode, she channeled divine arts and unleashed the sacred art word of command. An ancient tongue spilled from her lips, the literal translation echoing with absolute authority, halt this object. Her chakra burned rapidly, clashing against the Tensigen's will, depleting swiftly to its last ember. The moon's descent slowed inch by agonizing inch. Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun, Yasakani no Magatama. 8,000 spears, a formidable ability. It allows one to absorb another's chakra by marking them a power belonging to Uchiha Wuming. However, Madara has not been in Konohagakure for nothing. Just in case, she has left a backup plan, as it's always prudent to be cautious. Madara's chakra was rapidly replenishing, and the entire moon came to a standstill. Heavenly explosion of stars. Madara clasped her hands together, rescuing the moon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The rewards have been distributed. The people on the ground cheered as they saw the moon stop moving and return to its original position. Hashirama let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the mission on the moon was successful. On the moon's surface, Otsutsuki Shin stood on the ground facing Uchiha Suki, who held a katana. Suki, are you here to kill me? Well, after all, I did intend to harm your mother. Otsutsuki Shin looked at Uchiha Suki with a complicated gaze, yet couldn't muster any hatred. After all, he truly had feelings for Uchiha Suki. Even if she hated him, he couldn't bring himself to hurt her. Before I die, I just want to ask one question. Suki, how do you really perceive me? I don't want to hear a simple, disgusting answer. At least tell me what kind of person I am before I die. Otsutsuki Shin stated seriously, yet still received no answer regarding Uchiha Suki. Sigh. Otsutsuki Shin sighed deeply regretfully, awaiting the arrival of death. But a long time passed, and the death he anticipated did not come. When he opened his eyes again, Uchiha Suki was already gone. Disgusting. Uchiha Suki dismissed Otsutsuki Shin with just 2 simple words. After informing Otsutsuki Shin about what he called the will of his ancestors, she prepared to leave with Uchiha Suki. Otsutsuki Shin stood in place watching Uchiha Suki fly towards Earth. He pondered for a moment and reached a conclusion. Suki's choice not to kill him indicated that she wasn't truly harsh towards him. Despite all the bad things he had done, she still chose to forgive him. What does this signify? It signifies that she loves him. Otsutsuki Shin stood up, feeling a surge of excitement, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. It turned out that Suki's previous coldness towards him was merely a form of tsundere. Deep down she loved him, but just wasn't good at expressing it. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Shin felt increasingly joyful. Suki, one day, I will let everyone know that you are my destined wife. Otsutsuki Shin shouted towards the departing Uchiha Suki from the moon. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara frowned upon hearing the shouts behind her. What is he shouting about? Uchiha Suki shook her head and said, I don't know, that guy is actually quite childish. He acts like a fool. Is that so? Madara glanced at Suki. After some time, the two returned to the ground of Earth where the village of Konoha was filled with cheers. Madara prepared to go back to sleep, while Uchiha Suki walked alone to a deserted place. Bang! A streetlight was bent from being struck. Her gaze lowered, the crimson Freedomo spinning. I really can do nothing, yet I burden Lady Mother. As night deepened into morning after the crisis, Konoha welcomed a long-lost tradition, the Chunin exams. This exam system was established by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama for the promotion of Genin to Chunin. Held twice a year, the Chunin exams consist of a written test and practical assessments. The written test includes 9 difficult questions where cheating in a clumsy manner is prohibited, as it assesses the student's investigative abilities. The practical assessment involves combat drills, group matches, and individual matches. This year there won't be a scramble for scrolls in the Forest of Death because it has been leveled by fallen meteors. Thus they will proceed directly to practical drills. The assessment follows a mechanism of 80 to 40, 40 to 20, and 20 to 10, where the top 5 ninjas can be promoted to Chunin. Of course, those who perform exceptionally well can also be promoted to Chunin. As a teacher, Madara was invited to be one of the examiners for the Chunin exams. As soon as she entered the written test classroom, she saw several familiar students, Uchiha Sasuke, Senju, and Uchiha Izumi. Itachi did not appear because he was already a Chunin. The exam consists of 9 questions with 50 minutes allocated. You may use any means necessary to answer the questions as long as I do not catch you. Madara announced from the podium, her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan swirling. As soon as these words were spoken, all the students in the examination hall broke into a sweat. With an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, who could avoid being caught? Now let the exam begin. As Madara's voice fell, the examination hall erupted into frantic writing. In this hall, 2 Chunin with correct answers sat waiting to see if their answers could be copied. However, Madara thought for a moment. Merely testing the ninja's abilities was insufficient. In the future, cultural subjects must also be added, as Konoha's technological development requires talent. Those without the qualifications to become ninjas should also have other paths to take. Soon the cheating began. Uchiha Sasuke activated his Sharingan and copied the answers of a distant candidate. The Yamanaka clan used small insects to peek at others' papers. The boy from the Hyuga clan used his Byakugan to see through others' papers. There were all sorts of methods, each more creative than the last. Madara warned several students whose cheating methods were too blatant, then turned her attention to Senju. This girl with the same hair color as Tobirama looked like a female version of him, and it was rare to see her diligently working on her exam paper. Although she was at the bottom of the class, she worked hard and seriously. On the other side, Uchiha Izumi rode on her thigh using precise movements controlled by threads. Soon the written part of the Chunin exam concluded. A total of 20 participants, with 8 not eliminated and 3 who did not give up through the additional questions. 11 people passed the written exam, qualifying to continue in the examination. This Chunin exam would not be so simple. The upcoming practical assessments would eliminate most of the students. Additionally, candidates from other ninja villages would participate in this Chunin exam. With uncertainty about each other's abilities, the difficulty of the competition would rise sharply. Troublesome matters. Madara was invited to be the chief examiner for the practical assessment. What a hassle! I wanted to go eat with Hashirama. Madara wearily rested her chin on her hand. But getting to know the situation of other ninja villages in this generation is also a good thing. Now the 4 major ninja villages could easily reach Konoha due to established transport routes. It took considerable time and effort to build them day and night. Thus, candidates from other ninja villages had already arrived early for the exam. Ban's gaze lingered on Shinsho Yen for a moment, or after all, she was her own student. Yen appeared quite nervous, standing at the edge of the examination arena in a state of readiness. Relax. Ban stepped forward to comfort Shinsho Yin, gently patting her head. Teacher, does it matter what ninjutsu I use for this exam? Shinsho Yin asked weakly. As long as I don't cheat or break the rules, I can use any ninjutsu, right? Ban thought to herself that the girl probably didn't know much ninjutsu, at least she wouldn't pull out a corpse demon sealing technique to perish alongside her opponent, so she replied accordingly. I understand, teacher. I will do my best. Shinsho Yin motivated herself. The Chunin exam soon commenced, and Ban sat in the stands watching the matches. The first match was Uchiha Zhou against Hinata Akiren. Uchiha Zhou was no slouch, possessing the capabilities of a Chunin. He first used his Sharingan to launch 3 shurikens from his hand, followed by a fire-style jutsu to block the route. The Hinata youth realized that he wouldn't fare well at mid-range, so he prepared to close in for close combat. However, he was kept at a distance by Uchiha Zhou, who inflicted several cuts on his body. Finally, seizing an opportunity to close the distance, the gentle fist struck Uchiha Zhou, but she countered by grabbing his hand and unleashed the fire-style fireball technique. With a plume of black smoke, Uchiha Zhou emerged victorious. The following matches progressed rapidly, with several of Ban's students being promoted, including Uzumaki Pingfong, Uchiha Quan, Inazuka Choji, and a civilian girl. They all quickly passed the first phase of the Chunin practical test and awaited Shinsho Yan's turn. Possessing the bloodline of the Shinsho clan, her strength, however, was not remarkable. Ban watched the white-haired girl holding a kunai ready and poised. Her opponent was a ninja from the Mist Village, a pale-skinned boy with purple hair. I won't hold back, the boy said, looking at Shinsho Yan. Please bring it on. Shinsho Yan hesitated for a moment, but quickly pulled herself together, mustering her courage and taking a deep breath. The match began. The purple-haired boy drew his short blade and unleashed the mist technique. Shinsho Yan's vision was obscured, and the boy approached her with a smile. Fire-style fireball technique. Shinsho Yan formed hand seals and dispelled the mist with flames. However, the purple-haired boy had already stealthily arrived in front of her, narrowly slicing her arm. Are you surrendering? You're really weak, the purple-haired boy taunted. I will not surrender, Shinsho Yan replied, leaving Uchiha Zhou in the stand stunned. This loser will get hurt at this rate. Is she an idiot? Fine, let's continue. The purple-haired boy relentlessly attacked Shinsho Yan, forcing her to retreat step by step. Shinsho Yan panted heavily, drenched in sweat. If this continues, I will lose. She pondered internally. It seems I can use that technique. What technique? The purple-haired boy paused for a moment, but thought to himself that with Shinsho Yan's strength, she shouldn't have anything impressive up her sleeve. Perhaps. Shadow clone technique. Shinsho Yan formed hand seals. Is it just a shadow clone technique? The purple-haired boy relaxed a bit. Harem technique. Shinsho Yan completed the hand seals. A cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a horde of alluring, busted beauties in the examination arena. The arena erupted in chaos, even Ban momentarily stunned, not expecting Shinsho Yan to have such a trump card. This was the ultimate ninjutsu that once controlled Otsutsuki Kagaya. For someone so young to master it to this extent is truly remarkable talent. What you? The purple-haired boy staggered back, a nosebleed gushing out. He was defeated by Shinsho Yan, who had dispelled the harem technique with a kunai pressed against his neck. Shinsho Yan wins. The officiating examiner wiped his warm nosebleed and announced the outcome of the match. Shinsho Yan, your ninjutsu is quite vulgar. When Shinsho Yan returned to the spectator area, Uchiha Zhou pointed at her, stammering, appearing all innocent. Shinsho Yan bashfully scratched her head and spoke softly. This is a ninjutsu I've practiced for a long time. Uchiha Zhou gritted his teeth and after much hesitation whispered something in Shinsho Yan's ear. Shinsho Yan's face turned crimson, stumbling over her words. Jikuin, please. Uchiha Zhou turned his head away. If it's Jikuin, I guess it wouldn't be impossible, Shinsho Yan said weakly. The matches proceeded rapidly. The 80-40 round concluded and the 40-20 round ended. Due to her own lack of strength, Shinsho Yan was defeated in the 40-20 round. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zhou, Hinata, Uzumaki Pingi, and 10 ninjas from the Cloud Village were selected. They were the cream of the crop among all the contestants, and also those who were relatively lucky. After all, some encountered the strongest candidates right at the beginning of the exam. Perhaps they had strength, but still lost. Thus, the Chunin exam not only looked at rankings during the tests, but also at performances during the matches. Some students who performed well, even if they lost in the first round, could still be promoted to Chunin. The first match was Hinata against Uzumaki Pingi. One was a descendant of the Hyuga clan, while the other belonged to the Uzumaki clan. Both possessed considerable strength, and upon meeting, the battle commenced with the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques being masterfully utilized. Uzumaki Pingi threw several shurikens as a test. Hinata used the Byakugan to deflect all the shurikens. The match was heating up when Ban suddenly received bad news. Due to the mechanical modifications to his body, the scorpion, who barely survived, conveyed the message to Ban. There's a very powerful woman who destroyed the Akatsuki's headquarters, and I'm the only one left alive. She seems to be capturing tailed beasts and absorbing chakra. Ban frowned and asked, what does that woman look like? She wears all white and her skin is also white, making her easily identifiable. During battle, she opens a pair of wings behind her. Ban stroked his chin while the Chunin exam continued below. No need to describe, I already know. Ban suddenly said, because she had already seen her. A great trouble has arrived. A woman clad in white stood high in the air. Just from her appearance, it was clear that she was an Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Peach Style suddenly exclaimed in shock. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Ban was taken aback. Peach Style, do you know this person? Ban asked. Not just know this person is my superior, I never expected her to appear on Earth. The voice of Otsutsuki Peach Style was serious. Is that guy very strong? Ban asked. Extremely strong. I had no power to resist in front of her, at least in the past. Datamuki Mamashiki said. However, according to the intel, it seems this guy has expended a considerable amount of energy to arrive on Earth. His strength should have decreased significantly, so there is still a chance. This is the venue for the Chunin exams, EY can't possibly hide. Ban furrowed his brow. What he hated most was this. When the Datamuki fought, the mortals suffered. If a fight broke out in Konoha, the entire village would be reduced to rubble. The number of survivors would not exceed 10. Ding, the system has issued a mission. Please defeat the weakened Datamuki Kinshiki and protect at least 30 of Konoha intact. Mission completion reward 30 increase in all attributes, a one-time grace blessing. Mission failure penalty death to be turned into a puppet. As the system issued the mission, Ban was conversing with Datamuki Mamashiki when Kinshiki in the sky already made his move. Lowly creature, offer up your tailed beast chakra, she said softly, her tone carrying an undeniable authority. As the Rinnegan in her palm opened, the golden eyes emitted a ray of light, and Ban felt his chakra rapidly depleting. She won't give us a chance to wait, then we must act. Ban stood up. The wedge appeared on Ban's face. If facing such an enemy, Uchiha Ban would unleash his full power. Entering Sage mode, opening the 8 gates, Susano'o guarding him. Tensho Riki. Ban switched places with Datamuki Kinshiki, who seemed a bit surprised, but merely shot out a few black rods. The rapidly flying black rods were deflected by Uchiha's fan, as Ban used Kemui to seal off Kinshiki's movement path, the distorted spacetime, sucking in half of Kinshiki's body. But the next moment Kinshiki appeared behind Ban, a familiar ability of Hozuki. Descend. Kinshiki said softly. A tremendous pressure forced Ban into the ground. The girl and Kinshiki swapped places. A troublesome ability. Datamuki Kinshiki frowned. She reached out and absorbed a ninja, taking all of his chakra, the wind and lightning chakra attributes changing in her palm. A massive sphere of light was cradled in Kinshiki's palm, like a natural disaster, descending thunder and lightning. This one can only be taken Hedon. Ban summoned his Rinnegan clone, the giant complete body Susano'o, wielding dual blades colliding with the sphere of light. An explosion engulfed the skies over Konoha as Ban took Kinshiki out of the village. On the way, Ban also saw Uchiha Suki impaled into the ground, black rods protruding from her body, clearly the work of Kinshiki. Half a day ago, Kinshiki had destroyed the Akatsuki's base, seized one tail from Sunagakure, and on the way to Konoha took the chakra of the 6 tails, 3 tails, and 5 tails. He swiftly killed Killer Bee and seized the chakra of the 8 tails, but was puzzled at how little chakra there was from the 8 tails. Yet she paid no mind, heading to Konoha to seize the tailed beast with the most chakra. Uchiha Suki was patrolling outside Konoha when she spotted Kinshiki in the sky and immediately launched an attack simultaneously, trying to signal Ban. But the descending black rods pierced her body, leaving no room for resistance. Uchiha Suki was pinned to the ground, her face pressed into the dirt, looking somewhat distorted. She forcibly broke free from the black rods, blood spilling from her torn body. This surprised Kinshiki, although her emotions had already become quite dull. Having traversed the galaxy for over 8,000 years, her energy was nearly exhausted. Whenever she arrived on a suitable planet, she would plant the divine tree seeds. These divine tree seeds would serve as nutrients for her future metamorphosis. Uchiha Suki shot a fireball at Datamuki Kinshiki, which was crushed in an instant. The ensuing black rods impaled her into the ground once more. Uchiha Suki had already lost the ability to resist, but fortunately Kinshiki's target was not her. Dozens of miles away from Konoha, Ban sent a message to Hashirama asking him to protect Konoha while he confronted Datamuki Kinshiki. Kinshiki's hand pierced through Ban's chest, phasing through. Slash. Numerous physical slashes shredded Kinshiki's body. Chakra surged as Kinshiki's body rapidly repaired itself. Divine technique creation. Ban could now confirm that Datamuki Kinshiki could use 4 basic divine techniques, but whether she had any unique techniques was still unknown. Moreover, while fighting Kinshiki, Ban could sense a strange aura modifying her movements and chakra. It was as if when Ban's Tensho Riki attempted to switch their positions, the result ended up elsewhere. When Ban's Amaterasu aimed to pierce Kinshiki, there would be slight deviations. This sort of intervention-like correction should be Kinshiki's ability. She marked Kinshiki with the 8,000 spears, rapidly absorbing Kinshiki's chakra. Chakra is flowing away. Are you behind this? Datamuki Kinshiki looked at Ban. Naturally, she recognized the wedge on Ban's face. It seems Mamashiki has also been taken out by you. A gray bone shot out from Kinshiki's palm, piercing through Susano'o, absorbed by Kemui. Had she been touched, Ban's body would have turned to ash. Ban condensed a Rasengan and struck Kinshiki's body, which was absorbed by the Rinnegan. However, this also aligned with Ban's thoughts. As she marked Kinshiki with the 8,000 spears, she increased the output frequency of the Rasengan. The Rasengan was absorbed by Kinshiki, while Kinshiki's chakra was absorbed by the 8,000 spears. Such a high-frequency chakra conversion quickly reached a critical point, with the 8,000 spears ability gaining the upper hand. Kinshiki was hit by the Rasengan and Ban added a Rasengan infused with 7 types of chakra penetrating her body, while Ban also pierced the Rinnegan in Kinshiki's hand with Amaterasu. Do you think you will win? Kinshiki retreated a distance. Ban looked at Datamuki Kinshiki, who was standing above her, the fierce wind swirling as her black hair danced like flames. I will win. Oh really, then let me shatter the fantasies of a mere insect. Datamuki Kinshiki said lightly, a peculiar pattern appearing on her face, 2 protrusions growing from her forehead as the blue 12th Rinnegan opened. Behind the woman, unique wings unfurled, looking as if carved from marble. Danger! Ban sensed the signal of an impending attack. Ban had been pondering what the so-called Datamuki cocoon meant in the levels of the system unlock. Now she roughly understood. Transforming a cocoon into a butterfly just a step away from demigod. That is the Datamuki cocoon. In other words, this Otsutsuki Kagaya's strength was that of Otsutsuki Momo's. However, due to prolonged time-space travel and insufficient chakra, her own power had diminished. This also presented an opportunity for Obito. Taking a deep breath with her opponent already in a heightened state, she had no choice but to take action. The title of Dancing Queen of Konoha and Rose of the Ninja World was not given lightly. Great Hole of Machi. Obito activated the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, technique she had prepared since her confrontation with Otsutsuki Momo. She intended to test the waters with this form of Otsutsuki Momo. Otsutsuki Momo was pulled into an unknown space, her abilities restricted, leaving her to exchange fists with Obito. Although she possessed the power to interfere with reality and correct it, she could not unleash it under the constraints of the Great Hole of Machi. Thus, every attack from Obito struck Otsutsuki Momo with precision, until the domain shattered. Obito repaired her interrupted hand bones. With the assistance of her monstrous strength and the unknown space, she barely gained the upper hand. However, that was enough. Obito flicked her wrist. She had already created an information gap, and next was the time for her immortal revelry. Abandoning the intricate battle, Obito's hands were enveloped in Rasengan, striking repeatedly at Otsutsuki Momo. Due to her immortality, Obito would not die, and her body rapidly regenerated under Otsutsuki Momo's attacks. Hozuki Biryazawa. Otsutsuki Momo attempted to create distance using time-space manipulation. However, Obito had experience dealing with Otsutsuki before. Kimui severed the black hole extended by Hozuki Biryazaka. Obito used Tenzo to slice Otsutsuki Momo's body in half, while simultaneously using the 8,000 spears to absorb her chakra, thereby depleting Otsutsuki Momo's strength. Nest of the Heavenly Lord. Otsutsuki Momo utilized the power of the Rinnegan. The Nest of the Heavenly Lord could revert Otsutsuki Momo's state to the previous second once every 10 seconds. Her shattered body restored, yet the consumption was significant and her chakra was nearly depleted. The cuts from the attacks and the black rods piercing her body were certainly taking a toll on Obito as well. The ground beneath them had been shattered by their battle, the earth lamenting. Finally, Obito seized the opportunity. Tenzo pierced the Rinnegan on Otsutsuki Momo's forehead, black flames igniting. The black flames engulfed Otsutsuki Momo, yet as she reversed time, she was pierced again. The slash she executed only severed one of Obito's arms. The battle concluded. Otsutsuki Momo was sent flying, her chakra depleted and on the brink of death. Yet her face remained calm as she flew away from Obito. The spiraling Rasengan behind her erupted in continuous explosions. For Otsutsuki Momo, destruction was only a matter of time. Prolonged travel and repeated bodily destruction had rendered her unable to use creation. Otsutsuki Momo flew towards Konoha, the scenery below sweeping by. Obito attempted to switch positions using Tenzo, but Momo evaded into Hozuki Biryazaka. With her wings, Otsutsuki Momo's speed far exceeded Obito's, quickly leaving her behind. She halted in a small grove where the person she came to meet was Uchihasuki. At that moment, Uchihasuki was restricted by chakra, his abdomen pierced, and his life force dwindling, though he still clung to life. With timely intervention, he would not perish. Otsutsuki Momo retracted her wings, the surrounding leaves filtered sunlight, casting dappled shadows. She placed her palm on Uchihasuki's forehead. A wedge-like mark was imprinted, and the figure in white stood before her. The black rods dissipated, and Uchihasuki's body slowly began to restore itself. The Otsutsuki will not truly die. On the distant side of the starry sky, I possess an unchanging wedge. If we meet again, you will inherit my blessing and become my guardian. Otsutsuki Momo's body gradually began to fade, her white eyes distorting. I, the god of reality alteration, grant you modification of reality. Then a crack appeared in Otsutsuki Momo's body, ultimately shattering. By sacrificing this body, she prepared to unleash a powerful life force as a condition for granting Uchihasuki an opportunity to alter reality. For the Otsutsuki god, this was an easy task, but Otsutsuki Momo was clearly not at that level yet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The task reward has been issued. Hozuki Biryazaka is a power of Kagaya and Urashiki capable of traversing space. Obito entered her Hozuki Biryazaka, a pitch-black space devoid of anything. She extended her hand to create. The dark space opened to flames, countless wooden spears materialized in the sky, and a giant Susano'o wielding the Susano'o sword stood within the space, surrounded by thorns. This space did not connect to Kagaya's realm, yet Obito could use this ability to enter Kagaya's original sphere. She created what she mastered like a child doodling, and after some playful manipulation exited the space. However, a red fishhook pierced her body. The Ten Tails Meteor's attack arrived. Obito was thrown to the ground where Hashirama was engaged in a struggle with Otsutsuki Urashiki. Clearly, Urashiki had taken advantage of Obito's absence to ambush Konoha. Upon encountering her enemy, Obito's eyes burned with fury. She used Tenzo to swap places with Hashirama, seizing Otsutsuki Urashiki by the head. Slashed. Before Otsutsuki Urashiki could react, his body was reduced to ashes. It was a splendid instant kill. Obito's attributes were enhanced by a full 30, a terrifying boost. System, what is that blessing you granted? Obito checked her panel. Host Uchiha Obito. Age 22, frozen. Identity reincarnation of Indra Otsutsuki. Kekkei Jinkai bloodline limit Mangekyo. Sharingan Amaterasu Kagaya's divine power 8,000 spears. Kimui intangibility. Great whole of Machi Rinnegan Rinne rebirth Kagaya's divine power. Tenzo Daikokutten. Shomyo Kinshikuna. Hozuki Biryuzaka would release. Special forms perfect sage mode. Perfect Jinchuriki mode. Ninjutsu Uchiha Fan Tenzo. Blessing count once blessed individuals none. Overall evaluation Otsutsuki 6 paths. Ding, the blessing signifies that the host can bestow a blessing upon someone to share their power without diminishing their own. Those who receive the blessing can communicate with the host telepathically, sharing souls, and even if the host dies, they can reside within the blessed individual. I see. Obito appeared contemplative, realizing that it meant she could bestow this blessing upon someone she cherished. System, is it sharing all of my powers? The host can choose the extent of the blessing with a maximum of 60 of the host's power able to be shared. In Uchiha Madara's heart, a target for grace suddenly emerged. Can the so-called soul sharing allow one to experience the sensations of the other's body? Uchiha Madara suddenly asked. Host, please refrain from lewd thoughts, or our matter is serious. Grace, so. Wait, I'm just asking. Uchiha Madara spoke somewhat sheepishly. I was just asking, not thinking too deeply about it. Clearly it's you who is overthinking this system. Ding, it's possible. Really? Uchiha Madara exclaimed joyfully. Ding replied, a host, possible, my foot, it's not possible. Uchiha Madara's delicate face fell, her lips twitching. System, are you messing with me? Ding replied, to host, a serious system does not entertain such thoughts. The system loves to speak the truth. Alright, then you win. Seeing she couldn't argue with the system, Madara decisively turned off the system panel. Hashirama. After exchanging warm greetings, Madara approached Hashirama. Idiot Hashirama. She elongated her tone. What's up? How about I show you something good? What good thing? Ahem. Madara cleared her throat. Hashirama, are you willing to share honor and disgrace with me regardless of life and death? Haven't we been doing that already? Hashirama replied, somewhat confused. Madara paused for a moment. As the saying goes, sincerity is the best killer technique. Madara admitted she was a bit moved, even though this guy was a bit foolish. Then are you willing to be with me day and night to understand each other's feelings? Madara, are you a bit strange? Forget it. Madara bared her teeth, saying, Senju Hashirama, I, Uchiha Madara, wish to grant you grace. Are you willing to accept it? Madara looked seriously into Hashirama's eyes. I am willing. Although Hashirama didn't know what Madara was up to, he still agreed. System, how do I grant this grace? Madara asked the system, but the answer she received nearly made her curse. My dear host, of course it is, through deep communication. Only then can we feel each other's souls and bodies, the system replied. You can go die, why do you, Grandma? Madara felt extremely embarrassed. Oh, what could she do? Surely she couldn't engage in deep communication in the bushes. Isn't that called military jungle invasion or field battle? Moreover, she was completely unprepared to do such things. What kind of joke is this? What should I do now? Madara was so embarrassed she could almost dig 3 rooms and a hall with her toes, while Hashirama looked at the dazed Madara, unsure of what to do. Madara, do you have anything else to do? Clearly Hashirama thought Madara's talk of grace was a sign of childishness. The Uchiha clan was like this, and he was already used to it. After all, having a wife, even if she was a bit foolish, was still worth pampering. Don't you believe me? I will definitely grant you grace. Madara spoke, though her confidence wavered. It's just that the weather isn't good right now, so let's talk about it another day. She tried to argue. Alright then. Hashirama affectionately ruffled Madara's hair, only to be met with a counterattack from the little black-haired cat. Hashirama, don't touch my head. How many times do I have to tell you? While the two were playfully bickering, Madara received a notification from the system informing her of Otsutsuki Kagaya's death, but she overlooked one thing. Although Konoha was frequently attacked with a world-destroying big boss coming to destroy Konoha, the village still survived resiliently. Pain shot through Uchiha Suki's abdomen, a black mark given to her by Otsutsuki Kagaya, a parting gift. Possessing the power of a divine technique that could change reality. The surrounding crowd was jubilant, overflowing with joy, while Uchiha Suki wore a gloomy expression, feeling out of place. Explosions, pain, flesh and blood, transformation. Mother. Uchiha Suki felt a headache coming on as a swarm of flies buzzed in her ears. She needed to find a place to calm down. On a park bench deserted as the park was about to be demolished to construct new buildings in a few days. The bench that Uchiha Suki often sat on was also going to be torn down. Every night, when it was quiet, Uchiha Suki would come to this bench to rest, gazing at the huge moon and reminiscing about her past. The streetlights cast a tranquil glow, and only then could she feel at ease. She often recalled her relationship with her mother, determining her own path based on her mother's joys and sorrows. Her mother's direction was her own front. Mother, what do I truly mean to you? Uchiha Suki felt a bit confused. Did her mother ever care about her? What did she mean to her mother? A tool or just a discarded waste? Did she truly love her mother? Uchiha Suki once believed this point was certain that her mother had given her everything. Thus, even if it meant sacrificing her life for her mother's smile or something else, she deemed it worth it. No matter what. But now she didn't know what she could bring to her mother. Because her mother already had everything: people to care for, immense power, a warm life, and even if troubles arose, she could resolve them herself. Even if she possessed immense power that could protect her mother, it was still of no use. Then what significance did her existence hold? Uchiha Suki buried her head in her knees, feeling a bit of pain. The sunset was slowly being engulfed by darkness, and the noise had ceased. Uchiha Suki woke from a nightmare, her hair in disarray, sitting on the bench. 7 or 8 passers-by walked by her, chatting and laughing. That Uchiha Madara looks really formidable, the legendary ninja. What good is that? Isn't she still a bitch? That person's words were abruptly cut off as he was confronted by a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes. What did you just say? The streetlight flickered ominously. On the ground lay 7 or 8 corpses, their faces mutilated by shurikens, intestines spilling out. Uchiha Suki held her forehead protector, drawing a straight line across it with a shuriken. Beneath the moon, she stood on a utility pole, her eyes emitting an eerie glow. By dawn, Madara woke to hear the dreadful news. Suki has defected and even killed several ninjas. She supported her forehead, sitting at the table, rubbing her temples, feeling a headache. This situation was relentless, one after another. But why did Suki defect? Madara attempted to use the heart-sensing technique, initially thinking there would be no connection, but to her surprise, Suki actually connected. Sukiyu. The voice of the moon in the telepathic connection was calm, merely stating a fact. I will arrive at Konoha at noon tomorrow, and at that time I will destroy everything. Moon. Before Madara could finish his sentence, Uchiha Moon had already severed the telepathic connection. Is Moon hitting puberty now? Madara felt somewhat helpless. It was unexpected for obedient Moon to pull such a stunt. Perhaps the only possibility was that she had entered her rebellious phase. Destroy everything. Madara chuckled. She's just a little kid, there's nothing to be done about it. After some thought, he decided to buy a cake for Moon, as it seemed tomorrow was her birthday. As a mother, he also needed to care for his child, realizing he had been too lenient with Uchiha Moon. Once Madara exited the Uchiha clan grounds, he saw Maru. Lord Madara Moon. Maru opened her mouth, and Madara already knew what she was going to say, so he explained, kids always have their tantrums. But Maru still felt somewhat uneasy. You understand what I mean, right, Maru? Madara's expression suddenly became calm as he patted Maru's shoulder. I will handle these matters, so it's best if you don't intervene. Madara said, Maru, since you're here, come help me recommend some cakes. I need to send a cake to someone tomorrow. Madara returned to his normal expression, showing a hint of a smile as he spoke to Maru. He was aware of the crimes committed by Uchiha Moon, having killed 7 or 8 people within Konoha, including members of the prestigious Hyuga clan. Furthermore, she had defected and become a rogue ninja. Under normal circumstances, Madara would not care about the life or death of that person. A rogue ninja's death was inconsequential, and being hunted down was no big deal. But that person was Moon, his daughter. The nature of this was different. No matter what, he would ensure Moon's safety and make her apologize. No one dared to say anything for Madara. Uchiha's power was well known. Alright, I just thought of a few nice cakes. Maru understood Madara's intentions and obediently fell silent. The two walked to the cake shop, where various styles of cakes were displayed on the shelves. Moon was already 14 this year, and after her birthday, she would turn 15, so should they insert 15 candles? While the reality was a candle shaped like 1 and 5 candles shaped like 5. Madara himself had not celebrated a birthday in a long time, and he felt a bit awkward. Ultimately, with Maris' help, he chose a chocolate cream cake and had the cake decorator create a chibi version of Moon on it. Will she like it? Madara murmured as he held the cake. When he returned to the Uchiha clan grounds, he saw Hashirama already sitting there. Madara, you're back. Hashirama turned his head. He was wearing a light green haori and had a scarf made by Madara himself around his neck, sipping tea. Madara changed into wooden sandals and sat beside the table. Aren't you going to bring that little girl back? Hashirama sighed. There's no need for that. She said she's coming back tomorrow to declare war or something. Madara replied. It's not a big deal, it's just her actions are a bit troublesome. Hashirama, you are popular in the village, and Moon is your daughter, so you have to help her. I understand, Hashirama responded. But what's this cake for? It's for that little girl, Madara shrugged. It's getting late, why don't you stay for dinner? Madara glanced at the outside sky, which was gradually turning to dusk. He also wanted to brush up on that task, so he casually invited Hashirama for dinner. I just remembered I have something to take care of. I'll leave first. Hashirama said, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Alright, Madara did not press him. As Hashirama was leaving, Madara lightly brushed his lips akin to a wife sending her husband off on a journey. Goodbye. Hashirama ran off from the Uchiha clan. The only person who could frequently enter and exit the Uchiha clan as an outsider was probably Senju Hashirama. He left in a hurry. Am I that scary? Madara joked. After finishing dinner and tidying up, he prepared to sleep. Outside the window, the Uchiha clan was adorned with brilliant lights with Hokage Rock standing tall. Madara had been in this Hokage world for quite some time, established bonds, and found people to care for, able to do the things he wanted. Although the system occasionally issued extremely abstract tasks, it also provided him with substantial assistance. If things continued like this, it wouldn't be too bad. I have truly fallen from grace. The girl wearing a loose garment had her hair flowing, and the moonlight illuminated the white line on her chest as Madara closed his eyes. Moon, it's time to come. At the entrance of Konoha, Madara yawned. Just as he mentioned her, Uchiha Moon appeared at the end of his vision, walking step by step with a deep blue wedge appearing on her face. This made Madara momentarily stunned, but in that instant of distraction, Moon launched her attack. Super Shinra Tensei. A distorted sound echoed, followed by a rolling wave of energy as the gates of Konoha were effortlessly destroyed. Madara activated Susano'o to protect the Konoha behind him, and his half-formed Susano'o retreated a short distance. Mother, I've come to understand. As long as I destroy everything else, you will have no choice but to rely on me, right? Without giving Madara time to respond, Uchiha Moon instantly appeared above Konoha, gathering chakra of fire, lightning, and wind in her hand. She forcefully shot the gathered chakra towards the ground, and Madara used Flying Thunder God to teleport, while also substituting using Ten-Ten's technique. Uchiha Moon was sent flying by the explosion, exiting the range of Konoha. Had that strike landed, Moon would have left Konoha with no way to salvage the situation, so Madara could not allow her to destroy Konoha. I really hate kids. Madara looked at Moon, ready to teach her a lesson. The girl flicked her Tenkoko, drawing a line of sword flowers. Madara pierced Uchiha Moon's shoulder, but that was precisely what she wanted. Uchiha Moon rewound to the previous second, with several black rods piercing through Madara's body. A single Shinra Tensei sent Madara flying. She soared into Konoha, causing buildings to collapse and civilians to scream. Moon. Madara's pupils constricted. Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun, forcibly freezing Moon at a distance, using the single combat domain to pull her over. Do you know what you are doing, Moon? Madara seized Uchiha Moon, gripping her arm from behind. I am doing the right thing, Mother. Moon kicked Madara in the abdomen, knocking her down to the ground. Clearly, Uchiha Moon was completely unresponsive to Madara's words now. Madara had no choice but to subdue her. Madara pressed down on the head of the Moon, causing the ground to crack. Stop it, Moon, Madara said. Uchiha Tsuki retracted her body, remaining silent, only making a gesture with her fingertips. With the index finger pressed down and the thumb pushing down, in an instant time fell into stagnation. A beam of light engulfed Madara and Uchiha Tsuki. The light spread into the sky, piercing through the atmosphere, finally radiating through the sunlight onto every piece of land. Divine technique alteration. Madara released Uchiha Tsuki, and many places within Konoha had already turned into ruins, with several people trapped beneath stones, while medical ninjas rescued the injured. The ninjas of Konoha also rushed over, and Uchiha Tsuki stood alone on the opposing side. Tsuki, does what you are doing really have any meaning? Madara asked. I just want one person to possess Lady Mother, Uchiha Tsuki said nonchalantly. Madara was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed this child's values had skewed all the way to Siberia. Just as Madara was about to persuade Uchiha Tsuki, several fireballs suddenly struck towards Uchiha Madara, catching her off guard. It was released by an ordinary ninja who stared at Uchiha Madara with eyes full of hatred. You bastard, my wife and child died because of you. Hurry up and die. The ninja launched an attack on Madara, and no one around stopped him. He was kicked down to the ground by Madara. Damn it, I want. The ninja curled up, grabbing Madara's foot. Before Madara could comprehend the situation, a thorny vine rose from the ground, binding her limbs, and she was pressed to the ground. Idiot. Hashirama. Madara exclaimed in disbelief. But at that moment, Hashirama's eyes were filled with strangeness and indifference, as if he did not recognize Madara. Lady Mother, you are quite confused, aren't you? Uchiha Tsuki stood in front of Madara, using several black rods to pin down Madara's chakra. Now I am the hero who has saved Konoha countless times, and the highest ruler of Konoha. And you, Lady Mother, are the villain who has killed countless people in Konoha, wanted as in Shrank Rogue Ninja. This is the divine technique to change reality. As Uchiha Tsuki explained, Madara began to understand her meaning. What a fellow, thinking she was Boruto. Giving her a dash divine power, becoming a rogue ninja. Mamashiki, Madara called out in her heart. Little fish, I have not been affected by the divine technique. After all, I am already dead. Mamashiki Otsutsuki said lazily. Is there a solution to the divine technique that Tsuki just released? I don't know. Madara used heavenly hand power to break free from Hashirama's thorns, while ninjutsu continued to shoot towards her, which she absorbed with her Rinnegan. The situation became delicate. The enemy was pursuing her, and Madara couldn't just wipe them all out, could she? Would release Wood Dragon technique. Madara retreated outside of Konoha, and Hashirama chased after her. A giant Wood Dragon roared and attacked Madara, and the girl leaped into the air as fire release engulfed everything in sight. Lady Mother, now no one recognizes you. No matter what you do, everyone will only see you as a heartless killer. Uchiha Tsuki chased after her, her eyes filled with possessiveness. Only I am willing to accept, Lady Mother. The Tenketsu stopped in front of Uchiha Tsuki, and she stood motionless, staring intently at Uchiha Madara. Look, Lady Mother, you still love me, don't you? You won't kill me. Madara looked at the little brat who was inching closer and frowned, saying, Hurry up and undo this technique. Lady Mother wants this technique is cast, it cannot be undone, don't you know? Uchiha Suki replied. So Lady Mother, you should obediently listen to me. I will protect you after all, everyone listens to me. Suki, does what you are doing make any sense? Madara sighed. Of course it makes sense. Why don't you pay more attention to me? Ding, the system issues a mission. The greatest crisis in history is about to arrive. The danger is far from over, and the things lurking beneath the surface, please survive host. Mission completion reward, all attributes increased by 40. Mission failure penalty death. Madara listened to the voice in her ear, feeling somewhat puzzled. Although modifying the divine technique is tricky with Konoha's current strength, it shouldn't lead to her death. What have I overlooked? Before Madara could continue contemplating, Uchiha Suki's black rod had already pierced through her body. Behind her, the people of Konoha had already pursued relentlessly, and Hashirama summoned would release to launch an attack on Madara. Seeing this situation, Madara had no choice but to temporarily retreat. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. Madara drew out the black rod, kicking Uchiha Suki away, and a fire release ignited the forest before she vanished at the edge of sight. Uchiha Suki watched her departing mother and made no move to pursue her. After all, she would come back. I hope Lady Mother can change her mind. The reason she did not directly use the divine technique to alter her mother's perception was that such a mother would no longer be her mother. That would make her mother's love false. That is not what Uchiha Suki desired. She wanted her mother's true love. As for everyone else, she did not care. Land of Rain, Akatsuki's former base. You are that strank rogue ninja, right? To escape from Konoha unscathed is really impressive. Madara looked at Sasori, confirming that he had forgotten his past self. At this moment in Sasori's eyes, Madara was merely a rogue ninja. Rather than forgetting, it was more accurate to say he had been corrected. Even if he realized something was amiss, he would still be corrected to believe Madara was a rogue ninja and Uchiha Suki was a hero of Konoha. This is the terrifying aspect of the modification divine technique. It fundamentally alters perception, just like seeing a photo of Madara and Hashirama. The subconscious will automatically correct itself. However, with this level of modification, Madara found it just a bit troublesome, but it didn't seem to be a big deal. What she was more concerned about was the danger that the system mentioned, a danger that could threaten her life. Meanwhile, on the moon, the unfortunate Otsutsuki Kinshiki encountered the greatest disaster spoken of by the system. Beneath the palace, Otsutsuki Kinshiki stood on the lunar surface, the rough land from 1,000 years ago, shining with a silver glow. This ancient land welcomed an uninvited guest, a guest that Otsutsuki Kinshiki was all too familiar with. In fact, they had only just parted not long ago, and a look of astonishment flickered in Otsutsuki Kinshiki's eyes as he looked incredulously at the one who had come to the moon. Suki, he exclaimed in surprise. Uchiha Suki sat in the house where Madara once stayed, draped in a kimono that rippled like the tide on the tatami mat. She had been in the room for a day. The room was filled with her mother's scent, and the sheets carried a hint of the moon's dampness. A slight noise came from outside the room, and Uchiha Suki looked up, her eyes filled with confusion. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. At the same time, in different places, the two encountered each other. The giant lone moon stood in the dark, grandly piercing through the clouds, sending chills down the spine. It is now the third day since Uchiha Madara left Konohagakure. The weather in the land of rain is predominantly gloomy, with rain falling like daggers upon the ground. A girl draped in a feather cloak appears hazy in the rain with the sacred artifact Amano Murakumo, the sword used to slay the eight-headed serpent Yamada no Orochi, fastened at her waist. Madara slightly furrowed her beautiful brows, a hint of unease flickering across her exquisite face, though she suppressed it. She vaguely sensed a foreboding, yet the danger spoken of by the system has yet to manifest. It felt like the sword of Damocles hanging over her head. Unaware of when this deadly blade would strike, the damp raindrops soaked Madara's cheeks, trickling down her delicate skin. The entire land of rain is now under her control, with the Rain Tiger Free technique allowing her to sense everyone who enters the land of rain at any moment. In these past few days, Madara has remained vigilant, focusing entirely on defense. A massive amount of chakra flows freely into the rain. Every corner of the land of rain, every creature, every location has completely entered her mind. Everything is dissected and separated, revealing its most primal essence. However, prolonged complete perception has even made Madara feel a hint of fatigue. The girl rubbed her temples, her long fair fingers as delicate as the lightest silk, and the Rain Tiger Free technique paused momentarily. Perhaps it was only for a fraction of a second. Instinctively, Madara turned to the side. Amano Murakumo was too late to be drawn, and she ejected the Uchiha fan from the system space, stabbing backward. The sound of crack echoed the clash of the Uchiha fan's chain, and the scythe resembled a long knife gliding over a whetstone, sparking fire. The force resembling a ferocious beast's roar startled Madara, and in that fleeting moment the fan adorned with red and black patterns slipped from her grasp. The fan flew out, wedged between the wooden doors, its sharp edge slicing through the ancient purple curtains, producing a tearing sound. Raindrops reflected Uchiha Madara's swirling scarlet Sharingan, her deep and beautiful eyes filled with confusion, puzzlement, and surprise. A long cold blade effortlessly pierced Madara's abdomen. It was the world's finest sacred artifact, Amano Murakumo, her treasured sword. Now this sword, filled with murderous intent, clung to the girl's delicate body crazily and greedily sucking her blood. Who Are you? Madara squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, for what lay before her was truly horrifying. At last she understood the system's meaning. A bolt of lightning suddenly exploded in the sky of the land of rain, flashing white beams rampaging and illuminating the opponent's face. The one who pierced Madara's body bore a pair of purple Rinnegan eyes and a visage identical to hers, yet she was draped entirely in black cloth with dark chains wrapped around her wrists, holding a mono Murakumo poised closely before Madara. Uchiha Madara. Another Uchiha Madara stood before her gaze as cold as that of an icy wolf with a mono Murakumo as her fangs. Now this wolf opened its gaping maw ready to bite down on the unsuspecting prey. At this moment, she had waited long enough. As soon as Madara released the Rain Tiger Free technique, this girl who resembled her used the Flying Thunder God technique to pierce through Madara. Divine Technique Creation. Madara grasped the blade of a mono Murakumo and thrust it forward, flesh torn apart, bones severed. Yet under the healing of creation, Madara still managed to grasp the pitch-black hilt in the girl's soft, cold hand. Divine Technique Slash. Countless scars appeared on the opposite Uchiha Madara's hand, as if invisible swords were slicing away. Boom. The rooftop where both Madaras stood collapsed with chips flying like frenzied butterflies around a tree. The view was obstructed by the fallen building, and Madara reclaimed a mono Murakumo, quickly descending under the force of gravity. Great Dark Heavenly. Madara activated the ability of her Rinnegan, the second stage of the ceiling mark appearing on her left cheek and extending across her smooth forehead, alluring like a blue mandala twisting in the night, blooming with a dark hue. The large black, cube-shaped gate descended with immense force, the air howling under the pressure of supersonic speed, violently stirring up the airwaves, drowning the other Uchiha Madara. Invincible, where are you? Madara's eternal kaleidoscope caught sight of the dust, her eyes moving left and right, pausing behind the large gate. The noise from the rooftop of the land of rain turning to ruins was tremendous, yet no one approached, for this was the former site of the Akatsuki organization, and within a kilometer it was a desolate land devoid of life. This does not imply that the Akatsuki organization was particularly bad. Although their reputation was indeed poor, it was simply because this group of individuals disliked being disturbed, and they did not stay in the Akatsuki headquarters every day. It was just bad luck that they were gathered together just to be wiped out by Otsutsuki. Madara gripped the indestructible Amano Murakumo, her heart wavering. That face was mercilessly similar to hers, yet not entirely the same. An inexplicable nightmare suddenly appeared in Madara's vision, causing her to be momentarily stunned. In the next second, her position suddenly shifted beside the large gate. Madara forcibly turned her body in midair, a feat even the most skilled ballet dancer could not achieve, yet she was a ninja. Amano Murakumo had already sliced through the opponent's cheek, and once the cold blade penetrated the skull of that Uchiha, this battle could draw to a close. Heavenly Hand Power. With another shift of her position, Madara finally understood that the opponent possessed abilities identical to hers, including Heavenly Hand Power. Who are you, and why are you disguised as me? As light as a falling wild goose, Madara questioned, maintaining her stable form. The girl wrapped in black cloth tilted her head. Her Rinnegan was exceptionally mysterious and powerful, her voice clear as crystal. I am Juryo, the divine tree, here to devour you. Uchiha Madara. Madara stood frozen in place, her subconscious instinctively raising a mono Murakumo to block the shuriken showering sparks. When? Her thoughts raced back, recalling every detail in her memory. The divine tree. Spiral sphere. Juryo appeared before Madara, resembling a malevolent spirit marked with the flying thunder god. The pitch-black spiral sphere was compressed, amplified by the high imperial spirit, then infinitely compressed again. The entire spiral sphere carried a terrifying aura, and only then did Madara react, wanting to use Heavenly Hand Power to swap positions. But Juryo had already anticipated this. She was an absolutely calm killer and possessed the same abilities as Madara. The compressed 7 attributes of the spiral sphere tore through Madara's flesh with ease, exploding with the urgency of a peach blossom's call. The immense sound waves uprooted everything on the ground, leaving only thunder and flames dancing like dragons and snakes. Cough, cough. Madara spat out a mouthful of blood. Half of her body had vanished, and due to the effects of the 7 attribute spiral sphere combined with yin-yang release, her physical recovery was somewhat slow. Madara could roughly confirm that this Juryo identical to her possessed all her abilities aside from the system, and perhaps even more. The divine tree is a being used by the Otsutsuki clan to absorb the natural energy of planets. Its basic form has 10 tails, and after continuous nurturing it grows into the divine tree, and then devours the Otsutsuki to bear perfect chakra fruits. However, there can occasionally be small accidents. For instance, a divine tree that has gained self-awareness. Obito's slender arms were controlled by the Rinnegan, and he was submerged underwater as the Rasengan exploded. A white line erupted on the surface of the lake in the land of rain, a magnificent spectacle created by splashing waves. The tidal waves surged fiercely, but before the youth known as Jiraiya, they instantly became insignificant. The scent of blood wafted through the damp mist, and the icy waves seemed to caress Obito's wounded body with 1,000 hands. Whether in close combat or ninjutsu confrontation, Obito had no chance to retaliate. Or perhaps it was that the opponent understood him too well and possessed techniques that surpassed his own. Most importantly, Jiraiya's emotions appeared extremely detached. Every attack he launched was aimed to kill, wrapped in overwhelming malice, as if he were the most perfect machine. Sage Mode activate. Obito took a deep breath, seawater flooding into his lungs. Water-style hidden mist technique. A massive amount of seawater was condensed by Obito into mist, rapidly spreading and transforming the area into a kingdom of fog for several kilometers. Jiraiya looked around, the surrounding sight obscured, forcing him to leap upwards. Sage Art In Release Thunder Style. Obito performed a one-handed seal, long purple lightning coiling around Jiraiya's arm like a venomous snake, but the latter deftly evaded it using the heavenly hand power. Of course, Obito would not allow his opponent to act as they pleased, activating the Kimui. As the space distorted, Obito saw Jiraiya being pulled into the Kimui space and suddenly realized a troubling issue. Fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. Jiraiya whispered softly into Obito's ear. He could also enter and exit the Kimui space freely. The flames reflected in Obito's eyes engulfed him. Emerging from the roaring sea of flames, Obito was tattered, revealing large patches of his snow-white skin, the fire scorching him. Although he activated Susano'o, Jiraiya's fire-style attack was merely a feint. What truly harmed Obito was the reduced-sized 7-attribute Raisin Shuriken, which destroyed his heart with Yin-Yang release. To avoid complete death, Obito could only pour all his divine abilities into the project of repairing his heart. This meant that in the upcoming battle, if he did not take it seriously, he would die. His fight with Jiraiya was a life-and-death struggle. Either Obito would kill Jiraiya or Jiraiya would kill Obito and complete his devouring evolution. Once upon a time, there was a tyrant named Xiangyu who did something. Obito muttered to himself. It's called a battle, backed by water breaking the cauldrons and sinking the boats. With the clang of the blade, the Totsuka sword ripped through the air with a wailing sound, revealing a girl with a wedge-shaped face gripping the sword tightly, her body tensed. My prey is beginning to resist. Jiraiya's eyes finally revealed a hint of interest. She looked at Obito with amusement, the owner of chakra, the very target she sought to devour since her birth. The heavy rain in the land of rain rarely ceased, and the sunlight that broke through the clouds was neither hot nor dry, lifelessly scattering over the shattered rocks, illuminating the dark crevices, but bringing no warmth of light. Obito took the initiative to sound the charge, for with the Totsuka sword in hand, the barrier of heaven and earth was easily sliced open. For a moment, she gained the upper hand. Wherever the blade pointed was like a king issuing a death decree, and everything in sight was chopped and cut apart like tofu, with one of Jiraiya's arms flying off, losing balance. I generally have no fondness for imposters. Obito's voice turned cold. With the help of the divine ability creation, Obito was difficult to kill. However, if her brain nerves were damaged, she would be unable to utilize divine techniques. This means Obito's only weakness was her head. Jiraiya seemed to have noticed this, launching a Unknown solo match against Obito, and Izuna's Unknown domain limited Obito's performance, restoring the situation to a 50-50 balance. They targeted each other's fatal spots on the head. In their fight, the two seemed exceptionally in sync, their fists intertwining. Obito could use divine techniques, and so could Jiraiya. If either fell into a disadvantage, death awaited the other. The buildings of the land of rain whizzed past their ears as Obito and Jiraiya weaved through the streets. A fireball was released after Obito performed a backflip, the mist of rain hissing as it evaporated. She wrapped her legs around an iron railing and leapt up. Shadow Clone Technique. Obito released dozens of shadow clones, intending to confuse Jiraiya's sight. Unfortunately, Jiraiya's gaze remained fixed on her, with the Rinnegan constantly colliding while Obito floated in the air. Flying Thunder God Technique. Both spoke simultaneously. With a flash of black light, Obito and Jiraiya swapped positions, their minds in sync, revealing not a hint of a flaw. If this drags on, I will be the one to lose. Obito found herself in a predicament. Her last defeat had been decades ago against Otsutsuki Kaguya, and now Kaguya was no longer sufficient to provide a stepping stone for Obito. Whether it was Madara or the Otsutsuki clan, no one had made her this anxious. The opponent was the divine tree, a monster that fused everything about her, another Uchiha Obito. The only way to calm her inner turmoil was to kill that imposter. Obito was proud, but not foolish. Her long combat experience granted her an intuition that was hard for others to match. Like right now. A black spear was inches away, gliding past her profile, just missing the scene of her brain matter splattering blood, obscuring her vision. Obito actually did not evade, but charged towards the black staff, large chunks of flesh being scraped off. As a result, her fair cheeks smeared with blood and flesh. The splattered blood successfully blocked Jiraiya's eyes. This was a game for the brave, and Obito was indeed a brave one. The Totsuka sword calmly pierced Jiraiya's temple, its blade like a mirror, as if a graceful gentleman walked onto the execution platform. However, it was not the executioner, but a bloody demon wielding the sword, ready to sever another's head at any moment. Jiraiya's movements halted, her eyes glazed over, her thoughts completely unable to process as her head separated from her body. It's finally over. Obito's back was already drenched in sweat, but the familiar voice in her heart had not yet sounded. Jiraiya was not dead yet, and a shuriken was aimed directly at Obito's face. Wood style with dragon technique. The shuriken loomed larger before Ban, almost piercing her head. Under normal circumstances, she would have easily dodged it. But at this moment, she had nowhere to escape and could not defend herself in time. Ban involuntarily relaxed her grip slightly. Would release with dragon technique. A monstrous wood dragon twisted its long body, its golden majestic eyes resembling those of a king, now guarding his beloved. Ban felt a warm embrace, as if it were forged from iron, and a pleasant scent wafted towards her. The girl trembled as she opened her eyes, gazing at the hero descending from the sky, her pupils filled with a subtle sense of grievance and disbelief. Idiot. Hashirama. She did not expect Hashirama to come. Logically, he should have regarded her as an enemy, due to the effects of the modified jutsu. Yet here he was a hero saving a damsel in distress, indicating that Hashirama was aware of Ban's true identity. I'm sorry I'm late. Hashirama's eyes were filled with regret as he gently kissed Ban's forehead, the moist sensation causing her cheeks to flush. Uchiha brat, you better thank me properly. The voice of the Nine Tails interrupted their conversation, shattering the intimate atmosphere. Ban suddenly realized that the Nine Tails had not been affected by the jutsu, just like the peach style, which is why it reminded Hashirama of the truth. Shiraka sat at the very top of an attic barefoot on the rough straw, her delicate toes pressing into the gaps of the wood. Her pair of Rinnegan showed no expression as she gathered a 7-element spiral shuriken in her hand. This was much more ferocious than the tailed beast balls. The flame's shockwaves scorched the ground and white smoke rose in the sky as a terrifying impact shattered the earth's spine. When the wood chips flew and the dust settled, Ban and Hashirama had already vanished without a trace. Shiraku remained unfazed as a figure suddenly appeared beside her, cloaked in black with a cold visage. A snake-like chilling aura brewed around him, filled with cunning. It was Orochimaru. But this was no ordinary Orochimaru. He was the Divine Tree. Divine Tree, Kagaya. Kagaya revealed his purple Rinnegan, gazing into the direction Ban and Hashirama had departed, and then heavy rain began to pour from the sky. Divine Technique Era no Maki. He murmured, and a layer of purple barrier expanded in the sky. That barrier spanned over 10 kilometers, enveloping everything before dispersing. The earth stirred slightly as a dark arm burst from the ground collapsed, and an ugly monster emerged like a hunting dog, opening 10 pairs of lantern-sized eyes. Its chakra aura was chaotic, yet imbued with a peculiar order, for it was a creature created by Yin-Yang release. It was similar to Kurizetsu, yet much stronger. Its name was Fuxing Wang, with Rinnegan turning a terrifying aura brewing. In a deserted cabin, the brown wood appeared white and cracked from long-term soaking as Ban and Hashirama sat by the campfire. The small house even had a bit of leakage, but it was of little concern. The warm sparks exploded, crackling on the damp firewood, radiating a warm aura. Ban leaned against Hashirama, her breath a bit ragged. After the battle with Shiraku, she felt something was off with her body. Or rather, she was ill. The girl curled up in Hashirama's embrace like a frightened kitten, her clothes tattered, her eyes hazy. Rest now. Hashirama draped his clothing over Ban. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her gaze dreamy, her face flushed, her hands sliding down towards Hashirama's waist and further. Ban. Hashirama grasped her hand. You're ill. You've pinned down my sword, Ban murmured. The hilt of the Tenzin sword was pressed against Hashirama's back. Ban could not pull it out no matter what. She looked at Hashirama. Sorry. Hashirama awkwardly shifted his position. What are you thinking? Ban watched Hashirama's embarrassment, a faint smile lifting the corners of her mouth as she clasped his neck, her soft lips exhaling. Idiot. Ban almost kissed Hashirama. And then she really did. Is that all you've got? Ban gasped provocatively. The campfire flickered, and minutes later the girl's soft body glowed with a bright radiant skin appearing rosy and translucent in the firelight. A faint curve formed on her chest. Although Ban was not large, she was not small either, which was a redundant statement. Hashirama released Ban. While he wanted to experience the intense heat, he was not the type to take advantage of others. Hashirama prepared a basin of water to clean her body, wiping the bloodstains from her face, which had begun to heal, sprouting fresh red buds. And Ban had fallen asleep, her exquisite body slightly rising and falling with her breath appearing quiet and compliant. Yet her hand tightly grasped Hashirama, refusing to let go as if nailed in place. Hashirama sighed. The girl's delicate form was fully exposed to his sight, even revealing the southern hemisphere. Ban's sleeping posture was restless, moving about occasionally, letting out soft gasps likely due to her illness. Her smooth white thighs were exposed to the air, appearing even softer against the warm breeze. Hashirama touched the girl's thigh only to have Ban instinctively clamp his head, giving him a delightful view. How could he possibly sleep? So Hashirama ended up staying awake with dark circles under his eyes until the next morning when Ban awoke. Hashirama, what's wrong with your eyes? Ban rubbed her sleepy face, her smooth hands feeling delightful as she looked at Hashirama with some confusion. Unbeknownst to her, Ban still thought he had activated Sage Mode as thick dark circles hung under Hashirama's eyes. Nothing. Hashirama yawned. He had battled with his will all night. How could he not be tired? Fortunately, his willpower was strong enough to prevent any improper actions. If it were someone else, blood would have already flowed like a river. In Ban's inner world, the peach style lazily bit her nails, finding it amusing to watch someone endure last night. Trash, she said disdainfully. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly a vibrating sound came from somewhere, causing the peach style to quickly cover her skirt. Brat, will you die if you don't hold a grudge? The peach style gritted her teeth. Ban, do you know what happened with that divine tree? Ban approached the peach style again, pressing the remote control, once more giving her a reprieve. I don't understand those guys either. It seems they devoured something which gave the divine tree self-awareness. The little girl Otsutsuki Peach style wiggled her white toes, resting her chin in thought, furrowing her brow. Really? The divine tree somehow devoured my chakra, but I can't figure out when it happened, Ban said. The towering divine tree's branches stretched upwards, casting an indescribable shadow beneath the sky. Standing atop the divine tree were 4 figures cloaked in black, each possessing a pair of purple mysterious reincarnation eyes that spun. A black cube floated near the divine tree, and in the hands of a pale-faced man with graceful demeanor was a book. He gazed at the book in his hands, his eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge akin to a refined gentleman beholding a dignified princess. Luo, the divine tree's clone of Cicn. A girl with exposed white ankles sat atop his head, her gaze icy as her soft body leaned against the sturdy tree trunk. Liang, the divine tree's clone of Uchiha Madara. A black armor-like object clung to his left shoulder blade, dark patterns appearing on his face, resembling the clone of Otsutsuki Kagaya. A faint smile graced his lips, yet his right arm had been severed at some unknown point. The one-armed youth stood on the tree, his sleeve billowing in the fierce wind. Dealing with Uchiha Suki is indeed troublesome, so I have decided to make her my target for consumption. The clone of Otsutsuki Kagaya, or rather Luo Sha, muttered to himself. The last one was the clone of Uchiha Suki, adorned with silver 4-leaf clover earrings and subtle eyeliner. Her voice was immensely enchanting, tenderly teasing like a siren, completely contrasting Uchiha Suki's style. Then my target for consumption is Otsutsuki Kagaya, Ming joyfully decided, ready to take action. As the divine tree's clone of Uchiha Suki, she successfully encountered Otsutsuki Kagaya on the moon, but allowed her to escape. However, next time luck would not be on her side. Truly a chaotic affair. Speaking of which, there is so much to learn from the book. I have benefited greatly from it. Knowledge is something one can never absorb enough of. As newly birthed beings of the divine tree, we shall strive for the goal of eternity. Luo gently closed the book. Although they had only existed for less than a month as clones of the divine tree, their strength already reached the pinnacle of the ninja world, or arguably the pinnacle of this planet. Their purpose was to consume others to complete their evolution, condensing chakra fruits. They aimed to devour this planet entirely. A shuriken pierced through the surface of the divine tree, and a wanted poster of Madara was affixed to it, shot up by Liang. You are my target. Uchiha Madara, you cannot escape, Liang said indifferently as he leaped down from the divine tree. The air was filled with the sound of rushing wind, and beneath the tree lay humans ensnared by its roots. Simultaneously, numerous divine tree clones appeared. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that these clones bore an uncanny resemblance to the humans ensnared by the tree. They were merely wrapped in something akin to black cloth, their faces pale, and their behavior peculiar, resembling beasts. Standing directly beneath the divine tree was a man draped in brown robes and black cloth with purple eyeshadow. Fu Luo Sheng. Before Fu Luo Sheng stood Orochimaru, trapped by the divine tree, eyes closed. Geniuses always recognize each other, and science and wisdom are eternally boundless. I will take your place to research even greater things. Fu Luo Sheng, bearing the reincarnation, I spoke calmly. This farce was the masterpiece of Orochimaru, yet it also brought him unforeseen calamity. While Orochimaru was embroiled in battle with Madara, Hashirama, and Uchiha Izuna, he had already seized the opportunity to slip away. Before leaving, he took the incomplete chakra fruit with him, absorbing a vast amount of natural energy. This item was certainly worthy of research. After dodging Madara for a while, Orochimaru began his research on the chakra fruit. Although it was said that only by consuming Otsutsuki Kagaya could one evolve the perfect chakra fruit, it was not a major loss. For Orochimaru had found something new. A 10 tails. This was originally Otsutsuki Kagaya's legacy, used to absorb chakra and evolve the divine tree fruit, but it had been discovered by Orochimaru. Orochimaru, facing this massive living specimen, naturally would not pass up the opportunity to study it. Within half a month, he had also gained a clear understanding of some properties of the 10 tails. The 10 tails he had previously created was incomplete, and coupled with the fact that he hadn't had time to nurture it, he had lost valuable research material. However, the 10 tails left behind by Otsutsuki Kagaya provided Orochimaru's techniques with a practical application. He eagerly tested various reagents and cells on the 10 tails, including ninjutsu and chakra manipulation. In this research, Orochimaru discovered that the 10 tails instinctively absorbed chakra, and it accepted all chakra without discrimination. The 10 tails seemed like a bottle capable of holding infinite water, continuously absorbing chakra until it evolved into the divine tree and condensed chakra fruits. Orochimaru conceived a mad idea, extracting the incomplete chakra fruit enclosed in a special solvent. He prepared to feed this chakra fruit, filled with natural energy, to the 10 tails and observe its reaction. The 10 tails successfully consumed the chakra fruit, but seemingly something unexpected occurred as a creature wrapped in black cloth crawled out from within the 10 tails. Without giving Orochimaru any time to react, the black cloth-wrapped creature pierced through his body. The sky darkened, and Orochimaru was ensnared by the trees, his entire body trapped within the sturdy branches. Thus, the black cloth-wrapped Fu Luo Sheng was born. The divine tree gained self-awareness, and Fu Luo Sheng collected all of Orochimaru's experimental materials and documents. Whether it was Madara's chakra, Hashirama's chakra, or Orochimaru's experimental subject, this divine tree, located in a remote area, devoured all the humans in the vicinity, transforming them into blackcloth monsters. The blackcloth beings lacked the high intelligence of Fu Luo Sheng, but the faintly swirling reincarnation eyes were enough to prove their strength. There were thousands of such blackcloth beings posing an unparalleled disaster for the ninja world. The divine tree had also become a graveyard for the living. If Madara were here, he would understand what the system meant by the greatest crisis since his crossing. Each blackcloth being had the ability to enter sage mode. Zhu Jian, Ban said, covering her flushed cheek, making strange humming sounds. Wait, you idiot. Ban scolded, gasping for breath as she leaned against Zhu Jian's soft waist. He'll be a bit gentler. They were currently in the Hokage office of Konoha in the Land of Fire, specifically within its ventilation ducts. Ban adjusted the skirt of her kimono, which was white and lacked the wildness of roses. Occasionally she would go in without clothes, but that was only at home. However, given the current situation, as soon as Zhu Jian lifted his head slightly, the entire view would be laid bare. The smooth inner thigh XXXX. Dumb Zhu Jian, don't you dare look up. Ban threatened fiercely. All right. Zhu Jian behind Ban looked up briefly, and then obediently replied. Only the small feet in front of him were constantly swaying, small enough to be held in one hand with pale toes curling up like fine warm jade. Zhu Jian turned his head away. Their purpose for returning to Konoha was to capture Uchiha Tsuki, and the situation was extremely urgent. The real trouble lay with the Tenryou Ban encountered, who possessed the exact same abilities. If such a thing existed, it would be catastrophic. Therefore, Ban decided to first resolve Uchiha Tsuki before dealing with Tenryou. Although they could directly enter through the front gate of Konoha without a care, it was impossible to avoid anyone getting hurt. Thus, Ban devised Stealth Plan 1.0. The two concealed their chakra, crawling through Konoha's ventilation ducts like mice. Until now, Ban believed they would soon complete this task. After all, they were the most elite ninjas. Assassination, stealth, and capture were mere trifles. However, the two were now facing a bit of trouble. Technically, their target was the Uchiha compound, yet they found themselves in the Hokage office, which meant they were lost. Using chakra to observe would lead to detection. Ban had analyzed this while devising Stealth Plan 1.0. Following her instincts would surely lead them to the right path. Chakra observation. No good. Follow Ban's commands. Understood. The girl thought, crashing into the ventilation duct, making a crisp sound. Damn it. I'm not waiting anymore. Let's go directly to the Uchiha compound and capture Tsuki. Inside the Hokage office, there was silence as Minato Namikaze raised his head in confusion. A blue gash appeared above the Hokage office, and then the entire building's roof shattered, revealing the clear sky. It seemed the weather was fine. Boom. Ban activated the second stage of Susano'o and flew toward the Uchiha compound. Zhu Jian exchanged greetings with Minato, reluctantly following Uchiha Ban. What? Minato, looking at the large hole above the Hokage office, was momentarily confused about what had happened. But he quickly understood. The two in front stop. Otherwise we will launch an attack. Several ninjas pursued Uchiha Ban and Senju Zhu Jian from behind, holding a loudspeaker. Get lost. Uchiha Ban glared back, and several ninjas were caught in an illusion. Uchiha Tsuki was sitting within the Uchiha compound with a wound from Inyang release, bleeding profusely. The person resembling Otsutsuki Kinshiki was strong and possessed Kinshiki's abilities. However, that wasn't the key issue. The crucial point was that the wounds inflicted could not heal. If it weren't for her own ability to rewind, she might have already died at his hands, Uchiha Tsuki thought. Suddenly a loud noise came from the sky, and in the next moment Tsuki found herself pressed into the ground, looking bewildered. That's too rough, Ban. Zhu Jian caught up, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Mother! You indeed returned. Uchiha Tsuki was initially confused, but upon seeing Ban her eyes were filled with joy. Clearly Uchiha Tsuki believed Ban had no way out and came to rely on her. Of course, Uchiha Tsuki completely ignored her own predicament. Ban restrained Tsuki's hands, surveying the condition of the room. It was no different from when she left, except the sheets were messy, a strange smell lingered in the air, and on the floor lay a photo of her. What the hell? Puberty is fine, but why so uncontrolled? Ban furrowed her brow, hesitating for a moment, and the Uchiha Tsuki she was binding suddenly exploded. A cage made of black rods pierced through Ban and Zhu Jian's bodies. The Uchiha Tsuki in Ban's hands was merely a clone. Mother, you have nowhere to run now. Uchiha Tsuki approached Ban, stroking her face. Ban's body was bound by black rods, and Uchiha Tsuki appeared confident of victory. That's why I hate little brats the most. A small lesson is in order, right? Ban whispered in an extremely faint voice. Mother, what did you just say? Uchiha Tsuki tilted her head, looking at Ban as she murmured. Ding, the system has issued a task. Please teach your disobedient daughter a lesson so she can understand the truth. Task completion, reward a mysterious potion that can enhance one ability at will duration uncertain. Task failure penalty, be taught a lesson by your daughter. Ban forcibly broke free from the black rod's restraints. Her right hand was cut, blood splattering, yet her expression remained calm, as if she felt no pain. In a moment of distraction, Uchiha Tsuki saw the Tenkamura unsheathed and the cage turned to nothingness. In just a breath, the offense and defense had changed. The seal was simultaneously placed on both their faces. Ban suppressed Tsuki in the blink of an eye. Divine technique creation heal restored Ban's arm, and with a side kick, she sent Uchiha Tsuki flying. The figure of the girl vanished at the end of the Uchiha compound. Ban used Flying Thunder God to switch positions with Raikiri attached to her hand. Lightning roared and stopped in front of Uchiha Tsuki, the air drying up, but sweat trickled down Tsuki's cheek. Not because of Ban, but because. Above the sky, over 100 figures in black cloth stood suspended, their Rinnegan eyes opening in a multitude. Watch out! Ban hugged Tsuki and rolled into the room as a series of explosions erupted behind them. The cries of children echoed within the Uchiha compound, smoke billowing. Ban helped Zhu Jian remove the black rods and retreated before the house turned to rubble. Tsuki grabbed Ban's foot and Ban held Tsuki's head down as several attacks from the figures in black mist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task rewards have been issued. Ban had no time to pay attention to the rewards issued by the system as the figures in black approached her. Only then could Ban clearly see the face of the opponent, black patterns floating on their face. Ban was very familiar with this. It was Sage Mode. And it was perfect Sage Mode. Moreover, there were over 100 such perfect Sage Modes in the sky. Dozens of figures clad in black have entered a celestial mode, all perfectly embodying this transformation. Dark patterns adorned their eyes, enveloping their forms with a mysterious aura. This scene is overwhelmingly shocking as countless ninjutsu rained down from the sky, amplified by celestial chakra, creating a torrent of devastation. Konoha village was engulfed in explosions, flames soaring like a dragon into the sky. Buildings were shattered to pieces, clearly indicating Konoha's utter helplessness against this assault. Before the ninjas could react, they lost their lives in the blasts. Namake's Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to swiftly evacuate the fleeing crowd, while several figures in black seemed sluggish in comparison to his yellow flashes. A spiraling sphere of energy shattered two black figures, but Minato himself sustained deep gashes on his arm. His gaze quickly scanned the surroundings, where rooftops, alleys, and streets were all filled with black-clad figures. A multitude of predatory gazes locked onto him, unmistakably indicating that Namake's Minato was surrounded. The store was in disarray, with all the patrons fleeing for their lives except for Senju Kanna, who had fallen. Help! Help me! Senju Kanna was pinned against the wall, resembling a discarded doll, tears welling in her eyes. A long blade pierced the black figure, preparing to unleash ninjutsu. It was Uchiha Itachi. He was struck in the face by a black figure's punch, blood mingling with saliva as he collapsed, feeling as if his body was falling apart. Yet the katana also pierced through the black figure's body, splitting it in half amidst Uchiha Itachi's furious roar, blood splattering across his face hot as fire. They were fortunate to encounter the weakest of the black figures. He struggled to rise, pulling Senju Kanna up, her cheeks flushed. However, the danger was not over. A fireball was already hurtling towards them. Itachi, be careful. Kanna's pupils dilated. Boom. No scorching heat hit him. Itachi turned to see a youth with the 3-Tomo Sharingan behind him, the genius ninja of Konoha village, Shunshin Shizune. Itachi expressed his gratitude to the other, taking Kanna's small hand to lead her to safety. Shizune, gazing at the black figures before him, showed no signs of slackening. Though the strength of the black figures varied, even the weakest possessed exceptional Jonin power. Among them were several shadow-level ninjas comparable to the might of celestial beings, a truly terrifying notion. Let's go, Itachi murmured. Several shurikens transformed into the sharpest judgment as Kakashi, wielding a katana, severed the arm of a black figure. With his formidable shadow-level strength, surviving this war was not a challenge unless he encountered a being of the caliber of the Divine Tree F4. However, he was currently accompanied by Kushina and Naruto. Kushina was no weakling, but he also needed to protect Naruto. Holding the chakra-enhancing tool in one hand and the sword in the other, he charged through the encirclement with the mother and child. Like a priest gripping a holy scripture, extinguishing the sins of wicked demons with the cross of scripture. Though the scripture was not entirely pure. If Kakashi were a believer, he might have followed the teachings of a succubus, as that could be quite amusing. Kakashi observed, noticing that many bodies were ensnared by the tenaciously growing trees. And the black figures continued to emerge endlessly. Unavoidably, if this persisted, Konoha would surely face total annihilation. Perhaps ensuring the safe departure of Kushina and Naruto was all he could accomplish. Kakashi thought pessimistically, casually releasing an earth barrier with a dog head to block the pursuing black figures. The rampaging wooden dragon shattered the black figures as Hashirama activated Sage Mode of the 9 tails, a golden dragon coiling around and crushing the black figures. But soon after, over a dozen black figures attacked. The wooden dragon was shattered and Hashirama had no choice but to retreat, using the wood release technique to restrain several black figures. After all, his powerful area effect skills could not be unleashed within Konoha village. Universal Pull. Both Madara and the Shadow Clone released the Universal Pull simultaneously as large numbers of black figures were bound and drawn towards Madara, who awaited them with the enhanced 7-attribute Spiraling Sphere. The 7-attribute Spiraling Sphere collapsed into a small black orb, piercing through countless black figures, ultimately sucking them all in flames bursting forth in the sky. 3 powerful shadow-level black figures surrounded Madara as the rooftops of houses crumbled, shattering like porcelain. Madara swiftly drew Tensigen, unleashing black flames controlled by Kaguya the roaring inferno enveloping the black figures, while the three-pronged assault of celestial techniques nearly consumed the girl. Hungry Ghost Path. Madara raised his hand, absorbing the celestial technique. The towering wooden structure encircled all of Konoha. Standing atop the fierce trunk was the Rakshasa, a divine clone of Otsutsuki. Beside him, the barefooted black-haired girl was Jiraiya. Her fair ankles were adorned with wooden rings jingling with crisp bells. Uchiha Madara, I hope you do not disappoint me. I will personally devour you, but before that. Jiraiya paused, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Let us have some fun together. The girl Jiraiya leaped onto the sandy ground, stepping onto the iron tracks leading into the village, the icy sensation spreading from her feet. A small black cube coalesced at her fingertips, and in the next moment, it was launched, rapidly enlarging and piercing through Konoha's gates. Their gazes collided across countless distances, ultimately clashing like swords. For the first time, Madara faced Jiraiya without the power to retaliate, resulting in a crushing defeat. But now she comprehended all of the opponent's information. This meant that Madara would battle against her. To defeat the self. Madara was growing, and so was Jiraiya, preparing to face this version of herself. And now it was a moment of life and death. Only one person could survive. And that person would surely be her Uchiha Madara. Harboring the same thoughts, Jiraiya drew a 3-inch-long razor-sharp katana. Peach style. Madara softly called, a wedge igniting like flames manifesting upon the girl's snow-like skin. Clang. The wedge appeared in the next moment as Madara flashed to Jiraiya's front, Tenseigan advancing like a thunderstorm. Jiraiya transitioned from defense to offense, kicking the sword down, forcing Madara to abandon his idea of swiftly resolving the battle. Black lightning flickered. Although Jiraiya pushed back Madara's Tenseigan, she revealed a flaw while responding. The charging rakeage combined with the black flames struck Jiraiya, and in that instant the enhancement from Kaguya appeared, thousands of crackling electric lights enveloping the sky, dazzling, yet dangerous. The Hungry Ghost Path can absorb ninjutsu, but only if it can react in time. Master Shun is what Master Jima. Jiraiya shouted as he threw his white hair to entangle the two men in black cloth. The two-toed sages of Myaboku Mountain immediately coordinated with Jiraiya, emitting high-frequency sound waves that distorted time and space, known as the strongest illusion, the magical toad chant, which shattered the black-clothed men. The fire release engulfed the two men, and Jiraiya rescued a civilian boy looking up at Konoha. Now the entire Konoha was illuminated by flames, perfectly reflecting the saying that where Konoha goes, fire will never cease. The thick tree trunk Fu Luoxing looked down with great interest at the hellish scene below. Fu Luoxing held out his hand, his feminine and charming face showing no expression. He extended his hand to cast the divine technique Aromanchi as a thin layer of purple barrier expanded at an almost imperceptible speed. In an instant the earth shook as Fu Luoxing formed hand seals. Summoning technique. 3 shadow manifestations emerged from the ground, their sharp fangs like knives, their dozens of meters tall bodies as agile as leopards. 10 Rinnegan eyes emitted a purple glow, gazing intently. In the distance, Madara and Shiryu descended from the sky to the ground. Madara seized Shiryu's head and slammed it down into the earth. Immediately the yellow earth was covered with countless cracks and soil, and stones flew everywhere. Sage Art Storm released Light Fong. Madara's cheek bulged as a purple beam shattered several black rods, aiming to pierce Shiryu's skull. Just as a critical moment arrived, the katana bought her a brief moment of respite. The blade shattered, and Susano'o swung its sword. The complete Susano'o appeared for just a moment before being shattered as Madara grew increasingly fierce in battle. The Flying Thunder God mark had already been prepared at the moment of contact, and a Rasengan coalesced in Madara's palm. Seeing this, Shiryu tensed her body, and a corresponding Rasengan also gathered in her palm. At the moment Flying Thunder God was activated, Madara's figure did not appear where Shiryu expected. Boom! The Rasengan directly shattered Shiryu's physical body as the Rinnegan looked upward. Madara had already appeared above Shiryu. This was the second stage of Flying Thunder God. The 7-attribute Rasengan pressed Shiryu into the ground, leaving no chance for the Divine Technique creation to be released. And the Divine Technique replica of Shiryu would also meet a fatal end. Roar! The shadow manifestation struck Madara, yet she remained undeterred, summoning a rhinoceros that charged like an unstoppable tank. However, it was clear that the shadow manifestations were stronger, flipping the rhinoceros over and eviscerating it. White smoke rose as Madara floated into the air. Countless black rods covered the grounds, shadow manifestations, and Shiryu. At a command, as if a ruler wielding life and death pulled out a sword, divine punishment descended. Go! A purple shield rose from the shadow manifestations, blocking the first wave of black rods, only to be shattered, leaving her body pierced like a porcupine. Something feels off. Madara suddenly halted her attack. After a moment's hesitation, she looked at the back of her hand where a thin scar appeared, continuously oozing blood. Madara attempted to use the Divine Technique creation, but the wound showed no signs of healing. Even the Uzumaki clan's vitality and would release were of no effect. Am I being suppressed? Madara looked towards the source and saw Fu Luoxing, calm in demeanor, standing atop the massive tree trunk, their gazes clashing and sparking in the air. It was evident that the other party was the one pulling the strings. The distance for heavenly power was insufficient, but she possessed Flying Thunder God ready to react at any moment from behind the shadow manifestations. In the brief moment of respite, Shiryo had already recovered. Madara noticed that Shiryo's injuries were healing rapidly and were not hindered by the purple barrier. This meant the purple barrier could selectively target individuals, and its range was vast. The entirety of Konoha was enveloped within. Or perhaps another possibility was that the wound on Madara's hand was inflicted by the shadow manifestations, or that the shadow manifestations were preventing Madara from healing. Whichever it was, being unable to use the divine technique creation greatly reduced Madara's margin for error. Lightning released Kirin. Lightning surged around Madara's hand, flashing brightly. The crashing black flame, Kirin tore through the clouds, its lightning blinding, engulfing Shiryo and the shadow manifestations. However, Shiryo, empowered by the Rinnegan, easily absorbed the Kirin using the hungry ghost path, but a chameleon hidden among the shattered rocks grabbed her ankle and pulled her closer. Rasengan. Madara did not strike Shiryo with the 7-attribute Rasengan, but extinguished it at the moment of imminent contact. Shiryo's eyes widened in surprise as Madara used Shinra Tensei to send the shadow manifestations flying. Hashirama, Madara shouted. The wooden dragon roared out, and Hashirama dealt with the black-clothed men. The great Buddha rose from the ground, pressing Shiryo, who was about to chase after Madara, back into the earth. The Nine-Tails chakra, enveloping the wooden figure, suppressing Shiryo as she prepared to activate Susano'o, until the Super Shinra Tensei repelled the wooden figure's attack. Hashirama delayed Madara for 3 seconds, but Shiryo couldn't keep up. Flying Thunder God Technique. The black-haired girl appeared beside Fu Luosheng like a flash of lightning, having arrived simultaneously with the shadow manifestations. A purple shield enveloped Fu Luosheng, who stepped back, but the Amaterasu was unbreakable, merely blocking for a moment before shattering Fu Luosheng's shield and severing one of his arms, followed by half of his body. Is he dead? He will die, but not now. Fu Luosheng's voice ominously echoed in Madara's ears. Fu Luosheng was replicated from Orochimaru's chakra and thus inherited Orochimaru's abilities. After his body was cut, it transformed into 2 snakes that scattered. One coiled around Madara while the other shadow manifestation swallowed her whole. Fu Luosheng certainly did not expect this to kill Madara. He cast the divine technique Aromunchi again, but this time, the purple barrier manifested physically. Madara felt her body slow momentarily, but still swung Amaterasu again, tearing through the shadow manifestation. A swift strike aimed for decapitation. Was this enough to finally end it? As expected, the barrier in the sky gradually disappeared, and Madara's wounds began to heal, the bleeding wound smoothing out to pristine whiteness. She turned her gaze towards Shiryo, keeping Amaterasu behind her as the sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying. Fu Luosheng looked surprised, half of his body destroyed by the 7-attribute Rasengan. The girl's kimono fluttered in the wind, her black hair dancing wildly as she revealed a faint smile and said, "I am very sensitive to what's behind me." Shiryo had already reached Madara's front, with Fu Luosheng positioned behind her, flanking them seemingly with no retreat. "My boyfriend is quite a nice guy." Madara suddenly spoke up. Sage Art would release True Thousand Hands. A violent tremor erupted beneath the three, and the massive tree collapsed, revealing a golden Buddha towering over 100 meters. Goodbye. Uchiha Tsukiyomi felt a throbbing headache. Several black-cloaked figures had fallen effortlessly beneath her hands, and Konoha blazed in crimson fire. Truly the will of fire burned fiercely. All-devouring gravitation. Suspended midair, Tsukiyomi drew dozens of black-cloaked figures toward her before severing their heads with a single strike of her black staff. Yet no matter how many fell, more emerged, endless, relentless. Die. Her lips parted softly, invoking the divine art word technique. In its second stage, the chakra seal, known as the Kara, flared across her cheeks. Pristine white feathers unfurled from her palms and smoothed back like ethereal armor. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, black-cloaked figures exploded violently. Suddenly, an eerie silence settled over the battlefield, broken only by distant cries. Konoha's shinobi and elite forces had been routed utterly. Even reinforcements from other hidden villages were annihilated with chilling ease. Tsukiyomi gasped for breath. This battle had drained her chakra reserves severely. Then a staggering figure emerged before her, Rokusha, the clone of Otsutsuki Shikamaru. "My dear lady appears rather unwell. Would you like to rest? I'd be honored to escort you to paradise." Rokusha said, a smug, victorious smile playing on his lips. "A truly unfunny joke," Tsukiyomi replied, her expression stern and unyielding. "Oh dear, why must such a beautiful face always wear such cold indifference? No one enjoys being met with disdain after all." She poised to strike, then froze mid-motion. "Indeed, few welcome my frostbitten gaze. Patience after all has its limits. Of course, one fool once pursued me for 3 months. Only to abandon it all with sudden absurd clarity." Tsukiyomi tilted her head skyward. There was no moon, but above her hung the golden spinning wheel of rebirth explosion. "What a?" Rokusha cried out in shock, too late to evade. The blast hurled him deep into the earth. Tsukiyomi seized the opening without hesitation. Divine art, cleave, engulfed him completely. A final decisive blow reduced Rokusha to ash. Powerless villains die from talking too much trash. Tsukiyomi spoke coldly. High above Otsutsuki, Shikamaru murmured to himself, "So, I'm the fool, am I? Hey, long time no see, Tsukiyomi." Though she turned her gaze upon him, Shikamaru couldn't help but greet her. "So she was merely jesting," Shikamaru mused. At the far edge of the battlefield, Madara and Hashirama stood back to back, their bond unbroken, as they felled one illusory summon after another. Stubborn resistance. But this is all you're capable of, Tenryo remarked calmly, gripping his long blade. Huh, you seem to have mistaken something entirely. A black-haired girl in a kimono extended a single finger, a faint smile curving her lips. You are the challenger. TCH. Rasengan. Tenryo hurled the spiraling sphere toward Madara, who countered instantly with his own. In the blur of combat, Flying Thunder God and Almighty Push flickered between dimensions, two titans clashing like gods from legend. Madara's half-formed Susano'o blocked Tenryo's fist, but cracks spiderwebbed across the azure trash bag surface before it shattered violently. As the two fought, swarms of black-cloaked figures surged forward en masse. It's over. The Rasengan grazed Madara's cheek, leaving fine razor-thin lacerations as wind-natured chakra whipped across her skin. Shinmei no Hikari. Shrinking the Rasengan, Madara invoked the divine art word technique, channeling immense chakra into a single incanatory phrase. Don't move. Tenryo's body locked rigid. Her Rinnegan dilated wildly, struggling, before she attempted to escape via Almighty Push. But space itself had been sealed. As her body began to phase into the void, Madara seized her with the yellow spring path, black-cloaked blades already closing in. All Madara could do was gamble everything on one desperate strike. Don't hesitate. Her black staff locked onto Tenryo's chakra flow, while Madara swept her leg around, immobilizing her completely. Then came the Totsuka blade, not flashy, not grand, just pure unadorned judgment descending. Tenryo twisted her head aside, only for Madara to meet her with a swift, brutal forehead strike. Their eyes locked. Then the Totsuka blade fell, cleaving her head clean off. Blood splattered across Madara's face. The seven-element Rasengan Tenryo had been forming never manifested. Instead, it struck the ground and detonated, swallowing every black-cloaked figure in its cataclysmic blast. None survived. Just as Madara exhaled in relief, believing the threat ended, Hashirama's voice rang out behind her, "Watch out." Madara whirled, only to find Furosho lunging at her with a katana. At the last instant, Hashirama threw himself forward, taking the blade through both wood-release tissue and flesh. Crimson blood welled forth, tinged with violet light. Hashirama. Panic flickered across Madara's face. Seeing his ambush foiled, Furosho retreated swiftly, his form dissolving into serpentine coils that vanished down a sewer grate. I'm fine. Go clear the rest. Protect the others. I'll recover soon, Hashirama said weakly. Madara glanced at him, reassured by his sage body and wood-release resilience, before turning away. Then she soared skyward, launching her counteroffensive. Countless black staves materialized midair, intercepting and slaughtering the rampaging black-cloaked legion. Several weaker black-cloaked figures erupted with dense black traceries across their faces. Before they could even comprehend what was happening, Madara had shattered their skulls. In thunderous succession, Madara crushed wave after wave of black-cloaked foes, some bearing familiar faces. But now was no time for sentiment. Madara became a tiger unleashed upon the field, 1,000 birds crackling like storm surges while black-cloaked ranks receded like tides before her fury. Wood release flower paradise descent. Fire release great fire annihilation. Yellow pollen hung thick in the air, then ignited, merging with flame in violent alchemical fusion. The inferno consumed the divine art clones wholesale. Flying Thunder God made her a black lightning streak among the masses. The battlefield rose summoned mist, and with it carnage bloomed until silence reigned absolute. Madara stood atop a fallen black-cloaked figure, her blade descending without mercy. Before such overwhelming power, these calamity-born warriors were helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. 60% of Konoha lay in ruins, devastation so total it resembled hell itself. Without the Rinne Tensei technique to restore life, at least 1/3 of its people perished in the assault. The dead wailed. Miles away, Mei crouched beside a mountain crag, gazing upon the carnage in quiet awe. Tenryo is dead. Unexpected, truly unexpected. My target has revealed itself, but that can wait for next time. She wore flared trousers, silver four-leaf clover earrings, a crop top, and skin pale as moonlight. A quintessential Ikamoto-style ensemble. Maruko sat slumped in the refuge camp, lamenting her fate, while gazing at the blazing flames engulfing Konoha. She couldn't help but feel a pang of pain, realizing that all her years of effort had turned into nothing. At the same time, she also worried about Madara. After all, as her longtime friend, their bond meant something. The ninjas of Konoha were working tirelessly with their chakra, nearly drained, still mustering the last of their energy to use water release to extinguish the fire. Each medical ninja was utterly exhausted, sporting deep dark circles under their eyes. Injured individuals wrapped in bandages were being carried out of Konoha for emergency treatment, their cries echoing amidst the ruins, blood spilling everywhere. Hiruzen Sarutobi conjured a water dragon to put out the flames. Despite his old age and retirement, the former Hokage donned his armor once more. He had already dealt with several cloaked figures and looked utterly disheveled. Konoha's fast man Minato Namikaze, after confirming the safety of his wife and child, immediately rejoined the battlefield to assist in the cleanup and rescue efforts. The Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Senju clan, despite suffering heavy losses, immediately threw themselves into the rescue operations. There was no other choice, after all, everyone's roots lay in Konoha. Even if they often clashed in private, they needed to unite when the enemy invaded. Madara sighed. The prolonged battle had left her chakra depleted, causing her head to spin. Yet the task assigned by the system was only a third of the way completed. Eradicating the cloaked figures and the death of Jogen only accounted for a third. Konoha was already overwhelmed. The girl walked through the streets of the ruined village, no one daring to stop her. Madara gazed into the distance at Uchiha Yoru and Otsutsuki Shurin, their eyes meeting momentarily in the air. Unexpectedly, she faced no obstruction from Uchiha Yoru and left Konoha. On the hillside, blood seeped through, staining the black soil a dark red. Madara paused for a moment before sprinting toward it. Hashirama leaned against a large tree, his face pale, blood continuously flowing from his chest, soaking his clothes. Hashirama. Madara quickened her pace, kneeling before him to check. She lifted Hashirama's shirt to reveal a gaping wound on his bronze chest, perilously close to his heart. Madara placed her hand on the wound, attempting to use the divine technique creation to heal Hashirama. However, blood kept pouring out, showing no signs of being contained. A force was resisting her healing. Madara suddenly recalled the ambush by Furosing. That purple barrier had the effect of nullifying healing abilities. The blade that had struck her infused with the power of the purple barrier, which was why Hashirama's wound could not heal. Although Hashirama's vitality was strong, he was ultimately human immortal. Continuous bleeding would lead to death. What should I do? Madara began to panic. System, is there any way to resist this? Asking a certain white-haired girl was of no help, as she wouldn't know anything either. In her desperation, Madara turned to the system for answers. Ding, the system is searching for a solution. Ding, a solution has been successfully constructed. Hearing that the system had a solution, Madara let out a sigh of relief. The system first pulled up her status panel. Host Uchiha Madara. Age 22 years old, frozen. Identity reincarnation of Indra Otsutsuki. Kekkei Jinkai bloodline limit Mangekyo Sharingan Amaterasu. Rinnegan ritual grave. Wood release. Special forms perfect sage mode, perfect Jinchuriki mode. Ninja tools Uchiha fan Tensigen. Grace count once, no grace character. Comprehensive evaluation Otsutsuki 6 paths. Host, you have one chance of grace which can be bestowed upon Senju Hashirama. Plan established, can be implemented. Grace, huh? The girl bit her lip. Madara looked at the bleeding Hashirama, who gently patted her head, managing a smile, even in such a situation, comforting her. I'm fine. I'm fine. Madara seemed to have made a certain decision as she hoisted Hashirama onto her back. I understand, she said in an extremely faint voice. What a pity, am I going to die? Just let me down, Madara. Hashirama's voice was weary and frail. I just haven't had a proper chance to spend time with you yet. Hashirama's words paused, a smile creeping onto his lips. The scarf you wove for me is wonderful, thank you. Only then did Madara notice the scarf around Hashirama's neck, which she had knitted by hand. The quality wasn't great and no one would want to buy it, right? Yet Hashirama treated the scarf like a treasure, cherishing it dearly. Senju Hashirama. Madara said, her voice trembling. Without my permission, I will never let you die easily. So you must live well for me. Do you understand? I understand. Hashirama caressed the girl's cheek. His hand was large and warm, calming Madara's emotions. Hashirama, I once promised to grant you a blessing, and now I will fulfill that promise with my actions. Do you wish to accept my grace? Madara had already brought Hashirama to an abandoned inn, as the owner had fled due to the cataclysmic battle. Now the deserted inn only had the two of them left. Sunlight danced on the girl's stunning profile, creating a moment of silence. Her eyes no longer reflected the Sharingan or Rinnegan, but instead shone with a clear gaze. Those drooping black pupils. The Sharingan was an eye that pierced through the three realms, but also concealed one's true self, evading the heart. Yet those black pupils were so beautiful. Not even the most radiant glass pearls in the world could compare. Madara reached into her kimono, her fair and smooth skin gradually blending with the sunlight. At the head of the bed, she undid her kimono, the layers of fabric falling away, exposing the girl's soft body completely to the air. Her black hair flowed smoothly over her chest, ears, and thighs, a perfect physique that would make even the goddess Aphrodite feel ashamed. Madara. Hashirama stared blankly at the girl before him. Madara fixed her gaze on Hashirama's eyes, her voice calm, yet solemn, like a saint making a prayer, a girl preparing for a kiss. Senju Hashirama, do you wish to make a pact with me and accept the blessing? From this moment forth we shall not abandon each other nor betray each other until the end of death. She spoke softly like the ringing of a bell. She awaited a promise, a response. Hashirama propped up his injured body and said each word seriously. I, Senju Hashirama, am willing to make a pact with Uchiha Madara and accept the blessing. From this moment forth we shall not abandon each other nor betray each other until the end of death. Inside the inn, the grace has been bestowed, the recipient Senju Hashirama. The girl rubbed the pure white bedsheet tinged with a rose hue. The fair skin at her fingertips was stained with a hint of red. A faint blessing glimmered on her delicate cheeks, dancing across her skin, gliding over every strand of her dark hair. Battlefield rose stained with blood from the sword. As night fell on the west, the dusk cascaded through the windows, filling the room with a radiant red light, halting the inhumane exploitation. Her exquisite posture was fully revealed as the girl raised a faint smile. The bedsheet outlined her beautiful curves as she held Hashirama's palm, feeling the warmth, a contented smile, curling at the corners of her lips. Once more, Obito looked at Hashirama. The latter had seemingly recovered, yet he appeared as if he hadn't. With a lifeless expression, Obito thought Hashirama's wounds had yet to heal. Next time for sure, Hashirama reluctantly declined Obito, his voice tinged with weakness. I believe we can continue, Obito said, tossing his hair back, tilting his head as he spoke beside Hashirama. Shall we continue? The night deepened and Obito and Hashirama had yet to sleep. Continue, 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 Obito commanded repeatedly, a charming expression adorning his beautiful face. Obito and Hashirama fell into a deep slumber until dawn broke again. Obito checked the system panel. Task 1, deliver lunch 100 times 2. Completion reward, guess. Failure punishment, ascend once every 10 seconds for a day. Task 2, kiss 100 times 5. Completion reward, succubus potion. Failure penalty, resistance to ascending decreases by 10-fold, sensitivity increases 100-fold. Task 3, engage in deep communication once completed. Deep communication, count 10 times. Obito's face flushed, realizing his own greed and feeling a bit embarrassed. You idiot, Hashirama, let me cook something for you. The girl unexpectedly became quite virtuous. Wait, there's no need to trouble you. Hashirama recalled Obito's cooking skills and quickly stopped her. He'll be fine with soldier rations. Given Hashirama's frail state, tasting Obito's cooking might send him to the netherworld. Although Obito's grilled fish was quite tasty, for some reason his cooked meals were highly toxic. Seeing Hashirama's kidney deficiency expression, Obito pondered whether to cook him something nourishing to bolster his strength for battle. She stepped into the bathroom, water cascading over her body, and Obito's mind began to clear a bit. Damn, him too powerful. The voice of Otsutsuki Kinshiki suddenly echoed in Obito's ear. Zhao Zilong. Otsutsuki Kinshiki exclaimed. Obito, expressionless, listened to the ridicule from a certain white-haired brat and activated a certain electronic device. I'll brat you. Kinshiki's voice trembled, and she obediently fell silent. After all, her weakness was in Obito's hands, leaving her no choice but to swallow her anger. A gentleman's revenge is not too late in 10 years. Gojin can endure sleeping on firewood and tasting bitterness. Although she was an alien, she decided to become a ninja. To endure requires skill. I endure. Uchiha Obito, wait for me. Otsutsuki Kinshiki said through clenched teeth. Obito donned her attire, fastening the black buttons, tying the belt, and draping her outer garment. Uchiha Obito's summer kimono made her grand entrance. With a classic hairstyle, long black hair, and a wooden bead necklace gifted by Hashirama adorning her wrist. Although the attacks from the black-clad people ceased, the hidden crisis lurking in the shadows had not yet been resolved. Obito prepared to seek the God Tree and resolve the trouble. Otherwise, as time passed, hidden dangers would surely arise. Many people in Konoha were attacked by the black-clad people and ultimately turned into wooden stakes, becoming monsters that looked like a plague. This parasite, the God Tree, constantly absorbs Earth's natural abilities to draw nutrients for its robust growth. Now that Hashirama had forged a contract with her, he bestowed grace upon her. Obito gained a significant portion of her power from Hashirama, which was immensely beneficial to her. As the saying goes, when a couple is united, their strength can cut through gold. Even if they are not yet a couple, it will be so eventually. No one dares to steal what belongs to Uchiha Obito. If someone dares to, they might as well prepare their coffin in advance. A family must be whole. You idiot, Hashirama. Obito suddenly leaned forward and bit Hashirama's ear, speaking softly. If you dare to have any inappropriate interactions with other girls, humph. Obito's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun, far more effective than mere words. Impossible. Looking at Obito, who appeared calm, yet exuded a terrifying aura. Even the somewhat slow Hashirama could easily understand her meaning, shaking his head like a rattle. That would be truly wonderful. Obito broke into a smile. She lightly kissed Hashirama's cheek, her Uchiha clan innocence, making her look like a little girl who had received a gift. Even if cold and ruthless, there will be a gentle side, reserved for those they love. But when the one they love and the things they cherish betray them, it can lead to an unimaginable amount of sorrow and pain, making the Uchiha clan prone to turning love into hatred. I will love you forever, didn't we already establish a contract? Hashirama said with a smile, striking a chord in the girl's heart. TCH, idiot Hashirama, who wants? Obito couldn't find the words, her mouth already blocked, her body softened, and her face flushed. Everyone knows that besides their hard mouths, the Uchiha clan is soft in every other aspect. Perverted idiot, Obito said, looking at the silver strands pulled out in shame. Obito turned her face away, pushing Hashirama aside, saying, let's hurry and handle the serious matters. After all, the danger hasn't been lifted yet. After straightening her disheveled clothing, Obito told Hashirama about the God Tree. I've noticed that too. Hashirama's expression turned serious as he looked at his girlfriend and asked, so now we need to demolish their old home across the way and take everything? In simple terms, yes. It's better to deal with it sooner rather than later, otherwise it would be troublesome if anything else were to arise later on. Obito pondered, but they currently had no way to find the God Tree and could only rely on chakra to search. Obito also released her summoning beast to locate the God Tree. With the massive chakra of the God Tree, it couldn't be hidden, and it should be in the lair of the Otsutsuki. Obito used one hand to slap the ground, summoning a small Nan and Yahiko. These two puppets had been severely damaged after the attack from Otsutsuki Kinshiki, but under Obito's hell path, they were completely reborn. The two ventured forward wrapped in paper. They were now at the border of the Land of Wind, and Obito could vaguely sense a massive chakra presence, though he was unsure of its direction. As dusk approached, Obito first sent two puppets to scout the situation, then halted in place. Hashirama was searching for traces of divine arts in the Land of Rivers, as the amount of chakra emitted by the divine tree was immense. Obito shared his vision with the Yahiko and Nen puppets, so every movement within his sight was captured in his eyes. Crack. Obito suddenly stopped in his tracks. In his line of sight, the Nen puppet had actually attacked the Yahiko puppet, and her eyes were cut off in an instant. It seemed that upon reaching the vicinity of the divine tree, the enemy could no longer contain themselves. Multi-shadow clone technique. Obito formed a single-handed seal, releasing hundreds of shadow clones that spread out in all directions. But soon these shadow clones began to fight among themselves, turning on each other and transforming into clouds of smoke. Seeing this, Obito frowned and swiftly eliminated one clone that attempted to attack him. An unusual ability that can sever the connection between me and my clones. Come out, Obito said coldly. I've been discovered. A soft, tingling voice whispered in Obito's ear. The newcomer smiled, appearing like a spirited young girl wearing a crop top and adorned with silver four-leaf clover earrings, her eyes subtly shadowed. Obito was momentarily taken aback by her moon-like appearance. Compared to the reserved and introverted Uchiha Tsuki, this girl appeared vibrant and charming. Divine Art Clone. Obito confirmed the identity of the other party. Nice to meet you, Ming. Just as the Divine Art Clone named Ming finished speaking, a cut appeared on Obito's neck, almost severing it. Obito silently smiled while Ming tilted her head, clearly a bit confused. Since you're a clone of Tsuki, can't you also hold back from attacking me severely? Obito drew Tengen, his crimson eyes swirling black flames enveloping the blade, lightning crackling. Such strong emotions, isn't this? Ming attempted to deliver some villainous lines, but in her dilating pupils, Obito suddenly appeared right in front of her. Before Ming could reach her to attempt a throat-cutting strike, Obito had already placed a Flying Thunder God mark on her. While ordinary users might experience a wind-up before using Flying Thunder God, Obito's mastery of his chakra and understanding of space-time ninjutsu allowed him to release it without any delay. True divine speed. Just as Tengen was about to slice off Ming's head, the blade slightly diverted, narrowly missing its target. Obito was somewhat surprised, but the next moment, he understood Ming's ability. Ming possessed the same ability as Otsutsuki Kinshiki, capable of interfering with subtle realities, allowing her to manipulate her own fate. Perhaps previously Obito would have struggled against her, but now he was prepared. Hozuki by Yasaka. Obito reached out to grasp Ming's body, causing her to be momentarily surprised. Otsutsuki Kinshiki's ability could not evade space-time techniques, like Kimui Hozuki by Yasaka or Ama no Murakumo. Spiral Shuriken. Obito's voice was incredibly calm as a small spiral shuriken gradually formed in his palm, causing the air around it to distort. The 7-attribute spiral shuriken, enhanced by the High Emperor's spirit, approached Ming at a slow speed. Ming's expression changed as the space in front of her was unexpectedly locked. She decisively chose to sever her arm to escape, but Obito would not allow her to have her way. Wood-style insertion technique. Several wooden spikes descended from above, pinning Ming in place, but this was merely a delay as a black stick had already pierced through her body, and the 7-attribute spiral shuriken disrupted her chakra flow, collapsing upon contact. The explosion originated from a region centered around Ming, flames soaring into the sky. The power of this attack was no weaker than Uchiha Sasuke's Indra's arrow, and perhaps even more terrifying. The spiral shuriken, imbued with the certain hit attribute from the divine art of words, descended like the Grim Reaper's scythe, ensuring death upon impact. Still not dead, Obito had already suspended in midair. At the center of the explosion, time began to reverse little by little, and Ming stood there in a disheveled state. Time reversal. Obito quickly identified the cause. In that case, it'll leave you in shambles. He leaned down, electric light crackling in his hand as he rapidly approached her. Return to heaven. Rapid chakra movements surrounded Ming as the 8 trigrams 64 palms were unleashed in an instant. If the head of the Hyuga clan knew that the 8 trigrams 64 palms could be unleashed in a second, they would surely exclaim in shock. Obito's chakra was sealed, and with a powerful kick, he forced Ming into the ground. An immense amount of chakra forcibly broke through the seal, blood oozing from Obito's skin as the divine art of slashing followed. With the sound of blades slicing through the air, it seemed as though countless knives were torturing Ming, her body mangled and her clothes tattered. Can't we fight a bit more gracefully? Ming used her time reversal just as Obito pressed her down into the ground. Susano'o. Boom. Susano'o manifested around Obito, magnifying the power in his hands several times. The sword of Susano'o unleashed a burning tail that pierced through the heavens, distorting the space around Ming. This attack lasted a full 10 seconds, and Ming's body lay on the ground like a broken doll. Divine Art Sumeru, the shattered Ming, spoke. The surrounding space continuously shrank, and a crystal-clear droplet of water floated before Obito. He felt an intense sense of danger surge from within, causing him to instinctively retreat as Hozuki by Yasaka appeared behind him. Break, Ming said. The water droplet expanded outward at an almost imperceptible speed, destroying Hozuki by Yasaka, in an instant, forcing Obito to use Kimui to evade. However, Kimui's intangibility lasted only 5 minutes, and Obito could only rely on those 5 minutes to evade this attack. The ground began to collapse and melt upon contact with the expanding droplet. Though small, its density was shockingly high. As the ancient saying goes, Sumeru conceals mustard seeds contain Sumeru. Between the mustard seeds, the weight of Sumeru Mountain can be borne. Ultimately, the droplet completed its expansion, enveloping an area of 100 miles. A spark ignited, igniting the entire droplet in a thunderous explosion that shot into the heavens. If Deidara were present, he might faint from sheer joy. For this was the ultimate explosive art he had always pursued, rendering all previous explosions feeble in comparison. A great sword of fire extended between heaven and earth. The mustard seed fell to the ground, and a second sun appeared in the sky. Obito's intangibility time ticked away, but the flames continued to blaze. A drop of sweat slid down Obito's forehead. He had prepared all defensive measures. Once the intangibility ended, he would have to endure a violent impact. And the user of the divine art, Sumeru Ming, was highly likely to have turned to dust, reduced to a pile of atoms. As the flames dissipated, the center of the area had been reduced to flat ground. A charred figure staggered out. Behind them lay a deep pit resembling a bottomless abyss. Layers of fragile skin peeled away, revealing fresh crimson flesh, which quickly grew back into the tender skin of an infant. Ban had survived the attack of the divine technique, Su-Mi, and stood tall in the end. From 1,000 miles away, Hashirama, driven by a sense of grace, connected with Ban's intentions and rushed toward her. Ban saw the divine tree, its massive trunk towering thousands of meters, rooted in the ground and spiraling above the surface. Her vision was keen. Even at a distance of several dozen kilometers, she could see clearly. Hashirama was on his way, and Ban floated upward, quickly approaching the divine tree. Beneath the divine tree lay countless people entangled by its branches, their fates unknown. These individuals resembled those who had fallen victim to the infinite Tsukuyomi, their life force gradually draining away, becoming white Zetsu, or perishing. As Ban drew near to the divine tree, a layer of purple barrier appeared before her, and she instantly recalled who had unleashed this purple dimension. Fu Luosheng. Ban's expression turned icy. Oh, anyone who dared to harm her man would be left with nothing but bones as a remnant. Of course, that wasn't quite the case yet, but it was only a matter of time. The girl's gaze shifted upward, where a man, elegant in demeanor, with pale skin and long dark hair, sat atop the tree, engrossed in reading. He bore a striking resemblance to someone Ban had encountered before, Otsutsuki Ishiki. Or rather, the two were nearly identical. One had a monstrous horn like that of a dragon, while the other sported a mature hairstyle typical of a middle-aged man. What an astonishing amount of chakra! It's terrifyingly immense. Shiro slowly lowered his book, locking eyes with Uchiha Ban on the ground, and expressed his admiration with applause. It was then that Ban realized the divine tree's replica that had almost killed her was named Ming. "What is your name?" the girl asked, crossing her arms. "Nice to meet you, Shiro," he replied, rising to show his respect. "So you are the Uchiha Ban who killed Shiryo and Ming?" "Yes, but that is not entirely accurate, for soon she will be the Uchiha Ban who has slain Shiryo, Ming, and Shiro." Ban's tone was calm, yet concealed a murderous intent. No, it was not merely concealed. The murderous aura in the air had solidified into a tangible form, cold and sinister. Senjus, evil spirit Tenkai Shoten. A godlike Susano'o surged upward, fully realized. The blue giant, empowered by the high celestial deity, formed seals with its 4 hands, thus ripping apart the earth and sky. 3 meteorites, each hundreds of meters in size, descended from the sky, with imposing momentum, trailing long tails of flame behind them. This was Ban's probe. Even the despair-inducing Tenkai Shoten was merely a test. The divine tree was right here, and Shiro had no chance of escaping. "Shomi Ikagoku." Shiro stood his ground, continuously unleashing Shomi Ikagoku as the 3 powerful meteorites were silently dealt with. Ban observed Shiro. These divine tree replicas should possess the abilities of the original. This was unquestionable. Shiro and the army of black-cloaked figures. The source lay within the divine tree. To eradicate these divine tree replicas, one must first deal with the looming divine tree before them. Otherwise, the wildfires would never cease, and the spring winds would bring new growth. "Though I would love to battle you, it is evidently not the right time, for there are those who understand you better than I do," Shiro said, and this understanding was heavily quoted, as Ban intended to treat the person as a test subject. Dissecting them could also be considered understanding. Fu Luosheng held a katana, its blade pressing closely against Ban's back. A chilling smile appeared on his face. "I've got you. Isn't it too early to celebrate?" Ban said, appearing above Fu Luosheng. It was Flying Thunder God. The Rasengan struck Fu Luosheng, who transformed into a small snake and scattered. When he reformed, his left arm had already vanished. "Did I mention that my back is quite sensitive?" Even when engaging in amusing activities with Hashirama, she disliked that position from behind, let alone against an enemy. "Don't ask, oh, just know it's sensitive skin. I originally wanted to find you, but since you came to me, you won't be leaving now," Ban declared, looking unperturbed at the two before her. Her teammates had arrived. Hashirama. The divine tree began to tremble and started to collapse. Hashirama's nine-tailed golden dragon smashed through the branches of the divine tree engulfing Shiro. Several nine-tailed chakra hands extended from the giant dragon's mouth, firmly grasping Shiro in an attempt to kill him. Boom! The grand jutsu Shiro unleashed shattered the nine-tailed golden dragon, and he was kicked away by Hashirama. With just this level you won't be able to kill me, Shiro said, indifferently shooting out a few black rods. Kamui. The twisted space of Kamui distorted behind Shiro, causing him to instantly lose an arm. This caught Shiro off guard, for he had only thought that the Sharingan could perform such a technique, just like Uchiha Ban. However, he did not anticipate the existence of the system, which allowed Hashirama to use Ban's ocular techniques even without the Sharingan. A game of wits lasting but a moment. A single moment of misjudgment could lead to death. Ban seized the opportunity, swapping positions with Hashirama, using the heavenly hand power, aiming to behead Shiro. Decapitating was the most convenient and effective method of killing. Unfortunately, with Fu Luxing's assistance, the white snake bit the sword, and Fu Luoxing, now in sage mode, grew white phosphorus, forcing Ban to retreat. Catch, swap, control, die. Ban and Hashirama engaged in an encrypted exchange, their eyes locking in understanding. Hashirama faced Shiro while Ban confronted Fu Luoxing. Wood release surged like a torrential river, constantly growing, its momentum magnificent. The wood release flower tree world descended, vines split the battlefield, and pollen obscured vision. Fu Luoxing flicked his tongue, and the purple divine technique barrier unfolded. Gotcha, Ban said with a smile. Moi. Due to the arrival of the flower tree world, the battlefield was segmented, making it impossible for Fu Luoxing to see the situation on the other side. But Ban could know, as they were in sync, their souls intertwined. Their synergy was impeccable. Shiro was firmly grasped by Hashirama, the golden dragon battering his body. As the Shomiai Kagoku shrank, the golden dragon Ban's Amano Murakumo met him. What a... Shiro was caught off guard. Not seeing his opponent, yet able to swap positions with the heavenly hand power, was something he had not anticipated. He desperately tried to pivot, but the Kamui severed one of his hands while Amano Murakumo brushed past him. Close call. Before Shiro could breathe a sigh of relief, Hashirama kicked him in the abdomen. Bastard, you're looking for death. Shiro unleashed a series of furious roars, evidently overwhelmed by the relentless attacks. Only defeated dogs bark. Is this all you've got, scum? With a kick, Ban sent Shiro into the ground, all the while delivering taunts. Under the physical assault of double-buffed verbal attacks, Shiro had no means of defense. He was unable to fight back or retort. Spiral Shuriken. The 7-attribute Spiral Shuriken was launched, and Ban exchanged positions with Hashirama once more. This Shuriken struck Shiro directly in the chest. Having just unleashed his ability, he could not absorb this level of energy and had to take it heating. Shiro's body disintegrated under the Yin-Yang ninjutsu, turning to ashes. He attempted a final struggle, but Ban delivered the finishing blow with the Tenzo, sending him to the afterlife. A foe at the 6 paths level without any resistance was obliterated by the combined forces of Ban and Hashirama. After all, Ban's strength was just a step away from that of the Otsutsuki. It's merely a question of whether he would become the 10-tailed Jinchuriki. Ban possessed the perfect Jinchuriki form, but had never utilized it. If he were to capture a 10-tail and become its Jinchuriki, his power would increase significantly. Hashirama's strength was already formidable, rivaling that of the Kage, perhaps even the weaker 6 paths. Having received 60 of Ban's grace, he reached the level of the Otsutsuki 6 paths. Together they were akin to the true Susano'o, annihilating 4 nations. In less than a day they could reduce the entire world to ruins. Now that Shiro was dealt with, only Furosho remained. The other party, however, appeared completely unfazed, resting a hand on his chest with white snakes coiling around his fingertips. A cold smile graced his sinister face, as if he were entirely at ease. Typically in such situations the antagonist has a trump card. Ban dared not underestimate him, and kept his hand on the Tenzo. Any slight movement from the enemy would result in a severed head. Shadow Snake Hand. Several large snakes, each over 10 meters long, sprang from Furosho's sleeves, only to be severed one by Ban. Under their watchful eyes, Furosho performed an astonishing act, summoning a Fuxing Wang. The 10-eyed monster roared and devoured Furosho. Ban paused for a moment, then unleashed the spiral shuriken, causing it to explode, severing the vines. The massive creature's mouth gathered a tailed beast ball, a dark aura brewing within as destructive light pierced through the ground. Tensho Riki. Ban summoned Hashirama, and the two brushed past the tailed beast ball. 10 tails. Ban arrived at a distant hill as the fearsome beast let out a deafening roar. Having consumed Furosho's Fuxing Wang, its form stretched over 100 meters, 10 thick, tails unfurling like the wings of a dragon, with layers of desiccated skin unyielding as steel. Susano'o. Ban controlled Susano'o to unleash sword energy, but it merely left a shallow white mark on the surface of Fuxing Wang. Divine technique, Iluaminchi. The purple barrier expanded, enveloping Ban and Hashirama. That's enough. Does the boss have a second phase? Ban's mouth twitched, slightly, growing somewhat impatient. Sage technique, super spiral shuriken. Ban condensed the spiral shuriken, activating the sage mode simultaneously, and shot it straight toward Fuxing Wang. But a strange scene unfolded. The spiral shuriken was absorbed upon contact with Fuxing Wang's skin. Can Yin Yang release and sage chakra also be absorbed? Ban contemplated for a moment as Fu Xingwang's 10 tails lifted the golden Rinnegan, gathering 10-tailed beast balls raining down continuously like a torrential storm. Under the purple barrier, even the divine technique creation could not heal the wounds. Thus, if struck by the tailed beast balls, there would be no hope of survival. Yet in times of crisis, Ban's mind became increasingly clear, calmly strategizing. If that's the case, let's take it down in one blow. Ban utilized Flying Thunder God to traverse between the tailed beast balls as the thousand-handed Nine-Tails Buddha blocked the incoming tailed beast balls, buying Ban time. Ban had already reached Fu Xingwang's front, placing his hand on the beast's rough skin, employing the divine technique slash. Countless wounds appeared on Fu Xingwang's body as Ban poured all his chakra into it. Fu Xingwang's flesh was shredded, and several tails fell to the ground. Fu Xingwang shot out a bone spike. Ban's pupils contracted as it slid past her chest. It was the shared, killing gray bone. If touched, Ban would turn to ash. Just as he caught his breath, Fu Xingwang's body had completely restored itself. The terrifying regenerative ability caught Ban off guard, resulting in one of his hands being destroyed. The slashes continued to fall. Fu Xingwang seemed immortal, continuously resurrecting. If this continued, it would surely be Ban and Hashirama left here. Weihai Sitsi Shugon Wu. Ban stared at the undying Fu Xingwang, forming hand seals with one hand, murmuring as countless adamantine chains extended, firmly restraining Fu Xingwang. Corpse Demon Seal. Originating from the Uzumaki clan, this powerful sealing technique involved selling one's soul to the Shinigami to seal enemies, once recorded in the Book of Seals. Ban had already spent an entire night memorizing the contents of the Book of Seals. The Shinigami slowly appeared behind Ban, gripping a sword, his loose robe hanging down, white hair disheveled, and a grim visage. The Shinigami extracted Fu Xingwang's soul, which was Furosho's soul. He gazed at Ban, whose soul was also pulled out. A ninjutsu that leads to mutual destruction. You truly have guts. Furosho's voice was hoarse like a demon climbing out of hell. It seems you've misunderstood something. I am now of the Otsutsuki clan. Ban replied calmly. With the wedge I will not die. Ban had long since inscribed the wedge provided by the system, a side defect-free wedge that could perfectly control the soul of the host. As for the one inscribed with the wedge, Ban's expression remained calm, his Sharingan icy radiating an unprecedented indifference, as if a deity were gazing down at mere ants. Farewell, Ban said flatly. You resemble a villain more than I do. I look forward to your future. Furosho showed no fear of death, instead wearing a smile. Is that so? However, I will never descend into hell, Ban stated. As soon as he finished speaking, the souls of the two were swallowed by the Shinigami, vanishing without a trace. With Fu Xingwang's soul lost control, its massive frame began to petrify, the 10 tails shattering piece by piece, turning to stone and raining down from the sky. Watching Ban and Furosho perish together, Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief. He was aware of the revival plan since Ban had briefed him. However, at that moment his expression was somewhat serious. Uchiha Madara stood atop the mountain, leaves swirling around her. The loose black robe contrasted with her snow-white attire, and the wild wind tousled her dark hair. She turned around and smiled at Senju Hashirama down the mountain. It seems I've won. Indeed you have. The soul of Fu Luosheng was ultimately sealed by a ghost, causing the physical form of Fu Xingwang to collapse and shatter into stones. The result was that Uchiha Madara stood victorious with the wedge. Hashirama, you will always be on my side, right? Madara suddenly asked. Her gaze fell upon Senju Hashirama. Without activating her Rinnegan or Sharingan, her pair of dark brown eyes looked down at him, her stunning face adorned with an enchanting smile. That's correct, Hashirama replied. Is that so? That's wonderful. After all, we have signed a pact. The God Tree has been destroyed, and the wedge I planted has been used. Since that's the case, everything has come to an end. Next, I will become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails and undergo metamorphosis. Uchiha Madara clenched her fist, as if holding the entire planet in her palm. So sudden. Hashirama looked at Madara and asked. Many years ago you said the same to me, thinking I was too extreme, too hasty, right? However, if one is not extreme and does not act stubbornly, they will never reach their goals or protect anything. Your personality will bring you troublesome matters, Hashirama. Madara, you are being too absolute in your considerations. Moreover, we are lovers, and I will always support you. Is that so? Madara stared intently at Hashirama. Then tonight show your skills, and see if you can make me change my mind. I will. Give it my all. Hashirama closed his eyes, and the atmosphere around them seemed to shift oddly. But for now, protect me, Madara said. Understood. Sometimes that snake fellow may cause some trouble, but when it matters he is truly useful, without exaggeration or belittlement. Summoning Outer Path Golem. For Madara, who possessed the Rinnegan, summoning the Outer Path Golem was not difficult. The gigantic tree-like demon rose from the ground, letting out a chilling roar toward the sky. The gloomy clouds began to weep, and light rain fell. In the wind country known for its perennial yellow sands, it was raining. This was the result of chaotic chakra currents due to the appearance of the Outer Path Golem, and Madara took out a vial from her pocket. The entire vial was sealed in a green gel, and 9 kinds of chakra were swirling within. The 9 tails within Hashirama's body was slightly surprised, its crimson body tensing up, and its amber eyes filled with astonishment. Inside the vial was the chakra of the 9 tails. With the God Tree present, it was not difficult to extract the chakra from the 9 tails. The extracted chakra was imprisoned in the vial by Orochimaru stored in his laboratory in the Leaf Village. Madara swallowed the vial containing the chakra of the nine-tailed beast, whole pouring it into the outer path golem. The chakra began to surge, and the golem started to undergo a transformation. The outer path golem came to life roaring and howling, its voice shattering the skies. Uchiha Madara stood before the outer path golem, or rather the ten tails, gazing up at the colossal being, simply stating, "It's too high, kneel down." With a thundering sound, a powerful pressure descended upon the ten tails, forcing its 10 tails and entire body down to the ground, causing countless cracks to appear in the earth, rendering even the 10 tails immobile. Now Madara could look down upon the 10 tails. This grotesque giant glared at Uchiha Madara, the girl's garments being lifted by the foul breath it exhaled. One scarlet eye and a mouth full of sharp teeth looked terrifying beyond measure. The heavens changed, the earth shifts. Under the influence of the 10 tails, chakra natural energy became tumultuous and disasters followed in quick succession. The fierce wind roared like an enraged lion, and tornadoes began to whip up from the ground. Flames rained down from the sky, igniting the earth, accompanied by earthquakes, tsunamis, and thunderclaps. The heavens were stained with the breath of death, and it seemed the entire world was on the brink of annihilation. The form of the 10 tails changed rapidly as Madara continually supplied it with chakra. The 10 tails stood upright, its 10 tails resembling 10 sharp swords, muscles bulging with power and flower-like protrusions floating atop its head, towering like a mountain. Yin Yang, rat, horse, ox, rabbit, dog. Madara inscribed the 10-tail seal onto its flesh, raising her hand to absorb the 10 tails. A seeking orb rapidly expanded, engulfing Madara and the 10 tails, obscuring the situation inside. To become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, one must possess both sufficient strength and an unwavering will. Clearly Madara possessed both of these attributes. Thus, the seeking orb suddenly shattered and Madara emerged from within, evidently having become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. Her long black hair turned snow white, resembling ice, and frost straight and sharp like needles cascading down to her waist. Madara's expression was calm, a horn resembling that of a Otsutsuki protruding from her forehead, wielding the six-path staff with the seeking orb floating behind her. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan transformed into Rinnegan. Both Rinnegan underwent evolution, becoming the Nine-Tomo Rinnegan, exuding a faint purple glow, mysterious and powerful. As the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, and a perfect one at that, she surpassed the Sage of Six Paths, becoming a unique existence. In Six Paths mode, Madara observed the panel provided by the system. Host Uchiha Madara. Age 22, fixed. Identity reincarnation of Indra, Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, Otsutsuki. Bloodline limit, bloodline network, Yin Yang, release Yomi's highway, infinite, Tsukuyami Rinnegan. Special forms, perfect sage mode, perfect Jinchuriki mode, wedge mode. Ninjutsu, Uchiha fan, Amaterasu, 6 paths, tools, 3 pieces. Overall evaluation, Otsutsuki cocoon. After completing the task of destroying the god tree, Madara gained comprehensive enhancements, greatly boosting both her chakra and bodily functions. Having become the perfect Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, Madara's power reached another height. Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching a new level. The system is undergoing integration and upgrade. With the system's prompt, Madara saw many new options and features on the interface. Store large map. Madara first opened the store where various goods dazzled the eyes. Madara could sell or buy, selling mint, parting with her currently owned items to earn points to purchase others. This included the Sharingan, Byakugan, Tensegan, and Rinnegan, among other beautiful eyes. She could also buy various ninjutsu and chakra attributes. Even items like the Heavenly Emperor and the 80 Gods Airstrike were available. The store interface also had a pink subsection, and Madara curiously clicked on it, only to be taken aback. So many. Truly extravagant. Various interesting items of different styles, sizes, dimensions, and types. Some Madara had seen, others she had not known, and unknown were all here. Madara casually sold off all sorts of miscellaneous ninjutsu and useless ocular techniques she had on her. Techniques like Amaterasu and Kage's abilities did not enhance her much, so she sold those as well. She looked at her 9-digit score points, purchased the Heavenly Emperor's space-time ability, and rapidly bought that pink subsection. There was nothing else. She was merely diligent and inquisitive, fond of exploring new things. Moreover, with the body of the 6 paths, no matter how she played, she wouldn't break it right. Additionally, with the divine art of creation as a safety net, any gameplay could be attempted. Ban was someone who loved to try new things. Ban suddenly closed the shop interface, her face unexpectedly flushed. Ban calmed her emotions and focused on the last new feature of the system. Evolution. Ban opened an option and a giant tree came into view. The giant tree reached through the heavens and earth as if situated at the center of the universe. She quickly understood the situation. This was the source of her heart, which was also the origin of the Otsutsuki clan. As her strength increased, the giant tree would continue to grow. The evolution of the divine tree required several steps, cocooning, forming a chrysalis, and breaking free from the chrysalis. Each step was immensely arduous, consuming countless time and effort. After completing these 3 steps and breaking free from the chrysalis, the first evolution could be fully achieved, reaching the demigod realm. Controlling nature, altering reality, and destroying planets would be merely a matter of waving a hand. Furthermore, she would possess infinite lifespan and an immortal soul. Each evolution required divine art chakra fruits to provide sufficient energy or pills refined by the Otsutsuki clan. That was why the Otsutsuki kept planting divine trees to harvest chakra fruits. Each chakra fruit took thousands of years to grow. Of course, this referred to the ordinary Otsutsuki clan, but Ban had a system. Although the system was abstract and rogue, it still proved useful at critical moments. Through the system's evolution, Ban used her chakra to nurture the divine tree in her inner world, and every 10 years the tree would blossom and bear fruit resembling ant forest. Undoubtedly, Ban had no need to destroy Earth, nor did she need to spend so much time waiting for the divine tree to grow. Idle evolution. If one didn't know better, they might think she was playing a game, while the other Otsutsuki would be left in tears. Moreover, having evolved to the strength of an Otsutsuki chrysalis, Ban could also change certain realities. For instance, she could revoke someone's reality-altering divine art. Rebellious little spirits should be properly taught a lesson, wouldn't you agree, you? Moi. Just as Ban's consciousness was within the system space, she suddenly felt an itch on her forehead. She opened her eyes to find Hashirama poking her horn. The white horn looked like a bony growth, but in reality it felt soft and elastic like skin, making for a pleasant touch. Seeing Hashirama holding her horn with a curious expression, Ban broke into a grand smile and tilted her head. Silly Hashirama, what are you doing? Oh, it's nothing. Hashirama, realizing he had been discovered, awkwardly withdrew his hand. If you dare to touch my horn, do you think I won't touch you? Ban kicked Hashirama hard, causing him to wince in pain. I'm sorry. Hashirama bowed at a 90-degree angle in surrender. I forgive you. Ban unleashed her chakra, and a beam of light spread from the ground to the sky as she cast the reality-altering divine art. People's perceptions began to change, and Ban made a few minor modifications. For example, she erased the things that Uchiha Yu had done. Household matters still needed to be dealt with by herself. Although a fly could be swatted with a single slap, its buzzing in one's ear was still quite bothersome. Thus, Ban simply decided to eliminate all the flies at once. She was not a bloodthirsty executioner, but she certainly did not consider herself a good person. The Uchiha clan was like this, willing to give their all for those they cherished, no matter the cost. But for those they disliked, I would kill your entire family. The Uchiha were this extreme. Different treatment. Enough said, and if you still talk back? Now the shinobi world was temporarily stable. Ban set a barrier on the surface of Earth. Once an enemy invaded, she would know immediately, equivalent to a warning bell. Ban looked at Hashirama and said, "Let's go, it's time to return to the village." Hashirama nodded. Konoha village. Everything was desolate. When they entered the village, they indeed did not face any attacks from fire or water ninjutsu. However, today's Konoha was a site of devastation, reduced to ruins under the attack of the Black Cloth Man. Mother dear. Uchiha Yu stood at the entrance of the main road in Konoha with half a utility pole behind her eyes filled with complexity. Uchiha Yu drew her katana. I am willing to atone with my life, mother dear. No need. However, while the death penalty can be avoided, the living penalty cannot be escaped. Ban walked in front of Uchiha Yu. With her snow-white hair, she resembled a high and mighty deity. As she raised her hand, a wooden cage trapped the two, obscuring the situation inside. MMH. Sounds of slapping and muffled groans came from within the cage, seemingly accompanied by tremors. After half a minute, the wooden cage was released. Uchiha Yu collapsed on the ground, sitting curled up like a duck, her complexion flushed and her clothes disheveled. I'm sorry, mother dearie, I won't do that again. That's good to know. Ben glanced at Uchiha Yu. The other party quickly lowered their gaze, covering their rear. They had become much more obedient. It was indeed true that they wouldn't listen without being taught a lesson. Don't think too much. Ban merely slapped Yu's rear. Ban now looked significantly different, but it was still clear it was her. The staff in her hand struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble. She prepared to restore Konoha. As her chakra shifted, 3 truth-seeking balls floated from behind Ban, transforming into a black surface of water based on her memories. Truth-seeking balls are composed of 7 elemental chakras containing all phenomena and endless transformations. Thus, to the astonishment of the onlookers, buildings emerged on the water surface, transformed from the truth-seeking balls, which were the structures previously destroyed by the Black Cloth Man. Konoha rapidly restored its original appearance in Ban's hands, and the collapsed Hokage rock reappeared. Ban even added her own face to Hashirama's, asserting her sovereignty. The destroyed Hokage office, the railway, the Uchiha clan's residence, and the Hyuga clan's residence were all being rebuilt. In the end, the entire Konoha reappeared. This was the true establishment of Konoha by Ban. Uchiha Ban stopped her actions. Everyone had yet to recover from this unbelievable scene. She then grasped Hashirama's hand tightly, and the two vanished from the spot. Because the night had grown late, they needed to hurry. Is there any sea? Ban forcefully adjusted her chest, her expression dissatisfied. Deep into the night, people remained awake. Wood release cutting technique. Wood release. Water release. Multiple shadow clone technique. Harem technique. Has it been 54 years since the establishment of Konoha? How time flies. Hashirama remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Once upon a time, there was a rebellious child who accompanied him in skipping stones, and now that once rebellious child has blossomed into his graceful girlfriend. And the Hokage speaks of the will of fire, Madara added, blinking. Every year on this day, the 3rd Hokage would tell the story of the will of fire, and now it has become the 4th Hokage's turn. The fourth Hokage with his sunny and handsome appearance hails from a common background, making him more relatable to the masses. Thus, his transmission of the will of fire would obviously attract a larger audience. Shall we go take a look? Madara suddenly recalled that someone had proposed reforming the will of fire at the Konoha discussion meeting, adapting it to the needs of the new era. He just wondered how it had turned out later. Madara had changed into a black and red lace-trimmed long dress she bought at the clothing store along with light black stockings, and Hashirama silently gave her a thumbs up. As they moved through the crowd, they became the center of attention, but sometimes being too conspicuous is not a good thing. Madara activated her Rinnegan to use illusion techniques on those she encountered, causing them to subconsciously overlook her presence. In their sweet exchange, they soon arrived at the grand stage for transmitting the will of fire, where Minato stood at the podium delivering his speech. On the way, Madara also bought a skewer of dumplings, squinting her eyes in satisfaction. The youth are the hope of the future. The older generation must trust and protect them. The sacrifices of the older generation are not in vain, but serve to inspire the youth to become the pillars of the future. In this new era, we must implement and perfect this philosophy, ensuring it translates into welfare. Minato continued to convey the will of fire from the podium. Standing among the crowd with Hashirama, Madara unexpectedly spotted a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure. A child with golden hair was squeezed in the crowd, struggling to push his way out, only to be bounced back by the dense throng of people. That golden-haired child was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, sharing the same distinctive hairstyle as his Hokage father, and he was quite handsome. As the protagonist of the Shippuden series, Naruto embodied the spirit of perseverance. He was currently making countless attempts to break through the wave-like crowd to gain a moment's respite. Madara approached and lifted Naruto up. "Who are you? Let me go?" Naruto exclaimed as he realized his feet had left the ground and began to struggle. "You won't get out like this, will you?" Madara remarked. It was only then that Naruto noticed that the one lifting him was a beautiful older sister with white hair, and he quickly replied, "Can you take me out? Big sister, I want to find Sasuke." Madara was taken aback. Did Sasuke and Naruto even know each other at this point? But since he had asked, Madara used the body flicker technique to take Naruto out of the crowded area. Breathing a sigh of relief, Naruto expressed his gratitude to this kind older sister. "Thank you, big sister. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I am the son of the fourth Hokage, destined to become a person like my father." Naruto beamed a sunny smile as Madara rubbed his head. "Is that so? Then I believe you will definitely become Hokage." And indeed, that was the case. Even without any family support, Naruto was able to grow stronger through his own efforts, eventually becoming the seventh Hokage, the respected and great Lord Yellow Flash. "Alas, I can't use any jutsu yet, and it will take me a long time to become Hokage," Naruto suddenly said, feeling a bit dejected. "How about I teach you a jutsu?" Madara said, interested. "Really, big sister?" Excitement lit up Naruto's face. His face couldn't hide his excitement as he stared intently at Madara. "Remember, I'm only going to teach you once." Madara whispered a few words in Naruto's ear, showing him how to form hand seals. "Try it yourself when you get back." "Okay, big sister." Naruto. Suddenly, a childish voice called out from a distance. Madara and Naruto turned to look. It was a black-haired little girl with large, beautiful eyes and a cute face, wearing a shirt with the Uchiha clan's ping-pong paddle emblem on the back. "Sasuke!" Naruto exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the little girl waving his hand. "SAS, Sasuke." Madara was a bit taken aback. "Are you telling her that this pretty little girl is the second pillar?" "Big sister, if there's a next time, let's meet again. I have to go now." Naruto said goodbye to Madara and dashed towards Uchiha Sasuke. Madara shook her head and returned to Hashirama's side. At this moment, the fourth Hokage's speech was nearing its conclusion, and Minato was making his final summary. "Where did you go just now?" Hashirama asked. "Oh, nothing much, just ran into two familiar children." Madara waited for Minato's speech to finish and then left the spot together with Hashirama. As the sun set in the west, after saying goodbye to Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto ran towards his home. Next to the bookstore, a white-haired figure had buried his head in a book, the cover boldly emblazoned with the words "Intimate Paradise." Now Jiraiya had become a renowned author across the 5 great nations, publishing multiple books, the most famous of which was the Intimate Paradise series, which sold hundreds of thousands of copies and became a sensation throughout the ninja village. The one currently reading this book was evidently Kakashi Hatake. Although his face was obscured by a black mask, the lustful glint in his eyes was almost palpable. "This is quite good," Kakashi remarked with a hint of admiration as he read a thrilling part. "Kakashi-sensei." Hearing the call, Kakashi slowly put the book down, and the one who interrupted his reading was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. At that moment, Naruto's face was beaming with joy, as if he had found a priceless treasure, shouting towards Kakashi. As a side note, Kakashi had become Naruto's tutor, invited by Minato, guiding Naruto in learning physical techniques to lay the foundation for chakra control in the future. "Is there something you need? I learned a new jutsu, and it's really powerful." Sasuke was so shocked when he saw me learning the jutsu that he turned red and ran away. "What jutsu? Show me." Kakashi was curious about what jutsu Naruto could have learned, probably just a low-tier technique like the clone jutsu. "Kakashi-sensei, I am afraid I might hurt you," Naruto said seriously. "It's fine. If I get hurt, then I don't deserve to be your instructor." Kakashi did not believe that Naruto, who was just about to turn 4, could learn a powerful jutsu. Even if he did learn it, he probably wouldn't be able to perform it. "Okay, here I go." Naruto's expression became serious as he began to form hand seals in the manner taught to him by the older sister. Naruto Uzumaki took a deep breath and shouted Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 shadow clones appeared beside him, causing Kakashi's hopeful gaze to fade back into a blank expression. Although it's just this level, it's still quite impressive. After all, most people your age haven't even learned the substitution jutsu yet. However, the very next moment Kakashi regretted his underestimation of Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki quickly gathered into 2 more clones, panting, as he said, Seduction Technique, Harem, Jutsu. With a puff of white mist, a variety of beautiful women appeared before Kakashi, their attire disheveled, revealing everything that should not be exposed without reservation. Kakashi was momentarily stunned, then felt a warmth in his nose. Although he was a loyal reader of the Paradise of Affection, he was still at heart a pure and innocent young man who had never seen anything like this. With a towering red water column, Kakashi fell to the ground, utterly defeated. Kakashi-sensei! Kakashi-sensei! Seeing this, Naruto rushed forward, looking at the severely injured Kakashi. How could such an evil technique? Woo Kakashi-sensei, do you have any last words? Although I am not dead yet, my advice is to go bigger next time. I prefer the larger ones, Kakashi weakly replied. Kakashi-sensei, I will definitely improve next time and make this technique even better. Cough cough, who taught you this technique? It was a beautiful older sister with white hair, Naruto said honestly. A white-haired older sister. Kakashi was stunned, searching his memories carefully to figure out who was so inconsiderate as to teach such a jutsu to a kid. Of course, Kakashi would not think of Obito, as he had been escaping with Naruto and Kushina during the attack, and then performed long missions, also becoming Naruto's tutor. And when Obito recovered Konoha, Kakashi was still out on a mission, so he naturally did not think of Obito. Meanwhile, Obito was currently relaxing in a hot spring, regrettably unable to float, as portrayed in anime. What a coincidence, Obito. I didn't expect to see you here in the hot spring. Obito looked up at the voice and saw Maruko, who was wrapped in a blue towel. The broadness hidden beneath his usual work attire was surprisingly voluptuous. As Obito watched him enter the water, a certain part naturally floated up. Obito muttered in disbelief, "Is this real?" as he poked Maruko's chest. "What are you doing, Obito?" "That's ticklish," Maruko laughed. "Why have you grown so big?" Obito looked at Maruko with a monstrous gaze, disdain almost visible. At the same time, there was also hidden envy and jealousy beneath the disguise. However, Uchiha Obito would never express such feelings outright, as she didn't want that at all. Really? Really? All right, Maruko, I've internally sentenced you to death, Obito thought indignantly. Criminal Maruko. Crime, the crime of having large breasts. Chief Justice Uchiha Obito. Verdict, death. Obito, feeling gloomy, buried the lower half of his body beneath the water surface, with only his head exposed, flushed from the heat, and his smooth face revealing delicate blood vessels. By the way, Obito, how's your relationship with Hashirama lately? Maruko asked curiously. Well, Obito pondered for a moment. It's quite good. Although the foolish Hashirama is a bit dense, he is genuinely a nice person, honest, and listens to me well. So have you two done that kind of thing? You know? Maruko asked innocently, forming a fist with one hand and raising a finger with the other. Why are you asking that? If I had to say. Obito's face flushed as he recalled his grand achievements, 19 kills in one night, each time phenomenal. I guess there have been some, she whispered cautiously. Really? Maruko gasped, covering her mouth, and eagerly continued. When are you getting married? I want to drink the wedding wine. You must let me be the bridesmaid. Married? That's not something I'm considering yet, isn't it too early? Obito stammered in surprise. It's not early at all. You've already done that with him. As a man, he should take responsibility. What if something happens since you've entrusted yourself to him? That will definitely not happen. Do I trust the foolish Hashirama? Obito dismissed such possibilities. They had signed a contract and would forever trust each other. Did I say something wrong? But this also reflects your trust in him. So since you love each other, give a sign of promise. So this is only a matter of time. Hurry up and take action. If you're too shy to bring it up, I can help you out. Maruko winked. She was once Obito's best strategist, adept at planning and achieving victory from a distance. A small marriage was a piece of cake. Don't talk about me. Oh, when are you getting married yourself? At your age. Obito countered. This? Maruko suddenly deflated. Strategists don't go to battle. Although Maruko was already over 30, she was still very beautiful and could rank among the top 10 in Konoha. Moreover, she was a little wealthy, making it easy for her to find a boyfriend. Yet until now, she had still not married. Hey, do you remember what I told you? Maruko asked. Obito suddenly recalled what Maruko had said before and sighed as he patted her shoulder. I hope you find your type soon. Good luck. Obito didn't know what else to say. After all, Maruko's thoughts were just too strange. Obito packed her things, wiped her flawless body, put on her clothes, and tied a silk belt. She had signed up for a lifetime membership at the hot spring shop in the village, which would not run out at least until the current owner passed away. Perhaps she could last until the next generation. As long as Obito had chakra, she would be an immortal existence. Like the Otsutsuki clan, just the time travel alone took thousands of years. In the end, unfortunately, she lost her abilities and was subdued by Obito. When Ban returned to her house, the sky was already turning yellow with dusk. Her residence was not close to other Uchiha clan members, standing alone in a remote part of the Uchiha compound. The room was adorned with tatami mats, and there were couple-style wooden sandals placed inside. A framed photograph of Ban and Hashirama kissing rested on the shelf. In an inconspicuous corner, a battered armor lay, its surface marred by the marks of time, broken and dilapidated. Only the dried bloodstains remained, a testament to its past majesty. The crimson armor once accompanied Ban in battles, looking down upon the world, and the title of Battlefield Rose spread just like that. Now it had become mere decoration. With her strength, she no longer needed the protection of armor. You could be considered an old relic. Ban caressed the rusted surface of the armor, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. After so many years since her arrival, everything felt like a fleeting dream. She had originally intended to find a beautiful ninja as a wife, but now she was close to becoming someone else's. Suddenly Ban felt an urge to don her armor once more. She unbuttoned her outer garment, changed into a black bodysuit, equipped herself with chainmail, and donned the armor. In the mirror, the white-haired girl clad in red heavy armor appeared more imposing. Ding, a time-limited mission has appeared. Reminisce about the past. The host has the opportunity to travel to another timeline, with the starting point being the onset of the Fourth Great Ninja War, helping another version of herself in that timeline fulfill her dreams for a duration of 1 month. During the host's execution of the mission, the current timeline will pause. For gameplay considerations, the host's strength will be limited to the level of 6 paths, and death in the game will not affect reality. Does the host wish to participate in this game? The room was so quiet that even a pin dropping could be heard, and Ban smiled silently. Interesting, let me experience this game thoroughly. I participate. Ban retrieved her Uchiha fan and the connected scythe from the system space. Since she was going back to the past to fight, she might as well use some old gear. It was time to get her muscles moving. After all, in this main world, as long as she wasn't facing a higher level Otsutsuki, there was no one to rival her. Given the chance to reignite her fighting spirit, she certainly chose to participate. No matter where she was confident, standing atop the mountain looking down on all. Ban's figure vanished within the Uchiha compound, just as Hashirama walked in with some dumplings. Moi. The tall man scratched his head. Where is she? In a dark cave, White Mask and Orochimaru stood together. Finally, the moment has arrived. Orochimaru's expression was calm as he exchanged a glance with Obito, summoning impure world reincarnation. In an instant, coffins rose from the ground, breaking through the earth. First, former Akatsuki members Itachi, Deidara, Sasori, Yugo, and Nagato, along with Orochimaru, introduced one by one, but paused for a moment when his gaze landed on a particular corpse. A girl with long white hair, her eyes tightly shut, her cheeks marked with the cracks of impure reincarnation, clad in red armor. Is this existence one of those I summoned? Orochimaru felt puzzled for a moment, thinking he might have overlooked something given the sheer number of individuals. He merely lingered a moment longer before continuing to introduce other ninjas. The results of cultivating with Hashirama cells are unexpectedly good, and with the enhancement of the 10,000 white Zetsu from past famous ninjas. A slight smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. Truly remarkable. Alright, it's time to depart, Obito said coldly under his white mask, his figure appearing gaunt. Ban suddenly opened her eyes wide, scanning her surroundings, her gaze fixating on Obito and Orochimaru, who were about to exit the cave. As expected, I have arrived in another timeline. The body of impure reincarnation. Ban tightly clenched her fist. The impure reincarnated individuals around her were already moving forward, including impure Deidara, impure Haku, and impure Zabuza. It seems I have arrived at the very start of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Ban confirmed her time point in the Fourth War. In 1 month's time, I must help this world's Ban fulfill her dream and create a beautiful world free of war. It will be a bit challenging without using infinite Tsukuyami. But before that, I should have some fun. A faint smile appeared on Ban's lips as she silently unbound the impure reincarnation. Despite her weakened strength, she was still able to do so without Orochimaru noticing. The Fourth War was divided into 3 main steps. The first step was the battle against the ninja coalition by White Zetsu, who were all defeated one by Naruto, who had awakened the Nine-Tails chakra mode. The second step was when Uchiha Ban was resurrected and the 5 Kage joined forces. The third step involved Obito and Ban entering the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki mode to battle the coalition. By the end of the Fourth War, Ten-Tails Jinchuriki Ban was stabbed in the heart by Black Zetsu, summoning the progenitor of chakra, Kaguya. Under the combined efforts of Naruto and Sasuke, Kaguya was once again sealed, marking the end of the Fourth War. The Fourth Great Ninja War, which lasted over 200 chapters in the original story, only spanned 3 days in the timeline. Thus, Ban could achieve a few significant things, but had to focus on the most critical tasks, such as eliminating Black Zetsu. Ban examined her current state. The infinite chakra was a boost for others, but a weakening for her. Because her own chakra reserves were so vast that even if the earth were to explode, she would still have an abundance left. However, her Rinnegan abilities could still be utilized, including the Eternal Mangekyo. The weakening lay in her attributes, which had decreased by approximately 75, thus reducing her to the level of 6 paths. Ban didn't mind this. After all, if she could annihilate everything, the game would be too boring. Only strategic gameplay could add excitement. Everyone prepared to welcome the presence of a deity. She picked up the old relic, the Uchiha fan, appearing in her hand, not intending to hide her appearance, as no one recognized her anyway. Ban vanished into thin air, and the Fourth Great Ninja War commenced. On the battlefield, the first to engage in combat were impure Deidara, and impure Sasori, both flying on Daidara's clay bird. Kankuro and Sai had been lying in wait for a long time, launching an attack on the two. The 100,000 white Zetsu armies clashed with the ninja coalition fighting fiercely, and the constant emergence of chakra allowed white Zetsu to learn to change forms. White Zetsu disguised itself as various ninjas, using its camouflage ability to make it difficult for anyone to identify. The ninja coalition suffered heavy losses, forced to draw circles in the ground and stalemate with the white Zetsu. With the help of Killer Bee, Naruto learned to gently control the chakra cloak mode and decided to rush to the battlefield with Killer Bee to join the fight. They encountered Tsunade and Reikage obstruction, but the Ninetales chakra Naruto, using his incredible speed, convinced Reikage to join the battle. The two faced off against a frail combination of old and weak, with Naruto defeating the third Reikage on the battlefield. Obito, wearing the white mask, rushed to the battlefield with the impure Jinchuriki, where the impure Jinchuriki clashed with Naruto and Killer Bee. In the lush forest, Naruto and Killer Bee were hurrying along when several figures suddenly blocked their path. The Rinnegan glimmered between the treetops, and the Edo Tensei Jinchuriki appeared. A dreamy bubble struck Ninetales Naruto, bursting and sending him plummeting to the ground. Water release bubble jutsu. The bubble's expression was icy, launching into the ninjutsu, causing countless bubbles in the air to explode with a resounding force, creating a shockwave. Killer Bee swiftly reacted, catching Naruto and hanging him on a tree with his 8 tails tentacle. Thank you, Killer Bee. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, the 7 tails Jinchuriki foam used the secret technique scale, dust hidden technique. Their line of sight was filled with light as the two wooden men attacked with raised hands. Fortunately, Killer Bee blocked with his twin swords, pushing the two back. The light blocking effect of these glasses is top-notch. 5 Jinchuriki stood on the tree trunk, watching the two men with keen eyes. The shark skin let out a greedy roar, and Killer Bee wasted no time rapping and biting his sword as he charged. He moved nimbly, first attacking foam in the air. Shark skin repelled the opponent, and at that moment Killer Bee had already circled behind, throwing shuriken, but it was unexpectedly dodged. No line of sight, yet able to dodge. Killer Bee was astonished. This is like Nagato's technique, where 6 people's vision is interconnected. Naruto wanted to say something, but was burned by Old Purple, who activated the lava release chakra mode. The mouse balls released by the second Hokage splashed against the trees, transforming into dozens of tracking mouse balls chasing after the two. Killer Bee swiftly dodged, with Naruto, the sound of explosions ringing out behind them. The wooden man swatted the two away with a claw, and Killer Bee took the opportunity to lead Naruto into the bushes. That wooden man's movements are different from before. The wooden man had a Rinnegan in his left eye and a Sharingan in his right, while Killer Bee slashed through the fabric on his chest. The pure white chest revealed a black knife wound expanding with a black nail driven into the very center. In the blink of an eye, the second Hokage's wound had already healed, showcasing the advantages of the Edo Tensei body. So obvious, yet so thrilling when exposed. Looking at the scenic view before him, Killer Bee excitedly swayed his body, while the 8 tails seemed speechless. Naruto, maintaining his 9 tails mode, saw the chest nail of the second Hokage and charged forward, facing Old Purple, who activated lava release. If I can't dodge the attack, then I want hide. I'll get close and grab them instead. The Rasengan condensed in Naruto's hand, striking heavily against Old Purple's body. Sure enough, there was a black nail in Old Purple's chest too. Naruto prepared to strike the nail with all his might, but was kicked away by a sweat. Killer Bee, the terrain here is not in our favor. You should understand what I mean, right? The 8 tails spoke to Killer Bee. Then let's flatten this place and let Gaara show his skills, yo. Killer Bee decisively activated his tailed beast transformation, the 8 tails roaring loudly. Hey, a very captivating call. Killer Bee and the 8 tails launched a passionate combined technique, with the 8 tails tentacles extending from the ground, knocking the Jinchuriki down one by one. Truly a crude spectacle, but now I have nowhere to hide. A stunning girl with white hair wrapped around her waist and clad in red armor stood with a cold expression, arms crossed atop the cliff like an iceberg. Behind her was a Uchiha fan and a scythe. From the moment Naruto and Killer Bee battled the Jinchuriki, Madara had been observing from here until Killer Bee and the 8 tails flattened the terrain. Looks like I have nowhere to hide now, Madara said nonchalantly. Who is that white-haired big sister? Naruto, possessing strong perception abilities, was the first to sense Madara's presence. Killer Bee's strong man-locking technique had already restrained the 5 Jinchuriki. Following Naruto's voice, Killer Bee also turned to look. Madara stood above, showing no intention of moving. The cracks on her face also indicated her identity as an Edo Tensei body. The 5 Jinchuriki struggled, and Killer Bee's movements paused for a moment because the figure behind them, Obito, also felt puzzled. Edo Tensei body, who is this? He attempted to contact Orochimaru, only to find that the other party had not sent the Edo Tensei ninja to his location. An uncontrollable factor. Obito murmured. While Killer Bee's sealing technique was sealing the Jinchuriki, Naruto dared not act rashly, but was nonetheless pleased. Killer Bee's sealing technique is really impressive. Has the sealing been successful? The 8 tails showed a troubled expression and said, panting, no, the enemy's strength has dramatically increased. The 5-tailed beast transformed Jinchuriki broke through the seal. Faced with the sudden turn of events, Obito could no longer sit still, emerging from the ground, as if thinking a Dance King zombie had appeared from nowhere. Madara slowly lowered her gaze, locking eyes with the two. She was currently activating her eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, her two pairs of crimson eyes sharp, like a wolf's fangs, seemingly ready to pierce through Obito's masked face. The straight bar, Manjikyu Sharingan. Who are you? Obito questioned Madara as he propped himself against his white mask. Me. Madara suddenly chuckled coldly. I am Uchiha Madara. Madara's words were brief, yet they startled the three individuals present, two of whom were tailed beasts with self-awareness. She is Uchiha Madara. No way. Killer Bee exclaimed in disbelief. If this woman before him was indeed Uchiha Madara, then who was the white-masked man claiming to be Uchiha Madara? Who is Uchiha Madara? Naruto asked curiously. Killer Bee quickly explained to Naruto while manipulating the eight tails and battling the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Your lies are truly dull. Even if you're going to fabricate, at least make it somewhat believable. Obito suddenly said calmly the person before him could not possibly be Uchiha Madara. Not to mention Orochimaru hadn't released Uchiha Madara, yet he had seen Uchiha Madara before, just an old dead man long gone. If that's the case, it seems you all don't really believe me, Madara said. She slowly drew out the fan from her back, identical to the one belonging to the white-masked man along with the bloodstained scythe. Flame fanned. Obito was momentarily taken aback. Since you don't believe me, I guess I have to show you all. Madara's figure vanished from the spot. My. Obito instinctively used intangibility in battle situations. This was passive for him. Although the opponent was certainly not Uchiha Madara, he could not afford to let his guard down against an Uchiha with the straight bar Manjikyu Sharingan. The scythe pierced through Obito's head, and Madara intentionally slowed down the speed of the scythe. In this scenario, Obito could not attack her, and if he used Kimui again, Madara's Sharingan trembled, and a slight blood mark appeared on Obito's shoulder. Space-time ninjutsu can react to my intangibility. Obito suddenly retreated sharply, creating distance from Madara. The bizarre ability that allowed Madara to appear in front of him in an instant, combined with the ability that could suppress his intangibility, made Obito wary. What Tobi did not know was that the figure standing before him was indeed Uchiha Madara, albeit from another timeline. Uchiha Madara attacked Uchiha Madara. Is she here to help us? Naruto the Nine Tails was somewhat confused by the situation before him. The Five Tails Mu, this large white cow, was holding off the Eight Tails, sending the latter flying with a forceful push. Naruto, focus on the battle in front of you. Seeing Naruto in a daze, Killer Bee quickly reminded him after all their opponents were 5 Jinchuriki, all of whom possessed at least the strength of a Kage. And they had to face 5 cage-level opponents. We have no conflict, do we, my lord? Tobi raised his fan to block Madara's attack, becoming exceedingly cautious since realizing that Madara could nullify his intangibility. One careless moment could lead to death. Of course we have no grievances. If anything, I owe you a debt. However, I am quite curious about the face behind your mask. Madara deliberately said this, as she had long known that the opponent was Tobi. She merely wanted to make him feel anxious. Sure enough, upon hearing Madara's words, Tobi instinctively tensed up, spitting out a fire release technique, which became a swirling tongue of flame under the influence of intangibility. Madara blocked the flames with her Uchiha fan as Tobi appeared before her, extending a chakra chain. Has no one taught you the correct way to use a fan? As Tobi's chain bound Madara, the girl revealed a faint smile, causing Tobi to feel uneasy. Uchiha rebound. The fire release that collided with the fan was devoured, while at the same time Madara unleashed a massive fire dragon. The figure in the white mask was engulfed by the flames. When he reappeared, his clothing was already tattered, and he was panting heavily. Is this all you've got? Come on, let's go. Madara encouraged Tobi, but to everyone else it was evident that this was a form of mockery. The once formidable Uchiha Madara, the mysterious masked man, was now in such a pitiful state. On the other side, Naruto and Killer Bee were being forced into a passive position by the 5 Jinchuriki, unable to defend themselves. Just as the flames of the old purple were about to engulf Naruto, the appearance of 2 figures saved the Nine Tails Naruto. Konoha's Gale Force. Clad in a green bodysuit with a bowl-cut hairstyle and a sunny smile, the lethal pose reminiscent of a deadly gaze, Might Guy made his entrance. Alongside him was Kakashi with his one-eyed gaze and his Sharingan spinning. With their help, Naruto used the shadow clone technique to control the 4 tails, and with effort, he pulled out the black spike from within. Bastard! Tobi furrowed his brow, blocked by Madara. He had no choice but to use his chakra chains from a distance, pulling all the Jinchuriki and tailed beasts towards him. The controlled Jinchuriki gathered their tailed beast balls, 5 of them rocketing towards Madara with a momentum capable of destroying everything. The rocks before Madara trembled as the massive tailed beast balls moved closer. She coalesced a 7 attribute spiral shuriken in her hand and gently tossed it out, colliding with the tailed beast balls, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Not far away, Naruto and the Nine Tails were in sync, activating the yellow monkey mode. At the moment of the explosion, Madara entered the Kimui space, and sure enough, Tobi followed her into the Kimui space. Before Tobi could react in surprise, he was struck in the abdomen by Madara's fist. How is this possible? Tobi spat blood, his expression twisted in pain beneath the mask. What is there to not understand? The abilities you possess I have as well, Madara replied. What is your purpose? Tobi asked, coldly gripping his kunai. Purpose? Just to participate in this game that brings me joy, Madara said. Well then, goodbye. She picked up her fan and was about to kill Tobi, but just before she touched him, her body began to disintegrate. Is this clone's chakra not enough? Never mind, killing you now is meaningless. I can use you to resurrect my body later. Madara muttered softly to herself as she retracted her fan. Finally, her body turned into a piece of wood. Is this just a clone? Cold sweat dripped down Toby's forehead as he struggled to prop himself up. This is bad, the tailed beasts. Ignoring his injuries, Toby exited the Kimui space, while Naruto, powered by only half of the 9 tails, was surprisingly holding his own against the 5-tailed beasts. He summoned the Outer Path demonic statue, pulling all the tailed beasts into it. Given his current state, dealing with 2 perfect Jinchuriki plus Guy and Kakashi was indeed quite challenging. But the show must go on. Toby pretended to be unconcerned as he said lightly, "That person is your comrade. I've already taken care of him. Give up resisting this boring reality." The chakra chains extended from the Outer Path demonic statue, drawing in the 5-tailed beasts with a storm. I've unlocked the perfect Jinchuriki mode, but it probably can't last long, right? Still the same as before. In the consciousness space, Naruto had long established a connection with the tailed beasts. How could it be the same as before? But someone has told me so many hard-to-remember names. Naruto and the 9 tails clapped their hands together, and a golden chakra claw reached out to grab Kakashi and Guy, preparing to face off against the masked man. On another battlefield amidst swirling sands, Gaara dealt with his resurrected father while encountering the second Mizukage, who was lazily directing the ninja coalition to attack him. Having just resolved the issue with Inoki, Gaara fought alongside his father, ultimately sealing the second Mizukage with the sandstorm burial. The third Raikage had already been taken down by Naruto earlier, while Madara's wooden clone made an impact on the main battlefield, causing Naruto to directly bypass Madara's appearance. Let us return to the frail and aged group. The pale, emaciated Edo Tensei Nagato and the weak Edo Tensei Itachi supported each other, struggling to walk, fearful that they might collapse from a single breath. Meanwhile, Naruto and Killer Bee, rushing to the battlefield, encountered these two. Under Kabuto's control, Itachi and Nagato attacked the two, with Itachi performing hand seals and gathering a fireball to shoot at them. Killer Bee swung his blade, cleaving through the flames. Edo Tensei Itachi chatted with Naruto while attacking. Although his assaults did not cease, they were clearly friendly. What about Sasuke? The most concerning matter for Itachi was his brother. Upon learning that Sasuke had become a rogue ninja and even planned to destroy Konoha, Itachi was utterly shocked. The four engaged in battle under Kabuto's control as Nagato fought fiercely, constantly revealing his weaknesses to Naruto, and Killer Bee and Itachi did the same. Spirit communication technique. Nagato clapped his hand on the ground. A cloud of smoke erupted, revealing the 3-headed hellhound and the Yada no Kagami on the water's surface. Killer Bee and the reanimated Itachi weaved across the water's surface as a fire technique Phoenix Flower Jutsu shot towards Killer Bee with several shurikens wrapped in flames, which Killer Bee blocked with his shark skin. Killer Bee rapped, summoning the 8 tails to ensnare Itachi. You fool, you fool, fool. Nagato constantly directed Naruto's attacks from a distance, exposing his own weaknesses, yet even so Naruto posed a bit of a challenge. From the Yada no Kagami, Nagato unleashed the Shinra Tensei, causing the surrounding airwaves to surge. Naruto extended his hand, gathering a Rasengan with his fox-like claw, while shadow clones appeared beside him. Take this. Naruto's Rasengan exploded beside Nagato, absorbed by the hungry ghost path. The reanimated Itachi prepared to use the ocular technique Kodo Amatsukami, rumored to be the strongest illusion that can alter a person's consciousness. Itachi transplanted Shizui's eye into a crow's eye. Originally intended for Sasuke, an unforeseen twist led him to use it on himself, breaking free from Kabuto's control. A black crow escaped from Naruto's mouth, its right eye being the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was about to use Kodo Amatsukami on Itachi when a gust of wind swept it away. Meanwhile, a vine grasped the reanimated Itachi's ankle, sending a strange sensation throughout his body. Reanimation undone. Itachi was somewhat astonished. His mind cleared completely, breaking free from Kabuto's control, while Kabuto looked on in disbelief, unaware that Itachi could use the reanimation jutsu release. Who helped him break free? The crow was blown into the forest, and Itachi attempted to retrieve it, only to find that his connection with the crow had been severed. Before he could react, Naruto charged forward with a Rasengan. He transformed into a crow to evade the attack. Naruto, I have broken the control, Itachi said as he leaped into the air towards Naruto. Huh? Naruto replied, bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Nagato and Itachi exchanged glances, understanding each other's intentions. In the next moment, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. To the astonishment of Naruto and Killer Bee, the flames of Amaterasu fell upon Nagato. Black flames burned upon the 3-headed hellhound, prompting Nagato to hastily maneuver the Yada no Kagami upward, avoiding the black flames of Amaterasu, while the hellhound was left severely weakened. This is troublesome. Kabuto, controlling Nagato from behind, was drenched in sweat. The situation had clearly exceeded his expectations, leaving him with no choice but to devote all his energy to controlling the reanimated Nagato. Hell Path. The King of Hell was summoned by Nagato, extending its long tongue towards Naruto. Naruto, caught off guard, was grabbed and dragged into the belly of the King of Hell when a flash of crimson light severed Nagato's body, interrupting his technique. Boom. Nagato used the body replacement technique, but his left arm had already been cut off, slowly regenerating thanks to his reanimated body. He turned his gaze and found someone had activated Susano'o. The half-formed Susano'o floated around the reanimated Itachi, and due to being reanimated, he did not have to worry about losing his eyesight. This was the most powerful phase in history. Azura Path. A blue cannonball gathered in Nagato's palm and shot out. Following it were two more, one blue beam piercing through one side of the forest, cleaving down a large swath of trees. However, this incredibly powerful attack could not reach its targets as Naruto and Killer Bee quickly closed the distance. Nagato barely managed to fend them off using Shinra Tensei to push them away. In a 3-0 situation, Nagato undoubtedly fell into a passive role. Ultimately, the jutsu unleashed by the awakened Deidara clashed with Naruto, Itachi, and Killer Bee. After a fierce explosion, Itachi's Tensigen pierced through Nagato's body, sealing him completely. After some exchanges, Itachi prepared to search for Kabuto to take him down. Meanwhile, Naruto and Killer Bee continued on to the battlefield. In the forest, Uchiha Sasuke, with his sword sheathed and a cold, handsome face, was making his way to the battlefield when a passing ninja made his pupils constrict sharply. Itachi. Sasuke took another look, confirming he wasn't mistaken. Stop. Are you Itachi? Sasuke activated Susanoo and chased after his brother. Madara appeared atop the treetops, watching the two brothers in pursuit. A crow affectionately landed on her shoulder, the crow's right eye being the Mangekyo Sharingan, containing the sealed technique Kodo Amatsukami. It seems the plan is progressing smoothly, Madara remarked. Her body transformed into a tree branch, falling to the ground as the crow vanished from sight. On the main battlefield, after defeating the Mizukage Raikage and Kazekage, the Ninja Alliance breathed a sigh of relief. However, it was evident that the heavens had no intention of letting them rest for long, as Inoki appeared on the cliff, looking at the opponent with surprise. Inoki, as the second Tsuchikage, mastered Dust Release and the Split Technique. He had escaped from Gaara's seal, using the Split Technique, thus freeing himself from restraint. Trailing behind him was Uchiha Madara. Naruto, after defeating the third Raikage and Killer Bee, had engaged in battle with the mysterious masked man and inadvertently missed the opportunity to meet Madara. This was the reason for his surprise upon hearing Madara's name. Because he had never met Madara before. Dust and sweat trickled down Inoki's forehead as childhood memories flooded his mind. When Madara argued with the Senju couple preparing to leave home, he encountered the young Inoki, who had come to negotiate. At that time, Inoki was young and reckless, unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of earth. However, after witnessing Madara's Susanoo, he completely lost the courage to fight against him, and this stain of fear remained in his heart ever since. On the rock pillar, Uchiha Madara, with black hair flowing to his waist and sharp eyes, donned red armor. It seems that guy's plan isn't going smoothly either, as something has gone wrong. Of course, the reanimated Madara is referring to Obito. Madara shifted his gaze to Inoki and asked, "Who is the caster of this reanimation jutsu?" "I don't know," Inoki replied, after which his body was taken control of by Kabuto. "I am Kabuto, the controller of the reanimation jutsu. It's truly insidious to communicate with me through the reanimation jutsu," the reanimated Madara remarked coldly. "This body has been custom-made for you, possessing power beyond that of your peak." "I witnessed your peak?" Madara inquired, his expression calm, the three tomo in his eyes spinning. "No, so please allow me to see it for myself," Kabuto said with a smile. After holding back for so long, it was time to stretch his limbs. Amidst the tens of thousands of shinobi forming the allied shinobi forces, Madara blended seamlessly. Hair tied back, clad in standard shinobi attire, save for his distinctive hair color and striking features, he drew no particular attention. Leaning against a rocky pillar unnoticed by those around her, Madara summoned a crow and plucked the Mangekyo Sharingan from its eyes. "The strongest Jinjutsu. Perhaps it can alter even you," she murmured softly, then broke into quiet laughter. She removed one of her own eyes and pressed the Mangekyo Sharingan into its socket. After all, death held no consequence, and casting the technique herself would ensure greater accuracy. Meanwhile, the Edo Tensei Madara surged forward ahead, dancing through enemy assaults like a blade cutting wind. His crimson figure darted between shinobi like a rose blooming in blood. Steel flashed, blades clashed, yet the allied forces stood paralyzed, utterly defenseless. Fists and feet blurred in motion. Fire release, great fire annihilation erupted forth. His dance of the sovereign struck fear into nearby shinobi. None dared advance further, only watched him warily. "Do you wish to dance too?" Edo Tensei Madara seized a shinobi's throat, cracked spiderwebbing across his skin, and hurled him aside. Explosive tags detonated in relentless succession, dust and sand billowed skyward. The allied forces' combat effectiveness was abysmal. Only Gaara proved formidable, all others were ineffectual. Thus the battle devolved into a solo spectacle. A legendary shinobi demon, revealing his might in full, unrelenting glory. Gaara manipulated sand into colossal claws that lunged toward Edo Tensei Madara, finally ensnaring him. Several shinobi hurled sealing tags attempting to bind him, but it was futile. Azure Chakra shattered Gaara's sand prison. The Susano'o's great sword cleaved through densely compacted granules. A four-armed blue figures grasped weapons and enclosed Madara within their grasp. The allied forces strained every fiber just to breach Madara's defenses, yet every ninjutsu they launched was absorbed without resistance. "What is happening?" Gaara's pupils contracted sharply. When had Madara's eyes transformed, now glowing with violet Rinnegan. So it is true. The pinnacle of the Sharingan's ocular arts is indeed the Rinnegan. Orochimaru's puppet Kabuto observed Edo Tensei Madara's dazzling performance and clapped in genuine admiration. What alterations have you made to this body of mine? Madara retreated once more to the rocky pillar and gazed at Kabuto. Did I not tell you this vessel would surpass my prime? You a wretched rodent incapable of deciphering the Uchiha stone tablet. Yet you presume to interpret my very physiology. This hypothesis emerged solely from data accumulated over years of collaboration with Lord Orochimaru. And now, you have confirmed it. The Sage of Six Paths. At last through the power I forged, I have glimpsed divinity itself. Do not mistake this for power of your making, Edo Tensei Madara said coolly. With a single hand seal, a colossal Susano'o manifested behind him, its twin forms mirroring his gesture in perfect synchrony. Chibaku Tensei. The big one's coming. A white-haired girl gazed skyward, activating her Susano'o preemptively. Edo Tensei Madara's gaze flickered with surprise upon spotting the Susano'o emerging among the ranks, but momentum could not be halted. He continued summoning Chibaku Tensei. A thunderous roar shook earth and sky alike. At first the allied forces remained bewildered, until a meteor pierced the clouds. Scorching shockwaves slammed into them. Countless shinobi collapsed in despair, weapons clattered from nerveless hands. This was no human feat. It was divine intervention, a miracle wrought only by godlike power. Damn it, is this some kind of trick? We're simply on entirely different tiers. The power of a god. Inoki reacted first, ever the diligent workhorse, launching himself skyward as a small potato-shaped figure deploying ultra-lightweight rock technique, while urgently evacuating nearby shinobi to minimize casualties. A flying shinobi. Is that little Inoki? Edo Tensei Madara crossed his arms watching the diminutive figure ascend. Under Inoki's relentless effort, the meteor's mass rapidly diminished, its descent visibly faltering. Seeing this, Gaara intervened. Instantly massive sand hands erupted from the ground, seizing the meteor whole and hoisting it upward, halting Madara's first celestial projectile midfall. It stopped. Thank heavens. Relief washed over the allied forces, yet Madara alone remained rooted in place, Susano'o still blazing around him. Who is this person? A shinobi finally noticed her. Inoki Gaara Temari. All turned their gazes toward the white-haired girl. She merely lifted her Mangekyo Sharingan and spoke calmly. Don't celebrate yet. Opening champagne at halftime rarely ends well. Because there's a second one. Another deafening boom split the heavens, a tableau of utter desolation unfolding above. A second Chibaku Tensei plummeted from the sky, colliding with the first and propelling it forward. The meteor fractured violently, its explosion engulfing the entire battlefield. Lady Tsunade, given this trajectory perhaps. In the command tent, Shikamaru wore deep concern as he looked toward the golden-haired statuesque Kunoichi seated before him. Tsunade's expression grave and unyielding. I'll go myself. When the blast subsided, devastation reigned. Corpses littered the ruins. Gaara, undoubtedly the field's sole beacon of resilience, had saved a handful, but no more. Sweat dripped from his brow, blood soaked the earth. Under the force of Chibaku Tensei, the 4th Division of the allied shinobi forces was reduced to less than 1/10 its original strength. Even Madara's Susano'o lay tattered, but she herself remained unscathed. Above, Edo Tensei Madara and Kabuto's puppet gradually regenerated. Only one figure stood intact amid the ruin, a white-haired girl clad in crimson armor, Susano'o, shimmering around her like a solitary crane among fallen fowl. Edo Tensei Madara noticed her instantly, a strange, inexplicable sense of familiarity rising within him. His brow furrowed. Who are you? This question has been asked of me many times. I've grown weary of explaining. Are you of the Uchiha clan? Edo Tensei Madara studied her Mangekyo and eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his gaze filled with unmistakable admiration. To awaken such eyes at so young an age, she must be a genius among Uchiha prodigies. Yet her crimson armor and the fan-shaped sickle, those were relics from his own lifetime. Had they somehow been inherited? He could conceive of no other explanation, certainly not that he had been transmigrated here, and such a notion would never cross his mind as credible. Would you like to spar, Junior? I'll oblige you. A graceful arc curled across Madara's lips as interest stirred. She offered no further explanation, only drew the fan sickle in silent challenge. The eyes of the surviving ninjas focused on the two individuals as the reanimated Uchiha Obito took the initiative to launch a probe. Wood-release tree world descends. Thick branches and vines sprouted from the ground, spreading towards Obito like a tide, almost engulfing the girl entirely. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Obito symbolically formed a hand seal, flames clung to the vines, and the pollen ignited, exploding before reaching him. The explosion engulfed the two, providing a temporary concealment of vision. Is he here? Obito widened his eyes, looking towards the figure in the smoke. The skeletal Susanoo raised its fist to strike, aiming precisely at the figure, but it hit nothing. Wood clone. Obito first realized that his opponent could use wood release and noticed he had been deceived. The Rinnegan and Sharingan could not see through the shadow clone technique, especially the wood clone, as this technique was specifically designed by Tobirama to deal with the Uchiha clan's disrupting chakra and making it impossible for the opponent to distinguish between true and false. The sound of a scythe and chains clashing came from behind Obito, who activated Susano'o to block, but was shattered by a single blow. The tremendous strength of the white-haired girl stunned Obito, bolstered by her 100 healings and innate attributes. Her power far surpassed Tsunade's. Obito's left hand was severed, and he swiftly dodged, using Shinra Tensei to repel his opponent. Such an impressive junior. The Uchiha clan has actually produced such talent, but what a pity. Obito certainly noticed the cracks on the white-haired girl's face, indicating she too was reanimated. After witnessing her strength, Obito decided not to hold back. His full Susanoo appeared before everyone, while Tsunade and the Raikage just arrived at the battlefield to see a towering blue giant standing in the air. With blue wings and armor materializing on his full Susanoo, it ultimately evolved into its complete form, standing on the battlefield like a colossal giant supporting the heavens. Junior of the Uchiha, let me show you my power. At this moment, Obito still believed she was some exceptional junior of the Uchiha clan. Is that so? Then let me see for myself. After remaining silent for so long, the girl finally spoke. Her calm and cool voice resonated in everyone's ears. She too activated Susanoo, which was also in its complete form the same blue, even towering a head above Obito's Susanoo. Obito's eyes again reflected astonishment. This was the second time he felt curiosity towards the person before him. Her fighting style similar to his reckless approach, the identical Susanoo along with the Uchiha fan and scythe. Could she truly be him? This bizarre thought flashed through Obito's mind, but was quickly dismissed. Perhaps. Obito was struck with an even more bizarre idea. Was it possible that his descendants from his youthful indiscretions had been gathered to breed future generations? Could this girl before him be his daughter? Obito's thoughts were in turmoil. The two towering Susanoos clashed, their swords meeting, slicing through mountains like divine beings descending upon the earth. The remaining ninjas were immersed in this incredible spectacle. The scene fell into silence save for the continuous explosions. What is going on here? What is happening? Tsunade asked Inoki. Inoki shook his head as their group stood ready, looking somewhat superfluous. After all, what lay ahead was a battle of gods. With this level of chakra and power, I acknowledge you. Obito smiled with satisfaction, unleashing a wild assault. The sword of Susanoo split the sky, piercing mountains, tearing the earth apart. Each collision stirred up clouds of dust, roaring like thunder. Previously, only Hashirama could provide him with this exhilarating feeling, yet now this white-haired girl could match him blow for blow, evenly matched. Obito infused the Susanoo sword with the power of the Sage of the Six Paths, and the enhanced sword energy directly cleaved through Obito's Susanoo, piercing his body and a mountain beyond. As paper fragments danced in the air, it took Obito a moment to reconstitute. He realized he couldn't win. He sensed the gap between them, and although he didn't want to admit it, he was indeed inferior. Having already deployed his strongest jutsu at this stage, he still couldn't defeat her. Struggling further was meaningless. Can you tell me your name? Obito looked at the white-haired girl with admiration. She wore red armor identical to his attire, but her snow-white hair and gentle face marked their differences. Even in appearance, they bore a certain resemblance. Obito still retained his absurd speculation. Haven't I told you already? My name is Uchiha Obito, he replied honestly. If you're Uchiha Obito, then who am I? Obito thought the other was joking, revealing a playful smile. I am truly Uchiha Obito. If you insist on me explaining, I wouldn't be able to. Just consider me another version of Uchiha Obito from a different timeline. Obito said. Another version of me. How intriguing. Although Obito was somewhat surprised, he was more curious. So what is your version of Hashirama like? This was what Obito wanted to know the most. Obito suddenly found himself at a loss for words. What's wrong? Obito sensed something amiss. The white-haired girl displayed an awkward yet polite smile as she spoke. If I said we are about to get married, would you believe me? Obito was momentarily stunned, his mind going blank. After a long while, he finally reacted. As expected of Hashirama's counterpart. To pull off something like this, that's why you are the lifelong rival I admire. Obito's expression turned strange, knowing that another version of himself had married his best friend and rival was indeed a bizarre thing. Yet as the biggest Hashirama fan, Obito soon praised Hashirama. As a strong man, he never hesitated to give compliments. What kind of reaction is that? Obito's mouth twitched. In the distance, Tsunade and the others were still observing the situation. They rushed over to save the day, ready to showcase their skills, only to be intercepted by a mysterious white-haired girl. The mysterious white-haired girl and Obito engaged in a fierce battle. The scene was breathtaking, but as they fought, they soon ceased hostilities and began conversing. It looked like they had a good relationship. What is this nonsense? We are just standing here watching. Tsunade slammed her fist into the ground. Perhaps they encountered another version of themselves and found common ground, turning conflict into peace. Shikamaru suggested. Due to the changing circumstances, even Shikamaru, who was stationed at the Ninja Alliance's camp, rushed over. Who knows? In the midst of dust, Uchiha Obito roughly understood the situation. The white-haired girl casually curled her hair, speaking in a monotone. Actually, it's nothing much. I'm just here to stop you from creating a worthless world and dying meaninglessly. Obito was taken aback and asked, by worthless world, do you mean the infinite Tsukimi? He did not deny it, his crimson eyes fixed on her. Aren't you another version of me? You must have seen the Uchiha stone tablet, right? The world of the infinite Tsukuyomi is beautiful, a world without conflict. How could it be the worthless world you speak of? Or perhaps you have already activated the infinite Tsukuyomi. Obito's tone turned cold. Obito pondered for a moment. It seemed that in his world the infinite Tsukuyomi had indeed never been activated after all he had killed Black Zetsu. There's no need to activate such a thing. But let's get back to the point. You have never seen the world of the infinite Tsukuyomi. On what basis do you deny it? He gazed intently at Obito, whose Rinnegan emitted a faint purple glow. Another. Me. Obito's eyes widened as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, unleashing the formidable Jinjutsu Kodoame Tsukumi. Obito had always suppressed Uchiha Obito's powers, but under the manipulation of Kodoame Tsukumi, Obito's will began to change. Scenes flooded into his mind, summoning the Ten Tails, the resurrection by the Rinnegan, becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, battling Might, Guy dueling Naruto and Sasuke, activating the infinite Tsukuyomi. The final image showed him grasping the Six Paths Sage's staff, both of his Rinnegan fully awakened, surrounding Naruto and Sasuke with overwhelming power. As victory seemed within reach, joy appeared on Six Paths Obito's face, but a figure shattered all his beautiful fantasies. A black arm pierced through Six Paths Obito's chest. It was his most trusted will, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu betrayed him because it was never truly his will, but the will of the woman known as Kaguya Otsutsuki. All his efforts over the years were but a bridal gift for another. Until that woman Kaguya Otsutsuki was sealed by Naruto and Sasuke, he lay on the ground blind and on the verge of death. His lifelong friend and rival Hashirama Senju had a heartfelt conversation with him, making their final farewell. In his last moments, the once proud Obito found himself in such a miserable state. After witnessing all the memories, Uchiha Obito suddenly fell silent. How did you know all this? He turned his gaze towards the girl who claimed to be Uchiha Obito. The scenes presented to him felt too real, as if they had occurred in reality, precisely predicting his future. That clownish future. The fact is, as such, does it really matter how I obtained this information? Obito said. So, I am helping you. Our goal is the same, to create a peaceful ninja world. But you have strayed too far from the path. You saw it too right. The infinite Tsukuyomi cannot create a beautiful future. It only brings disaster, that is Kaguya. And what you've done is all in vain. Obito looked at the pensive Uchiha Obito and said, if everyone in the world becomes White Zetsu, is that the world you desire? If that's truly the case, my strength may not be enough to deal with such things. Uchiha Obito frowned. What Obito showed him clearly surpassed his control. Not to mention Kaguya, even Naruto and Sasuke, who had obtained the power of the Sage of Six Paths, were beyond his capability. That is the reason I came to this world, another me. I will help you create a beautiful world. Although no one can guarantee that this world will be devoid of darkness, where there is fire there will inevitably be shadows following. But at least we can end the wars in this world and usher in peace. Obito stood in front of Uchiha Obito, extending his hand. So another me, let us chase after our dreams together. Uchiha Obito smiled, slightly grasping Obito's hand. At that moment, the two different versions of Obito reached a consensus. The alliance of Obito and Obito was successfully formed. By the way, how is your relationship with Hashirama? What's the progress? Uchiha Obito suddenly asked Obito, who looked a bit embarrassed. You've done all you need to do, right? Ha! Uchiha Obito laughed. Hashirama is quite a nice person, isn't he? Another me. Though it is indeed strange that another version of myself likes Hashirama. The only downside is that he is too humble and slow. Obito did not hesitate to agree with Uchiha Obito's words. Then I wish you both a fulfilling life together. What will you name your future child? Uchiha Obito's thoughts briefly derailed. We haven't gotten married yet, so we haven't thought of a name. Obito held the Uchiha fan tightly. How about naming the boy Uchiha Run and the girl Uchiha Hayori? Thank you, I will consider it, Obito nodded. Enough small talk. You sensed the approach of others, didn't you? Uchiha Obito looked outside the mist where several faint silhouettes swayed among the creeping vines and dust. Obito also looked outside. Lady Tsunade, do we really have to go? Is it dangerous? Shikamaru said with concern. We are here now facing Uchiha Obito. Should we retreat, just because we witnessed his terror? The blonde-haired woman with an imposing aura, Tsunade replied. We are the 5 Kage. It's rare for all 5 Kage to gather. We should be ready to go. Floating in the air, Inoki reminded them. Two figures had already emerged from the chaotic battlefield, clearly having ceased fighting and seemingly united. Next they would have to face two monsters. Is there really a need? They are just a bunch of ants, a cold voice from the girl echoed through the mist. Even knowing the outcome, I still want to play a little. That sage body on your chest. It's Hashirama Senju, it's obvious, isn't it? This body of mine is a result of Edo Tensei. Indeed, it is quite exquisite. Of course. Upon seeing the two emerge, the 5 Kage immediately heightened their vigilance, ready for battle at any moment. Is that girl also from the Uchiha clan? Tsunade stared at Madara, her heart filled with doubt. She had never seen someone like Madara, and the marks of Edo Tensei on her face indicated that she too was resurrected, presumably an ancestor of the Uchiha clan. However, if she possessed such immense power, she should not be forgotten by history. Just in time, I'll join in the fun too, Madara said as he stretched his body. Uchiha Madara, the legendary ninja. The fourth Raikage looked at Edo Tensei Madara with a grave expression. Is that blonde-haired woman the granddaughter of Hachibi's mother? Her name is Tsunade. Edo Tensei Madara, possessing memories of the future, could recognize Tsunade at a glance, as all Madara would automatically seek out anything related to Hashirama. Regardless of gender or size, it was all the same. To question is to inquire about the bonds of Konoha. He fainted in shock from the sincerity of Konoha's friendship. So this is the current 5 Kage. Show me your true strength, Edo Tensei Madara declared, amplifying his voice with chakra so that Tsunade and the others could hear him clearly. If you don't take this seriously, you might die. A blue trash bag floated around Edo Tensei Madara as he wielded 2 Susano'o swords. Seeing this, the 5 Kage dared not relax, each preparing to unleash their true abilities. Terumi Mei was the first to unleash a torrent of lava, release a large amount of acidic liquid splashing towards Uchiha Madara's Susano'o, hissing as it corroded, showcasing the power of her acidic technique. Simultaneously, Tsunade's fist struck heavily down upon the Susano'o. In an instant, a crack appeared on the Susano'o, followed by its shattering, enveloping Edo Tensei Madara in lava release. Madara held the Uchiha fan blocked from advancing by the Raikage A and the Tsuchikage Inoki. Who are you and why are you colluding with Madara? Inoki asked. To be honest, I dislike foolish people, and you fall into that category. Madara couldn't be bothered to entertain the two, swinging the chain in his hand, which carried a scythe, toward Raikage. The lightning armor attached itself to A, who grabbed the chain, intending to pull Madara towards him as he looked rather frail. However, the immense force transmitted through his arm made Raikage as expression change. He was yanked toward Madara by that overwhelming force flying through the air. Dust release, original world stripping technique. Inoki seized the opportunity as Madara recoiled, attempting to land a powerful blow on him, but he clearly underestimated his opponent. Just as Inoki was about to release the dust release from his hands, Madara's position unexpectedly swapped with Raikage's. He had to forcibly alter the position of the dust release to prevent it from turning into a heap of molecules. Damn, what kind of ability is this? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Inoki's forehead, realizing how bizarre Madara's abilities were. He could teleport instantly and even swap positions with others. This ability, even viewed as troublesome by Otsutsuki, naturally posed a significant threat to the 5 Kage. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Madara spat 3 fire dragon bullets which engulfed the 2 men, yet were halted by Terumi Mei's water release. Madara clearly didn't expect this technique to kill Inoki and Raikage, and her goal was to draw out Terumi Mei's water release. The fierce clash between fire and water produced a significant amount of white mist. Madara's figure was once again shrouded while Edo Tensei Madara stood before the 5 Kage with his Susano'o activated. Gaara summoned a large amount of sand to form a sand shield to protect the others from a sudden ambush by Madara appearing from the mist. Moi. Edo Tensei Madara observed the tense 5 Kage, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. I didn't expect the other me to possess so many jutsu. Did that guy Tobirama develop these techniques? Edo Tensei Madara's words left the 5 Kage puzzled. Upon hearing the mention of Tobirama Senjutsu, Tsunade suddenly connected the dots. She glanced at Raikage as neck, her pupils contracting sharply, for there was a flying thunder god seal etched onto his neck. Madara's use of fire release to create mist and obscure the 5 Kage's vision was not intended for an ambush, but rather to divert their attention. While engaging with Raikage, he had already implanted the flying thunder god seal on his neck. Little before Tsunade could call out, Madara's figure appeared in front of the Raikage alongside the swirling white hair, forming a Rasengan of sage chakra in his hand. Her eyes glowed with crimson runes, clearly having activated the perfect sage mode. Raikage aimed to react, enhancing his defenses with lightning armor. But he fell prey to Madara's battle prediction. Just as Raikage lunged forward attempting to collide with Madara, the second flying thunder god technique activated, allowing Madara to appear behind Raikage, the Rasengan spinning as it struck his back. A tremendous explosion erupted and the lightning armor around Raikage, a dissipated blood gushing from his back, clearly rendered incapable of continuing the fight. So fast, such power. Inoki gathered his dust release, forcibly pushing back Madara. Quite impressive combat experience. No wonder it's me. Edo Tensei Madara remarked, having watched Madara's battle, unable to contain his admiration. If one must say Madara is him, and he is Madara, so is it not normal to praise oneself? Edo Tensei Madara excelled in complimenting others, but also in praising himself. Tsunade reached Raikage's side to treat his wounds. Just a few minutes had passed, and one shadow had already fallen, witnessing the might of Madara and Edo Tensei Madara. Alright, the game is about to end. Edo Tensei Madara felt a tinge of boredom. He clapped one hand on the ground, and wood release began to manifest with numerous vines and trees sprouting, a flower bud appearing atop the trees. Wood release, advent of the tree realm. The wood release enveloped the 5 Kage as Edo Tensei Madara unleashed a great fire extinction. The flames erupted violently upon contacting the wood release pollen, causing a massive explosion. The 5 Kage were trapped within thick smoke, ruthlessly stealing their air, while the indestructible wood release proved hard to break free from. Terumi, Mei, Tsunade, and Gaara had lost their strength and collapsed to the ground from lack of oxygen, while Inoki was also on the brink of collapse. In a critical moment, he recalled the scene of being humiliated by Madara, reigniting his fighting spirit. Dust release gathered in Inoki's hands, this time larger than any previous dust release he had performed. Dust release, limitless stripping technique. The wood release above the 5 Kage was decomposed into molecules by the dust release air rushing in, allowing them to barely catch their breath. Tsunade activated the sealing technique, employing the 100 healings technique to prepare to rush forward. Madara also had no intention of wasting time raising his hand to unleash the Super Shinra Tensei. A massive wave of energy spread out from Obito, sending the 5 shadows flying. Already heavily injured, they were now too weak to continue fighting. They could only watch helplessly as the two left. To achieve true peace, is it necessary to have absolute military deterrence or a proper system? Obito pondered as he ran forward. To achieve peace, the key lies in humanity, right? Obito said. Only by realizing this can true peace be attained. Great power is indeed a significant factor, but it is not entirely sufficient. For example, in Boruto, peace was restored in the ninja world through the efforts of Naruto and Sasuke. However, this was built upon Naruto and Sasuke's strength. After Kurama's death, Naruto was immediately blamed by the other 4 shadows. If it weren't for their good relationship and Sasuke's presence, the other 4 ninja villages might have taken the opportunity to attack Konoha directly. Thus, a proper system, friendly relations, and absolute military power are all indispensable. Only in this way can the ninja world be prevented from falling back into war and truly achieve peace. Obito and the reanimated Obito exchanged thoughts, and the latter agreed with Obito's perspective. His previous idea of initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi was indeed too idealistic and unrealistic. A utopia only exists in illusions. At this moment, Kakashi, Naruto, Killer Bee, and Guy were confronting Obito. Obito's mask had been shattered by the combined efforts of Kakashi and Naruto, revealing the ghostly face beneath the white mask. The ethereal dog stood atop the rock wall as Obito entered the battlefield. Holding a fan beneath him were the chakra-manifested 9 tails and 8 tails. Is that Uchiha Obito? The 9 tails connected to Naruto exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the arrival of the white-haired girl. After all, he only recognized Obito. He had never seen the reanimated version, so how could he possibly know him? Upon seeing both Obito and the reanimated Obito appear simultaneously, the ninja war Obito was first surprised and then cautious, as he had witnessed Obito's prowess and knew he possessed the same Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. In other words, the ethereal ability, which was Obito's greatest trump card, was useless against Obito. Obito, what are you doing together with that guy? Obito asked the reanimated Obito. The reanimated Obito looked at Obito, realizing that this pitiful creature had been toyed with throughout his life. To his surprise, he ultimately became the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, which exceeded his expectations, but was ultimately brought back by verbal jutsu, becoming Naruto and Sasuke's support. Obito, you no longer hold any value for me. The only congratulations I can offer is to leave your eyes behind, and then perform the rebirth of the samsara technique. The reanimated Obito's tone was icy, showing no intention of utilizing the other. Obito was taken aback. He knew Obito's thoughts and recognized that he would eventually tear off the mask. Obito wanted to use him, and he of course wanted to use Obito as well. However, Obito did not expect Obito to tear off the mask. So soon, it was too early. The others at the scene were completely confused. They had thought they were on the same side, but now they were arguing. The reanimated Obito was preparing to take action when suddenly white ash began to rise from his body. White ash also began to appear on Obito, indicating that the reanimation jutsu was about to be undone. Has Orochimaru dealt with the Uchiha brothers? Obito muttered to herself. In fact, this was indeed the case. Sage Orochimaru had been trapped by reanimated Itachi, using Izanami, ultimately breaking the reanimation jutsu. However, this minor interlude could not impede their progress because reanimation jutsu release. Both Obito and the reanimated Obito were very familiar with the reanimation jutsu, so they easily undid it. Then let's continue. The reanimated Obito said coldly. Obito, are you going to be my enemy? Obito, though confused, readied himself for battle. The summoned outer path golem had already absorbed some chakra from the 9 tails and 8 tails. Although it was not much, it was still usable. He had no other options now but to fight with all his might. Just as Obito was preparing to ride the 10 tails into battle, Kakashi's Kamui suddenly pulled him into the Kamui space. Obito looked over and with a glance sent Kakashi into the space as well. Boring, the reanimated Obito remarked, losing interest. He had initially planned to deal with Obito first, but did not expect him to enter the Kamui space. However, he was not in a hurry, as it was fine to deal with him later. Now it was about gaining control over the 10 tails. Hey, what do you guys want to do? Although Naruto was still confused, he decided to play the role of the protagonist and shouted, "Moi." Obito tilted her head. Vortex Naruto, the 9 tails Jinchuriki, let's strip the 9 tails from him, the reanimated Obito said. In his memories, Naruto had indeed caused him great trouble. Moreover, with the power of the Sage of 6 Paths, Naruto was exceedingly troublesome. Thus it was better to eliminate the threat as early as possible. Just as he was about to make a move, Obito called out to him. Wait, a swarm of flies is coming. The girl raised her crimson eyes, and the Ninja Alliance had already arrived. They are quite bothersome, the reanimated Obito concurred. Obito and the reanimated Obito jumped onto the head of the 10 tails, and Obito reminded. Try to hold back, after all we are not here to kill. Killing holds no meaning for achieving our dreams, scaring them is enough. Obito scanned the surroundings, searching for Black Zetsu. Understood, Obito replied. The tailed beast bomb was forming within the 10 tails' mouth. With Obito's chakra and the Otsutsuki physique, the Ten Tails became exceptionally excited, and the tailed beast bomb was several times larger than the usual Ten Tails bomb. An aura of despair was gathering as the Nine Tails and Eight Tails combined their tailed beast bombs, yet they were still significantly smaller than the Ten Tails bomb. After the collision of the tailed beast bombs, the Ten Tails bomb crushed forward, but was redirected just as it was about to cross over everyone's heads. A golden figure appeared before everyone, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. "Am I late?" The naturally naive man showed a kind smile. "Dad," Naruto exclaimed joyfully upon seeing his father. Obito and the reanimated Obito exchanged glances as that person was coming. The wood dragon dived down clad in red armor with long black hair. The man, who had entered perfect sage mode, arrived. The god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju. Although Obito wanted to say a few words, she remembered that she already had a Hashirama, so she decided to leave this one to Obito. "Hashirama," the reanimated Obito exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Hashirama. "Madara, how can a dead man like you come out to cause trouble again?" The reanimated Hashirama pointed at the reanimated Obito. The bright smile on the reanimated Obito's face faded as she made a sound of disdain, appearing like a wronged cat after being scolded by her own master. "Come and have a battle with me." Upon seeing the arrival of reanimated Hashirama, the reanimated Obito, who had initially planned to execute his task, became interested. As for what his task was, Obito's character status: chapter Uchiha Obito, gender female, height 167 cm, birthday December 24th Capricorn. Age fixed at 22. Her appearance will no longer change, so she does feel troubled about her chest. Appearance: as a child, she had a head of short black spiky hair and a cute little face, a standard beautiful lowly configuration. In her pre-birth years, she already looked similar to a normal adult with a stunning face and a voluptuous figure. Her expression was cold, but she would smile when meeting Hashirama. In Six Paths mode, her hair is snowy white, draped in the Six Paths robe with white horns that appear to be keratin, but are actually soft. Due to her floating in the air, she doesn't need to wear shoes, and her skin is snow white with dainty and tender little feet. In Six Paths mode, Obito carries a divine and sacred presence that is usually absent. In Wedge mode, a wedge mark appears on her face, and horns appear on her head. In Byakugo mode, deep black marking surface on her face, even spreading across her arms. In Perfect Sage mode, crimson markings appear on her cheeks, glowing faintly, resembling an ancient priestess serving the gods, eerie and filled with a natural essence. Personality: reclusive, arrogant, unsociable, occasionally gentle, kind, extreme, stubborn, prone to jealousy, slightly Yandere. Hobbies: her favorite food is multicolored dumplings, which she eats almost every day, though she sometimes varies her taste and tries tonkatsu ramen. Bathing and playing cards are also activities she enjoys, as bathing allows for relaxation of both body and mind. P.S. Playing cards with Hashirama is of course a hobby too. Sticking tongue out. Love life: she met her archenemy Hashirama Senju by a stream as a child, sparking a bond of fate. They continued to communicate and face enemies together, developing a good relationship. They reconnected after the reanimation jutsu was undone, and after long periods of combat and daily interactions, sharing a kiss at the fireworks festival and confessing their love, they established a bond for eternity. In terms of feelings, Uchiha Obito often seeks to take the upper hand, appearing domineering. Of course, this extends to intimacy as well, though at times she may be taken advantage of, experiencing moments of complete submission, particularly at the climax. In terms of emotions, she seems extreme once she has set her sights on someone she won't let go. She also feels discomfort when her love interest interacts verbally or physically with other women, displaying behavior similar to sulking or heightened aggression. She is absolutely cold and ruthless towards enemies, yet shows unusual tenderness towards those she loves. She may even become submissive and feel wronged or uneasy due to the actions of her beloved, leading to hints of suspicion. Beloved Hashirama Senju. Romantic experience 1. Intimacy experience 39 times. Relationship chain: Hashirama Senju, lover Uchiha Suki, daughter Senju Tobarama, annoying white-haired one Uchiha Taijima, father Uchiha Izuna, my hardworking younger brother Vortex Ketsuki, close friend. Realm: Otsutsuki Cocoon. Bloodline limit: bloodline succession, 6 paths, power, heavenly realm, Sharingan, Rinnegan, various ninjutsu. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, 8,000 spears. Rinnegan, heavenly hand power. Weapons: Tatsuka blade, Uchiha fan. Chakra attributes: fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, yin-yang. Identity: reincarnation of Indra, perfect Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Of course, it is to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, wielding absolute power, and then to establish a new world of peace. This peaceful new world must be led and ruled by him. Obito had emerged from the Kamui space, clearly in a disheveled state, with his chest pierced, lying on the ground in agony. He intended to force Kaguya out as well, eliminating this sinister being. Kaguya emerged from the ground, taking control of Obito and parasitizing half of his body. Obito stepped forward to control Kaguya and Obito, but the others on the battlefield obviously would not allow him to resurrect. The Edo Tensei Hashirama manipulated a wooden dragon to entangle Kaguya, but was blocked by a massive Susano'o. Who are you? Edo Tensei Hashirama looked at Kaguya within the Susano'o. I suppose we are acquaintances. Kaguya tilted her head and said with a smile. Behind her, 50 wooden clones were lined up, all activated their Susano'o. The scene reminiscent of a disaster was like the Valley of the Wind from Studio Ghibli, where hundreds of giant gods capable of destroying the world descended wielding the Susano'o sword that could split heaven and earth, blue chakra surging forth. Everyone was stunned by the terrifying chakra emanating from Kaguya, but waiting idly for death was not an option. The Ninja Alliance had no choice but to steel themselves and fight against Kaguya's wooden clones while Kaguya engaged in battle with Edo Tensei Hashirama, using her complete Susano'o. To be honest, Edo Tensei Hashirama's strength was inferior to that of his counterpart from her world, which made Kaguya feel a bit bored, leading her to think of her boyfriend. I must drain that foolish Hashirama dry when I return. Kaguya had already arrived in front of Obito and Kaguya, and before Kaguya could boast her hand had seized Obito's face, taking away his Mangekyo Sharingan to prevent him from entering the Kimui space. Kaguya, hurry up, she urged. Kaguya hesitated slightly, but controlled Obito to perform the Samsara Birth of Heaven technique. As the Samsara Birth of Heaven technique was performed, Kaguya gained a physical body. Her robust figure was exposed to the air, with long black hair flowing in the wind, standing atop the mountain. Edo Tensei Hashirama had already been pinned to the ground by Kaguya's soft foot, looking at his own arm, noticing that his Edo Tensei body was crumbling and a new flesh was being reconstructed. It seems to be successful, she said, looking at the living Kaguya standing at the peak. Living Kaguya had already obtained the Rinnegan, using the Rinne Tensei to defeat the tailed beast, peeling the nine tails from Naruto's body. However, with the presence of the nine tails within Minato, Naruto had revived. Yet at this moment, living Kaguya faced no one who could obstruct him as he stood atop the 10 tails. The will of the 10 tails began to resist living Kaguya's control, but in just a moment, it was suppressed, merging silently into living Kaguya's body. What is happening? This scene unfolded so quickly that the Ninja Alliance, still struggling against Kaguya's clones, had no time to react. Dressed in a white robe with long white hair like snow, holding the Six Paths staff, Six Paths Kaguya appeared. At this moment, Six Paths Kaguya understood why Kaguya's hair was white. It was because she had possessed the power of the Sage of Six Paths, her body resembling that of the Sage. This indicated that Kaguya was at the Six Paths level and also the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. This fact made Six Paths Kaguya even more convinced that she was indeed someone from another time and space. He stood at the pinnacle of the battlefield, surveying the situation. The Ninja Alliance had already been overpowered by Kaguya's 50 Susanoo clones, with only Naruto and the arriving Sasuke, Edo Tensei, 3rd Hokage, 2nd Hokage, and 4th Hokage remaining. One could only say that Naruto and Sasuke truly lived up to their roles as the protagonists of Shippuden, as they had activated Six Paths mode after battling Six Paths Kaguya. Surrender, it is meaningless to continue fighting. Six Paths Kaguya coldly regarded Naruto and Sasuke. Are you really going to just sit by and watch me activate the infinite Tsukuyami, you bastard? Six Paths, Naruto said, gripping his black staff, indignation evident in his words. Who told you I was going to activate the infinite Tsukuyami? Six Paths Kaguya replied lightly. Edge. Naruto was taken aback. My goal is to use absolute force to create a world where no one initiates war, a world of everlasting peace. A world ruled by absolute power holds no meaning. Peace can only be achieved through love and bonds between people. Let go of such thoughts, Uchiha Kaguya. Naruto unleashed his verbal prowess. The last person to believe in creating peace through absolute power was Nagato, who became the Six Paths Pain. And Nagato's fate was ultimately determined by Naruto's words. But Six Paths Kaguya was not like Nagato. He was the kind of person who would walk down the dark path to the end. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted his entire life on the endeavor of activating the infinite Tsukuyami, and even after death, he continued to carry it out. It is not without reason that the Uchiha clan is described as madmen with obsessions. As a clan born from love, their persistence and obsession with matters surpass that of normal people. Naruto naturally could not listen to Six Paths Kaguya's ideas, as the protagonists draw their strength from bonds. However, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flickered, seemingly not averse to Kaguya's current ideology. For he agreed with Kaguya's perspective to kill the 5 Kage, execute the tailed beasts, and then establish a unified nation. Your childish viewpoint is quite laughable. Six Paths Kaguya scoffed dismissively. To all the people in the ninja world, I give you a chance to bow down and submit. Listen carefully, I am now going to create a unified ninja world, not the current fragmented and divided villages created by Hashirama, which hold no meaning and only bring slaughter, war, and death. The wars between nations and the darkness within nations will all become bubbles and nothingness under my power. Six Paths Kaguya floated in the air, with 8 truth-seeking orbs hovering neatly behind him. A white-haired girl sat on a rock, poking at Edo Tensei Hashirama, who was impaled like a hedgehog by the gang. That guy Madara. Edo Tensei Hashirama inexplicably took a blow. Kaguya smiled slightly, seeing that Six Paths Kaguya's thoughts were not so different from hers. After all, they were the same person, even if from different time and space their thoughts and will were close. I think you're wrong, but the purifier shouldn't be you, a dead man. Six Paths Sasuke stepped forward and said, You relic of the old era, don't come out to embarrass yourself. Sasuke. Naruto was shocked. This was not the Uchiha clan. They did not enter the Uchiha clan's domain. Why do you all have such thoughts? Naruto felt a bit helpless. For a moment, he couldn't decide and could only look at Six Paths Sasuke with longing. Sasuke, you. What are you talking about? I will determine our victory and defeat later, but before that let's deal with that guy first. I guess so, Naruto said dejectedly. Then let's see what you can do, Six Paths, Kagaya replied. 1 against 2. Do you really think you have a chance of winning? Six Paths, Sasuke sneered, exuding an aura of invincibility. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and the 2 pillars were back in action. However, Six Paths Sasuke indeed had the capital to be arrogant. After obtaining the Sage of Six Paths power-up, Sasuke activated the Rinnegan and simultaneously gained the power of the Six Paths, unlocking the God-tier ability of Heavenly Hand power. In terms of hard strength, he was undoubtedly at the Six Paths level. But 1 against 2? No. Six Paths Kagaya held his staff, smiling as he pointed at Six Paths Sasuke. It's 2 against 2. Both Liu Dao Sasuke and Liu Dao Naruto possess powers at the Liu Dao level, making them the greatest adversaries of Liu Dao Obito, especially since the latter also masters the Six Paths sealing technique, which fills him with dread. Before Sasuke could react, the 7-attribute Rasengan struck him squarely in the chest, sending him flying. Cough. Cough. Sasuke employed Heavenly Hand power to stabilize his form. Sasuke, are you okay? Naruto looked at Sasuke with concern. Be careful, the opponent wields the Flying Thunder God technique, Sasuke warned as his neck bore the mark of the Flying Thunder God. He casually erased the mark with Inyang release and drew the Kusanagi sword. The black flames controlled by Jakudo merged with the Chidori as the two split up to battle Obito and Liu Dao Obito. I'm sorry, white-haired lady, but I must stop you now. Naruto gathered a Rasengan in his hand, and his shadow clone technique suddenly appeared beside him to confuse Obito's line of sight. Can't you see? Then let's finish this. Obito has activated his Rinnegan and has also formed a Rasengan in his hand. One can only say that the shadow clone technique truly lives up to Tobirama's cunning usage against the Uchiha clan, as the Sharingan cannot discern the truth of the clones. However, Obito didn't need to see through, as he was strong enough. Boom. The Rasengans collided, and one of Naruto's shadow clones shattered into pieces. Behind Obito, Naruto had already gathered a small-tailed beast ball and launched it. The explosion engulfed the area, and Obito's figure suddenly appeared outside the battlefield, having exchanged positions with Naruto. Amidst the dust and smoke, a golden nine-tailed hand reached out towards Obito. Now Naruto was a fusion of Six Paths mode, Sage mode, and Nine Tails chakra mode, possessing the strongest power before the Ion mode. Naruto did not know many ninjutsu techniques. The two he used most frequently were the multi-shadow clone technique and various Rasengan. Naruto threw a Rasengan, while 2 more nine-tailed hands emerged from his sides. Obito found himself with no escape, and it was too late to use Heavenly Hand power, thus he decided not to dodge. Wedge. A deep blue wedge mark appeared on Obito's cheek as his outer garment fluttered in the storm created by the Rasengan. Absorb. Obito raised his hand, and the entire Rasengan was easily absorbed by him. What followed was a barrage of shuriken amplified to countless times their original strength. This was due to Obito using the ability of his Rinnegan, High Emperor's Spirit Mastery. It can absorb chakra ninjutsu and amplify it to countless times before returning it to others. Hundreds of meters of Rasengan appeared on the scene. Minato had already teleported away the allied ninjas present, as they were linked to Ninetails chakra, and Naruto was also transported away. The Rasengan landed on the ground, reducing the stones to a molecular level, leaving nothing behind. That was fast. Obito muttered to himself. Meanwhile, the battle between Liu Dao Obito and Liu Dao Sasuke had reached a boiling point. Sasuke, wielding the Kusanagi sword, continuously closed in on Liu Dao Obito, unleashing Jakudo and lightning release amidst flashes of lightning and the cries of Chidori. Zing! Sasuke used Heavenly Hand power to switch places with Liu Dao Obito's truth-seeking ball, aiming to pierce Liu Dao Obito with Raikiri. Yet an actual entity obstructed his movement. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and found a figure identical to Obito standing before him, blocking the attack. Wheel Grave Border held the ability of Liu Dao Obito's Rinnegan. Furthermore, the dual Rinnegan Liu Dao Obito possesses 4 Wheel Grave Border Hell clones, each with the same abilities as Liu Dao Obito. Sage Art. Lightning Prison Border Hell was unleashed from the bodies of the 4 Wheel Graves, causing Obito to exchange places with one of the clones while Sasuke was captured by the clone. A bad feeling welled up in his heart, prompting him to activate his complete Susano'o to withstand the forthcoming attack. Wheel Grave. Susano'o Shinra Tensei. The 3 Wheel Grave clones, along with Liu Dao Obito's main body, activated Susano'o, simultaneously utilizing the Rinnegan's ability Shinra Tensei. The 4-directional Shinra Tensei pressed in, and after a time Sasuke's Susano'o shattered under the pressure, ultimately breaking apart. In a moment of crisis, Sasuke unleashed Heavenly Hand power, just in time to escape disaster. Damn it, at this rate, I am no match for him. Sasuke furrowed his brow, completely unaware of what was behind him. A blade pierced through his abdomen, and Sasuke turned in disbelief to see a strand of snow-white hair and the perfect yet cold face of a girl. When did this happen? Sasuke was incredulous. Kamui, Obito explained, kindly noticing Sasuke's expression. Within Obito's eyes lay the power of Kamui. Sasuke was defeated. He fell from the sky, collapsing to the ground. Obito did not kill him, as she had stated that she was not here for slaughter. She had already absorbed the Six Paths power from Sasuke, and the Six Paths power from Naruto was also taken from him. This Six Paths power could aid her in nurturing the God Tree, thereby enhancing her own strength. In front of everyone in the ninja world, the only option is to lay down arms. Lu Dao Obito declared her independence with her chakra. Now her voice could be heard in every corner of the ninja world, and the victory of this war was indeed Obito's victory. No one could stop Obito's advance. Lu Dao Obito approached Hashirama looking down at him, and said, "Do you see, Hashirama? I am now the only victor." "Obito, you are far too extreme." Hashirama shook his head. Lu Dao Obito frowned, evidently a bit angry, and began to argue with Hashirama. She then vanished from the spot, leaving the mess for Lu Dao Obito to handle. In a remote corner away from the dual battlefield, Kurizetsu emerged from beneath the ground. "Damn those guys, damn Madara." Kurizetsu cursed. It had initially thought that it could successfully resurrect its mother using Obito's power, but just as success was within reach, humans meddled. Now its plan was ruined, and the only option left was to continue waiting for 1,000 years. "Long time no see, Kurizetsu." Obito approached Kurizetsu. "Who are you?" The eyes of Heiju were filled with horror. It hurriedly burrowed underground, trying to escape from Ban's side, while the wood release extended from the ground, blocking Ban's line of sight. It had a strong impression of Ban, for he was the one who had ruined its plans and incited the 6 paths to kill it. If it weren't for its speed, it would have truly perished. Now Ban had managed to track it down here, and could detect its highly concealed presence, indicating that his abilities far surpassed its own. If it didn't flee now, when would it? "Long ago you stabbed me in the back, and I have kept that in my heart. Now it is my turn to stab you." Ban looked down at Heiju, who resembled a puddle of mud, his tone icy and devoid of any emotion. Ban, like a ruler wielding the power of life and death, issued commands. The silver-haired girl floated in midair, her hair wildly billowing, her delicate feet stepping on the air, her stunningly beautiful face cold and unyielding. A heavy spiraling shuriken composed of 7 attributes and infused with chakra fell from the sky. The moment the spiraling shuriken touched the ground, a massive mushroom cloud erupted. Ban observed as Heiju was completely reduced to ash under the influence of yin-yang release and chose to leave. But moments later, Ban turned sharply as another spiraling shuriken fell to the ground, confirming that everything within a few miles had been obliterated, allowing Ban to leave with peace of mind. There was no way around it. After all, she was someone with a heavy sense of suspicion. As someone who had been backstabbed, it was no surprise that Ban had trust issues. Ban's mission in this world was nearly complete. Although there was still a little time left, she had no intention of lingering. After all, Hashirama was waiting for her to eat, and Ban was eager to consume everything Hashirama had. The girl licked her pink tongue, and a smile crept onto her lips as she hummed a pleasant tune. A distant song wafted through the air, a light breeze dispersed, and a beam of light descended from above. The aura of the space shifted, and Ban's figure vanished from the spot, leaving this world entirely. "Hey Madara, I've brought you some dumplings." As soon as Ban opened her eyes, she saw the silly Hashirama approaching, still with that same demeanor, holding her favorite food. "You came, silly Hashirama." Ban wrapped her arms around Hashirama's neck and tackled him, her eyes filled with affection. She rubbed her snow-white thighs, licked her pink lips, and gazed at him as if he were a delicious morsel. "I'm back." Hashirama gently ruffled the girl's hair. Soft lips touched, clothes fluttered, and the door had been locked tight with the round tomb's edge lock, making it impossible for anyone to enter. Sounds of rhythmic breathing and the slurping of soup filled the room. After a few hours, the girl, with her hair disheveled, had clearly taken a bath, her smooth white skin glistening a clear pink hue. Ban's hair was damp, carrying a pleasant fragrance. She exuded a faint holy aura, as mysterious as a priestess serving a deity. One could only say that women are fierce. Hashirama took a deep breath, holding the girl's soft waist, helping her massage her feet. Ban's foot could be easily held in one hand, soft and small, her delicate skin resembling that of a newborn, her round and lovely toes intermingling and swaying slightly. "Press a little harder." Ban lay on her side in Hashirama's warm embrace, squinting her eyes and lazily speaking. "The dumplings are indeed delicious." Ban took a bite of the dumpling, her cheeks puffing up, looking quite adorable. Hashirama's heart raced as he attentively massaged her feet. His gaze lingered on Ban's wrist, where she wore a bracelet, a wooden bead necklace that Hashirama had given her as a birthday gift, which she surprisingly still kept. Hashirama's eyes were filled with tenderness. The girl before him was someone he would dedicate his entire life to protecting. No matter what she was like, even if she stood on the opposing side of the world, Hashirama would follow her whims and indulge her every action. Because Ban was worth it, if she deserved such love. The adorable Tsundere, white-haired cat, who wouldn't like her? Hashirama smiled gently, and Ban caught sight of it. "Silly Hashirama, kiss me." The girl's voice was incredibly domineering, demanding Hashirama. "You're being too arrogant. No, I have ways to discipline you." "Humph, baka." Ban huffed. But the next second, she let out a gasp as Hashirama pulled her into his embrace, kissing her. Ban's gaze became somewhat dazed, her grasp on Hashirama's clothes loosened, and her body went soft. Once it ended, the girl's face was flushed, and her voice had significantly quieted, completely losing her arrogance. "Silly, do you think?" Before Ban could finish her sentence, Hashirama kissed her again. Now Ban had no strength to resist. Even her Sharingan and Rinnegan were closed. "I love you." Hashirama brushed back Ban's hair, gently kissing her smooth forehead. "Then I like you too, silly Hashirama." Ban revealed a smile as radiant as a little girl's, for she had received the world's best toy, the one who could protect her for a lifetime. "I've thought for a long time. Let's get married. I want to give you a formal promise." A A tentative expression appeared on Hashirama's resolute face. Silly Hashirama. Ban looked at Hashirama's cautious demeanor and let out a chuckle. She gently lifted his chin. My body and mind have long belonged to you, of course that's fine. Do you still need to ask me about such matters? I permit it. Ban smiled as she embraced Hashirama's neck, feeling each other's warmth. Great. Hashirama Senju softly said. A smile broke out on his face as he tightly held onto the girl who was his. The moonlight shone like a candle, casting a gentle glow upon the two. They embraced, tightly curled up under the same blanket to keep each other warm. The girl closed her eyes, breathing steadily as Hashirama gently caressed her exquisite profile. Good night, Hashirama said. The girl murmured in her sleep, calling out his name. Good night, Hashirama. Baka Hashirama, get up quickly. A girl's clear voice rang in his ears. Senju Hashirama slowly opened his eyes, immediately greeted by a beautiful face exhaling an alluring breath. Obito's face flushed as Hashirama stood up only, then noticing that she was wearing a white apron, her well-proportioned figure tightly bound by a waist belt. I made breakfast for you, come on, get up. Obito gazed at Hashirama, and before he could react, she forcibly pulled him up. Various dishes were laid out on a small wooden table, and the girl half-kneeled beside it, inviting him to eat. Hashirama initially wanted to decline, deterred by Obito's suffocating cooking skills aside from grilled fish, but looking at the well-prepared food on the table. Hashirama hesitated, but chose to sit down while Obito looked at him, as if she wanted to see a flower bloom, a faint smile on her lips. Can I start? Hashirama brought his hands together, praying for Buddha's blessing. This is a carefully prepared dish, so eat up. Obito propped her face on her lily-white arm, eagerly saying. Hashirama picked up a piece of scrambled egg with his chopsticks and cautiously placed it in his mouth, savoring it carefully. Hashirama frowned slightly, realizing that things were not as simple as they seemed. He took another bite, and Obito immediately asked, How is it, Hashirama? It's very delicious. Hashirama replied reflexively. This dish was carefully prepared by me using eggs cooked with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito said proudly, wrapping her left arm around Hashirama's shoulder. Hashirama's expression was strange. He skeptically took another bite. Obito thought he liked it, and said, There's plenty more, eat slowly, if it's not enough I'll make you more. Why is there no flavor? Hashirama first doubted whether there was something wrong with his taste buds. He had almost developed immunity to Obito's food, while Obito's most famous and frequently used technique was the Salt King salt. Unmelted chunks of salt were placed in the dishes because the dishes were already saturated with salt, and those were the excess salt. Granular white salt was evenly spread over every leaf of vegetables and every slice of meat, even piling up, revealing an unbearable salty taste. Yet today Obito surprisingly didn't add salt to her cooking. Had she changed her ways? Even if it tasted bland, it was better than having a single bite that would send his soul to the heavens right. But Hashirama quickly regretted his wishful thinking. Just as he was digging into the food, preparing for a swift conclusion, his chopsticks froze in midair and his whole body shuddered. A strange sensation surged to his crown, with spicy, bitter, sour, sweet, and refreshing flavors exploding in his mouth, leaving his brain in a standby state. Why aren't you eating? Are you full? Obito tilted her head, asking with a hint of confusion. On her system panel, the task of preparing 100 dishes for Hashirama was already completed, and she specifically prepared various flavors of Obito-style dishes for him. She even included special cooking packs purchased from the system store. CS Cooking Pack 150 points. A specific cooking pack containing various flavors, sweet, sour, slightly spicy, delicious, to the point of death. It could be used for everyday cooking. It was said to be the ultimate cooking pack that could make people cry. Obito naturally thought the letter CS referred to the god of cooking, and since the god of cooking's pack must taste great, she bought 10 packs and added them all to the dishes. She was determined to make Hashirama experience the happiest dishes made by the best woman in the world. Now it seemed. Obito's lips lifted into a confident and joyful smile. The effect was quite good. In Obito's view, Hashirama was tightly clenching his fists, tears streaming down his face, clearly moved to tears by her cooking. It was delicious enough to bring him to tears. Eat slowly, there's more, Obito said with a hum. Hashirama felt that he had understood everything at that moment. His mind was blank, his tongue was numb, and his body was unresponsive. Hashirama vowed that he would never eat Obito's food again, not even a single bite. It was deadly. Even with the strongest poison immunity, Hashirama couldn't help but be dazed for a long time, pondering the meaning of life. As a puppet master, Chiyo possessed unparalleled skills in detoxification and poison-making, but her proud techniques were utterly ineffective against Obito's dishes. If Chiyo tasted Obito's food, she would probably call it the strongest poison. Hashirama silently activated his sage body, while using wood release to heal himself. The 9 tails within him had already been poisoned, and was thus unable to use its chakra. Obito. Hashirama spoke, while propping himself up. Baka Hashirama, what's wrong? The girl looked obedient like a kitten, tilting her head as she awaited Hashirama's words. Promise me. Never step into the kitchen again. Hashirama gritted his teeth and said word by word. In the Konoha hospital, Senju Hashirama, this prominent figure unexpectedly appeared on a hospital bed. The reason for his hospitalization was domestic violence and poisoning. I'm sorry, forgive me, Hashirama. Obito lowered her head softly, apologizing to Hashirama. The girl looked at Hashirama with a wronged expression, not expecting her cooking to cause him such great trouble. Please forgive me. Obito said in a spoiled tone. Hashirama weakly gazed at the ceiling, staring at the bright, dazzling light bulb, and uttered a single word. Okay. Great. I like you the most. Obito tightly hugged Hashirama, nearly sending him to the afterlife. By the way, does what I said last night count? Obito suddenly released Hashirama and softly asked. Hashirama was taken aback, revealing a smile as he stroked the girl's soft hand, her skin smooth and delicate. Of course it counts. As long as you want, we can do it tomorrow. Hashirama said. Great. Obito pounced into Hashirama's embrace, shyly revealing a pair of beautiful eyes. Ouch. Hashirama inhaled sharply. Sorry, I got too excited. Obito acted like a little girl. She held Hashirama's hand, which was larger than hers, warm and rough, their fingers interlocked. The sunset in the evening was particularly dazzling, making Hashirama recall the afternoon when they had made their pact. The girl's perfect body was exposed before him, giving him everything without reservation. From now on, we will not abandon each other nor betray each other until the end of death. Hashirama's voice was very soft. From now on, we will not abandon each other nor betray each other until the end of death. Obito's voice was gentle. Hashirama leaned against the head of the hospital bed, with Obito leaning beside him, the two of them relying on each other, whispering sweet words accompanied by soft laughter. Obito, will you marry me? Hashirama asked. Though it sounds a bit perfunctory, I accept. Obito said proudly. That's truly wonderful. I will give you the best wedding. Hashirama said. The moonlight descended and Konoha was peaceful. In the early morning of Konohagakure, sunlight pierced through the gray haze, sweeping away the clouds to reveal a vast expanse of azure sky, as clear as washed linen. Thanks to the efficient workforce of ninjas, the construction of Konohagakure has progressed by leaps and bounds, changing with each passing day. With the overall economic development, the service industry in Konohagakure is thriving, and the vibrant morning market, along with the towering buildings in the main urban area, have established land transport routes with other ninja villages. Railways have been laid down following the footsteps of ninjas, reaching the 5 great nations and various small countries, significantly increasing the flow of people and goods. In the delicious ramen shop run by Maruko, her exceptional business acumen, keen commercial instincts, and unique maid service have turned her establishment into a popular spot in Konohagakure. Every day the shop is filled to capacity, raking in millions of yen. Even chain stores have proliferated across the 5 great nations, receiving rave reviews. Yet despite its immense popularity, the most central position in the shop remains empty. No one can make a reservation. Even throwing money at it would only lead to a dejected departure. Welcome, sir. The doorbell chimed, and the beautiful maid with a voice that tingled bowed to the person entering the shop. The newcomer wore an oil-slick forehead protector, had waist-length spiky white hair, and 2 red stripes on his face, all while clacking in wooden sandals. A maid peeked at this customer and suddenly gasped, covering her mouth. Are you Lord Jiraiya? At that moment, Jiraiya was casting furtive glances at the maid's white, ample bosom, leering, and a lascivious chuckle echoed in his mind. Prompted by the maid's question, he cleared his throat, instantly adopting a solemn demeanor. Jiraiya replied earnestly. I didn't expect you to recognize me, miss. Yes, I am Jiraiya, the sage of Mount Mayaboku. Lord Jiraiya, can I have your autograph? The maid squeezed closer to Jiraiya, her soft curves pressing against his arm, causing a ripple of excitement in him, and he chuckled lewdly. Of course. Just as Jiraiya was signing for the enthusiastic fan, a clear voice came from behind him. Lord Jiraiya, what are you up to? Don't steal my little shop assistant away from me. The speaker was a woman with dark bangs cascading down her alluring figure, clad in a red cheapao, her beautiful cheeks radiating the charm of a mature woman. Oh, Miss Maruko, Jiraiya greeted with a smile, suddenly remembering the purpose of his visit. Shall we sit down and talk? In a private booth on the sofa, Maruko and Jiraiya sat together as he munched on some food and handed her a letter. What is this? Maruko reached out to take the letter, her brow furrowed in confusion. Why not open it to find out? Jiraiya winked. I see. After glancing at the contents, Maruko revealed a faint smile and chided softly. Really now, why didn't they come to tell me about this in person? It makes me incredibly sad. What can be done? That lovely couple is currently enjoying a honeymoon that would make anyone envious, all lovey-dovey. Jiraiya shrugged, resigned. Looks like I can stir up another big story. Maruko said, mischievously winking. By the way, why did Madara send you Lord Jiraiya to deliver the message? Maruko asked curiously. What can I say? I received something from him and had nothing better to do. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head. It's still early, shouldn't we sit down for a drink? Maruko squinted her eyes. No, I have to deliver messages to others as well. Jiraiya turned to leave and Maruko resumed her busy tasks in the shop. Madara and Hashirama's wedding, whom I will be attending. Holding little Naruto, Kakashi stood by the roadside nodding as he received the invitation, then continued to bury his head in the endless ocean of knowledge, unable to extricate himself. Kakashi-sensei, I want to see your paradise too. Naruto shouted loudly. His shout attracted the attention of many around, and several young ninjas cast admiring glances, undoubtedly praising Kakashi's taste. Meanwhile, middle-aged women threw scornful looks at the white-haired sensei with dead fish eyes. Kakashi showed an awkward expression, ruffling Naruto's hair before squatting down to give him a classic 1,000 years of death. Ah! Naruto covered his behind and flew into the air. He knocked someone down, a girl with long black hair, a petite, delicate body, and tearful eyes. Ouch, that hurt. The pretty little girl whined. Sasuke, I'm sorry, did I hurt you? Naruto quickly helped up the Sasuke he had knocked down. Naruto, someone bullied me, woo. Uchiha Sasuke's little sister explained why she came to find Naruto. Huh, he'll help you get revenge. Naruto slammed his hands together, his anger flaring as he summoned 2 shadow clones, making them yell and laugh. Retired Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the tatami gazing at the peaceful Konoha. He couldn't help but take a sip of tea only to feel a sudden spiciness and spat it out. Konohamaru. Hiruzen couldn't contain himself, panting as he called out his grandson's name. One can tell from the thoughts below that this was the mischief concocted by Sarutobi Konohamaru. At that moment the door swung open and the lecherous sage made a grand entrance. A wedding. I will go. Nodding at the envelope he received, Hiruzen took another sip of tea to regain his composure. Konohamaru. Hiruzen's angry shout echoed throughout the room. Within the Uchiha clan's residence, 2 figures were engaged in a game of chess, one with flowing long hair and a face as beautiful as jade. The other, with hair as white as snow, was handsome and refined. You have no way out now, General, the girl said with a cold voice, raising her long fair fingers to place a piece down, sealing the game. You are still as formidable as ever, Suki. In Otsutsuki Shuren's eyes a gentle expression emerged. For some reason, during his second shameless visit to Earth, Uchiha Suki's attitude towards him had unexpectedly improved, greatly filling him with joy. As for whether he won or lost, who would care about winning or losing when spending time with the person they liked? Every moment spent together was filled with joy. While the two were eating and playing chess, the door was quietly opened. Are you saying that mother is getting married? Uchiha Suki asked with her head down, her tone flat, giving no indication of joy or sorrow. After a while she finally said, please congratulate mother for me, we will come on the day of the wedding. Otsutsuki Shuren hurriedly accepted the letter, feeling a sweetness in his heart, for Uchiha Suki had used the word we instead of I. What does this mean? It means that Suki cares about him and likes him. What is it? Is Naruto still not home? I'm so worried. In the home of Namake's, Minato Kushina anxiously looked at the door, waiting for Naruto to return. Don't worry, Naruto is probably playing with Sasuke. We used to do that when we were young too. Namake's Minato sat up from the sofa, gently stroking Kushina's signature long red hair, and said with a smile, how can you say that? Kushina's face turned crimson like a ripe apple, playfully stepping on Minato's foot. Haha. Minato wore his signature goofy smile. A knock came from the door, and Kushina smiled as she went to open it, only to find an unexpected guest. Teacher. Minato was taken aback, surprised that Jiraiya would come. Are you saying that Lord Madara and Lord Hashirama are going to hold a wedding? Yes, you must come on time. Jiraiya winked as he gestured. Understood, we will definitely arrive on time. Minato nodded in acknowledgement, and little Naruto bounced out from behind Jiraiya. Dadmom. Uzumaki Kushina looked at Naruto, first surprised, and then her fiery red hair danced like hot peppers. Coming back so late, just wait till I properly take care of you. Oh no, Mom, I'm sorry. Little Naruto started to run for his life, knowing that if he got caught, his bottom would certainly pay the price. Under the sunset, Hong and Asuma walked out from the dessert shop laughing. Asuma, with a cigarette in his mouth, was scolded by Hong, and he shyly extinguished it. Hong wore a sexy dress, flipping her hair as they held hands. Itachi, I want this. On the street, the beautiful Uchiha girl Uchiha Izumi opened her big eyes and pointed at the snacks by the roadside. Itachi turned to look and found that it was a stall selling dango. He too was fond of sweet treats, and he nodded in agreement. All right. They both bought a skewer of dango, not because they couldn't afford to, but because sharing one was sweeter. Uchiha Izumi took a bite first, then shyly handed it to Itachi. He took a bite too, leaving only the last dango on the skewer. Who will eat it? Uchiha Izumi twirled her big quirky eyes. Itachi gently tapped her smooth forehead with his finger and said, you can eat it if you want. Thank you. Uchiha Izumi ate the last dango, her eyes squinting happily. Hey, you two little ones, your teacher also left you an invitation. Jiraiya waved his hand and approached them. This group was very harmonious, but the other group did not have such a good atmosphere. Baka Senju, what are you doing? Uchiha Zei was holding his waist, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. The white-haired girl Senju was with him on a drank mission, which was to help someone catch a cat. However, the clumsy Senju clearly lacked the courage for this. When Uchiha Zei was reaching for the cat on the tree, the silly girl accidentally scared it, causing it to fall directly onto him, nearly giving him a herniated disc. I'm sorry, Zekin. I'm such a fool, I can't do anything right. Senju poked her fingers, her voice getting softer, looking pitiful as she seemed about to cry. Seeing this, Uchiha Zei supported his forehead and proudly said, humph, you foolish Senju, there won't be a next time. Really? Thank you, Zekin. Senju broke into a smile, tightly hugging Uchiha Zei. The faint fragrance and soft touch from the girl left the boy at this age with no resistance. Uchiha Zei's face turned red as he pushed Senju away. Don't stand so close to me. The two were making a fuss when Jiraiya saw the opportunity and stuffed the invitation into their hands, holding them tightly. Teacher's wedding. Senju exclaimed in surprise, her face turning red. Don't make such a fuss, you foolish Senju. Uchiha Zei reprimanded, but he too was surprised and excited. He never expected that such an impressive, seemingly aloof teacher would have a boyfriend. In just one day, the news of Madara and Hashirama's wedding had spread widely, reaching even the notable figures from the 5 great nations. After all, their marriage in some sense was like the union of an atomic bomb and a hydrogen bomb. As for what kind of divine weapons these two strategic-level beings would create, no one would know. Tsuchikagesima. I understand. Mizukagesima. Got it. Kazukagesima. I will go. Yo, Madara and Hashirama are getting married. Don't be too dazed. We can't just slack off. Shut up, I know. At the same time, while the ninja world was bustling about their wedding, the protagonists of this event were sitting on a small boat. The vast waters stirred with ripples crashing against the shore and breaking into white foam while the oars rolled in the water. Are you going to write a sequel? Hashirama, wearing a light-colored kimono, looked curiously at Madara, who was dressed lightly. Under the candlelight, Madara's clothes seemed translucent, faintly revealing white. The girl tilted her head, holding a pen, writing something at the desk. After all, it's a story by Suki. How can there be a good ending without a good story? Madara spoke gently, the moonlight serene as she wrote softly. The chapter of life is just beginning. Although some people's lives had already ceased, those who lived would carry on their will and continue to live. Madara glanced at the system panel where all tasks had been completed except for that ridiculous one of doing it 100 times a day. For several months, they traveled through mountains and waters, visiting all 5 great nations. Their figures and traces were imprinted in every place, embracing and kissing under the Hokage rock in the land of fire, leaning against each other to feel the howling thunder of the land of lightning, adventuring in the yellow sand of the land of wind, feeling the roaring storms atop the mountains of the land of earth, and quietly waiting on the lake's surface of the land of water, touching the flowing water. When you love someone, it doesn't matter where you go with them, because as long as you have each other, there is no fear, no sadness. I will give you the grandest wedding, Madara. Under the sunset of Konoha, Hashirama picked up a green leaf, his clothes swaying in the wind. Long ago we were like this. Madara stood on the cliff looking down at the flourishing Konoha, her heart filled with mixed emotions. 100 years ago they stood here too, but back then what lay below was still a forest, and now it has become a home to countless people. She vaguely remembered what Hashirama had said. Pebbles splashed on the water surface, shimmering on the glistening water as Senju Hashirama said earnestly, "We will create an era of peace without conflict, where every child has books to read, where every citizen is free from war, and where no wife has to wait painfully for her husband. A new era." Senju Hashirama's amber eyes shone with sincerity like a candle flame. "At that time we will establish a village, and you will be the village chief leading everyone." The wind blew through the treetops, time seemed to freeze, and a leaf slowly fell down. "Then let's call the village Konoha," Madara instinctively blurted out. Senju Hashirama smiled, innocently giving a thumbs up. "Let's call it Konoha." "Konoha, what a beautiful name. Where Konoha dances, the fire will continue to thrive," Madara murmured. "I really don't know what to give as a gift. Something nice would be better." In the gift shop, Wanzi hesitated while selecting from the dazzling array of products, momentarily caught in a dilemma. How about giving a discount coupon for my shop? No, it should be a free coupon. Wanzi made up her mind and quickly left the gift shop. Instead of giving a gift, it would be better to give Ban a meal ticket that allows her to eat at her shop infinitely. Moreover, it's Aliokaniate regardless of price. This is far more sincere than giving a gift. Kakashi stood in front of the bookstore frowning, as if struggling with a difficult decision. The latest edition of Intimate Paradise has been released, and it's a limited edition. If I give this as a gift, perhaps Lord Ban will be pleased. Kakashi was pondering when he noticed Kai behind him. "Yo, Kakashi, what are you up to?" Might Guy greeted Kakashi. Since returning to the village, Kakashi's relationship with Might Guy had improved significantly. They occasionally sparred or had meals together. As time passed, they became more familiar with each other. Not long ago, after completing a mission, Kakashi had even engaged in 300 laps of physical training with Might Guy. This made Might Guy exclaim about youth. Without the Manjikyu Sharingan, Kakashi, equipped with Wood Release and Sage Mode, certainly possessed impressive physical abilities. In normal taijutsu duels, he could even somewhat overshadow Might Guy, which motivated Might Guy to train even harder. "Akai, isn't Lord Ban getting married soon?" In picking out a gift for her, Kakashi explained. "A gift? That's easy." Might Guy pulled a set of dumbbells from his pocket. No one knew how he managed to fit a set of dumbbells into the pocket of his green spandex suit. This represents sincerity, and it can also help with fitness and strength training. Kakashi pondered for a moment and said, "Fitness training. Perhaps they have other ways to work out, but if you want to give it, go ahead." "So Kakashi, what gift are you preparing?" Might Guy asked out of curiosity. "Of course." Kakashi feigned mystery for a moment. The limited collector's edition of Intimate Paradise Volume 4. The book in Kakashi's hand emitted a golden glow, captivating and blinding. "What gift should I give?" On the streets of Konoha, Uchiha Suki walked with Otsutsuki Shurin following behind her. "If I give something like a pearl or precious gem, it would seem insincere and lacking in uniqueness." But trying to choose something unique is also a dilemma for Uchiha Suki. This is mother's wedding. Not sending something good would show a lack of sincerity. How about sending a 10 tails? Uchiha Suki thought carefully. But that would ruin the entire wedding, wouldn't it? "No way," the girl said, her expression gloomy. "What gift should I give?" Otsutsuki Shurin was also deep in thought about what gift would be appropriate. Although he technically didn't have to give a gift, he felt he should at least give something for his future mother-in-law. "Oh, how about a bottle of water from Green Lake?" Otsutsuki Shurin suddenly thought. In Konoha Square, Killer B was chatting with Jiraiya. "A gift? "I'm giving a golden toad representing good fortune and wealth," Jiraiya said. "Your gift isn't cool. Our gifts are legit, so listen up and don't be shocked. For the mirror opening style, a total of 10 bottles of Union-produced wine." Killer Bee gestured. "Super premium Union-produced beef, providing a whole cow. Roasted whole cow banquet, yay. The game prize is a popular gaming console, generously providing 10 units, yay. That's the vibe. Wedding gifts are very important. I didn't expect it to be so luxurious, so thoughtful." Jiraiya smiled. Although he couldn't hear Killer Bee clearly due to the rap, he still nodded in agreement. "Are you all preparing gifts too? I've been troubled about gifts for a long time." A voice came from behind them. It was Mizukage Terumi Mei. Kaguzuki Sakura stepped down from the position of Mizukage months ago, and now this beautiful young woman occupied the position, her strength not to be underestimated, with her melting release being a super acidic liquid. "Yo, what are you all planning to give as gifts?" Killer Bee asked while rapping. "Not much, just planning to give things that women like, and there will also be ninjas performing." Terumi Mei said with a smile, propping herself up on her elbow. Killer Bee fell into thought. Finally, he exclaimed, "We will perform as well. My brother will dance the Union dance, yay." "Really? That sounds a bit eye-watering," Terumi Mei commented. In the sky, a large white bird swiftly darted through the woods as a yellow-haired youth dashed toward Konoha village alongside a handsome boy with red hair. Deidara said, "I didn't expect you to still be alive. I thought you were dead," Sasori said lightly, pulling out his uniquely customized puppet. This puppet can be controlled via chakra threads, or can use chakra directly to launch a projectile capable of demolishing a small hill with a 3-hour cooldown, making it a great toy. This was his wedding gift for Ban and Hashirama. Initially, Deidara looked down on Sasori's gift, thinking it was meaningless, but after witnessing the power of the little puppet, he praised Sasori as a person of great taste, and even gave him a ride. As for Deidara's gift, it was a clay puppet resembling Ban. Inputting chakra would cause it to explode after 30 seconds, creating a spectacular large-scale, colorful fireworks display at night. It was truly filled with sincerity. Eternity is art. Sasori stood on Deidara's large bird, gazing up at the sky. The vast sky remained the same, even with so many events happening daily. It continued to present itself endlessly. And this is the splendor of eternity. What a joke! Explosions are art, you know. Upon hearing Sasori's words, Deidara couldn't help but retort. In his eyes, the instant detonation of a bomb, the sparks rising into the air, the rolling waves, and the roaring sounds were all manifestations of art. Eternity is art. Sasori glanced at Deidara. It's clearly explosions. A kunai was embedded in the ground, and then a golden shadow appeared. The fluttering cloak of the 4th Hokage with the handsome profile of Minato Namikaze. "Teacher, I hope I'm not late." Minato smiled, holding Kushina as they appeared before Jiraiya with a blush on Kushina's face. Perfect timing. Jiraiya gave a thumbs up, holding a camera that was pointed at Minato and Kushina. "Let's begin. Lord Madara, Lord Hashirama, I am delighted to attend your wedding." After successfully recording the short video, Jiraiya made an OK gesture to indicate that the recording was complete. This was the gift he prepared for Madara and Hashirama. Jiraiya had thought carefully, simply sending a toad seemed lacking in sentiment, so he decided to record a congratulatory video to express his wishes. "Let's start. Yo, my dear Madara, I am Maruko, wishing you happiness and a blissful life together." Maruko showed a radiant smile, having dressed up carefully to send her most sincere blessings to her good friend. "Sensei, this is Uchiha Itachi. And also Senju Tsunade. We are here to send our heartfelt congratulations for your wedding, wishing you a joyful marriage." "Is that all? And Senju, why are you stuttering? Should we record again?" I'm sorry, Itachi-kunwa. This is Itachi wishing you happiness on your wedding." "Yo, this is Killer Bee, happy wedding, yay yay. My big brother will dance the cloud dance at the ceremony. Yay yay. Hey, stop pushing me. Baka, get your damned puppet out of the way." "This is Deidara wishing you happiness on your wedding. You all take care of the fireworks for the ceremony." "This is Sasori, congratulations, Lord Madara." Ha, this is Sarutobi Hiruzen wishing the newlyweds happiness." Moses, this is Uchiha Shirsue, happy wedding." "Kakashi, please don't be so loud, long live youth. Are you going first or should I?" "I'll go first. This is Mike Guy, hoping that the two of you will continue to maintain your vigor after marriage, long live youth." "All right, my turn. This is Hataki Kakashi. I am delighted to hear about your wedding, Lord Madara. I have prepared a carefully selected gift for you. Please do not open it in public, thank you. Wishing you a happy wedding, that's all. And, This is Uchiha Izumi. Although I am reluctant, I still wish you a happy wedding. May you live happily with father. Congratulations on your beautiful life together, that's it. This is Otsutsuki Shin. I apologize for the previous invasion of Konoha, and also Izumi. Wait, I'm not finished yet, Izumi, I was wrong." Uchiha clan members like Izumi, Ino, Shikamaru, and Hinata all expressed their blessings through video to congratulate Madara and Hashirama on their wedding. "Is this Konoha? It's so bustling." Zabuza Momochi marveled at the traffic of Konoha. A beautiful woman in a black cloak followed him. "You think so too, right?" "Haku." Zabuza smiled. Haku's voice was youthful, staring at Konoha in a daze. "Yo, you are." Invited by Jiraiya, Zabuza and Haku both presented their congratulatory videos. "Lord Orochimaru, how does it feel to return to Konoha again?" A boy wearing glasses asked a white snake, which suddenly transformed into a slender man with purple eyeshadow. It was Orochimaru. As expected of Madara. The development is rapid, Orochimaru exclaimed. As the immortal cockroach, he returned once again with the help of cursed seals. But this time he wasn't here to cause trouble, but to attend the wedding and send his blessings. Orochimaru, you're still alive. Jiraiya dragged the camera and exclaimed in surprise as he looked at Orochimaru. Thus, Orochimaru and Kabuto were also forcibly brought in to record a blessing video. This is Orochimaru. And this is his subordinate Kabuto. I apologize for past actions towards you, Lord Madara, but this time I still want to extend my sincere blessings, wishing you a happy wedding. Hiss. Orochimaru stretched his neck, flicking his long tongue to form a gesture of an eggplant. Though sincere, it came off as eerily ominous. This is the Raikage, wishing you a happy wedding. This is the 5th Mizukage Meiterumi, wishing you both a blissful life. This is Inoki, although I still harbor resentment towards you, Uchiha Madara, witnessing your contributions to the shinobi world, especially on such a day for the future, and for peace, I wish you a happy wedding and everlasting happiness. Inoki said as he clasped his hands behind his back. This is Kuratsuchi. Bakadadara. What are you doing here? What is this gunpowder? Boom. This is Chojuro, happy wedding. This is Sannin, I represent the land of iron to extend my congratulations. Various figures from the land of wind, land of fire, land of earth, land of lightning, and land of water all expressed their blessings. Finally, it was Jiraiya's turn. Jiraiya jumped in front of the camera, displaying a cheerful smile. Yo, Lord Madara, Lord Hashirama. This is Jiraiya. After being busy for so long, I recorded everyone's blessing videos to present them as a delightful birthday gift to you. I wish you a happy wedding. Beep, done. Finally, all the blessing videos were recorded. No, there should still be one person missing, and now that person has arrived. With a black scarf on his head, the Uchiha robe danced in the wind as a slender figure approached step by step. His handsome face bore a gentle smile, with long bangs flowing, showcasing the Uchiha clan's signature beauty. However, one eye was closed, revealing only one open eye with a small scar at the corner. Who are you? Jiraiya was taken aback. I am Uchiha Izuna, Madara's brother. Please convey to her that her brother loves her dearly and wishes her a happy wedding. Uchiha Izuna's voice was soft yet incredibly steady, as he had taken on the responsibilities of his clan from a young age, displaying a maturity unmatched by his peers. Uchiha Izuna, the clan leader of the Uchiha during the Warring States period. Jiraiya was surprised, having learned about this figure in the books of Ketsuki. However, it's better to convey words personally. Forgive me for not being able to do so. Is that so? It seems I have no choice but to go there myself, Izuna said with a smile. Jiraiya, with his high emotional intelligence, had invited Uchiha Izuna with just one sentence. This is Uchiha Izuna. It's been a while, sister and Hashirama. I am delighted to hear about your wedding. After traveling a long distance, I hope to convey my blessings for your marriage. Congratulations on your wedding. Uchiha Izuna, with his identical face and hairstyle to Sasuke, made a charming heart gesture. This caught the attention of many girls, as they did not expect the seemingly cool and gentle Uchiha Izuna to be like this, just like in the novels. Occasionally mischievous, but most of the time he was quite dependable. Especially with his flirtatious tone and handsome face, having once been a clan leader, he exuded a mature charm. They will be back in 2 days, let's go quickly. The wedding proceeded as scheduled, and guests from the 5 great nations arrived on time. This could be said to be the grandest wedding in the entire ninja world, bar none. The most renowned figures from each nation attended, with none absent, showcasing the immense influence of Madara and Hashirama. The banquet hall was bustling with voices as people conversed. This was not only a wedding, but also an opportunity for notable figures from various nations to meet, and they certainly seized this chance. There are still 3 hours until the wedding starts, huh? It's quite lively, Kakashi said, squatting in a corner with a book titled Intimate Paradise, raising his eyes to survey the surroundings. Kakashi-sensei, you're here too. Naruto suddenly appeared beside Kakashi, startling him. Oh, it's Naruto. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and asked in confusion, Naruto, what happened to your head? He noticed a large bump on Naruto's head, who sheepishly touched his neck and said, I got home too late yesterday and was scolded by my mom. Really? Your mother is that violent? No wonder she's called the Fiery Pepper. Kakashi muttered to himself. Which road are you on, Kakashi? What are you two doing here? A pair of fair hands pressed on Kakashi's shoulders, and a familiar voice rang in his ears, causing his body to stiffen as he put his hands together. Indeed, the sight was a head of fiery red long hair and a beautiful face. It was Kushina Uzumaki. Private Marseille. Kakashi begged for mercy without hesitation. There are pastries at the wedding. Would you like some? Kushina Uzumaki didn't mind their discussion about her. Mainly it was because Naruto had come home extremely late yesterday. Thank you. Thank you, Mom. Meanwhile, at the back of the wedding venue, Madara was changing clothes. She had just undergone a 3-hour transformation by her teacher, and her stunning beauty combined with the makeup resulted in an effect greater than the sum of its parts, her beautiful eyes sparkling with laughter, revealing her snow-white shoulders and smooth skin. It's about to start. I heard there will be a mysterious guest. Maruko peeked her head out from behind the curtain, glancing at Madara's graceful figure. Awesome, Maruko said, pinching her nose and smiling. Got it will be ready soon, Madara replied softly, a smile gracing her lips. The bride is so beautiful. The groom is certainly lucky. Of course the groom looks super handsome today as well. Stop teasing me. When will you find a boyfriend? Madara knew this girl's weakness. She would fall silent whenever the topic of finding a boyfriend came up. Still have time. Indeed, Maruko fell silent. All right, let's hurry up and get ready, my dear Uchiha princess. Madara donned a pure white splendid kimono, every soft fabric clinging closely to her body, outlining beautiful curves. The shirujo showcased the girl's pure beauty while adding an air of sanctity. Naturally, she didn't bother with the cumbersome and uncomfortable headpiece. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her attire and finally lifted the curtain to step outside. Before officially arriving at the wedding venue and receiving everyone's blessings, she had to meet her family first. However, it was awkward that their family members seemed to have all passed away. Surely they couldn't resurrect beloved Tobirama Taijima and Hashirama with impure world reincarnation. That would be quite impolite, especially on a wedding day. Particularly her little uncle, who couldn't even handle a little illusion, could he? Tobirama, the inherently evil Uchiha, I will now send you wedding blessings. Quickly say thank you, Senju Tobirama. However, to Madara's surprise, besides the tall figure draped in a black cloak with a handsome face and a faint smile, there was someone else she hadn't expected to see at the wedding. Izuna. Madara said incredulously, her gaze flickering. Long time no see, sister. Hearing her sister's voice, Izuna, who was chatting with her brother-in-law Hashirama, turned and waved. Izuna wore a fitted kimono entirely black, exuding a cool and handsome aura, paired with his charming face, making him a definite heartthrob. One can only say that the Uchiha clan is inherently beautiful. It's no wonder so many people are fond of the Uchiha, who is tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. What brings you here? Madara was somewhat surprised, as Izuna's appearance was indeed a pleasant surprise. How could I possibly miss such a significant event as my sister's wedding? I'm glad you could make it. Izuna released the headscarf tied on his head, letting his hair fall down. The two siblings indeed bore a resemblance. High attractiveness, the Uchiha clan's hairstyle, etc. As for Tobirama and Hashirama, they didn't resemble each other much, especially with Tobirama's white hair. It was unclear whether it was genetic or a mutation. Perhaps the answer was recessive genes. Madara stepped forward and embraced Izuna to welcome him, burying her head in his shoulder and patting his back. My dear Odudu, I won't forgive you this time. The girl smiled gently. That's truly wonderful, Izuna replied with a smile. Hashirama stood nearby, wearing a hearty smile that made him look quite foolish, as he didn't really know what to say, so he just laughed along. Foolish Hashirama. Madara glanced at Hashirama with a hint of shyness. All right, let's go. Hashirama took Madara's soft, delicate hand and kissed her forehead. Okay, Madara said happily. As the little brother-in-law Uchiha Izuna pulled aside the curtain for the two, and Madara and Hashirama held hands and walked together to the wedding venue. Instantly, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, with smiles on Madara and Hashirama's faces. After receiving everyone's blessings, Hashirama kissed Madara's soft lips and placed a beautiful wedding ring on her finger. Will you marry me, Madara? Hashirama asked. I do. Before the gods, they exchanged solemn vows, binding themselves in matrimony. Now, let the celebration begin. Ninjas from the land of water performed a breathtaking water release spectacle, conjuring a shimmering bridge of water adorned with falling cherry blossoms, a single moment frozen forever in a photograph. Beneath, the aquamarine arch cherry petals drifted softly downward like snowflakes. A maiden clad in pure white leaned tenderly against her beloved, serene, radiant, ethereal, as if suspended within a dream. Killer B, where's this so-called Raikage cloud hidden dance you promised? Mei Terumi teased, arching an eyebrow at him. The Raikage turned sharply toward Killer B, who raised his hands sheepishly. Big brother's not feeling quite himself today, Yuwa. Let's save the dancing for next time, Yuwa. He explained, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. Congratulations on your wedding, Kakashi said, stepping before Madara and presenting her with a box wrapped meticulously in layers of plastic. What is this? Madara reached curiously to unwrap it, only for Kakashi to gently but firmly hold her hand in place. Hold on, this is a surprise. Kakashi hastily interjected, his expression radiating effortless charm and quiet mischief. Hey there, little Madara. Now it's my turn to gift you, excited. Machi swept Madara into a warm embrace. What splendid treasure could you possibly give me, Machi? Madara murmured, eyes half-lidded as she tickled Machi's ribs. Machi burst into breathless laughter, pushing Madara away. With theatrical flourish, she produced a voucher from her palm, boldly inscribed with the words free pass and stamped with a playful cat face emblem. What is this? A lifetime Alley-Ocaniate pass to my restaurant. Reserved seating at the finest table, absolutely free. Ugh, I've truly gone all out. This calls for tears. Truly worthy of you, Machi. Someone began weeping, quietly, sincerely, over their own generosity. Congratulations, Lady Madara. Lord Hashirama, came a voice, warm and resonant. Golden-haired Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, offered his blessings, flanked by a young boy whose bearing echoed his father's grace. Lady with silver hair, I've mastered the jutsu you taught me. Naruto grinned, already preparing to demonstrate it right then and there. Whoa, hold on. Madara gently pressed down on Naruto's head, her smile gentle, her gaze affectionate, yet laced with unspoken authority. No performing that technique here, or I'll spank you soundly. Okay. Naruto shrank back slightly, his mischievous grin fading as he met Madara's cool, serene gaze, and ceased channeling the sexy technique altogether. Hey boss, we're here. Two figures descended from the sky, Madara grinning ear to ear, and Sasori calm and composed as ever. I've prepared a grand fireworks display for your wedding. ready to ignite at a moment's notice. Just don't blow up the entire village of Konoha, please. Madara welcomed them warmly, with just a hint of wry amusement. Lady Madara, I've crafted a wedding gift for you, Sasori said, offering a delicate puppet that shifted fluidly, reshaping itself into Madara's likeness. How thoughtful, Madara murmured, faintly surprised as she accepted the gift. Uchiha Tsukiyomi rose from the banquet, approached Madara, and offered heartfelt congratulations. Mother, congratulations on your marriage. Madara stroked Tsukiyomi's hair, her gaze falling upon the scroll clutched in her daughter's hands. What is this? A soft, resigned smile touched Tsukiyomi's lips as she unfurled the scroll fully. It was a painting. Uchiha Madara stood beneath a colossal cherry tree holding her iconic fan, her features rendered with exquisite grace, petals swirling around her like living breath. She leaned against the trunk, and behind it Hashirama rested in quiet harmony, his wood-released dragon coiled peacefully beside him, its presence serene, majestic, deeply tranquil. It's beautifully done. Madara paused, genuinely moved. She hadn't expected Tsukiyomi's artistry to possess such vivid, lifelike power. The figures seemed poised to step from the canvas, breathing with quiet intensity. I stayed up these past 2 nights finishing it, hoping both mother and father would cherish it. Madara drew Tsukiyomi close, resting her forehead gently against her daughter's, strands of raven hair cascading between them. Thank you, Tsukiyomi. It's enough that you're happy, Mama, Tsukiyomi replied, her lips lifting in the faintest, most tender curve. Others soon followed, offering well wishes and gifts. Jiraiya played a compilation of recorded blessings evoking laughter, sighs, and more than a few tearful smiles. Killer Bee, however, found himself squarely in the line of fire. Killer Bee, just listen to what you claimed. The Hokage had clearly watched every boast and every stumble on screen. Hey big bro, it was a total accident. Yua. Killer Bee stammered, flustered. As twilight deepened, many guests began departing. Only those closest to Madara or Hashirama remained. Time for the fireworks. Deidara called out, hovering midair and waving cheerfully to the crowd. He descended, placing a custom-made chakra-activated puppet onto the ground. A charming Chiba-style figure of Madara, cradling a wooden dragon in her arms. Once infused with chakra, the puppet would detonate 30 seconds later, unleashing a colossal kaleidoscopic firework display dazzling beyond measure under the night sky. By now the sun had vanished entirely. Guests sat quietly upon the hillside. 3, 2. Deidara sprinted back to join them. 1. The puppet erupted. Blazing light shot skyward, forming a brilliant white column that shattered into countless shimmering meteors, each one bursting anew into radiant constellations of color. The heavens above Konoha blazed with brilliance. Every soul held their breath, awestruck, immersed in the spellbinding beauty of the moment. Madara quietly took Hashirama's hand, leaning gently against his broad, steady shoulder. Hashirama, I have a gift for you too. She whispered, fingers tightening around his. What is it? He asked softly, brushing his fingers through her silken hair. Beneath the heart-stopping splendor of the fireworks, Madara recalled another night, the festival of fireworks, when chance had brought their lips together, unlocking the first gate of love. From within her robes, she withdrew a finely woven scarf, embroidered with a whimsical Chiba portrait of Hashirama and his signature wooden dragon. Hashirama accepted it reverently, running his thumb over its supple texture, clearly the product of painstaking craftsmanship. It surpassed even the scarf she'd knitted the day they confessed their love. He still wore that one close to his heart. Idiot Hashirama, do you like it? But, yes, I love it, Hashirama murmured, his gentle humor drawing a sudden bright laugh from Madara, pure, unrestrained, and utterly joyful. They gazed at one another, fingertips tracing the elegant lines of each other's necks, then leaned in, savoring the quiet, sacred warmth of shared presence. Thank you, Hashirama. I truly love you. And thank you for entering my world. Keep going, Madara. How many times is this already? Obito leaned on his cheek, watching Hashirama with languid amusement. The dawn light had broken, and her slender, fair fingers bore a ring that shimmered with dazzling brilliance. Wake up already. The airs turned cool. She nudged him lightly with her foot, and only then did Hashirama stir awake. What time is it? The 14th time. Madara counted on her fingers. No, I protest. Protest what exactly? Madara widened her beautiful eyes and shot him a sharp, playful glare. I'm utterly exhausted. I'm the model worker of Konoha. Hashirama grumbled. Shall I award you a medal? Madara narrowed her eyes mischievously. Or perhaps give you a massage? She laughed as she reached out, but he evaded her touch effortlessly. TCH. Baka Hashirama, baka baka. Seeing that, Madara instantly lost interest and huffed in mock indignation. Hashirama could only soothe her. After all, he was admittedly a man slightly intimidated by his wife. All right, Madara, don't be angry. I sincerely apologize. His tone was earnest, his expression contrite. Where did you go wrong? Madara posed the ultimate question, her Sharingan eyes locked unblinkingly upon him. I confess 3 grave offenses, first, second, third. Thus I offer my most heartfelt apology to my beloved Madara, Suma-mason. That's more like it. And how precisely should you address me? Her mood brightened considerably. How should I call you? Hashirama's mind raced, until at last he arrived at the answer. My dearest wife. Perfect, full marks. Madara lunged playfully onto him, flashing a tiny fong. Though Hashirama privately disliked that little fong, it often nipped him. He had to admit Madara right then was utterly adorable. I'll go in. No, I'll go. You rest my wife. Just sit here, please. Hashirama gently but firmly pressed her into place before springing upright. Fine. She sighed faintly, yet obeyed without resistance. Weeks had passed since their wedding. Gazing out the window at Konoha, its scenery seemed dreamlike painterly. Since the 5-year plan, Konoha had surged forward at breathtaking speed. Mobile phones, computers, railway lines, all proliferating rapidly. Technology advanced explosively, transforming daily life beyond recognition. Konoha Village was fast becoming Konoha City. The other hidden villages had been reorganized as Konoha districts, fully integrated into Konoha's administrative and cultural fabric. A quiet wistfulness stirred within her, a gentle lament for her own corruption. From the moment she transmigrated, Madara had envisioned herself presiding over a radiant harem, encompassing Tsunade and other beauties alike. Yet she'd surrendered far too easily to the role of devoted wife, and worse still, embraced it with serene contentment. Truly shameful. I must reflect deeply. Wife, breakfast is ready. I'll eat it. Madara instantly betrayed her earlier solemnity. All these faults were clearly the fault of that absurd system, fond of abstraction. Stop acting unhinged. Do you want me to spank you? The adorably obedient abstract subsystem blinked in confusion. She stretched a pair of snow-white long legs from beneath the quilt, slipped into her geta, and slid open the curtain, only to find Hashirama seated at the table patiently awaiting her. Madara seated herself across from him and gazed at him in silent stillness. Is something on my face? Hashirama shifted uneasily under her unwavering stare, half convinced he'd somehow erred again. Or perhaps the meal had failed to meet her standards. Husband, are you truly an idiot? She asked, voice grave and unsmiling. What's wrong? Panic surged within him. He frantically retraced every act since birth, searching for guilt. The worst perhaps had been coercing her to urinate in front of him. Otherwise hadn't he always been unfailingly compliant? Very well, I'll deign to enlighten you, feed me, she declared, arching a haughty brow. All right. Hashirama exhaled in quiet relief. Thankfully, no transgression had occurred. Uchiha women were notoriously formidable. Even a casual drink with Sarutobi warranted strict curfew enforcement. Home by 9 o'clock, or else. Household discipline exhaustive, overtime, sleepless nights. He lifted a spoonful toward her, only for her to sidestep it once more. Utterly bewildered, he stammered, What now? Are you genuinely foolish, or merely feigning ignorance? Feed me with your mouth, husband. She cast him a shy sideways glance. Fine, so that's how we're playing. Hashirama faltered. He bit into the morsel, drew her close by the shoulders, and sealed her lips with his, delivering the food tenderly. Yo, Madara. A voice intruded from the doorway. Machi paused mid-step, froze at the sight of their intimate feeding ritual, and slammed the door shut. No worries, I'll leave you to it. Who knew this newlywed couple was so delightfully daring? After a brief, flustered composure, the two exchanged knowing, mischievous glances, then fixed them equally sly upon Machi. Please don't look at me like that. It's unnerving. Machi knelt formally, bare feet tucked beneath her, inwardly grumbling. What is it? Go ahead, speak. Here's the matter. Lord Hashirama has long spearheaded Konoha's development, and even been named our village's official ambassador. This afternoon, there's a public welfare event visiting children at the orphanage. Would Lord Hashirama be willing to attend? Oh, that sounds lovely. Will you go, Hashirama? Madara tugged playfully at his sleeve. Of course I will. A warm smile spread across his face. Imagining the children's awestruck expressions, he burst into hearty, guileless laughter. Endearingly simple, wholly sincere. Enough of that. Let's at least maintain decorum in front of guests, Madara chided gently. No need to hold back. I can see your marriage is thriving. Life suits you both splendidly. Machi teased. Not at all. He's just an utter fool. Madara flushed, ducking her head, though her words betrayed stubborn denial. Classic Sundara. I'm absolutely envious. Machi pushed further, until Madara seized her and delivered an injurious tickle, reducing her to helpless tears. I surrender. Machi cried in capitulation. That's better. I'd like to join too, Madara said, wrapping her arms around Machi. You just want to flaunt your affection. I see right through you. Machi retorted bluntly. Don't say that so harshly. I genuinely care for children. Don't I look like a kind, approachable older sister? She asked. In the original timeline, Madara had cherished children deeply, though her stern countenance and icy demeanor often frightened them into tears. But this Madara was different. Should a child begin to cry, she'd simply seal his mouth with Rinne Tensei, ensuring silence, and thus preserving her image of warmth and benevolence. Sunlight bathed the world in pristine clarity. In Konoha Village, the afternoon unfolded with gentle warmth and harmony. A serene stillness lingered in the golden hush of midday as shinobi savored moments of quiet contentment. Since the unification of the 5 great shinobi villages and the cessation of warfare among the 5 nations, shinobi duties had markedly diminished. Some had even begun supplementing their livelihoods, selling wares alongside their ninja work, to secure greater financial stability. Husband, I want dango, Madara said hand in hand with Hashirama as they strolled down the sun-dappled street, 2 legendary figures whose presence turned every glance into awe. They bought a skewer of dango from a roadside vendor and shared it bite by bite, their affection radiant and effortless. The address scrawled on the dango wrapper led to an orphanage in Konoha, but its location puzzled Hashirama deeply. He was certain no such orphanage existed in his memory. Still, having given his word, he felt duty-bound to go. Perhaps amid his relentless responsibilities, he had simply overlooked it. And with Madara beside him, backing out now would be diplomatically perilous, especially when facing the formidable lady wife. Hashirama could already picture her expression: first stunned silence, then a tilted head, finally, simmering indignation. Didn't we promise? You fool of a husband. How dare you renege halfway? Absolutely, we must go. And then inevitably Madara would flare up. Sigh. Fine, let's go, Hashirama murmured, arms slack, exhaling deeply. Husband, why that sigh? Madara watched him. His brow furrowed, his gaze distant, and tilted her head, perplexed, as if a giant question mark hovered above her crown. Masaka. Her expression shifted abruptly, as if struck by sudden revelation. Husband, you wouldn't possibly. She hesitated, voice trembling with uncertainty, before uttering only half the thought. Before she could finish, Hashirama snapped upright, eyes wide with alarm. Could it truly be? Madara's face paled in unison. Ha ha ha, of course not. His heart hammered wildly. Had she somehow divined his secret doubt? Did she possess mind-reading jutsu? Tension thickened between them, coiling like smoke, until the very air seemed frozen in suspended breath. You know, do you? Madara asked, forcing a smile. No, I don't. Not at all. Hashirama waved his hands frantically. Now the atmosphere grew even more strained, awkward, charged, inexplicable. Shall we go then? Madara suddenly declared, gripping his hand and quickening their pace. Her head bowed low, her eyes dimmed, her posture drooping with quiet desolation. Could Madara truly read my thoughts? A chill ran through Hashirama as he gazed at her crestfallen face, aching to comfort her, yet speechless. Wife, he began, only to freeze upon seeing the building ahead. This is, Hashirama blinked, startled. Since you've already guessed, let's go inside, Madara said, feigning nonchalance. Guess what? Hashirama's mind erupted in silent, frantic protest. What on earth is happening? We're clearly speaking different languages. Madara, what is going on? Just as she stepped toward the entrance, Hashirama seized her wrist and halted her. You don't know? Madara frowned. No, I don't. Hashirama shook his head. Then why that sigh? Her confusion deepened. Hashirama confessed his doubts honestly, only for Madara to stare back, utterly dumbfounded, as if he'd just claimed the sky rained ramen. Fool. Utter fool. Now I overthought everything too. She stomped hard on his foot. So, what is it? He asked. Nope. You'll find out once we're inside. A sly, knowing smile curled at the corners of Madara's lips. Bewildered but obedient, Hashirama followed her across the threshold, into a sparsely furnished room dominated only by a large wooden round table. What's wrong? Hashirama hadn't even registered the change. Beep beep. A sharp horn blast pierced his ear, startling him rigid. What in the? A wooden clone cradled a birthday cake. Another placed a festive paper hat upon his head and lit the candles with a flicker of chakra. Hashirama. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Madara sang, voice bright and warm. Is today my birthday? Understanding dawned at last. He had forgotten entirely, yet Madara remembered. A tender, unexpected gift. Thank you, my wife. Hashirama pulled her into a heartfelt embrace. There, now cut the cake. Madara blushed, gently slipping away. Yes, of course. What flavor is this? Delicious beyond words. You'll see for yourself. She winked mysteriously, slicing him a generous portion. Gazing at his graceful, radiant wife, so devoted, so beautiful, Hashirama swelled with quiet, overwhelming joy, his heart glowing with warmth. Let me feed you, Madara said, lifting a spoonful of cake. All right, Hashirama smiled, blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. The moment the first bite touched his tongue, his smile froze, tears streaming down his cheeks. Truly delicious enough to make one weep. Madara watched triumphant. She'd added 5 times the recommended dose of CS seasoning, guaranteed to deliver love, joy, and unforgettable intensity. Hey, Hashirama, why have you stopped eating? After a long pause, Madara finally noticed. Hashirama, say something. Doctor. Panic erupted inside the room, the cries echoing high into the sky. Finn.